Chapter 2374. Ling Yinchin was dumbfounded because many years ago, there was a man who told her the same thing. Even after so many years, that man's smile and demeanor were still engraved in her heart. At this moment, that figure gradually overlapped with the one in front of her named Yang Kai, causing her to fall into a daze. Well said, but it's meaningless. Yang Yaoshi sneered. This king wants to see how you're going to advance in front of me and face me head-on. You were the one who hit my junior sister? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. That's right. Yang Yaoshi looked at Yang Kai contemptuously, daring to be presumptuous in front of this king. A slap is already a light punishment. He was still threatening, but halfway through his sentence, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, his vision blurred as Yang Kai suddenly appeared half a meter in front of him, raised his hand, and sent a slap flying towards him. Yang Yaoshi shuddered and instinctively leaned to the side, trying to avoid this blow. But Yang Kai's speed was simply beyond his imagination, and by the time he moved, the slap had already landed on his face. Pa. Yang Yaoshi was sent flying, his body tumbling in midair as he spat out a few teeth and a mouthful of blood before landing heavily on the ground. Silence, the entire deck was dead silent. Jiao Yi and the others were all dumbfounded as they watched this unbelievable scene, the soles of their feet almost cramping. Ling Yinchin was also shocked, her heart palpitating. Although she hadn't had much contact with Yang Kai, from her impression, Yang Kai wasn't a hot-tempered person. On the contrary, he was quite polite. But what she didn't expect was that Yang Kai would directly attack Yang Yaoshi, and this move was a slap to his face. What should she do now? She had hoped that she could spend money to avoid this disaster, but now it seemed that this was just wishful thinking on her part. That's not right. Yang Kai failed to break through and severed his own cultivation. His aura should be very weak and his strength should have dropped significantly. Yang Yaoshi was a cultivator of the third order Dao Source realm. Even if he was ambushed, how could he not dodge his attack? But when Yang Kai attacked just now, there was no sign of his aura weakening or his strength dropping. The source energy fluctuations from that palm were clearly the power of the third order Dao Source realm. What was wrong with him? Ling Yinchin was a little confused. The group of people from Profound Cloud Pavilion was also stunned. In this solitary void sea, and even on Clear Sky Island, they had always been the ones to show off and act arrogantly. Who would have thought that one day they would be slapped in the face? Furthermore, the person who was beaten up was actually their own vice pavilion master. These people's minds buzzed for a moment, and they almost went silly. You actually dare to hit me? Yang Yaoshi crawled up from the ground, his entire face completely distorted. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai and shouted, "Do you know who this king is? How dare you hit me?" Yang Kai snorted, "You dare to be presumptuous in front of this young master? A slap is already a light punishment. If you dare to keep talking, I'll take your dog life." Yang Yaoshi was stunned. Then he laughed in anger. He shouted hysterically, "Kill them! Kill them! I want all the men on this ship to die. I want all the women on this ship to suffer a fate worse than death." He was really provoked by Yang Kai and went completely berserk, his face full of resentment. Ling Yinchin's face changed drastically when she heard this and hurriedly shouted, "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, please show mercy." There were only a dozen or so crew members on her ship, and only half of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. The remaining half were Origin Kings, but there were at least 30 people from Profound Cloud Pavilion. There were more than 20 Dao Source Realm cultivators. No matter how one looked at it, such a huge force was not something they could win against. If they really fought, they would definitely die without a grave. As the big sister, she naturally had to think for the crew. Yang Yaoshi said fiercely, "It's too late to say anything now. Ling Yinchin, this king will personally deal with you, strip you naked, and hang you on Clear Sky City's gates." His anger towards Yang Kai made him hate Ling Yinchin as well. As a female cultivator, being stripped naked and hung on the city gates for everyone to watch was definitely a great insult. Ling Yinchin's heart sank to the bottom when she heard this. Dong dong dong. Many of the cultivators from Profound Cloud Pavilion had already rushed over, each with a ferocious look on their faces. Obviously, they had no intention of letting Ling Yiqin and the others live. Seeing this, Ling Yiqin also knew that there was no turning back, so she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Fight!" Jiao Yi and the others' faces turned cold as they pushed their source qi and summoned their artifacts. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he suddenly returned to Jiao Yi and the others, facing the incoming storm head-on. "Brother, be careful." Lu Xianyun also took out her artifact and called out in a low voice. "Take care of yourself." As Kai Yang spoke, he flicked his wrist and a large long sword appeared in his hand, which he gripped tightly. "Chop off his limbs and cripple his cultivation. I want him to know the consequences of offending this king." Yang Yaoshui's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Yang Kai and shouted at his subordinates. He was truly furious. No one had ever dared to disobey his orders, let alone slap his face in front of so many people. Yang Kai was the first to do so, so his hatred for Yang Kai was so deep that even the water of the solitary void sea couldn't wash it away. If he didn't torture him, how could he dispel this resentment in his heart? Yang Kai was indifferent. Facing the dozens of cultivators pouncing on him like wolves and tigers, he simply swung his sword slightly. In an instant, sword light flashed and sword chi filled the sky. Million sword chi, chasing moon swallows the wolf. Myriad swords swept out, and sword chi shot forward like a waterfall, breaking through the sky with an imposing momentum. Hong hong hong. Before the Profound Cloud Pavilion cultivator at the front could figure out what was going on, he was shocked to find that his defensive artifacts and protective source chi had been easily destroyed. Then he felt a sharp pain in his body and lost consciousness. Walala. On the deck, the smell of blood filled the air. The 7 or 8 cultivators at the front fell like cut straws, blood and internal organs flowing all over the floor. The cultivators at the back also suffered heavy injuries and fell to the ground, howling miserably. When the other Profound Cloud Pavilion cultivators saw this turn of events, all of them stopped in their tracks in shock and stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, their eyes overflowing with fear. Emperor artifact? Yang Yaoshi, who was covering half of his face with his hand and waiting for a good show to begin, suddenly cried out in alarm. His eyes were like locusts biting onto Yang Kai's myriad sword, an extremely greedy look flashing across his face. As soon as Yang Kai attacked, he felt the aura of myriad sword. This was an emperor artifact, a genuine emperor artifact. If he could obtain it, he might be able to use the power of an emperor artifact to comprehend the mysteries of the emperor realm. Where did this little brat come from? How does he have an emperor artifact? Ling Yiqin and the others were also dumbfounded. They originally thought that they would not be able to escape this time and were prepared to drag a few people down with them before they died. They were mentally prepared to fight to the death, but before the enemy could reach them, more than a dozen of them had already fallen. And all this was caused by a single attack from Yang Kai. What's going on? Ling Yiqin was also confused by the sea breeze. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at Yang Kai's back, thinking, didn't he fail to break through and sever his own cultivation? How can he still display such powerful strength? Was that attack just now the power of an emperor artifact? Yes, it was definitely the power of an emperor artifact. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's current situation, it would be impossible for him to achieve such a feat. She had long heard that emperor artifacts were extremely powerful, and now it seems that it was true. However, Yang Kai must have put a lot of burden on his body to use an emperor artifact, so it was very likely that he would not be able to make a second attack. What are you waiting for? He just failed to break through and doesn't have much strength left. After one attack, he'll be an arrow at the end of its flight. What are you waiting for? Yang Yaoshi was obviously thinking the same thing as Ling Yiqin. Seeing that his cultivator subordinates were scared out of their wits, he immediately shouted in disappointment, urging them to hurry up and make a move. Hearing him say this, the Profound Cloud Pavilion cultivator who had stopped in their tracks seemed to wake up from a dream. Their previous timidity and fear were swept away and replaced with ruthless looks. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly and flicked his hands, sending out two huge moon blades. Like two pitch-black wheels, they directly crashed into the crowd on the other side. In the next moment, screams and cries of alarm resounded through the sky. Wherever the moon blades passed, they destroyed everything in their path. No cultivator could resist them at all. With the slightest touch, they were cut in half and died on the spot. There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, but you chose to throw yourself into it. Today, no one can leave. Yang Kai coldly snorted and flicked his hands, sending out one moon blade after another. On the deck, the profound cloud pavilion cultivator instantly cried for their parents. A group of trash with only first-order Dao Source Realm and Origin King Realm cultivation. With Yang Kai's current means, he really didn't need to put them in his eyes. In just 3 breaths of time, only 5 or 6 cultivators from Profound Cloud Pavilion were left alive. The rest were all lying on the deck, lifeless. Run! No one knew who shouted, but that person leaped up and flew towards the sea. They were completely frightened by Yang Kai's bloody methods, so how could they dare to continue fighting here? When the others saw this, they naturally lost the will to continue fighting and fled one after another. Ling Yinchin's face changed and she shouted in a low voice, "Group 221, chase after them. Don't let them escape." This battle happened too quickly, so fast that she didn't even have time to react before it was over. But seeing the remaining people flee, how could she just sit back and watch? Once these people escaped and news of this reached Clear Sky Island, the pavilion master of Profound Cloud Pavilion would definitely not let this matter rest. He was a master from the Emperor Realm. Once he wanted to find trouble with them, no one could stop him. Jiao Yi and the others received the order and naturally hurriedly chased after them. On the deck, the sea breeze whistled and the stench of blood filled the air. It was nauseating and the scene on the deck was like a ghost town. It was a ghastly sight. Yang Yaoshi's entire body was trembling and his face was deathly pale as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. In his heart, he couldn't understand how this little brat could still have such powerful combat strength after failing to break through. More than 30 of his subordinates couldn't even last 10 breaths of time in front of him before almost all of them died. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. Chapter 2375. Looking at the cold and resolute face of Yang Kai, Yang Yaoshi felt a chill run down his spine, vaguely feeling that he had provoked an extremely powerful person and was filled with regret. Even if he managed to escape this time, he wouldn't be able to explain this huge loss to the pavilion master and would have to bear the pavilion master's wrath. "Do you think I should stab you to death or stab you to death?" A wicked smile bloomed on Yang Kai's face. Yang Yaoshi trembled all over as he said in horror, "You can't kill me. I'm the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion. I'm Lord Mi Tianxing's subordinate. If you kill me, he absolutely won't let you off." "Mi Tianxing?" Yang Kai said coldly, "That First-Order Emperor Realm guy?" "Yes, Pavilion Master is very good to me," Yang Yaoshi quickly said, thinking that Yang Kai knew Mi Tianxing's name. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai showed a disdainful expression and curled his lips. "A First-Order Emperor Realm Master is nothing. It's not like this young master hasn't killed one before." When Yang Yaoshi heard this, his first reaction was that this guy was bragging. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master be so easy to kill? Moreover, these words came from the mouth of a Third-Order Dao Source Realm cultivator. No matter how one looked at it, it sounded ridiculous. But he didn't dare to refute and could only say, "Let me go and I can give you a lot of benefits. If you kill me, you won't be able to move an inch on Clear Sky Island." Yang Kai's expression turned cold. "You still dare to threaten me when you're about to die? I'm just telling the truth. What's more, it won't be easy for you to kill me with your current ability. Why fight until both sides are injured? Wouldn't it be better for us to sit down and talk?" Yang Kai sneered. "Talk should be based on the basis that both sides are equal. I can take your life with a snap of my fingers. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Don't underestimate this king. Even a rotten ship has 3 pounds of nails. You think too highly of yourself." Yang Kai snorted, and the myriad sword in his hands slashed down at him. Yang Yaoshi went pale with fright. He'd never imagined that even after he'd tried so hard to persuade them, the other party would still attack him. For a moment, he was both angry and anxious in his heart, and he didn't hesitate any longer to directly withdraw a secret treasure to block in front of him. Whoosh! A crisp sound rang out. Yang Yaoshi was horrified to find that his artifact had actually shattered into pieces, unable to provide any form of protection at all. It disintegrated the moment his opponent's sword slashed down. The power of the Emperor artifact directly cut into his body and split him in half. Was he even human? Even until his death, Yang Yaoshi could not believe that he, a third-order Dao source realm, had been destroyed so easily. If he had known that the difference in strength between them was so great, how could he have continued to stay here? Perhaps he would have tried to escape. At the very least, there was still hope for survival. The deck soon became empty. Other than the corpses all over the ground, only Yang Kai was left. Even Lu Xianyun had followed Jiao Yi and the others to chase after the enemy. Yang Kai reached out and sucked the dead cultivator's space rings over. After inspecting them a little, he threw them on the ground in disgust. These cultivators should have lived in the solitary void-sealed world for a long time. There were a lot of things in their rings, but there was not a single one of them that had any real value. With Yang Kai's current wealth, he really didn't care about them. Yang Yaoshi's artifact was originally quite good, but after it was split apart by the myriad sword, it had lost its value. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to these people's space rings, and instead cast his gaze on the huge ship. This ship was driven by Yang Yaoshi and the others. In the solitary void-sealed world, this kind of large artifact used to go out to sea seemed to be very common. Yang Kai thought that he might need to go out to sea in the future, so he leapt up and flew to the opposite ship. He walked into the cabin, found the control center, and began refining it. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ling Yinchin and the others returned from different directions. None of the dozen or so crew members were missing, and except for a few who were injured, everyone else was basically unharmed. Once everyone gathered and reported the situation to each other, Ling Yinchin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. None of the profound Cloud Pavilion cultivator escaped. They were all hunted down and killed, so there was no need to worry about news of this place spreading to Clear Sky Island. Danger had happened on the solitary void sea, so it was normal for Yang Yaoshi and the others to go missing. Profound Cloud Pavilion might not suspect Ling Yinchin and the others, and even if they did, there would be no proof, so she didn't have to worry about anything. After calming down, Ling Yinchin felt like she had just walked through the gates of hell. She ordered the crew to clean up the deck and push the corpses into the sea. Releasing her divine sense, she found that Yang Kai was refining the profound Cloud Pavilion's ship, but she didn't disturb him. Instead, she pulled Lu Xianyun aside and asked in a low voice, "What happened to that brother of yours?" If not for Yang Kai, they probably wouldn't have encountered such a thing, but at the same time, if not for Yang Kai, they definitely wouldn't have been able to harvest anything, and all their gains would have been stolen by Yang Yaoshi. Therefore, Ling Yinchin was very grateful to Yang Kai, but what puzzled her was how Yang Kai could display such terrifying combat strength. More than 30 people on the profound Cloud Pavilion's ship were almost wiped out by him alone. Only an Emperor Realm Master can do such an incredible thing, right? If such a powerful force was unfavorable to them, who on this ship could resist? Ling Yinchin felt even more fortunate that she had stopped the greedy actions of Jiao Yi and the others that day. Otherwise, she and the others wouldn't even know how they died. Although she didn't understand what she was asking, Lu Xianyun knew what she meant. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Brother is not an ordinary person. A few days ago, we were chased by a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but we still managed to escape. It was all thanks to Brother's efforts." "You survived being chased by a third-order Emperor Realm Master?" Ling Yinchin was shocked. She had never experienced how strong a third-order Emperor Realm Master was, but she knew that it was absolutely impossible for a third-order Dao Source Realm Master to survive being chased. However, Yang Kai did it, which meant that he wasn't an ordinary third-order Dao Source Realm Master. Brother is very powerful. He even injured that third-order Emperor Realm Master. Lu Xianyun didn't seem to notice Ling Yinchin's shock and added, "Injured?" Ling Yinchin was completely confused. She felt like her brain wasn't enough to process all of this. Everything she heard was completely beyond her comprehension. It was a sneak attack, and that Third-Order Emperor Realm Master seemed to have been injured before. Despite Lu Xianyun's explanation, Ling Yinchin's mind was still buzzing. She didn't listen at all and just stared in the direction of the ship in a daze for a long time. Big sister, they have a lot of good things. That Yang Yaoshe actually has more than 200,000 source crystals on him. We've struck it rich this time. Jiao Yi walked over with a happy face and handed the space ring in his hand to Ling Yinchin. Only then did Ling Yinchin come back to her senses and say, "Divide the things among yourselves, but throw away all the artifacts and unique things. You're not allowed to bring them back to Clear Sky Island. If they brought back artifacts and unique things, they might be exposed and the people of Profound Cloud Pavilion would be able to track them down, so Ling Yinchin wouldn't allow such a thing to happen." Although Jiao Yi felt that it was a pity, he also knew that Big Sister was right. He immediately nodded and left, preparing to share the spoils with his brothers. The deck had been cleaned up, and all the corpses had been thrown into the sea. The blood had also been washed away. However, Yang Kai hadn't come out yet, so Ling Yinchin could only continue to wait. About a day later, the ship on the other side suddenly buzzed and the entire hull began to tremble. In the next moment, accompanied by a flash of light, the huge ship suddenly disappeared, replaced by Yang Kai, who appeared in everyone's field of vision. At this moment, he seemed to have consumed a lot of his strength and his face was a little pale. However, he was holding an exquisite ship that had been shrunk countless times in the palm of his hand. It was obviously the one from Profound Cloud Pavilion. So fast! Even though Ling Yinchin already had some understanding of Yang Kai's strength, she still couldn't help but be surprised. It only took Yang Kai a day to refine the ship's barrier. If someone else told her this, she wouldn't believe it at all, but the truth was right in front of her. How strong is this person? Ling Yinchin had already overestimated Yang Kai as much as possible, but she found that she still underestimated him. Even if someone from the Emperor realm came here, it was impossible for him to refine the ship in just a day, right? She thought that she and the others would have to wait here for a month or two. While she was in a daze, Yang Kai had already put the ship into his space ring and his figure flickered, arriving on the deck. The dozen or so crew members looked at him in awe. Jiao Yi opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. With the strength Yang Kai showed yesterday, Jiao Yi no longer had the confidence to call Yang Kai a brother. "I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone," Yang Kai said apologetically. He knew that the reason why the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion came here and found Ling Yinchin and the others was most likely because of the commotion caused by Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough. Otherwise, how could they coincidentally run into each other in this vast sea? So, the cause of this matter was still him. Hearing what he said, the crew waved their hands and shook their heads. What a joke! The people from Profound Cloud Pavilion were slaughtered by Yang Kai in the blink of an eye, which showed how terrifying Yang Kai's strength was. They naturally didn't dare to take his polite words seriously. Observing their expressions, Yang Kai knew that these people were very afraid of him. "Brother Yang, we should be the ones thanking you. You saved us from a disaster," Ling Yinchin said. Yang Kai had a very good impression of this woman. Previously, she was willing to hand over all her gains on this trip in exchange for his and Lu Xianyun's safety. Yang Kai saw it all, but it was a pity that Yang Yaoshe was too greedy and didn't know what to do. He just had to throw his life away. "Big Sister Ling is too serious. It's still my fault," Yang Kai said embarrassedly. He didn't know how to explain what happened before to Ling Yinchin, and it wasn't easy to explain, so he could only vaguely say it. "How are you doing now?" Ling Yinchin asked with a frown. Yang Kai had failed to break through earlier, severed his cultivation, fought a big battle, and even spent his energy refining the ship. In her opinion, he was simply courting death. "You should rest." Chapter 2376. Big Sister Ling, I have to apologize to you. Yang Kai scratched his head and awkwardly took out the high-grade spirit purifying array base. "I broke this thing." Ling Yinchin took a look and found that her spirit purifying array was seriously damaged and could no longer be used. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of sadness, reminiscence, and regret. If it's broken, then it's broken. Ling Yinchin forced a smile and comforted, "It's just a high-grade spirit purifying array, don't worry about it." Yang Kai asked, "How many source crystals is this thing worth? I'll give it to you." Ling Yinchin waved her hand, "No need. It's a pity that it wasn't able to help you." Saying so, she took out 2 wooden tokens and handed them to Yang Kai. "What are these?" Yang Kai asked doubtfully. "These are Clear Sky Island's identity tokens. You'll need them to enter Clear Sky City." Yang Kai reached out and took them. He immediately reacted and raised his eyebrows. "Did you take these from those people from Profound Cloud Pavilion? Will there be any problems with using these to enter the city?" "There won't be any problems. These 2 are just low-grade identity tokens and don't have any information recorded on them. If it's a high-grade identity token, it'll be different. Others won't be able to impersonate them," Ling Yinchin explained. "Thank you very much." Yang Kai was overjoyed. He was originally worried about how he and Lu Xianyun would be able to sneak into Clear Sky City safely, but he didn't expect these people from Profound Cloud Pavilion to take the initiative to give them identity tokens. This was truly timely help. "I'm a little tired, so I'll go back and rest first." "Brother Yang, help yourselves," Ling Yinchin said. Then she turned and walked into the cabin. Lu Xianyun came over. She whispered to Yang Kai, "Brother, that high-grade spirit purifying array was left behind by Big Sister Ling's partner. It's very important to her." She had heard this information from Jiao Yi, but when she saw the change in Ling Yinchin's expression just now, she knew that Jiao Yi was telling the truth. This high-grade spirit purifying array was indeed very important to Ling Yinchin, as it contained her longing for someone. Only then did Yang Kai realize how much he had damaged. He hurriedly said in a loud voice, "Miss Ling, I will definitely find someone to repair your spirit purifying array." The spirit purifying array was only damaged and not destroyed. Yang Kai originally wanted to compensate Ling Yinchin with some source crystals, or by a set of similar spirit purifying arrays when they reached Clear Sky Island. But now that he knew the significance of this spirit purifying array to Ling Yinchin, it didn't seem appropriate to compensate her or by a set of similar spirit purifying arrays. The best way was to find someone to repair the array flag and array base. When Ling Yinchin heard this, her footsteps paused slightly. However, he didn't turn around. He just waved his hand lightly. His back seemed extremely bleak as he walked further and further away. "Brother Yang, do you too want to take a rest as well?" Jiao Yi walked over with a flattering smile, his attitude no longer as casual as before. Instead, he was a little more careful. "We're about to set sail. It'll take us less than a month to reach Heavenspan Island. Old Jiao will call you when we arrive." "Okay, then I'll have to trouble Brother Jiao." Yang Kai nodded and walked towards the room with Lu Xianyun. After a while, the ship set sail again. Inside the room, Lu Xianyun wanted to ask about Yang Kai's current situation several times, but she swallowed the words back down every time. Yang Kai's failure to break through to the Emperor realm should have been a big blow to him, so Lu Xianyun felt that if she asked again, he would definitely be saddened even more. She didn't know how to comfort Yang Kai and sighed in her heart. She felt that the heavens were really unfair to allow Yang Kai to find an opportunity to break through in this damned place. The speed of the ship wasn't slow. Occasionally, they would encounter attacks from sea beasts, but the cultivator on board was able to deal with them properly. It could be seen that Ling Yinchin's subordinates, no matter how high their cultivation was, were all extremely experienced cultivators and had great experience in dealing with sea beasts. The entire journey was more daunting than dangerous. About 20 days later, Yang Kai suddenly heard a commotion on the deck. He listened carefully and learned from the joyous conversations of the crew that they were about to reach Clear Sky Island. Because the cultivator on Clear Sky Island had to search for cultivation resources at sea, every trip out to sea was accompanied by great risks. Often, 10 to 20 people would go out, but less than half would return. But this time, Ling Yinchin's ship was very different. No matter how many people went out, they would all return. Not only that, but they also had a great harvest, so the crew was naturally overjoyed. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the ship slowed down and soon came to a complete stop. Hearing a burst of noise, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that the ship had arrived at the edge of a huge island and was docked at a place similar to a pier. Before Ling Yinchin and the others arrived, there were already several ships waiting to dock, and from time to time, a cultivator would fly out of those ships and land on the ground. As soon as these cultivators landed, many people would gather around them, as if every cultivator that returned from the sea was in high demand. Yang Kai saw a cultivator that returned from the sea exchange a few words with another person before quickly leaving with that person. "Brother Yang, we've arrived at Clear Sky Island," Ling Yinchin's voice came from outside the door. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at each other and quickly stood up. When they arrived on the deck, Jiao Yi and the others were already waiting impatiently. When they saw Yang Kai, they all nodded at him in awe. "These people are selling their harvest from the sea?" Yang Kai walked to Jiao Yi's side and pointed at the cultivator that was talking. Jiao Yi nodded and said, "Yes. Basically, there will be some harvest from a trip to the sea. There are people waiting at the docks, and when they see those that return from the sea, they will take the initiative to buy it. If the price is agreed upon, it's very cost-effective to sell it, saving us the trouble of going to the city to find a buyer. Many shops in the city have people waiting here, and every time someone returns, they will surround them like madmen. The competition is fierce." After listening to Jiao Yi's explanation, Yang Kai knew that his guess was right. He had thought so when he saw this scene before. "Let's go!" Jiao Yi called out, and the crew used their movement skills to fly to the shore. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun followed closely behind, but Ling Yinchin stayed behind. She formed a seal with her hands and prepared to put away the ship. As soon as the crew came ashore, many merchants immediately came up to them and surrounded them, offering good prices to buy their harvest from this trip. Jiao Yi and the others were undoubtedly very familiar with this, so they all pretended to be profound and put on airs as they whispered to the merchants. It didn't take long for someone to agree on a price and go to the side to prepare for the transaction. Jiao Yi and the others had gained a lot from this trip to the sea. Not to mention the more than 100,000 gray feather corals and the corpse of a 12th order monster beast, the spoils that Yang Kai collected after killing the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion were many times more than what they usually got. The harvest was too big to be sold all at once, so the dozen or so crew members split up and prepared to convert a part of the harvest into useful cultivation materials for themselves, such as source crystals and spirit pills. They would find an opportunity to sell the rest later. Otherwise, if they took out so many good things at once, they would definitely be inviting trouble. Source crystals were hard currency, whether it was in the outside world or in the solitary void-sealed world. There was another kind of thing popular here, and that was spirit pills. Any spirit pill that was slightly useful could be converted into source crystals and used as a bargaining chip. While Yang Kai was looking around curiously, a middle-aged beauty suddenly appeared in front of him. This middle-aged beauty wore a long green dress, and her figure was enchanting and voluptuous. Her breasts were bulging and her clothes were almost torn apart. She was extremely eye-catching, and her cultivation was not low, at least in the second-order Dao source realm. However, although she looked enchanting, her demeanor was extremely dignified and beautiful. It was unknown whether she had been too slow just now or disdained to compete with others, but she hadn't been able to connect with the crew members who had just returned from the sea. Seeing Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun standing there with no one paying any attention, she took the initiative to approach them. Pursing her lips, she cupped her fists and said, "Little brother, this way please." "Madam, do you need something?" Yang Kai looked her up and down. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "This mistress is Deacon Fan Exen of Ice Heart Pavilion." Ice Heart Pavilion? Yang Kai raised his brow and couldn't help but take a closer look at this beautiful woman named Fan Exen. Fan Exen asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Little brother doesn't know about Ice Heart Pavilion?" She found it very strange. Although Ice Heart Pavilion wasn't big on Clear Sky Island, it was definitely famous. As long as one lived on Clear Sky Island, it was impossible not to know about Ice Heart Pavilion. However, Yang Kai's reaction just now seemed to be very surprised, as if this was the first time he had heard of Ice Heart Pavilion. Yang Kai said calmly, "Of course I have heard of Ice Heart Pavilion, but I didn't expect that Ice Heart Pavilion would buy things here." Of course, this was nonsense. It was indeed the first time he had heard of Ice Heart Pavilion, but Yang Kai also knew that his performance just now had aroused the beautiful woman's suspicion, so his words would undoubtedly dispel her doubts. Sure enough, the beautiful woman smiled bitterly and said, "Business is not easy, and there is competition everywhere." This mistress was forced to do this. She changed the topic and went straight to the point. "I wonder if little brother has any harvest from this trip to see? If so, can you take it out and let me have a look? This mistress will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Their goods are with me. If there's anything you need to discuss, come find me." Ling Yinchin walked over step by step from a distance and finally helped Yang Kai out of his predicament. He didn't have any goods on hand. If he had known that the situation at the docks was like this, he would have definitely left something in his space ring after killing those people from Profound Cloud Pavilion. Fan Xen heard this and looked at Yang Kai in confusion, not knowing why he put the goods in Ling Yinchin's hands. After all, the dozen or so people who came off the ship just now all brought something with them. Yang Kai spread his hands and smiled. "I tend to get carried away when I see a beautiful woman. Big sister was afraid that I would suffer a loss, so she gave me full authority. Now it seems that it was a wise decision." Fan Xen covered her mouth and laughed. "Little brother is really interesting." Chapter 2377. Fan Xen of Ice Heart Pavilion soon got together with Ling Yinchin and secretly communicated with each other through divine sense. After a while, Ling Yinchin looked up at Yang Kai and said, "Junior sister Fan's price is very reasonable, so I'm going to sell it. What do you think?" She was obviously just putting on a show for Fan Xen to see. Moreover, her cultivation was a minor realm higher than Fan Xen's, so it didn't matter if she called her junior sister. Fan Xen immediately looked at Yang Kai expectantly. She had been here for most of the day but hadn't gained anything. Now, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. As long as Yang Kai nodded, she would receive a lot of things, so she was naturally looking forward to it. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then let's sell it." Fan Xen immediately smiled. "Many thanks to senior sister and little brother. Don't worry, our Ice Heart Pavilion has always been fair and honest when it comes to business. We definitely won't lower the price." Ling Yinchin said lightly, "I've heard of Ice Heart Pavilion's name a long time ago, otherwise I wouldn't have sold it to you." As they spoke, the two quickly exchanged the goods. Yang Kai quietly took a look and found that in addition to some source crystals, Fan Xen also gave Ling Yinchin some spirit pills. After receiving the goods, Fan Xen was very happy and her attitude became more enthusiastic. "Little brother, if you have anything else to sell in the future, don't forget this mistress. The price is negotiable." Yang Kai nodded. "No problem." "Let's go," Ling Yinchin called out and led Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun forward. After walking out of the noisy dock, the three of them stopped. They stood in place and waited for the others to arrive. About an incense stick worth of time later, the dozen or so crew members had all returned, and all of them were beaming with joy. Obviously, their harvest was not small. What they had just sold was only a small part of the harvest from this trip. There was still a lot more that they hadn't taken out yet. The 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral were too large and would have to be sold in batches, so it was obviously not suitable for them to be traded at the dock. Ling Yinchin planned to wait until they returned to Clear Sky City before making a decision. Just the harvest from this trip alone was enough for them to not have to worry about food and water for the next 3 years, and they could even move to a better place to live. After walking for a short while, a huge city appeared in front of them. The city gate was also huge, like the open mouth of a beast, waiting to devour its prey. The top of the city gate was engraved with 3 large words, "Heaven Connect City." At the city gate, with the cultivator's protection, passers-by had to pay a low-grade origin crystal or something of equivalent value before they could enter. Seeing this, Kai Yang frowned. Source crystals were extremely precious in this solitary void-sealed world. He thought that as long as he had an identity token, he would be able to enter and exit this place at will, but he didn't expect that he still had to pay source crystals. This low-rank source crystal was nothing to him. However, for those poor cultivator who had lived here for a long time, it was tantamount to a considerable fortune. There weren't many people in front of the city gate. Other than the cultivator who had just returned from the dock and was lining up to enter the city, no one had left the city. It was obvious that the cultivator in Clear Sky City was unwilling to spend a single source crystal to enter and exit the city at will. They would only do so when they needed to go out to sea or when they had to leave the city. Ling Yinchin's group of a dozen or so people easily entered the city after paying a dozen or so source crystals and verifying everyone's identity tokens. Yang Kai was originally a little worried that his identity as a newcomer would be exposed. But seeing how simple things were, he knew that he was overthinking things. After entering the city, it was a lively scene. There were many cultivator shops in the city, and there were many shops on both sides of the street. There was an endless stream of cultivator shops. However, he soon noticed something different. Many cultivator were sitting cross-legged on both sides of the street, staring blankly ahead with blank expressions. There were many of these cultivator, and regardless of their cultivation, their auras were extremely weak, as if they hadn't cultivated for a long time. They just sat there, motionless. Not only that, there were also many people dressed as beggars on the street, constantly begging and bowing, but with little to show for it. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't expect that the seemingly bustling Clear Sky City would be so bleak on the inside. These are all pitiful people. Ling Yinchin sighed. Without cultivation resources, their cultivation is declining day by day, and they don't have the ability to go out to sea to find things. Other than begging, they can only wait for death. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai understood why the streets were like this. Just entering the city and seeing this, who knew how many people were waiting for death in Clear Sky City? Is there really no way to leave this place? Yang Kai asked. Ling Yinchin shook her head. I've never heard of anyone successfully leaving this place. While the two were talking, an angry shout suddenly came from not far away. Little thief, how dare you steal from me? The shout was followed by a commotion in the crowd not far away, with occasional sounds of fighting. Yang Kai released his divine sense and immediately found out what was happening. It seemed that a cultivator had been robbed, and the cultivator who was robbed had a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, while the person who robbed him was only a second-order Origin King. Not only was his cultivation much weaker than the other party, but his aura was so weak that he might not even be able to display the power of a first-order Origin King. This kind of suicidal behavior was absolutely impossible outside, but it seemed to be normal in Clear Sky City. With 2 bangs, the robber was killed on the spot and his space ring was taken back. The cultivator from the first-order Dao Source Realm was about to say something, but suddenly, countless people with blank expressions swarmed over from both sides of the street. These people's originally empty eyes were now red as they stared at the cultivator's space ring and fought over it. Even if the owner of the space ring was from the first-order Dao Source Realm, 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. Although he killed several people, no one retreated and was soon overwhelmed by the crowd. Asterisk schwa schwa. Asterisk just as these people were fighting fiercely, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky. These 2 people were full of imposing auras. They were dressed in black robes, and their faces were full of ridicule as they watched the fight in front of them. However, they had no intention of stopping it. They are from Clear Sky City's law enforcement team, Jiao Yi explained softly to Yang Kai. They don't care. Yang Kai asked in surprise. Since they were from the law enforcement team, they naturally had to maintain the peace of the city, so why were they doing nothing when a fight was happening right in front of them? Jiao Yi sneered, "You'll know when you see." Asterisk ping ping asterisk. 2 more robbers were sent flying by the owner of the ring, but this person seemed to be a little exhausted. Although his situation was better than those who were waiting for death or begging, his cultivation had dropped drastically after coming to Clear Sky Island. He couldn't exert the strength of a Dao Source Realm cultivator at all. At this moment, he was covered in wounds and exhausted. When he raised his head, he happened to see the 2 law enforcers in black robes. He hurriedly shouted, "Your Excellencies, help me. These people are lawless. They actually robbed in broad daylight. Please uphold justice." The two law enforcers didn't move after hearing this and just watched coldly. The owner of the ring shouted again, "Master, please help. This one is willing to give you half of the things in the space ring as a reward." One of the law enforcers heard this and sneered, "Only half?" The owner of the ring gritted his teeth and said with a bitter face, "I'll give it all to you, master." He knew that if he didn't get help soon, he would really be killed by these lawless people. Compared to his own life, what else was worth? The two law enforcers walked forward lazily, and the one who spoke earlier snorted, "Since you're so sensible, we'll help you." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them attacked together. They were extremely ruthless, and as their energy surged, they directly blasted the robbers away. There were countless casualties in the air, and the air was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood. As soon as the two of them attacked, the surrounding cultivator instantly fell silent. The robbers who were lucky enough to survive immediately scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to stay any longer. Only the cultivator who had been robbed was left on the ground, lying there with blood all over his body. He looked extremely miserable. The law enforcers walked over, stretched out their hands, and sucked the space ring into their palms. After checking it with their divine sense, they frowned and said in disdain, "Poor bastard. That's all you have." After saying that, they even spat at the cultivator in disdain and swaggered away. "This person can only wait for death in the future," Jianghu sighed. The cultivator who had been robbed probably didn't have much to begin with, and now that he had lost his space ring, unless he could find a fleet to follow them out to sea as soon as possible, he would definitely end up like the robbers, sitting here and waiting for death. "It's so chaotic here." Yang Kai's face darkened. Ling Yinchin said, "When you're at the end of your rope, you can do anything." These people were also forced into a corner. Yang Kai was silent, knowing that Ling Yinchin had a point. Those robbers were already waiting for death, so what else in this world could they be afraid of? However, what made Yang Kai feel a little incredulous was that the law enforcers of Clear Sky City were also so dirty. To put it nicely, what happened just now was hitting someone while they were down, forcing them to repay their kindness, but to put it bluntly, it was robbery. From the looks of it, Clear Sky City was a place without law, and it was hard for Ling Yinchin and the others to live here for so long. This is the outer city district, so it's relatively chaotic. The inner city district is safer, so this kind of thing won't happen, Ling Yinchin explained. "Then, are you living in the outer city or the inner city?" Yang Kai asked. Jianghu replied, "The outer city, but we can move to the inner city in a few days." Their harvest this time was not small, enough to rent a good cave house in the inner city. Although the inner city's expenses were generally more expensive, it was safer, so some of the costs were still worth it. Ling Yinchin said, "Brother Yang, you've just arrived, so it's best to rent a cave house to live in first and slowly familiarize yourself with this place." "I was planning to do the same." Yang Kai nodded. He didn't know how long he would have to stay on Clear Sky Island, so he had to find a place to stay. Chapter 2378. This should be the place to rent a secluded home, right? Yang Kai stood in front of a large hall at the junction of the outer city and inner city, looking up before calling out to Lu Xianyun and walking in. The reason he was able to find this place so quickly was naturally thanks to Ling Yinchin and the others' guidance. Originally, Jianghu wanted to accompany him personally, but Yang Kai politely declined. Jianghu and the others had been out at sea for so long, so they definitely had their own matters to attend to. Moreover, it was just renting a secluded home, so it wasn't anything troublesome. Yang Kai believed that he could handle it himself. Before parting, Jianghu gave Yang Kai a communication bead and told him to call if he needed help. There were not many cultivators coming and going in this hall, but there were also quite a few of them. When Yang Kai arrived, there were already a few people waiting in front of him. They all seemed to be here to rent secluded homes. He stood to the side and watched silently for a while, quickly understanding the procedures. Half an hour later, when it was his turn, he walked up directly, threw a bag of source crystals on the table, and said to the cultivator in charge, "I want to rent a medium-sized secluded home for a year." "Outer city or inner city?" The cultivator glanced up at Yang Kai and asked lightly. Yang Kai coldly snorted, If it was an outer city secluded home, would I give you so many source crystals? Do you think I'm an idiot? The person in charge was not angry and just grinned. He picked up the bag of source crystals and weighed it in his hand before putting it away. He pointed to the sand table beside him and said, "Choose for yourself." This sand table looked like a model of the entire Clear Sky City, except that it was countless times smaller. But every building was lifelike. There were two large areas of territory that were secluded homes. One of them was in the outer city and was relatively cheap, while the other was in the inner city and was relatively more expensive to rent. Most of the secluded homes had small flags outside, indicating that the secluded home had been rented out. Only a few secluded homes were still empty. Yang Kai was just looking for a place to stay, so he did not have many requirements for the quality of the spirit purifying array or the amount of world energy in the secluded home. So, he just glanced at the sand table and pointed to a secluded home, this one. The person in charge glanced over and tossed a token towards Yang Kai, not even bothering to raise his head as he said, "This is a restriction token, keep it for yourself. You are not allowed to sublet it or replace the spirit purifying array at will. If you are found to have done so, you will be killed without mercy." Yang Kai caught the token. After a brief inspection, he put it away and left with Lu Xianyun. Another half an hour later, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun arrived in front of the secluded home. The secluded home in the inner city was located in a mountain range on the island. Many secluded homes of various sizes were built on this mountain range, and the overall environment was quite good. The world energy of the solitary void sealed world. The world energy here was extremely rich. However, this world energy was mixed with infinite disruption force, so a cultivator could not absorb it at will. They could only absorb it after arranging a spirit purifying array. Depending on the quality of the spirit purifying array, the efficiency of a cultivator's cultivation varied greatly. But generally speaking, even with the highest grade spirit purifying array, a cultivator could only barely keep their cultivation from weakening while cultivating in this damned place. They could not improve at all. The medium-sized secluded home Yang Kai rented was naturally equipped with an intermediate-grade spirit purifying array. He and Lu Xianyun entered the secluded home to investigate. They found that the secluded home was fairly large, with 3 rooms, one for alchemy, one for artifact refining, and even a living room. Compared to the secluded home Yang Kai rented in Maplewood City, this was undoubtedly much better, but the price was about the same. Source crystals were extremely precious in the solitary void-sealed world, so the same price represented a different value. Source crystals of the same level were naturally more valuable in the solitary void-sealed world. "Junior sister, find a room for yourself," Yang Kai said to Lu Xianyun. "What about you?" Lu Xianyun asked. "I'm going to familiarize myself with the environment and find that artifact refining grandmaster to repair Ling Yinchin's spirit purifying array." Lu Xianyun said, "Brother, you must be careful. I know. If you have nothing else to do, you can strengthen the various barriers in the secluded home. We may have to stay here for quite a while. Come back early," Lu Xianyun said softly. Lu Xianyun whispered softly, blushing after saying this because she suddenly felt that she and Yang Kai were like a married couple living together. Before the husband left home, the wife would be worried about him, and wouldn't she be in the role of the wife? Thinking of this, her cheeks immediately became hot, but when she raised her head again, Kai Yang had already disappeared. After making several turns on the streets of Clear Sky City and asking for directions several times, Yang Kai finally arrived in front of a small alley. He turned his head and looked around with a strange expression on his face, muttering to himself, "He didn't walk, did he? Would that artifact refining grandmaster live here?" When he separated from Jiao Yi and the others earlier, Jiao Yi gave him a communication bead and secretly sent him a message, telling Yang Kai that if he really wanted to repair Ling Yinchin's high-grade spirit purifying array, he should go to the inner city to find Grandmaster Sangda. On the entire Clear Sky Island, Grandmaster Sangda was the best artifact refiner. It was said that he had already faintly touched upon the mysteries of being an emperor artifact refiner. At least 80% of the high-grade spirit purifying arrays on Clear Sky Island were refined by Grandmaster Sangda. Since this person could refine a high-grade spirit purifying array, it shouldn't be a problem for him to repair it. Jiao Yi also knew the importance of the high-grade spirit purifying array to Ling Yinchin, so he secretly gave Yang Kai some pointers. He also hoped that the spirit purifying array could be repaired. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with Clear Sky City, but Grandmaster Sangda's reputation was great, so he just asked a few people on the way here before coming here. It was just that he couldn't believe that a guy who was about to become an emperor artifact refiner would actually live in a corner like this. But then he remembered that some masters had strange temperaments and always acted unexpectedly, so he wasn't surprised. He walked straight to the end of the alley and came to a large door. The door was open, and Yang Kai glanced inside and found a spacious courtyard. The courtyard was empty and spotless. There was a guy dressed like a boy sweeping the floor outside with a broom. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Little brother, please." The boy seemed to be deaf and didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai at all. He only cared about sweeping the floor as if there was a stunning beauty lying there. Yang Kai coughed dryly and asked, "Excuse me, is this the place where Grandmaster Sangda cultivates?" Only then did the boy raise his head and say impatiently, "Since you've already found this place, what's the point of asking?" Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that he had found the right place and hurriedly said, "Is Grandmaster free right now? I have something I need Grandmaster's help to repair. I don't know." "Who are you? Don't you know the rules?" "Rules? What rules?" Yang Kai looked confused. The boy looked Yang Kai up and down and sneered, "You didn't even inquire about the rules before coming here. You're really interesting. You want to see Grandmaster like this? Maybe in your next life." Yang Kai humbly asked for guidance. "Please give me a few pointers, little brother." The boy raised his head and looked at the sky, holding the broom in his hand as he stood there, twirling it between his fingers. This boy wanted something good. As soon as Yang Kai saw this boy's posture, he knew that he had done this kind of thing many times before. No wonder people said that the King of Hell was easy to meet but the little demons were difficult to deal with. This boy was an out-and-out little demon. Yang Kai suppressed the displeasure in his heart, took out a cloth bag from his space ring, and handed it to the other party, asking, "Can you speak now?" The boy weighed the cloth bag in his hand before smiling with satisfaction and pointing condescendingly at Yang Kai. "Grandmaster's time is precious. How could he have so much free time to bother with you people? However, Grandmaster is a kind and benevolent man. Seeing that you are trapped on Clear Sky Island and that life is not easy, he deliberately squeezed out some time to help you refine artifacts." Yang Kai curled his lips fiercely when he heard this. This boy spoke as if he wasn't trapped on Clear Sky Island. How shameless. "You remember." The boy's face was solemn as he quickly said, "Every month, Grandmaster will only open his door 3 times, and he will have 3 chances to help you refine artifacts. If you want to ask Grandmaster for help, it will depend on your own luck. Of course, in addition to these 3 times, Grandmaster will occasionally make an exception and open his door when he is in a good mood. Every time he opens his door, he will only refine artifacts for the first 10 people. If you are late, you won't get a chance." 3 chances and 10 people each time? Yang Kai frowned, thinking that this Grandmaster Sangda was quite arrogant, setting so many strange rules. However, Yang Kai understood why there was no one here today. Obviously, it was not time to open the door yet, or perhaps it had already been opened. "You're worth teaching, that's how it is." The boy smiled and nodded. "How old are you, little boy? How dare you talk to Master like this?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he reached out and knocked the boy. The boy's head shrank back, but he did not dodge. His cultivation was not high, only at the origin returning realm, so how could he avoid Yang Kai's blow? You dare hit me?" The boy took a few steps back, covering his head with his hands as he screamed. His eyes were red and he looked very angry. "Hitting you is already going easy on you. If you dare to be so disrespectful again, I'll really beat you up." The boy seemed to be frightened. He worked for Grandmaster Sangda, and everyone who came here was polite to him, not daring to offend him in the slightest. This was the first time he had met someone who dared to teach him a lesson. Frightened, he turned his head and glanced at the courtyard, as if expecting Grandmaster Sangda to stand up for him, but there was no movement from inside. What are you looking at? At such a young age, you already know how to intimidate others. What will you do when you grow up? I'm asking you a question, answer honestly. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The boy looked unhappy, but he did not say anything. How many times has Grandmaster opened the door this month? Yang Kai asked. The boy snorted. When will the next time be? How would I know? Grandmaster opens the door at random. He will refine artifacts for you whenever he is in a good mood. Just you wait. Chapter 2379. You want to find a Grandmaster to refine an artifact, but you won't have the chance today. The boy snorted, but you're lucky to have met this boy. If you don't mind, you might as well take out the materials and I'll refine it for you. You're also an artifact refiner? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. The boy raised his head and puffed out his chest, flicking his hair in a carefree and unrestrained manner as he said proudly, "What's so difficult about artifact refining? This boy is talented and has been under the Grandmaster's tutelage for so long, so it's definitely not a problem for me to help you, but as for the reward..." Kai Yang's mouth twitched and without looking back he left. This boy was just an origin returning realm cultivator, so even if he was an artifact refiner, how good could he be? He was looking for Grandmaster Sangda to repair the high-grade spirit purifying array, and repairing it was even more difficult than refining it. He was sure this boy didn't have the ability to do so. Don't go. Are you looking down on me? Let me tell you, this boy is a saint-grade artifact refiner. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another one. Don't regret it. The boy stomped his feet behind him, as if he was deeply humiliated by Yang Kai. For the next few days, Yang Kai went to Grandmaster Sangda's place every day. According to the boy, Grandmaster Sangda had already opened the door twice this month, so there was only one last chance left. However, he didn't know the exact time, so Yang Kai could only try his luck. Unfortunately, after a few days, Yang Kai still had no results. However, after walking around the streets these days, Yang Kai had gained a better understanding of the situation in Clear Sky City and the local customs here. There were only a few days left this month, so Yang Kai was afraid that he would miss the opening time of the Grandmaster if he was late, or if he wasn't able to squeeze into the top 10 spots. So, instead of running around, he went directly to the Grandmaster's residence and squatted down. He thought that he had arrived early enough and would definitely occupy a good spot, but when he really arrived, Yang Kai realized that he was wrong. In front of Grandmaster Sangda's residence, there were already many cultivators waiting in line. Kai Yang stared blankly. However, after thinking about it carefully, he knew that these people must have the same thoughts as him. He felt that there was not much time left in this month, but the master still had one last chance to open the door, so he came here in advance to wait. He counted carefully and found that there were 9 people in total. In other words, including himself, there were 10 people in total. At that moment, he didn't say anything and silently went to stand at the end of the line. That boy seemed to be a little crazy in front of people. After seeing so many people, he tried his best to promote himself, bragging about his abilities, hoping that the cultivator would give him the materials and let him refine the equipment. However, the cultivator who lived here obviously knew the ability of this boy. When a bucket of water was not full, half a bucket of water would sway. Everyone remained silent in the face of the boy's endless chatter. No matter what he said, she didn't pay any attention to him. The boy seemed a little annoyed. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "If you have time to blabber here, why don't you go look for materials and practice? You look like you've been with the master for a long time. Didn't the master teach you to take things one step at a time and to avoid biting off more than you can chew?" The boy muttered, "You don't have to talk so much. Stand there obediently." However, after being lectured by Yang Kai, he was too embarrassed to continue pestering the cultivator. He turned around and went into the house, closing the door. Out of sight, out of mind. The cultivator who came here had to wait for Grandmaster Sangda to open the door. Those who requested to refine equipment were not familiar with each other, so no one chatted. Those who were bored waiting directly sat down cross-legged and meditated. No one dared to be presumptuous in front of the master's door, so naturally, they were not afraid of being found trouble with others. As time passed, more and more people came here. However, when these cultivator who came later saw that there were already 10 people waiting here, most of them shook their heads in disappointment and turned to leave. They knew Grandmaster Sangda's rules and naturally understood that it was useless to stay and wait, so they could only wait for the next opportunity. However, some people were already prepared. They took out source crystals and wanted to buy spots from the 10 people, including Yang Kai, but very few succeeded. Only 2 people readily made deals. These people who wanted to buy spots with source crystals naturally came to him, but how could Yang Kai lack source crystals? Naturally, he shook his head and refused. After waiting for 2 days, the door in front suddenly opened and the boy walked out with his head held high. He pretended to cough dryly and said in a clear voice, "The 3rd refining of this month will now begin. Friends in the top 10, please follow me in." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this and stood up one after another. After waiting for so long, the master finally opened the door for the 3rd time. These people felt that it was worth it because Grandmaster Sangda rarely failed when refining equipment. Although the fee was a little expensive, he was indeed very skilled. As long as he made a request, the master would be able to satisfy it. It's better to come at the right time than early. A burst of laughter suddenly rang out, followed by a figure shooting out from behind, rushing into the crowd in an extremely overbearing manner, squeezing into a spot. The powerful aura stirred up a gust of wind, causing everyone to frown slightly, showing displeasure on their faces. However, after checking the cultivation of the person who had come, this displeasure turned into fear. Because this person was a master from the 3rd order Dao source realm. Among the 10 people waiting here, except for Yang Kai, who was a 3rd order Dao source realm cultivator, there was only one woman who was a 3rd order Dao source realm cultivator. The others were all 1st or 2nd order Dao source realm cultivators, so they naturally did not dare to offend him. This person was dressed in a purple robe and was extremely conspicuous. He had an imposing appearance, but there was a strong sense of superiority in his eyes, as if no one in this world could enter his eyes. After he arrogantly landed and occupied a spot, Yang Kai, who was originally at the end of the line, inexplicably became the 11th person. Grandmaster Sangda only opened the door for 10 people at a time. Now that he was standing at the 11th place, didn't that mean that he was not even qualified to enter and had waited for several days in vain? Yang Kai was unhappy and looked at the boy. "Little boy, are you not going to do anything about this?" "What? I didn't see anything." The boy raised his head, his eyes rolling to the top of his head. A few days ago, Yang Kai knocked him on the head, so he obviously still held a grudge. Seeing Yang Kai's last spot being squeezed out, he was secretly happy, so how could he help Yang Kai? Yang Kai's face darkened. "Are you blind? Didn't you see this person cutting the line?" The boy angrily retorted, "My eyes are fine. You're the one who's blind." Yang Kai sneered, "How can you be so overbearing in front of the Grandmaster's door? Is there any reason to speak of?" "Reason?" The cultivator who had occupied the spot sneered, "This king is the reason here. You want to reason with me? Then I'll reason with you. You said that I cut the line, but who saw it? Whoever saw it can stand up and tell me loudly. Yu Luping will immediately give up this spot." While speaking, he turned his head and looked around. The other 9 people were silent, not saying a word. They seemed to be extremely afraid of this guy called Yu Luping. "I saw it." Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Yu Luping coldly snorted, "Don't deliberately look for trouble since you came late. If you dare to slander this king like this again, do you believe that I won't gouge out your eyes? You can try." Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. This guy called Yu Luping was simply too shameless. He had clearly come late and cut the line, but now he was a thief crying thief. Yang Kai had never seen such a thick-skinned person. "Brat, you're courting death." Yu Luping obviously had a fiery temper. He didn't think that Yang Kai would dare to chatter with him about this matter. In his anger, he took a step and directly turned his hand into a claw, grabbing at Yang Kai. Before the attack arrived, a strong gust of wind blew against Yang Kai's face. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he really wanted to gouge out Yang Kai's eyes. He didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. A few of the weaker cultivators were pushed by his aura. Their expressions changed greatly, and they fell back one after another. Yang Kai stood in place and didn't move. Instead, he coldly looked at the boy and said, "You don't care about fighting in front of the Grandmaster's door?" The boy snorted, "You solve your own problems." "Good to hear you say that." Yang Kai coldly snorted and raised his eyes to look at Yu Luping. Yu Luping, who was originally aggressive, suddenly had a very bad feeling when he was stared at by Yang Kai like this. His whole body emitted a cold aura, but then he remembered that he was from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. On Clear Sky Island, besides a few Master Realm cultivators who could make him feel fear, who else could be his opponent? So, after a slight hesitation, his moves became even more ruthless. Yang Kai raised his hand and threw a punch forward. Majestic Source Qi suddenly erupted like a dormant volcano. The power was so strong that everyone was shocked. Yu Luping's big hand grabbed Yang Kai's fist, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to crush Yang Kai's hand, he was shocked to find that a tsunami-like force was rushing towards him. This force was so strong that even with his Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivation, he was unable to resist it. The Source Qi protecting his body was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, quickly melting away, and he was forced to retreat. The force followed his palm and rushed all the way to his arm. Wherever it passed, his clothes exploded, his flesh and blood splattered, and his muscles and bones were separated. Hong. The aggressive Yu Luping seemed to have been hit by a mountain. He was sent flying like lightning, directly crashing into the corner of the wall. A large mouthful of blood spurted out. Yu Luping's arrogant aura suddenly withered, and his face turned pale. "My hand!" In the next moment, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Looking over, the arm he had used to hit Yang Kai had been broken inch by inch, and blood was dripping from it. White bones protruded from his flesh and blood, making for a shocking sight. The boy was instantly stunned, and the other 9 people were also shocked. They all looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of horror. Before Yang Kai made a move, he looked harmless, and even wanted the boy to uphold justice for him. But now that he had made a move, he was actually so cruel and ruthless. With just a single punch, he had crippled the Third Order Dao Source Realm's Yu Luping's arm. This guy, could he be a master from the Emperor Realm who had hidden his cultivation and was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? This thought appeared in everyone's mind, and the boy was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 2380. You actually dared to cripple my arm. Even now, Yu Luping still couldn't accept the fact that his arm was crippled. He glared at Yang Kai with resentment and shouted with all his might. His face was almost completely distorted by the pain. "Get lost!" Yang Kai shouted sternly. A mere Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivator dared to be so arrogant in front of him. It was simply ridiculous. He had been in a bad mood these past few days because he had landed in Clear Sky Island. Now that someone had hit the muzzle of his gun, he naturally took the opportunity to vent. Yu Luping seemed to finally realize that Yang Kai wasn't a pushover. He glared at him viciously, covered his injured arm, and ran away dejectedly. In front of the master's door, there was still silence. The other 10 people were emitting cold air and their faces were pale. Hasn't the master already opened the door? How long do we have to wait? Yang Kai saw the boy standing there like a fool and immediately urged him. Come with me, come with me." The boy shrank his neck. He didn't dare to be negligent and quickly led the way. Judging from Yang Kai's hot temper and ruthlessness just now, the boy estimated that if he wasn't Master Sangda's disciple, this guy would probably have attacked him. After all, when this person was being squeezed out of his seat, he didn't say a word for him. Not long after, a group of people entered the inner hall under the guidance of the boy. The boy pointed to a side door and said, "Go in one by one. The master is inside. You all know the rules, so make yourself at home." After he finished speaking, he quickly ran away, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. After he left, The first cultivator in line looked at Yang Kai cautiously. He found that Yang Kai had already found a seat and sat down. Only then did he know that the other party had no intention of snatching his first seat. He couldn't help but feel relieved and quickly walked through the side door to find the master. The other 8 people who came to find Master Sangda also found a place to sit down, but they were more or less afraid of Yang Kai, so they were relatively far away from his seat. It seemed that Yang Kai dominated the area while the others crowded together. Yang Kai didn't care at all. He closed his eyes and rested. That Yu Lu Ping's background is somewhat unusual. Brother, you have to be careful. A gentle voice suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ears. It sounded like a reminder. Yang Kai opened his eyes and glanced around. Then, he fixed his gaze on the young woman who was dressed elegantly. Among the 10 people who came here to seek artifact refining from the Grandmaster, only 2 were from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Other than Yang Kai and this young woman, the others were all First or Second Order Dao Source realm cultivators. Although this young woman was dressed ordinarily, it was difficult to conceal her heavenly fragrance. Previously, Yang Kai had also glanced at her, but he did not pay much attention to her. He did not expect her to send him a sound transmission at this moment. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the young woman just nodded slightly and then shifted her gaze away. In this inner hall, Yang Kai and her cultivation were the highest. His divine will was also the strongest. So, she didn't have to worry about being discovered by others. However, she was acting so sneakily because she didn't want to cause trouble for him. Many thanks for this junior sister's reminder. I will remember it, Yang Kai replied. Seeing that his expression seemed to be a little disapproving, the young woman said again, Brother, you must not be careless. That Yu Lu Ping is from the City Lord's mansion. Relying on the protection of the City Lord's master, he has always been domineering and arrogant in Clear Sky City. He never puts others in his eyes. You made him suffer such a big loss this time. He will definitely not let it go. If he wants to die, I don't mind helping him. Hearing Yang Kai's understatement, the young woman suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, You must not. If you really kill him, there will be no place for you on Clear Sky Island. Yang Kai grinned and said, The tree wants to be still but the wind won't stop. What can I do? Hearing this, the young woman sighed slightly, knowing that Yang Kai was right. Today, even if Yang Kai showed mercy and let Yu Lu Ping off, with Yu Lu Ping's usual style, he definitely wouldn't swallow his anger. When the time came, Yang Kai would either be captured without a fight or resist. Looking at him, Yu Lu Ping was the kind of person who would swallow his anger. Many thanks, junior sister, Yang Kai thanked her lightly. Although this young woman didn't help him much, she still secretly reminded him. It could be considered her kindness. The young woman no longer spoke, but when she occasionally glanced at Yang Kai, her eyes were full of pity and sympathy, as if she could foresee Yang Kai's tragic future. The inner hall was still quiet, and no one had any intention of talking to each other. The people who came here were all waiting for Grandmaster Sangda to refine artifacts, so at this moment, they were all burning with impatience, so how could they be in the mood to chat? About half an hour later, the first cultivator to walk through the side door suddenly came out. Everyone looked towards him and saw that this person's face was filled with joy, as if he had encountered something good. After coming out, he didn't say a word and directly left. The second cultivator quickly stood up and walked towards the side door. Just like that, it was evening before the other 9 left one after another. When each of them came out, they all had different expressions. Some were happy, some were serious, but none of them looked sad. Yang Kai observed them carefully and knew that Grandmaster Sangda's reputation really did have some real skills. The artifact refinement he helped the other 9 people was probably a success, without a single failure. It was rumored that Grandmaster Sangda had vaguely glimpsed the mysteries of Emperor artifact refinement, so it was likely not false. When the 9th person came out of the side door, Yang Kai stood up and walked in. As soon as he entered the side door, it was dark inside, without any light. But in front of him, there was a light coming from the exit. Following the light, Kai Yang walked forward, and not long after, he arrived in a warm environment. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that this was a secret room with flames constantly jumping around. A huge artifact refining furnace was placed in the middle of this secret room, and next to this artifact refining furnace, a figure was sitting cross-legged. As the flames jumped around, this figure flickered and flickered, making for a very strange sight. Although the light was not good, Yang Kai could still see Grandmaster Sangda's face at a glance. To his surprise, this Grandmaster looked like an ordinary old man. There was nothing unusual about him, but Yang Kai could still vaguely feel that this old man was not to be trifled with. Sitting there, he was like a dormant volcano, hiding a huge amount of energy in his body. In addition to being a good artifact refiner, this old man's strength was definitely not low. "Greetings, Grandmaster." Yang Kai cupped his fists towards him. "Sit." Sangda raised his eyes and pointed to a futon in front of him. Kai Yang took the opportunity to sit down. "What do you want to refine? Take out the materials and tell me what you want," Sangda said. Yang Kai hurriedly took out the high-grade spirit purifying array and handed it to Sangda. "I would like to ask Grandmaster to repair this array base and flag." Sangda took it and carefully examined it for a while before nodding. "This array was made by this old master, so it won't be difficult to repair." Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. He had guessed that this advanced spirit purifying array was made by Sangda, and now it seemed that he was right. Since Sangda could refine it, there should be no problem in repairing it. Yang Kai said, "I don't know what materials are needed, so I didn't prepare anything. If Grandmaster has suitable materials, I can buy them. Source crystals won't be a problem." Sangda reached out and patted the artifact refining furnace, causing the lid to fly up immediately. He directly threw the array base and the array flag inside before looking at Yang Kai indifferently. "Do I look like someone who lacks source crystals?" Yang Kai didn't know what he meant by this question and didn't know how to respond for a while. "I don't want source crystals." Sangda continued. "Then what does Grandmaster want?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, "You didn't even ask before throwing my high-grade spirit purifying array into the artifact refining furnace, then telling me that you don't want source crystals. Isn't this just asking for too much? What if I can't afford the reward you want? Do you still want this advanced spirit purifying array?" If this spirit purifying array was his own, it wouldn't matter, but it was Ling Yinqin's and had great symbolic significance to her. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have gone through so much trouble and could have just bought a new set at a high price and returned it to her. It was precisely because this spirit purifying array represented Ling Yinqin's longing for her partner that Yang Kai went to great lengths to find Sangda to repair it. "That depends on what you can give me," Sangda said indifferently. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. "If you want my life, do you think I'll give it to you?" Sure enough, if the upper beam isn't straight, the lower beam will be crooked. That boy's behavior was unacceptable, and this Sangda was the same. It seemed that the name wasn't wrong. Sangda. Yang Kai suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and said in a deep voice, "What does Grandmaster want? If I can do it, I'll do my best." In other words, if he couldn't do it, then he wouldn't do it. Sangda smiled slightly, but his smile was a little strange. Just as Yang Kai was concentrating and preparing to listen, a pure and surging spiritual energy suddenly came from Sangda's side, converging into the shape of a spear and stabbing straight towards his knowledge sea. Although Yang Kai was ambushed, his reaction wasn't slow and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to meet the attack head-on. Kong. With a silent collision, both Yang Kai and Sangda shook slightly. Sangda's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. His originally indifferent eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying light as he stared at Yang Kai with a murderous gaze, as if he had discovered some kind of treasure. Yang Kai, on the other hand, suddenly stood up. He had been ambushed in a hurry just now and hadn't used his full spiritual energy. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but he was afraid of hurting Sangda. If Sangda's soul was seriously damaged, then there would be no one to repair the spirit purifying array for him. However, Sangda had attacked him without saying a word, which made Yang Kai extremely angry. He secretly decided that if this old man didn't give him a satisfactory explanation, he would put a knife to his neck and force him to repair the spirit purifying array. Chapter 2381. What are you doing? Yang Kai looked at Sangda coldly and asked in a cold voice. Don't be nervous, little brother. Sangda, however, did not have the slightest awareness of being a sneak attacker. He looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, this old master was just doing a little test on you. I mean you no harm. Are you kidding me? What kind of test requires a sneak attack, and a soul attack at that? Yang Kai was annoyed. If it were someone else whose soul power was not as good as his, they would be lying on the ground crying for their parents by now. If one's soul was injured, it would not be a small injury. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad impression of Sangda. Because what this old master does requires the use of soul power. If it weren't for the fact that I saw little brother easily deal with a cultivator of the same level outside the door, this old master would not have bothered to test you. Yang Kai coldly snorted, so it's my honor? And from the meaning of his words, he seemed to know about the fight between him and Yu Lu Ping outside. Little brother, calm down and listen to this old master slowly. Sangda reached out and comforted him. Yang Kai stared at him fiercely for a while, feeling a little helpless. Now that he was the one asking for help, even if he was dissatisfied with Sangda's approach, he had to wait until he repaired the spirit-purifying array first. Seeing Yang Kai sit down, Sangda put on a smile and said, this old master wants to ask little brother, how long have you been trapped in this damn place? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this old man wouldn't have noticed something, right? Did he know that he was new here? But he just said that he did not lack source crystals, so there was no reason for him to attack him. Distracting thoughts flashed through his mind. He said calmly, why are you asking this? Sangda smiled. It's fine if little brother doesn't want to say it, but this old master has been trapped here for 900 years. Yang Kai sneered in his heart, thinking that it would be better if you were trapped until you died. Sangda sighed. 900 years ago, this old master was in the third order Dao source realm, and 900 years later, this old master is still in the third order Dao source realm. It's my artifact refining skills that have improved. But so what if he knew how to refine artifacts? He still couldn't leave. If we can't leave this place, we won't be able to break out of the Emperor realm. We'll die here sooner or later. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He didn't know why he was saying all this, but he didn't say a word. He restrained himself and listened attentively. No matter how long you've been trapped, little brother, this old man only has one question. Sangda's expression suddenly turned serious, his eyes bursting with light. Do you want to leave this place? Yang Kai was shocked. He stared at Sangda and asked, you have a way to leave? Sangda smiled slightly. Instead of answering, he asked, do you have any? He. This answer made Yang Kai very angry. He couldn't wait to capture Sangda now and use the soul-searching technique to see what was in his head. He had originally planned to stay here for a while before slowly looking for a way to leave this place. But today, he heard some clues from Sangda. How could Yang Kai not be tempted? He pondered for a while and said, Great Master, let's not beat around the bush. You said you have a way to leave, but I don't believe you. Several people from the Emperor realm on this island are trapped. If there is a way to leave, can't they leave? They are them, and this old man is this old man. Don't confuse them. Sangda curled his lips. He said proudly, What's more, this old man has a way to leave. Even if the people from the Emperor realm know about it, they won't be able to leave. Yang Kai frowned and said, Since even people from the Emperor realm can't leave, how can you do it? That's my problem. Sangda snorted and said impatiently, This old man came to find you. Consider it your opportunity. Whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your own ability. This Sangda seemed to be a little temperamental. Yang Kai was sure that if he refused, he would definitely kill him to silence him. Although this old man was an artifact refiner, according to him, he had been in the third order Dao source realm for 900 years. This artifact refiner's level was raised on Clear Sky Island, so he was definitely not weak. Now that he had revealed this information to him, he only had two choices left, either cooperate or be enemies. If this is really an opportunity, I naturally won't miss it, but how do I know if what you're saying is true? Yang Kai said with a look of disbelief, At the very least, you have to tell me where to leave. Sangda smiled and said, Little brother is also a cautious person. This old man likes to cooperate with cautious people. He paused for a moment and said, "The place to leave is on the solitary void sea." Yang Kai curled his lips when he heard this, thinking that this was as good as not saying anything. He had experienced how big the solitary void sea was. Sangda only said that the exit was on the solitary void sea. Who could find it? How could he verify it? Sangda said, "This old man will tell you the truth. This old man is not the only one who knows the location of the exit. There are 2 other people who know it too." Yang Kai raised his brow. The Clear Sky City Lord and the Ice Heart Pavilion Master. Sangda coldly snorted, "These 2 are the 2 most powerful people on Clear Sky Island." Yang Kai was stunned. He thought that Sangda was the only one who knew such secret information, but now it seemed that this was not the case. The Clear Sky City Lord and the Ice Heart Pavilion Master both knew about it. He had heard from Jianghu that the Clear Sky City Lord was originally a 3rd Order Emperor Realm Master, but because he cultivated and survived on Clear Sky Island, he was unable to display his peak strength. Although Yang Kai was not clear about the Ice Heart Pavilion Master, he could imagine that her situation was similar to the Clear Sky City Lord's. In other words, both of them were powerful 3rd Order Emperor Realm Masters, but they were unable to display their full strength. Since they know, why didn't they leave? With their strength, they should be able to go anywhere, right? Yang Kai was puzzled. "You can go anywhere?" Sangda sneered when he heard this. That's not necessarily the case. If they were outside, such powerful cultivators would be able to run amok, but in this solitary void sea, if the 2 of them dared to stay outside for too long, they would be courting death. Their strength can't be replenished? Yang Kai suddenly understood. Exactly. Sangda nodded. Do you know how vast the solitary void sea is? Even if those 2 master exhausted their cultivation, they wouldn't be able to fly to the exit by themselves. Once their strength is exhausted, they won't be able to replenish it in this solitary void-sealed world. No matter how powerful they are, only death awaits them. The solitary void-sealed world was filled with infinite disruption force, making it impossible for any cultivator to absorb world energy to their heart's content. If the sea was calm, it would be fine. At worst, they could just stop and find a place to arrange a spirit-purifying array and use source crystals and pills to slowly recover. Once they had fully recovered, they could move on. However, Yang Kai had traveled all the way from the solitary void sea and knew that there were countless waterspouts in the depths of the sea. The suction force of these waterspouts was extremely strong, making it impossible to find a place to recover in peace. Moreover, the deeper one went, the more waterspouts there would be, and the more terrifying the suction force would be. A 3rd Order Emperor Realm Master might seem powerful, but if they really flew there, they might not be able to resist once they ran out of strength. Hearing this, Yang Kai was already 70 to 80% convinced. Sangda's words made sense, so he had no choice but to believe them. Then where is the exit? Can I see it? Yang Kai suppressed his excitement and asked casually. What a 3rd Order Emperor Realm Master couldn't do didn't necessarily mean that he couldn't. He had the sealed world bead, so if he ran out of strength, he could hide inside the sealed world bead and continue moving forward after he recovered. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether the waterspouts were too powerful. If they were too powerful, he wouldn't be able to get out. However, it was definitely the right choice to show him the location of the exit first. I can't show you this. Sangda refused. Yang Kai quickly said, Grandmaster, that's not very kind of you, is it? You want to cooperate with me, so we have to share information. If you don't show me anything, how can I believe you? Sangda smiled slightly. If you believe it, then it's true. If you don't, then it's not true. He looked like he was going to eat Yang Kai, making Yang Kai gnash his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai asked, I don't understand. What does getting out have to do with Grandmaster looking for me to cooperate? Sangda said, if you want to get out, not only do you need the location of the exit, you also need the tools, right? Don't tell me you want to fly all the way out? Yang Kai frowned slightly. You don't even have the tools to get out? Sangda said, I do, but I need to go get it. It's not with this old master. Moreover, to get that thing, several people need to work together, which is why this old master came to you. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, getting that thing, does it have to do with the strength of one's spiritual energy? Sangda smiled and nodded, that's right. You were able to receive 70% of this old master's spiritual energy in such a hurry, which is commendable. It shows that even if your spiritual energy cultivation is not as good as this old master's, it's not far off. Otherwise, do you think this old master would tell you this? He had a proud look on his face, as if he felt that it was an honor for Yang Kai to receive 70% of his spiritual energy. What he didn't know was that Yang Kai had only used 20% of his spiritual energy just now. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of hurting this old man, Yang Kai would have definitely shown him what true spiritual energy was, lest he become a frog at the bottom of a well and become arrogant. Yang Kai was puzzled. Since that thing is a tool to get out, how can it not be with you? Sangda snorted, that was refined by my master. With this old master's ability, he can't refine that thing for the time being. Yang Kai was shocked. Sangda was said to have peeked into the mysteries of Emperor artifact refinement, but even he couldn't refine it. Didn't this mean that his master was a genuine Emperor artifact refinement master? There was actually an Emperor artifact refinement master in this solitary void-sealed world? And it seemed that no one knew about it. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. Sangda seemed to see Yang Kai's doubts and said, my master doesn't live in Clear Sky City and has never shown his artifact refinement skills in front of outsiders, so no one knows about it. Since it belongs to your master, won't he have any objections to you taking it? Yang Kai asked with a sneer. This Sangda was really not a good person, even coveting his master's things. Yang Kai didn't know which blind master had accepted such a traitorous disciple. If it had been him, he would have cleaned up the sect long ago instead of allowing Sangda to live until now. Chapter 2382. Sangda grinned meaningfully. Master died 5 years ago. What objections could he have? At this point, his face suddenly twisted. Even if that old thing died, he wouldn't hand over that tool to me, so I can only go and get it myself. Yang Kai was stunned. Judging from Sangda's expression, it seemed that he didn't get along well with his master. Who knew what kind of disputes and grievances had happened between the two? This old master has been preparing for this for 5 years and has been looking for a candidate like you. Today, I have finally found you. As long as little brother nods and trusts this old master promises to take you out of this solitary void-sealed world. Sangda looked at Yang Kai excitedly. I don't have the right to choose, do I? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Sangda said indifferently, although this old master doesn't leave his home, he has been refining artifacts on Clear Sky Island for 900 years. He has made many friends and made many people owe him favors. Little brother, you should consider carefully. Although these words sounded vague, Yang Kai wasn't stupid. How could he not understand the threat in the other party's words? He said that he had made many friends and made many people owe him favors. In other words, he could make many people work for him. Once Yang Kai refused, it would be difficult for him to move around Clear Sky City in the future. Many people would definitely make things difficult for him and even want his life. Help me repair the spirit purifying array first. I need to think about it for a while. Yang Kai pointed to the artifact refining furnace. Of course. Sangda smiled slightly and didn't say anything this time. Instead, his expression turned serious and he made a series of hand seals. He ignited the furnace fire. He began to repair the spirit purifying array. Yang Kai sat there cross-legged, his brow furrowed. He seemed to be considering the feasibility of Sangda's proposal, but in fact, he had been paying close attention to the old man's artifact refining to prevent him from doing anything to the spirit purifying array. Sangda was worthy of being an artifact refining grandmaster. He threw various materials into the artifact refining furnace while constantly changing hand seals. As he engraved a spirit array into the furnace, the huge furnace hummed from time to time. Yang Kai himself was an alchemist. Although he had never come into contact with the way of artifact refining, there were many similarities between the two, such as the input of materials, the control of fire, the carving of spirit arrays, and so on. Therefore, although he did not understand much, he knew that Sangde was not being perfunctory. Instead, he was really helping him repair the spirit-purifying array. After a full hour, Sangde suddenly withdrew his hand seals and the flames of the artifact refining furnace gradually began to weaken. After a certain degree, Sangde abruptly sent a few spirit seals towards the artifact refining furnace before suddenly stopping. He reached out and lifted it. The lid of the crafting furnace flew out. Array flags and array bases shot out from the artifact refining furnace and were caught in his hand. Yang Kai looked around and found that this spirit-purifying array had indeed been restored to its original state. Moreover, it seemed to be more spiritually active than when Ling Yinqin first lent it to him. In other words, this spirit-purifying array was definitely better than the previous one. Sangde smiled slightly and said, "The spirit-purifying array that little brother brought to me should be something that this old master refined 50 years ago. In the past 50 years, this old master has comprehended a lot more. Since I have made some progress in the way of artifact refining, I decided to slightly modify this spirit-purifying array. But you can rest assured that this is definitely better than the previous one." While speaking, he did not hold back and directly handed the spirit-purifying array's array flags and array bases to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took them and was not worried that Sangde would tamper with the spirit-purifying array. After a brief inspection, he threw them into his space ring and cupped his fists. "Many thanks, Grandmaster." Sangde asked, "What is little brother's decision?" "I've thought it through," Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Count me in on this matter." Sangde laughed. "Little brother really is a reasonable person. This old master was not wrong about you." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I just want to leave this place. Even if it wasn't Grandmaster, I would have cooperated with anyone else." It's fine. In that case, let's meet in front of the city gate in 3 days." Sangde smiled slightly. "This old master needs to prepare some things and gather the others. When the time comes, little brother, please be on time." "I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai got up and cupped his fists lightly to Sangde. "By the way, how should I address little brother?" Sangde suddenly asked. "Yang Kai." There was no need to hide his name in this place, so Yang Kai directly used his real name. After leaving Sangde's residence, Yang Kai took out the communication bead that Jiao Yi had given him before and contacted him. He found out that they had indeed moved to a secluded home in the inner city district, and it was not far from the secluded home he and Lu Xianyun were living in. Yang Kai agreed to go to their place later and return the repaired spirit-purifying array to Ling Yinqin. After walking a few streets, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked up at a building not far away. The building looked like a loft with 6 floors. It was neither too big nor too small, but to be able to occupy such a place in this bustling area, the owner behind this loft was definitely not simple. In fact, the owner of this loft was not a simple person to begin with. Because this was Ice Heart Pavilion. Yang Kai knew that the pavilion master of Ice Heart Pavilion was an extremely powerful master from the Emperor realm. She was even on the same level as the Clear Sky Island master, but this Ice Heart Pavilion master was different from the Clear Sky Island master. The former seemed to only control a single loft, while the latter controlled the entire Clear Sky Island. When he first came to Clear Sky Island, Ling Yinqin sold her goods to a beautiful woman named Fan Xen, who was from Ice Heart Pavilion. The name Ice Heart Pavilion reminded Yang Kai of many past events. Sangde also mentioned that besides him, the Ice Heart Pavilion master and the Clear Sky Island master also knew the location of the exit. Naturally, it was unrealistic to ask these two for information about the exit. They were third-order Emperor Realm masters, and Yang Kai might not even be able to meet them. Even if he did meet them, it was impossible for him to ask directly. This matter had to be planned slowly. He always felt that Sangde was a little unreliable and might be planning some shady business. As the saying goes, one cannot put all their eggs in one basket. Yang Kai thought that if he were to leave the solitary void-sealed world in the future, he would have to deal with the Ice Heart Pavilion master sooner or later, so he might as well get started now. Outside Ice Heart Pavilion, there was a wooden sign with 2 lines of words engraved on it. Yang Kai took a closer look and realized that it was a sign that Ice Heart Pavilion was hiring an alchemist. Hiring a high-grade spirit alchemist. Generous remuneration. There were only 2 lines of words on the sign, but Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw them. Moreover, the handwriting was elegant and deep, and there was an indescribable charm hidden in them. It seemed to have been written by an extremely powerful master. Just as Yang Kai stopped in front of the wooden sign and looked at it, a beautiful woman suddenly walked out of Ice Heart Pavilion and asked with a smile, "Little brother, are you an alchemist?" He stood motionless in front of the wooden sign, so it was easy for people to associate him with this situation. Yang Kai raised his head when he heard this, and when their eyes met, the beautiful woman said in surprise, "It's you." "So it's senior sister Fan." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. This beautiful woman was none other than Fan Exen, who had purchased Ling Yinchin's goods at the docks. "Why are you calling me senior sister?" Fan Exen glared at Yang Kai and said unhappily, "You're making me sound older. Your cultivation is higher than mine, so you can just call me junior sister." Junior sister Fan. Yang Kai immediately corrected himself. "How should I address you, brother?" Fan Exen asked. Yang Kai quickly reported his name. Fan Exen pursed her lips and smiled, "So it's brother Yang. But are you also an alchemist?" I know a little," Yang Kai said modestly. Fan Exen's beautiful eyes lit up and she eagerly asked, "What grade of alchemist is brother Yang?" "Dao source grade." Yang Kai understated his own abilities. After all, emperor-grade alchemists were rare existences. Sangda was just a Dao source grade high-rank artifact refiner, but he was already highly respected on Clear Sky Island. If he really became an emperor-grade artifact refiner, even the Lord of Clear Sky Island would have to treat him with respect. "What's the highest grade of pill you can refine?" When Fan Exen heard that Yang Kai was a Dao source grade alchemist, she seemed to be even more enthusiastic. She leaned her whole body against Yang Kai, and a fragrant wind blew over, causing ripples in his heart. "Dao source grade mid-rank. I can occasionally refine a high-rank pill, but the chances are not high. Brother Yang, are you willing to come in and test yourself? If you can really refine a Dao source grade mid-rank pill, my Ice Heart Pavilion will definitely hire you." Yang Kai smiled slightly. He came here to find a backer. After all, he was new here and might encounter some trouble in the future. Having a backer would be easier for him to live in Clear Sky City. Secondly, he wanted to meet the master of Ice Heart Pavilion and get acquainted with her. Seeing Yang Kai agree so readily, Fan Exen was overjoyed and quickly led Yang Kai into the pavilion. Yang Kai looked around and found that Ice Heart Pavilion seemed to be a place that sold materials. The goods on the shelves were all kinds of alchemy, artifact refining, and cultivation materials. There were no finished pills or artifacts. And to Yang Kai's surprise, the business of Ice Heart Pavilion didn't seem to be very good. There were only 3 or 5 customers inside, all of them looking around. There were a few women who were dressed very similarly, accompanying the customers and introducing them to the goods. "Does Ice Heart Pavilion only accept women?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. Fan Exen pursed her lips and smiled. "Yes, this is the rule set by the pavilion master." "Then I'm breaking the rule?" Yang Kai raised his brow, thinking that this mysterious Ice Heart Pavilion master was either a pervert or a woman. That was why she set such a rule. Fan Exen said, "It's not the same. We are all master's disciples. If Brother Yang can join Ice Heart Pavilion, it will only be an employment relationship." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He didn't really care. Ice Heart Pavilion only accepted female disciples, so it was naturally impossible for him to be accepted. What's more, Yang Kai wouldn't be willing. Chapter 2383. However, Yang Kai couldn't understand. Ice Heart Pavilion was just a place that sold materials, so why would they want to hire an alchemist? Moreover, judging from the material and marks on the wooden token, it was obvious that it had been there for a long time. In other words, Ice Heart Pavilion had been recruiting alchemists since a long time ago. Seeing Fan Exen walk in with Yang Kai, the female disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion were also very surprised. They all looked at them with their beautiful eyes. These women were all young girls, and each of them looked pure and flawless. It seemed that they all cultivated the same secret art, but their cultivations were different. Fan Xian was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and these girls weren't even Dao Source Realm cultivators. The most powerful one was only a first-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator, while the others were all Saint King Realm or Saint Realm cultivators. Yang Kai didn't know how the Ice Heart Pavilion Master recruited disciples. Junior Sister Fan, how many alchemists does your Ice Heart Pavilion have now? Yang Kai didn't care about the gazes of these girls and asked casually. There was one, but he was fired a few days ago, Fan Xian replied. Fired? Yang Kai was stunned. Was that person not diligent in alchemy? Since they had recruited him, why would they fire him? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Fan Xian smiled slightly, but this time she didn't answer. Yang Kai didn't know if there was another secret or if it wasn't convenient for her to answer. As the two talked, they had already reached the 3rd floor. Along the way, Yang Kai found that Ice Heart Pavilion was full of materials. The higher they went, the higher the grade of the materials. At the corner of the 3rd floor, there was a secret room. After Fan Xian led Yang Kai into it, she said, Brother Yang, you can test it here. There is no source of earth fire on Clear Sky Island, so the conditions here are a little crude. I hope you can forgive us. It's nothing. Yang Kai waved his hand and found that the room was not small. There were more than a dozen large and small pill furnaces inside. Each of these pill furnaces was Dao Source grade, and 3 of them were even Dao Source grade high rank. Ice Heart Pavilion didn't have any alchemists. However, there were so many pill furnaces. It was obvious that they had deliberately collected them. Yang Kai was puzzled. Logically speaking, if Ice Heart Pavilion wanted to sell materials, then they should just sell materials. Why did they have to hire a senior alchemist? Furthermore, he had prepared so many pill furnaces. The Ice Heart Pavilion's master was a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master, so she definitely didn't lack cultivation resources. After thinking about it, Yang Kai could only think of one possibility. The Ice Heart Pavilion's master was probably refining some kind of spirit pill. That was why he had deliberately sought out some high-level alchemists. You can use these cauldrons as you wish, as long as they aren't damaged, Fan Xian said, pointing at the cauldrons. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, I know, but what kind of spirit pill does Junior Sister Fan want me to refine? As long as it's a Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit pill, it's fine. Big brother, give me the pill recipe, and I'll go get the materials for you. Yang Kai nodded and pondered for a while. Then let's refine the 7-star Dragon Tiger pill. The 7-star Dragon Tiger pill was a Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit pill. Its effect was to allow a cultivator to erupt with greater combat power after taking it, but it had some side effects. Once the pill's effects wore off, the cultivator would feel weak and unable to use their strength for 2 months. Not only that, it would also cause some damage to the cultivator's meridians and foundation. An inferior grade 7-star Dragon Tiger pill could increase a cultivator's strength by 10%, medium grade by 20%, and high grade by 30% if it had pill veins. A direct increase of more than 50%. The 7-star Dragon Tiger pill's medicinal properties were very strong, and only a Dao Source Realm cultivator could take it. Forcefully taking it would only result in death. However, which Dao Source Realm cultivator would be willing to take this kind of pill to forcefully increase their strength? Once their meridians and foundation were damaged, it was very likely that they would be unable to advance any further. Therefore, this kind of spirit pill was completely of little value, and there wasn't much of a market for it. Only a few desperados would keep 1 or 2 for self-defense. Yang Kai listed the materials for the 7-star Dragon Tiger pill. Fan Xian memorized them carefully and immediately went to prepare them. The reason why he chose the 7-star Dragon Tiger pill was because the materials for this spirit pill weren't difficult to find. Even Clear Sky Island should have them. As expected, Fan Xian returned not long after, and this time she brought back 10 sets of materials. She handed the materials to Yang Kai and said, Brother Yang, as long as you can refine 2 furnaces of pills, you'll pass. This mistress will wait outside. Call me when you're done. 10 sets of materials and 2 furnaces of pills. For a true Dao Source grade mid-rank alchemist, this wasn't too difficult of a test. As long as they put in a little effort, they could succeed. For Yang Kai, this was naturally not a problem. He could even refine Emperor-grade spirit pills now, let alone Dao Source-grade mid-rank spirit pills. Fan Xian obviously knew that an alchemist shouldn't be disturbed when they were refining pills, so she took the initiative to say that she would wait outside. After she left, Yang Kai took out his black jade furnace and placed it in front of him. He urged his conflagrated knowledge C to start refining. Although it was his first time refining the 7-star Dragon Tiger pill, he wasn't shaky at all. His movements were extremely skillful, and his control of the flame and the timing of the materials was perfect. Soon, Yang Kai was immersed in alchemy. Just as he was concentrating, the soul-splitting saber in his knowledge C suddenly shook slightly, waking him up from his state of emptiness. His expression didn't change, and his hands didn't stop moving, but he began to examine himself very carefully. It was impossible for the soul-splitting saber to have such an abnormality for no reason. The only explanation was that something had happened to him. He examined himself, but still couldn't find any clues. After a long while, he suddenly realized that someone was spying on him. The soul-splitting saber had reacted strangely because it sensed a divine sense that didn't belong to it nearby. Even with his ability, he couldn't detect this spying, which meant that this person's cultivation was far higher than his. The Ice Heart Pavilion's master. Yang Kai immediately understood who was secretly spying on him. In Ice Heart Pavilion, aside from the elusive Ice Heart Pavilion master, who else could have such a heaven-defying ability? It seemed that he was wrong. He thought that a master like the Ice Heart Pavilion master would definitely live in the best cave mansion in the inner city, but he didn't expect that she was actually in Ice Heart Pavilion. The entire Ice Heart Pavilion had 6 floors. He was on the 3rd floor. It was very likely that the Ice Heart Pavilion master was on the 6th floor. Why was such a master secretly paying attention to his alchemy? What's more, he was refining a Dao Source-grade mid-rank spirit pill. What was the use of this spirit pill to him? Or, was this master paying attention to his alchemy skills? Yang Kai's thoughts flashed like lightning, but his hands didn't stop moving. He had planned to refine 2 furnaces of spirit pills directly, then wait for the time to pass before reporting to Fan Xian, but now that he knew that the Ice Heart Pavilion master was spying on him, how could he dare to do so? He quietly modified a spirit array in the pill furnace. After a while, a muffled sound suddenly erupted from the pill furnace, followed by a burnt smell. Yang Kai showed a dazed expression, and after a while, he sighed heavily, as if he was regretting that he had failed to refine this batch of spirit pills. Pouring out the dregs from the pill furnace, Yang Kai rested for a moment before starting to refine again. When Yang Kai came out from Sangda's place, it was already late at night, so he continued to refine until the next morning. When Yang Kai opened the door to his room, Fan Xian, who was waiting outside, immediately greeted him. Fortunately, I did not fail. 3 furnaces of pills, please check them, Junior Sister Fan. Yang Kai handed over 3 jade bottles, each containing 4 or 5 7-star Dragon Tiger pills of different qualities. This was the standard of a Dao Source-grade mid-rank alchemist. Fan Xian took the jade bottles without even looking at them, as if she had already expected the result. Fan Xian smiled gently. Brother Yang, you have passed the test. As long as Brother Yang is willing, you can become an alchemist of Ice Heart Pavilion. Of course I am willing. Yang Kai braced himself and replied. When he entered Ice Heart Pavilion, he had hoped to take the opportunity to meet the pavilion master and get acquainted with her, but now that he realized that the situation in Ice Heart Pavilion was treacherous, he didn't know if it was the right decision to apply for the position of alchemist. But now that things had gotten to this point, he could only bite the bullet and agree. Great. Fan Xian was overjoyed. Brother Yang, you don't know how difficult it is to find a Dao Source-grade alchemist on Clear Sky Island. There are only a few alchemists of this level on Clear Sky Island, and none of them meet our requirements. Fortunately, we met you. Yang Kai wanted to ask why they didn't meet their requirements, but he swallowed the words back down. He felt that Fan Xian would definitely not answer this question. Brother Yang, it's like this. If you perform alchemy in my Ice Heart Pavilion, you can get half of the profits from all the pills sold. Yang Kai asked with a surprised expression. It wasn't that he thought it was too little, but that it was too much. He didn't need to prepare any materials and could just perform alchemy here, but he could get half of the profits. This was simply too good. 60% is fine too. When Fan Xian saw this, she thought he wasn't satisfied with the pay and quickly changed her mind. Brother Yang, as you can see, our Ice Heart Pavilion has a lot of materials. As long as you can perform alchemy here, you will be able to improve your alchemy skills sooner or later. Becoming an Emperor Realm alchemist is not a dream. This was the truth. Ice Heart Pavilion had a lot of materials, and if an alchemist wanted to improve their level and ability, they would need a lot of materials to practice. If it were any other alchemist who entered Ice Heart Pavilion, they would be overjoyed. No need, half is fine. Yang Kai waved his hand. Fan Xian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Brother Yang is so kind. When can Brother Yang come over to perform alchemy? I'm afraid I can't right now. In 3 days? In 2 days. I have an appointment with someone to deal with, so I'll come over after I'm done, Yang Kai said. Although Fan Xian was a little disappointed, she didn't dare to force him and could only say, naturally, Brother Yang's matter is the priority. Please come back to Ice Heart Pavilion as soon as you're done. Chapter 2384. Walking out of Ice Heart Pavilion, Yang Kai went straight to the secluded homes of Ling Yinchin and the others. He wanted to return the repaired spirit-purifying array to them. After walking for a short while, he suddenly noticed that someone was staring at him. Yang Kai was alerted and immediately turned his head. What he saw was a person staring at him with wide eyes, looking like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. It was extremely comical. Pang Guang. Yang Kai was also stunned. He did not expect to run into the city lord of Marsh City in Clear Sky City. When the solitary void Great Maelstrom appeared, he and Yao Changjun were swallowed into the solitary void sealed world. Pang Guang, who had been chasing after them, was also not spared. However, at that time, Yao Changjun was anxious to find trouble with him and was afraid of the threat Pang Guang's existence would pose to him, so he drove him away. Yang Kai thought that Pang Guang had already met his end. Even if he was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, it would be difficult for him to survive in the endless solitary void sea. But now, it seemed that he was wrong. This person's life was extraordinarily tough. He actually managed to escape the solitary void sea and come to Clear Sky Island just like him. Looking at his travel-worn appearance, it seemed that he had only been on Clear Sky Island for a few days. Yang Kai did not know how he did it. Yang Kai was shocked that Pang Guang was still alive, but Pang Guang was even more shocked than him. After all, when he left, only Yang Kai and Yao Changjun were left on Mud Island. Looking at Yao Changjun's murderous look, how could Yang Kai have survived? He was bound to be torn to pieces by the enraged Yao Changjun. But now Yang Kai was safe and sound. Vigorous as a dragon and fierce as a tiger. It was impossible that Yao Changjun was not Yang Kai's opponent. There must be some other reason why this little brat was still alive. Or rather, Yao Changjun spared him. Just as Pang Guang was wondering if Yao Changjun had also come to Clear Sky Island, Yang Kai grinned at him and drew a half-circle around his neck with his thumb, making a beheading gesture. Pang Guang's face darkened. He was furious, thinking that this brat was really arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that he was unfamiliar with this place, he would have already taught Yang Kai a lesson. Although the two of them saw each other, they had no intention of communicating. They just stared at each other for a while before passing by each other. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of Pang Guang. With the power he currently possessed, a mere First-Order Emperor Realm Master didn't pose much of a threat to him. This was still the inner city, and the security in the inner city was still pretty good. Yang Kai had stayed here for many days, but he had never seen anyone fighting or causing trouble. On the contrary, the outer city was like a completely different world from the inner city. If Pang Guang dared to make a move in the inner city, there was no need for him to retaliate. The law enforcement team of Heaven Connect City would not let him off so easily. After a short while, Yang Kai found the cave mansion where Ling Yinchin and the others lived. It wasn't far from his own cave mansion, and they were all mid-grade cave mansions. After Yang Kai returned the repaired spirit-purifying array to Ling Yinchin, He stayed as a guest for a while before leaving. When he returned to his residence, Lu Xianyun greeted him with an anxious look on her face. Yang Kai had been gone for a day and a night, so she couldn't help but worry that something might have happened to him on this unfamiliar clear sky island. The only person she was familiar with was Yang Kai, so if even Yang Kai was gone, she really didn't know where to go. Time seemed to have returned to a few years ago, when the two of them were forced to join the Blue Feather sect together. At that time, she and Yang Kai were in the same boat and could only rely on each other. She didn't expect to encounter a similar situation a few years later. "Junior sister, I'll be leaving the city in 2 days." "Leaving the city? Where are you going?" Lu Xianyun was surprised when she heard this and asked quickly. "I don't know where to go, but when I went to find the artifact refining grandmaster to repair the spirit purifying array yesterday, he told me that he had a way to leave the solitary void-sealed world and needed my cooperation to get something." Yang Kai didn't hide anything from Lu Xianyun and told her about the agreement between him and Sangda. Lu Xianyun's expression was mixed with joy and worry. She was happy that Yang Kai had found a way to leave so quickly, and from Sangda's tone, it seemed that the success rate was very high. She was worried that no one could verify whether Sangda was telling the truth or not, and even if it was true, there might be many dangers. "Brother, do you have to go?" Lu Xianyun pursed her red lips and asked. Yang Kai chuckled, "If there's hope in front of me, I naturally have to seize it. You don't have to worry, even if Sangda has some tricks up his sleeve, I'm not afraid. If the way he knows to leave is fake, then so be it, but if it's real, then that's for the best. As for you, are you going to leave with me or stay here?" The reason why Yang Kai told Lu Xianyun this was to ask if she was going to stay or leave. When Lu Xianyun heard this, she immediately understood what Yang Kai meant. If she wanted to go with Yang Kai, she would definitely be taken into that magical space by Yang Kai. She had stayed in that space for some time and knew that although it was a little empty and lonely, the world energy there was extremely rich and there was no disintegration force, so it could be directly absorbed by people. It was an extremely magical place. After thinking about it carefully for a while, Lu Xianyun said, "I'll stay." Yang Kai was stunned. This answer was beyond his expectations. He thought that Lu Xianyun would go with him. Lu Xianyun smiled and said, "This is the inner city district, so there's no danger for me to stay here. Brother, you don't have to worry about anything. Also, if Sangda's method isn't reliable, I'll stay here to familiarize myself with the environment. Who knows, I might have to live here for a long time in the future." Yang Kai saw that she didn't seem to be in a hurry to leave this damned place and even seemed to like living here. He didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only nod and say, "Then be careful. Ling Yinchin and Jiao Yi also live not far away. You can interact with them more. They've lived here for so many years, so their experience is very valuable." Lu Xianyun smiled sweetly and said, "I know. Brother, you must go and come back early. I will wait for you here." At the end of her words, she couldn't help but lower her head, her cheeks slightly red. Yang Kai felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. He was the one who came to ask Lu Xianyun's opinion, so why was it like a couple saying goodbye? He hurriedly responded, then returned to his bedroom and closed his eyes to rest. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, Yang Kai opened his eyes early and used his divine sense to investigate. He found that Lu Xianyun was sitting cross-legged in another bedroom, so he didn't disturb her and directly left the cave mansion. He had already said what he needed to say a few days ago, so there was no need to talk nonsense. As soon as he left the inner city, Yang Kai felt that he was being followed. He released his divine sense and found that the person following him was just a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Although he cultivated an extraordinary concealment secret art, it had little effect on Yang Kai's powerful divine sense. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He hadn't been in Clear Sky City for long, and during this time, he didn't seem to have offended anyone, except for a guy named Yu Luping who he beat up. At that time, a young woman reminded Yang Kai that Yu Luping was from the City Lord's mansion and told him to be careful. Now, it seemed that this Yu Luping really had some tricks up his sleeve. As soon as he left the inner city, he was being followed. It was very likely that this person was sent by him. The security in the inner city was absolutely peaceful, so even if Yu Luping was from the city lord's mansion, he wouldn't dare to casually attack him in the inner city. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only do it in the outer city or wait for Yang Kai to leave Clear Sky Island. Yang Kai didn't care. He now had a good grasp of the situation in Clear Sky Island. Apart from the Clear Sky Island Master and the Ice Heart Pavilion, no one else on Clear Sky Island was worthy of his attention. Therefore, even if he knew that he was being followed, Yang Kai pretended not to notice and headed straight for the city gate. At the same time, in a tea house in Clear Sky City, Yu Luping sat there with a gloomy expression. His injured arm had taken some unknown pills and was more than half healed. Suddenly, he took out a communication bead and checked it. His eyes lit up and he grinned. "You want to leave the city? Well, that's good. Hee, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, so I hope you found a good burial ground for yourself." As he spoke, his divine sense surged and he sent a message. As soon as he left Clear Sky City, Yang Kai knew that Yu Luping didn't plan to attack him in the outer city. Although he could do the same, the outer city was still within Clear Sky City's territory. It was better than doing whatever he wanted on the solitary void sea. He came to the dock and stood under a palm tree. He leaned against the tree and waited quietly. At the same time, he secretly looked around to see if anyone could be the helpers that Sangda had invited. The dock was very lively. Ships came in and out one after another. Some were returning with a bountiful harvest, some were excitedly preparing to go out to sea, and some were suffering heavy casualties. There were all kinds of people here, showing all kinds of life. Yang Kai soon noticed a gorgeously dressed young woman. Like him, this young woman came here alone. She stood near the dock and seemed to be waiting for someone. This young woman was round and smooth, and her figure was extremely hot. Only her red lips were a little harsh, and her eyes were extremely cold, making her look like someone who wasn't to be trifled with. Many cultivators who approached her couldn't help but be intimidated by her aura. Seemingly noticing that Yang Kai was looking at her, the young woman turned her head and looked over. Not only was she not angry, she even had a smile on her face. Yang Kai looked away without a trace, but both of them knew that the other was probably a helper that Sangda had invited. In other words, they would have to work together in the future. Besides this young woman, Yang Kai didn't see any other possible candidates. Or rather, they were all hiding. After all, Sangda couldn't have only invited him and this young woman. There must be others. Chapter 2385. After waiting for a full hour, there was still no sign of Sangda. Just as Yang Kai was getting impatient and wondering if Sangda was lying to him, the young woman suddenly took out a communication bead and frowned. This strange movement attracted Yang Kai's attention. If this beautiful young woman was Sangda's helper, then he could definitely find some clues from her. The young woman quickly put away the communication bead and then flew towards the depths of the sea. Did I guess wrong? Yang Kai was stunned. This young woman left the dock without saying a word. Could it be that she was not with him? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, a soft voice suddenly came to his ears. "We'll leave in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. I'll wait for you at sea." This voice was definitely the young woman's. Thinking of the scene when she took out her communication bead, Yang Kai immediately understood that Sangda must have secretly sent her a message and then asked her to pass it on to him. After understanding this point, Yang Kai smiled faintly, thinking that Sangda was really cautious in his actions. However, this was probably not his fault. Sangda was too famous in Clear Sky City and would definitely be easily recognized. If someone saw him taking someone out to sea at the dock, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of some people, such as the Clear Sky Island Master and the Ice Heart Pavilion Master. Now, Sangda had used some unknown method to leave Clear Sky City without anyone noticing. Only after that did he quietly send a message to the young woman and Yang Kai, showing how careful he was. Just as the young woman said, Yang Kai waited at the dock for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea before his figure suddenly flickered and disappeared. The cultivator who had been hiding in the dark to monitor him had no idea what was going on. He only saw Yang Kai's figure blur and disappear. Shocked, he hurriedly sent a message to Yu Luping. Not long after, The furious Yu Luping hurried to the dock and looked around with a gloomy face, soon fixing his gaze on the depths of the sea. There was no sign of Yang Kai returning from the city, nor was there at the dock. The only explanation was that Yang Kai had gone out to sea. Yu Luping naturally didn't want to miss such a heaven-sent opportunity. He immediately summoned a ship and rushed out of the dock with a group of people, heading towards the depths of the sea. Yang Kai flew over the sea for less than a quarter of an hour before he saw a ship anchored in the distance. There were several vague figures on the deck, all of them looking in his direction. After seeing him appear, they immediately called out to him. One of them immediately waved a flag in his hand. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't hesitate and shot towards the ship. After a short while, he landed on the deck and looked up. There were 4 people standing on the deck. The beautiful young woman that Yang Kai had seen before was among them. At this moment, she was staring at him with a smile, looking up and down, as if she wanted to see a flower on Yang Kai's body. As for the other 2 people, Yang Kai naturally didn't know them. One of them had a bear's waist and a tiger's back, and was as strong as a tower. His burly muscles were like the most exquisite works of art, exuding a unique beauty of color and strength. This person was actually taller than Yang Kai by a head, and just by standing there, he gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. The other man, on the other hand, didn't look too extraordinary. He was quite ordinary, with nothing special about him. It was as if you threw him into a crowd, you wouldn't be able to find him. However, this person's expression was extremely cold, and from where he stood, Yang Kai could tell that this person was an extremely arrogant person. This was because he had distanced himself from the glamorous young woman and the burly man, as if he disdained to be associated with them. When he boarded the ship just now, he also glanced at him casually and then looked away, as if he couldn't enter his eyes. The 4th person on the ship was naturally Sangda. He seemed to have used some kind of artifact to change his appearance and aura. If it weren't for Yang Kai's first impression, he probably wouldn't have recognized him. At this moment, Sangda had changed his appearance from an old man to a middle-aged man. No wonder he could sneak out of Clear Sky City without anyone noticing. With the help of such a magical artifact, what couldn't he do? Everyone is here. Sangda, who had transformed into a middle-aged man, saw Yang Kai arrive and spoke in a deep voice before forming a seal with his hand and urging the ship to sail forward. Although everyone is here, Grandmaster, shouldn't you introduce them to us? It's easier for us to cooperate if we all know each other. The beautiful young woman suddenly giggled. Her laughter was as crisp and pleasant as a bell, and seemed to be mixed with some charm, causing the hearts of those who heard it to sway. As she spoke, she actually used a bewitching technique, causing a faintly discernible fragrance to immediately float on the deck, causing one to feel hot all over. "Shi Lan, are you courting death?" The arrogant young man suddenly snorted coldly, his plain eyes suddenly bursting with light as he stared coldly at the beautiful young woman and said, "If you don't withdraw your bewitching technique, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish." The young woman called Shi Lan smiled faintly, not taking the young man's threat seriously at all, and simply said with a smile, "Why are you so angry?" "I'm so scared." As she spoke, a strange sound suddenly came from the deck. Yang Kai focused his gaze and felt his scalp go numb. He didn't know when, but many strange snakes had appeared on the deck. They varied in size, and all of them seemed to be very poisonous. At this moment, these snakes were all circling around the young man, surrounding him so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape, constantly flicking their forked tongues. It was an extremely horrifying sight. Pretentious! The young man's expression remained unchanged, ignoring the snakes and pythons as he stared at Shi Lan calmly, seemingly not afraid of her at all. The 2 of them had made the atmosphere so tense as soon as they arrived, and who knew if there was any previous grudge between them. Whoever dares to make a fuss can get off this old master's ship right now. Sangda coldly snorted, sweeping his dignified eyes around. Shi Lan and the young man immediately fell silent. If Sangda was just an artifact refining grandmaster, he might not be able to suppress these arrogant people on the solitary void sea, but the key was that Sangda was not only an artifact refining grandmaster, but his strength was also not inferior to theirs. "Put away your pets, This old master is worried just by looking at them. Sangda glared at Shilan and said. Shilan pursed her lips and smiled, saying sweetly, this servant naturally wouldn't dare disobey Grandmaster's orders. She placed her jade-like hand next to her red lips and gently whistled. The venomous snakes that were all over the deck instantly retreated, and no one knew where they were hiding. Sangda said, actually, you should have all heard of each other's names, but you might not have met before. There's no need for this old master to introduce you, just say your names. Shilan nodded and said, that's true, this mistress greets big brothers. Please take care of me during the rest of the journey. As she spoke, her pair of coquettish eyes constantly flickered, and her tone was seductive and seductive. The arrogant young man coldly snorted and said, Chen Fei. After saying his name, he did not say anything else. To him, it was as if saying another word was a disgrace. The burly man chuckled, scratched his head, and said in a booming voice, my name is Man Kuai. He looked extremely simple and honest, but everyone knew that if they were deceived by his appearance, they would be the unlucky ones. None of the people who could make a name for themselves on Clear Sky Island were simple, and the simple ones were already dead. Sure enough, it's Big Brother Man. Shilan's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had long heard of Man Kuai's great name. As she spoke, she leaned forward and said in a sweet voice, little sister has long heard of Big Brother Man's great name. Today, I'm finally lucky enough to meet you. You really live up to your reputation. As she spoke, she stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently stroked Man Kuai's sturdy muscles with a seductive expression on her face. Even her breathing was slightly hurried, and the corners of her eyes glowed with lust. Man Kuai very cooperatively bulged his muscles and chuckled, if little sister likes it, feel free to touch me. This is my only skill. Shilan licked her red lips and said, that's not necessarily true, right? Does Big Brother Man not have any other strong points? Man Kuai chuckled and said, of course I do. How long? Long enough to find out little sister's depth. Then we'll have to get closer to each other. This pair of adulterous man and woman, in broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of so many people, shamelessly flirting like this, like a tortoise looking at a mung bean, causing black lines to appear on the faces of Kai Yang and the others. What's this friend's name? You seem very unfamiliar. Chen Fei seemed to be too lazy to look at the adulterous couple and turned his head to look at Yang Kai and asked. As soon as he said this, Man Kuai and Shilan also turned their attention to Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly and cupped his fists. Yang Kai. Yang Kai? Chen Fei frowned and exchanged glances with Man Kuai. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes because the two of them had never heard of Yang Kai's name. So it's little brother Yang. Sorry for the disrespect. Shilan left Man Kuai behind and immediately came to Yang Kai's side. Her delicate body pressed against him as she said with charming eyes, does little brother have any strong points? Can you tell little sister about it? Yang Kai's face darkened and said, no, I'm full of shortcomings. I don't have any strong points. How could that be? Shilan giggled. If you're a man, you should have strong points. Little brother, don't be so shy. Yang Kai's face turned cold and said, Auntie, how old are you? Can you be a little more shameless and call me Big Brother? The smile on Shilan's face suddenly stiffened and her entire body emitted a cold aura. She turned her head to look at Sangda and said, Grandmaster, where did you find this person? I'm going to tear his mouth off, okay? Sangda's face darkened. It seems that you didn't take what this old man said to heart. Shilan was so angry that she was trembling. She gritted her teeth and said, Master, I've long heard of Brother Man and Chen Fei that you invited. They're also famous loners on the island. But who does this kid think he is? How can he be qualified to work with us? Chapter 2386. Hearing her words, Yang Kai finally understood that the people Sangda had chosen were all extremely strong and had no backing. No wonder he needed 5 years to prepare for this matter. It seemed that there weren't many people who met his requirements. Whether he is qualified or not, this old man has personally tested him. If you have any objections, you can disembark now. Sangda snorted. Shi Lan gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. She knew that falling out with Sangda now would not end well. After thinking for a while, she suddenly smiled coldly and said, "Then what happens after this matter is done?" Sangda said indifferently, "After this matter is done, you can do whatever you want. But before this, behave yourselves." Shi Lan nodded heavily and said, "Okay, then I'll wait." As she spoke, she glared fiercely at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, apologize to me as soon as possible, or I'll teach you a lesson." Yang Kai turned his head and threw the back of Shi Lan's head. Shi Lan was so angry that she almost shattered her teeth from clenching them. If this woman wasn't so shameless, Yang Kai wouldn't have not given her face. After all, they were going to cooperate in the future. But this woman didn't know how to cherish herself at all. If Yang Kai showed her a good attitude, she would probably really stick to him. Yang Kai had no interest in her at all. What's going on with that ship? Chen Fei suddenly frowned and looked in the direction of Heaven Connect City. He said in a deep voice, "It's not coming for us, is it?" The ship of the city lord's mansion. Man Kuai's expression also froze when he saw the symbol on the ship. Looking at its direction, it really seems to be coming for us. Shi Lan was not in the mood to argue with Yang Kai over such trivial matters. Her pretty face sank. She turned her head and looked around, shouting, "Did any of you leak the information?" As soon as she said this, Sangda's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with anger as he swept his gaze over Yang Kai and the others. "It's not my fault." Chen Fei was the first to disassociate himself. This Chin is used to being alone and has no habit of leaking information. "Me too," Man Kuai said. Shi Lan sneered and said, "Not the two of you. It's also not me, and it's even more impossible for Grandmaster to reveal it. Then the only possibility is..." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes glanced at Yang Kai, sneering. Yang Kai shrugged and said, "It is indeed me." Seeing him admit it so readily, Shi Lan and the others were stunned. Then, the three of them moved and surrounded Yang Kai. He secretly circulated his origin energy, preparing to attack at any moment. Shi Lan said, "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, this ocean will be your burial ground." Sangda's face was also gloomy as he stared coldly at Yang Kai, a look of extreme dissatisfaction on his face. He had only been looking for Yang Kai for 3 days. But he didn't expect to be betrayed so quickly. Naturally, he was furious. Yang Kai tilted his head, looked at Sangda, and said indifferently, "The man on the ship is called Yu Lu Ping. Grandmaster, you don't need me to explain anything, do you?" Hearing this, Sangda's furrowed brows gradually relaxed and said, "So, you didn't leak the secret, and he's only here for revenge?" Last time, Yang Kai had some conflict with Yu Lu Ping in front of Sangda's residence. Sangda also knew about this, and now he knew that the person chasing after them was him. How could Sangda not know the whole story? It was not that someone leaked the information, but that Yu Lu Ping chased after Yang Kai just to get revenge. "You have a grudge with Yu Lu Ping?" Chen Fei also put away his hostility and asked suspiciously. Naturally, they all knew about Yu Lu Ping. He was a powerhouse in the city lord's mansion, at the level of the Third Order Dao Source realm, and had some real power in the city lord's mansion. "It's just a small matter." Yang Kai chuckled. "A few days ago, I crippled one of his arms at Grandmaster's door. Who knew that he would hold a grudge?" Crippled one of his arms. When Shi Lan and the others heard this, their expressions all changed. Yu Lu Ping was from the Third Order Dao Source realm, and in terms of cultivation strength, he was about the same as them. For Yang Kai to be able to cripple one of his arms, it was clear that he was much stronger than Yu Lu Ping. In other words, the true strength of this unknown Yang Kai was definitely not to be underestimated. For a moment, Shi Lan and the others looked at Yang Kai with serious eyes, especially Shi Lan. She didn't take Yang Kai seriously before, but now, she had to re-examine whether falling out with Yang Kai would benefit her. "Grandmaster, what do we do now?" Man Kuai frowned at Sangda. "We can't just hand Brother Yang over, right?" Sangda only pondered for a moment before decisively saying, "Pretend you didn't see anything and keep going." As he spoke, He formed a seal with his hand and stimulated his source qi, causing the ship's speed to increase significantly. Seeing him do this, everyone understood what he was planning. Sangda obviously wanted to lure Yu Luping and the others into the depths of the sea and then silence them. The people he invited were all from the third order Dao source realm. Although there weren't many of them, each of them was a top Dao source realm master. If Yu Luping really dared to chase after them, he might not have a good ending. As soon as the ship accelerated, the ship from the city lord's mansion seemed to have noticed and immediately sped up as well, chasing after them. One day later, the two ships were already tens of thousands of kilometers away from Clear Sky Island. Since half a day ago, the ship chasing after them had been constantly waving its flag, as if ordering Sangda and the others to stop. But how could Sangda care? He pretended not to see it and continued to rush forward with all his might. It wasn't until they were far enough away from Clear Sky Island that Sangda slowly slowed down the ship and gradually moored in the sea. Half an hour later, the ship from the city lord's mansion finally approached. Yu Luping stood on the deck, his face so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. After the two ships were close together, Yu Luping's figure suddenly flickered and he directly arrived on Sangda's ship. Following him were many cultivators from the city lord's mansion. At a rough count, there were at least 15 of them, with a few people remaining on the deck. "Are you blind? Didn't you see this king's order to stop the ship?" Yu Luping shouted angrily as soon as he arrived. "So it's Master Yu." Shi Lan swayed her slender waist and greeted him with a smile on her pretty face. "Master Yu, why are you in the mood to come to the sea?" If this mistress had known that Master Yu was following behind, this mistress wouldn't have left no matter what. "Shi Lan." Yu Luping seemed to know Shi Lan. Seeing that she was on this ship, he couldn't help but frown and move away from her. Obviously, he also knew that Shi Lan wasn't someone to be trifled with. She was simply a poisonous beauty. Getting involved with her definitely wouldn't end well. "Master, are you chasing after me?" Shi Lan was still showing off, giggling. "Master, if you want this mistress, all you have to do is say the word. Why go through so much trouble to chase after me?" Yu Luping's face darkened and he said in disdain, "It's none of your business." As he spoke, his gaze swept over Yang Kai, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. But soon he was stunned again. Looking at the two people beside Yang Kai, he asked suspiciously, "Qin Fei Man Kuai?" Sangda had used a secret artifact to change his appearance, so he couldn't recognize him. "How did you guys get together?" Yu Luping asked with a bewildered look on his face. Whether it was Shi Lan, Qin Fei, or Man Kuai, they were all quite famous on Clear Sky Island. This was because the three of them were quite strong and had always been alone. They hadn't joined any factions, and there weren't many people like them left on the island. These Lone Ranger powerhouses had actually appeared on the same boat. Clearly, there was a big problem. But soon, Yu Luping seemed to realize something and his eyes lit up. "Why are you guys going out to sea together?" Shi Lan and the others were all people who wouldn't wake up early if there was no profit to be had. For them to gather together, it was obvious that they were up to something. Perhaps they had found some precious treasure, which was why they gathered together. Thinking of this possibility, Yu Luping's heart burned with passion. He had come out this time to chase after Yang Kai, but he didn't expect to accidentally discover such a secret. Didn't this mean that he could also get a share? A treasure that could catch the eyes of these people would definitely be useful to him. "I was bored staying on the island, so I came out to look at the sea and enjoy the boundless scenery." "Master, are you going to interfere in this?" Shi Lan giggled. Yu Luping said with a sullen face, "Do you think you're a fool, or do you think I'm a fool?" The faces of the cultivator from the city lord's mansion who had followed Yu Luping here also darkened. Each of them had an ominous glint in their eyes as they looked at Shi Lan and the others with ill intentions. They were all under the protection of the city lord's mansion and were used to being arrogant on Clear Sky Island, so they really didn't put Shi Lan and the others in their eyes. Yu Luping waved his hand and coldly shouted, "I suspect that you guys are going out to sea with the intention of harming Clear Sky Island. Now, all of you come back with me for investigation. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy." "Seems Master Yu is a fool." Shi Lan pursed her lips and smiled. Yu Luping's face darkened as he shouted, "You dare scold me?" Shilan said, "I'm just speaking the truth. If you're not a fool, why would you jump onto someone else's ship?" Man Kuai also coldly snorted from the side, "Do you still think this is Clear Sky Island?" Yu Luping's expression changed greatly as he finally realized that the situation wasn't good. He was domineering and arrogant on Clear Sky Island, and everyone was afraid of him. He unconsciously brought that arrogance to the sea, thinking that no one would dare to disobey him and not give him face. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. Without the protection of the City Lord's mansion, he was just a cultivator in the third-order Dao Source realm. In the depths of the sea, there were no traces of people. Even if something happened, no one would know. Sensing the malicious intent in the eyes of Man Kuai and the others, Yu Luping was shocked and quickly said, "Wait, I came out to sea this time just for this brat." As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai and said in a deep voice, "I have some grievances with him. Hand him over to me, and I'll return to Clear Sky Island immediately." Shilan sighed slightly and shook her head. "Master Yu, you're so foolish and naive. I can't bear to hurt you." Chapter 2387. As soon as she finished speaking, a few screams suddenly rang out. The expressions of Yu Luping and the others changed drastically as they turned their heads to look. They saw that several cultivators on their side had turned green and were foaming at the mouth. They trembled and fell to the ground, losing all signs of life in the blink of an eye. "Snakes, there are so many snakes!" Someone cried out in horror. At some point, the deck was covered with densely packed snakes of various sizes. The air was immediately filled with a nauseating smell. It was obviously the accumulation of snake venom, causing people to feel dizzy when they smelled it. A strange sound rang out. Shilan placed one of her slender, jade-like hands by her lips and gently blew. The venomous snakes seemed to have received an order as they jumped up from the ground and shot towards Yu Luping and the others like arrows. A few of the weaker cultivators were already dizzy from the snake venom and could not avoid it in time. They were bitten directly. In less than 10 breaths, these bitten cultivators fell straight to the ground and died on the spot. Seeing that Shilan had already made her move, Man Kuai roared and summoned a huge copper hammer that was taller than a person. He swung the hammer forward. The cultivators of the City Lord's mansion were already flustered by the endless number of venomous snakes. They instinctively leaped into the air, trying to avoid the venomous snakes on the ground. At this moment, Man Kuai's sledgehammer swept over. A powerful aura and source chi erupted. A vortex of power swirled around the sledgehammer as if it had an infinite suction force, causing the few people near the vortex to be unable to advance or retreat. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a muffled sound rang out as several cultivators of the City Lord's mansion were smashed to pieces on the spot. Not even their bones were left. Before the few people who were lucky enough to survive had a chance to catch their breath. Sangda, who had been silent all this time, suddenly snorted coldly. An array flag appeared in his hand out of thin air. He threw the array flag into the void, and in an instant, the light of an array formation flashed above the ship. Not only did it envelop the entire ship tightly, but it even had the power to restrict the flight of the ship. The martial artists who had flown into the air cried out in alarm as they fell from above. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk Chen Fei held a long sword in his hand. Murderous intent surged from his body. He was like a gentle breeze that swept into the crowd. His movements were erratic. He struck out with his sword one after another. Every time he struck, there would be results. One by one, the enemies would fall to the ground while screaming, "How dare you attack me?" At this moment, Yu Luping was no longer as calm and collected as before. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. However, there was no doubt that his injuries were not light. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 15 City Lord's mansion cultivator were left. These 3 were all third-order Dao Source realm cultivators. Although their realms were the same, Yu Luping was the strongest among them. Although the 3 of them were battered and exhausted, they still supported each other. He kept blocking the attacks coming from all directions. They barely managed to stabilize their footing. Shilan and the others' frenzied attacks did not succeed. They immediately slowed down the intensity of their attacks, so as to avoid forcing Yu Luping to do something irrational. On the other side, on the city lord's mansion's ship, the several cultivators who had stayed behind to guard the ship saw the battle erupt and their sides suffer heavy losses. Each and every one of them turned pale with fright and were dumbfounded, none of them running away at the first moment. "Brat, you're actually slacking off." Shi Lan shouted hysterically at Yang Kai as if she had discovered a new continent. In the battle just now, everyone had made a move, except for Yang Kai. He just stood there as if he was enjoying a good show. Today's matter was clearly caused by Yang Kai. If he did not have a grudge with Yu Luping, the other party would not have chased them all the way to the sea and caused this battle. However, all of them had made a move, but the person in question, Yang Kai, was actually indifferent. How could Shi Lan not be angry? Although Chen Fei and Man Kuai didn't say anything, their faces were filled with displeasure. "Who said I was slacking off?" Yang Kai retorted with a look of disdain. "Are you blind? I'm just holding the fort for you." Shi Lan was so angry that she trembled. She realized that this brat called Yang Kai was simply abominable. Ever since he boarded the ship, he had not given her any face and had been going against her at every turn. It was as if there was some deep grudge between them. Now, he actually dared to lie through his teeth. He was clearly slacking off, but he still said that he was holding the fort. How shameless! She gritted her teeth and secretly swore in her heart that she would teach Yang Kai a lesson and let him know the consequences of offending a woman. "Since you're holding the fort, it's time for you to be useful. I'll leave these three to you." Sangda seemed to be dissatisfied with Yang Kai's slacking attitude and said coldly, "What about the people over there?" Yang Kai pointed at the cultivators still on the city lord's mansion's ship. It was unknown whether these cultivators were inexperienced or had been scared silly, but they did not even think of running away until Yang Kai pointed at them. Only then did they begin to flee in panic. "Leave these people to this old man. You just need to deal with Yu Luping and the others." Sangda snorted and leaped up from the ship. Like a great rock spreading its wings, he chased after the fleeing cultivator with great momentum. The cultivator's cultivation was not high, and they were only responsible for looking after the ship. Even if they split up and fled, they would not be able to escape Sangda's pursuit. Death was only a matter of time. "Brat, what are you waiting for?" When Shi Lan saw that Kai Yang was still standing there without any intention of making a move, she couldn't help but urge him. Although she, Chen Fei, and Man Kuai were working together to trap Yu Luping's group in place, the three of them weren't mediocre. With their cooperation, they were actually able to form a watertight defense. A long delay may lead to trouble. "Brother Yang, hurry up and make a move," Chen Fei urged impatiently. "Brother Yang, is it? A few days ago, this Yu was blind and offended Brother Yang. Master Brother Yang, please forgive me this time. Yu Luping, will definitely repay you generously." When Yu Luping saw Yang Kai looking at him, his face turned pale and he quickly begged for mercy. If he had known that his life would be in danger on this voyage, how could he have acted so rashly? Wouldn't it have been better to just stay on Clear Sky Island? He could enjoy life on the island and no one would dare to not give him face. However, he did not expect that his words, which carried so much weight on Clear Sky Island, would be nothing in the depths of the sea. Shi Lan and the others were not to be trifled with. He knew that begging them was useless, so he could only beg Yang Kai. "I have 1,000,000 source crystals. I can give them all to Brother Yang. I only ask that Brother Yang let me go." Yu Luping seemed to know that empty promises could not win the trust of others, so he quickly put out some solid goods. 1,000,000 source crystals. When Shi Lan and the others heard this, their eyes all turned red. Although they had a bit of fame on Clear Sky Island and their strength was not bad, the source crystals they worked hard to earn were barely enough for their own use. There was no surplus at all. Now that they heard that Yu Luping had 1,000,000 source crystals, they were like hungry wolves that had seen fresh meat, unwilling to look away. If they could get 1,000,000 source crystals, they would have made a fortune on this trip. Thinking of this, Shi Lan quickly gave Yang Kai a look, indicating that he should first feign civility and agree to get the 1,000,000 source crystals first. Yang Kai ignored her and looked at Yu Luping contemptuously, saying, "You want to buy your life with a mere million source crystals?" When Shilan and the others heard this, their faces all darkened. A million source crystals was considered mere? Did this kid have no concept of numbers? Yu Luping said with a sullen face, "Brother Yang, my life is cheap." "I can see that you're a cheap person." Yang Kai snorted. Yu Luping said, "Brother Yang Master, please be magnanimous and let me go." Under the eaves, how could he dare not lower his head? Even if he knew that hope was slim, Yu Luping could not give up looking for a chance of survival. Yang Kai sneered and turned his head to look at the other two cultivator beside Yu Luping, saying, "Do you want to live, or do you want to die?" The two cultivator were already scared witless and did not know when their defenses would be broken. At this moment, when they heard Yang Kai's question, they hurriedly nodded and said, "We want to live, we want to live." Listening to the meaning in Yang Kai's words, it seemed that they still had a way out. "If you want to live, then help me kill him." Yang Kai pointed at Yu Luping and said, "I have some grudges with this person, and it has nothing to do with you. As long as you help me kill him, I will let you live." As soon as these words came out, Yu Luping's face changed greatly, and the expressions of the other two city lords' mansion cultivator changed, as if they were considering the gains and losses. Yu Luping shouted, "Two brothers, don't listen to him. This person wants to drive a wedge between us. If this you dies, they will definitely not let you go." While speaking, he turned his head to glare at Yang Kai and shouted, "You are so sinister." Knowing that Yang Kai would never let him go, Yu Luping was too lazy to beg for mercy. However, the two city lords' mansion cultivator frowned. How could they not know that Yang Kai was trying to drive a wedge between them? However, at this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai's proposal was inevitably tempting. "You two, you can't be." Yu Luping observed their expressions and was shocked. If these two people were successfully instigated by Yang Kai, then how could he survive? With this thought, he let out a long roar and gathered all his strength. His whole body shot up into the sky like an arrow leaving the bow, wanting to escape this place. Yu Luping. The expressions of the remaining two cultivator changed greatly. The reason why they were able to remain safe and sound was firstly because the three of them worked together to form an airtight defense. Secondly, it was because Shilan and the others did not dare to force them too much, so they could barely maintain a balance. But now, Yu Luping had actually abandoned the two of them in his shock. A huge flaw suddenly appeared in this defensive circle. Man Kuai's huge hammer swept over, and the poisonous snakes surrounding the two swarmed over, swallowing the two in the blink of an eye. Yu Luping rushed up less than 5 feet before falling down in a sorry state. The level of the forbidden space restriction on this ship seemed to be extremely high, and it was not something he could contend against. Chen Fei, who was already prepared, attacked with a long sword wrapped in rainbow light, directly sweeping Yu Luping into his sword curtain. Chapter 2388. A few screams were heard, and the two cultivators of the city lord's mansion were instantly killed. Yu Luping's situation did not seem to be much better. He was enveloped by Shen Fei's sword curtain, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through. The wounds on his body continued to increase. A figure suddenly flashed by, and Yang Kai appeared behind him strangely, throwing a punch at him. Yu Luping was already having a hard time dealing with this, so how could he guard against Yang Kai's sneak attack? This punch hit him directly in the back, and a powerful force gushed out. Yu Luping spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was pushed forward by the force, taking a few steps forward. Shen Fei arrived with his sword, and with a sweep of the sword, his head was sent flying. Blood immediately gushed out from the headless corpse like a fountain. The next moment, Shen Fei suddenly reached out and grabbed Yu Luping's space ring. Previously, Yu Luping said that he would give Yang Kai 1,000,000 source crystals, which showed that this person was extremely rich. Once he died, Yu Luping's space ring naturally became a hot commodity. However, before Shen Fei could succeed, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Brother Shen, what are you trying to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a powerful punch at Shen Fei. Shen Fei frowned, but he was not in the mood to tangle with Yang Kai. He just tilted his body slightly to avoid the attack, and the target in his hand was still the space ring. However, at this moment, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air, and immediately, a dark green shadow wrapped around Yu Luping's wrist. When Chen Fei's large hand reached out to grab it, the dark green shadow actually bit at him like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, it was accompanied by a hissing sound. It was only at this moment that Chen Fei saw clearly that the dark green shadow was actually a venomous snake that looked like a bamboo stick. He immediately pulled back in shock. He was afraid of being bitten. The green venomous snake was extremely agile. Seeing that Chen Fei had pulled back, it did not chase after him. It just coiled around Yu Luping's finger, and the space ring disappeared. Then, it straightened its body and shot at Xilan. Yang Kai and Chen Fei slowly landed on the ground, looking at Xilan with gloomy expressions. Previously, the two of them were fighting, and Xilan was the one who reaped the benefits. This naturally put the two in a bad mood. Man Kuai, on the other hand, seemed to have reacted a beat slower. Only now did he come back to his senses. He glared at the ring on Xilan's hand like a tiger watching its prey. "Brothers, why are you staring at me like that? It's like you want to eat me. I'm so scared." As Xilan spoke, she slipped the spatial ring into her bosom. Chen Fei held his sword horizontally and pointed it at Xilan. "If you dare to make any more moves, don't blame me for being impolite." "What are you doing?" Xilan's expression stiffened, but she didn't dare to continue. Clutching the space ring in her jade hand, she laughed dryly. "You know what you're doing." Chen Fei coldly snorted and turned to look at Man Jin. "Brother Man, there may be 1,000,000 source crystals in that ring. What do you think?" Man Kuai chuckled and said, "Ill-gotten gains. Naturally you have a share. I'll have one." Yang Kai looked at Chen Fei in astonishment and said in dissatisfaction, "Why didn't you ask me?" Chen Fei said, "How could Brother Yang be interested in a mere 1,000,000 source crystals?" These words were obviously mocking what Yang Kai had said to Yu Luping before. "I'm interested, but I'm very poor," Yang Kai said with a serious face. Although he really didn't care for 1,000,000 source crystals, he couldn't show it at this time and place. Otherwise, the people on the ship would definitely suspect him. If he was indifferent to 1,000,000 source crystals in front of him, anyone would have a guess. Yang Kai called out, "Count me in on this matter. Don't be so unkind." Chen Fei frowned, knowing that he couldn't get rid of Yang Kai. When he exchanged blows with Yang Kai earlier, he had already sensed that Yang Kai's strength was not inferior to his. Thinking of this, he could only say, "Xilan, do you want to be enemies with the three of us alone? If you know what's good for you, you should know what to do." Xilan gritted her teeth with a hateful look, but when she saw Man Kuai and the other two men eyeing her covetously, she knew that it was impossible for her to monopolize Yu Luping's space ring. If she really did so, it would definitely arouse public anger. Although Xilan's strength was not bad, she was not confident that she could deal with Chen Fei and Man Kuai at the same time. What's more, she had not experienced how strong that brat called Yang Kai was. "Here." Xilan angrily threw the space ring at Chen Fei and said with an aggrieved expression, "You only know how to bully people." She looked like she was about to cry. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw it, they would definitely feel pity and hate Yang Kai and the others for bullying her with numbers. This time, Yang Kai did not intercept the ring and allowed Chen Fei to grab it. In the next moment, Chen Fei's divine sense surged. He was obviously trying to break the restriction on the ring. For a moment, Yang Kai and the others all stretched their necks and looked on eagerly with greedy expressions. After a while, Chen Fei's face suddenly revealed a look of joy. Everyone immediately knew that he had broken the restriction. "How many?" Man Kuai asked impatiently. Chen Fei also seemed to be a little excited and said, "Take a look for yourselves." Saying so, he waved his hand and a medium spirit purifying array was set up on the deck. Then he took out everything in the ring. In an instant, the deck was filled to the brim with source crystals. As far as the eye could see, the mountain of source crystals almost blinded Xilan and the others. No one knew exactly how many source crystals there were, but judging from the scale, there were at least 1,000,000. When Yu Luping said that he had 1,000,000 source crystals, he was not joking. His cultivation was about the same as Xilan and the others, but he lived a carefree life. He had so many source crystals that he could not use them all up. On the other hand, Shi Lan and the others had to work hard at sea every day. The resources they earned were barely enough for their own use. Comparing the two sides, Shi Lan and the others felt a little unbalanced. How hateful! A mere steward of the city lord's mansion has plundered so much of the people's wealth. He's simply insane. He deserves to be punished by heaven and earth. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed. These words touched the hearts of Shi Lan and the others. Yu Luping was indeed just a small steward in the city lord's mansion, but he had such a huge amount of wealth. What about the others? What about the others who had higher status than Yu Luping? They must have more wealth than Yu Luping, right? Let's split it first. Man Kuai licked his lips and said excitedly. How many people? Shi Lan asked. Isn't it just the four of us? How many people do you want to split it? Man Kuai replied matter-of-factly. Chen Fei and Yang Kai looked at each other but did not say anything. Then let's split it quickly. Shi Lan also made up her mind and waved her hand. Immediately, the four of them divided the things in Yu Luping's ring equally. All of them were beaming with joy, as if they had picked up a great bargain. Nearly 20 cultivators from the city lord's mansion had died this time. In addition to Yu Luping's ring, there were naturally other spoils of war. However, after everyone collected them, they found that there were not many good things in these people's rings. Apart from the last two cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source realm who were struggling at death's door with Yu Luping, the others only had a few hundred source crystals in their space rings. Some even had a few dozen source crystals. They were so poor that it made one's heart ache. The two Third Order Dao Source realm cultivators' space rings did have some things, but the overall value was not even 1/10 of Yu Luping's. Yang Kai and the others also hastily divided it up. After about half a cup of tea's time, a figure suddenly appeared above the sea. That figure flew straight towards them and quickly landed on the deck. It was Sangda, who had chased after them. Looking at him, it was obvious that he had already killed all those who had escaped. Grandmaster, what do we do with this ship? Shi Lan looked at the ship anchored at the side with some interest and asked. If you want it, you can refine it yourself, Sangda replied indifferently. Shi Lan was overjoyed and was about to fly over when Sangda said, Let's keep going. Shi Lan's face darkened, but she did not dare to argue with Sangda too much. Not long after, the ship continued to sail forward. To Shi Lan's and the others' surprise, Sangda did not ask them about the spoils of war after returning, as if he had forgotten about it. However, this was what they had hoped for. If Sangda insisted on a share, Shi Lan and the others could not refuse. Yang Kai, however, knew that Sangda did not forget, he just did not care. This guy had been refining artifacts on Clear Sky Island for 900 years and had received a lot of benefits. In terms of wealth, even 10 Yu Lupings might not be comparable to Sangda. How could some trivial spoils of war enter his eyes? Instead of getting into an argument with Shi Lan and the others, it was better to pretend that he did not know. After a fierce battle, Shi Lan and the others seemed to be a little tired, so they all went to the cabin to meditate and rest. Although Yang Kai was not tired, he did not want to be a maverick, so he also went to his room and closed his eyes to meditate. Days passed, and Sangda's destination seemed to be extremely far away from Clear Sky Island. The ship had sailed for more than half a month, but they still had not reached their destination. During this time, everyone took turns to rest and control the direction of the ship, so it was peaceful. Occasionally, they would encounter attacks from sea beasts, but they were not in danger. Sangda's ship seemed to be of extremely high grade. Although it was not at the level of an emperor artifact, it was definitely at the peak of the Dao Source grade. Those huge sea beasts could not damage the ship in the slightest. This was not surprising, as Sangda was a peak Dao Source grade artifact refiner himself. How could he not put his heart into refining his own artifact? Not only was this ship extremely sturdy, but it was also arranged with many spirit arrays and barriers. For example, the light curtain that restricted the movement of Yu Luping and the others was one of the functions of the ship. Yang Kai even suspected that Sangda had refined this ship to his heart's content. On this ship, Sangda could dominate everything, and nothing could escape his perception. If he wanted to deal with Shilan and the others on this ship, it would be a piece of cake. However, as long as Sangda had not reached the point of madness, he would definitely not do so. He still needed a few people on the ship to help him get that tool. On this day, Yang Kai, who was meditating in the cabin, suddenly felt the ship shake violently and quickly stop. He raised his brow and realized that they should have arrived at their destination, so he quickly walked out of the cabin. Chapter 2389. Yang Kai was the first to arrive on the deck. Sangda was already standing there, and not long after, Man Kuai and the others also came up. Looking around, the surface of the sea was sparkling as far as the eye could see. Under the blue sky and white clouds, it was a beautiful scene of calm. "Grandmaster, why aren't we moving?" Shilan turned her head and looked around, asking suspiciously. "We're here," Sangda replied. Although his tone was calm, anyone could feel his faint excitement. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned and looked around again with bewildered expressions. There was only a vast sea around them, no different from any other place. How could they have reached this place? That old thing's array skills are extremely high. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's an Emperor Array Master. There's a 10 colors aqua light array in front of us, so it's normal that you can't see anything. Sangda looked ahead and explained with a sneer, "If you can see it, then there's a problem." "An Emperor Array Master." Chen Fei's expression changed and he frowned. "Grandmaster, you never said that this was the lair of an Emperor Array Master. What kind of joke was this? They were actually going to break into the lair of an Emperor Array Master? Wasn't this no different from courting death? Even if an Emperor Array Master died, how many killing and trapping arrays would he have set up in his lair? What good would come of breaking in rashly? He was afraid that he would be blasted to the point that not even his ashes would be left." Although Shilan and Man Kuai did not speak, their faces were filled with deep worry and fear. Obviously, they were extremely afraid. "If you're afraid, you can leave now." Sangda snorted coldly. Chen Fei's expression turned cold, and he was extremely unhappy. He felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship. Sangda was telling him to leave at this time. Wasn't this a joke? Not to mention whether he could just leave like this. Even if he could, he was unwilling. Since Grandmaster brought us here, he must have his own reasons. "What are you so anxious about?" Yang Kai glanced at Chen Fei and said coldly. Shilan smiled when she heard this. He nodded and said, "That's right. Grandmaster must have been prepared. We only need to listen to Grandmaster's orders." Sangda turned his head to look at the crowd and said, "If you really think so, then that's for the best. From now on, I don't want to hear any doubts. Do what I tell you to do. If you don't want to cooperate, scram." No one answered. Who would refute him at this time? Sangda nodded in satisfaction. "Very good." Although the 10 colors aqua light grand formation was impressive, it was still a powerful formation. But formations are dead, and people are alive. If that old thing was still alive, this old man might not be able to break it. But he's already dead. He sneered. While they were talking, with a flash of his figure, he flew out of the ship. At the same time, he waved his hand and said, "Follow me." Yang Kai and the others followed him without saying a word. Next, Sangda seemed to begin walking in a large circle around a certain place. As he did so, he constantly took out array flags from his space ring and threw them into the void. When he reached a specific location, he would also ask one of Yang Kai and the others to stop, hand them a control flag, and let them be on standby. Seeing that he was so familiar with the situation and had a well-thought-out plan, everyone had more confidence in him. No longer hesitating or disagreeing, they were very cooperative with his commands and actions. About half an hour later, everything was ready. The 5 people stood in 5 different positions, each holding a control flag in their hands, ready for battle. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from Sangda's side, followed by a wave of source chi. When the other 4 saw this, they immediately activated their source chi according to Sangda's previous instructions and poured it into the array flags in their hands, shooting them into the void in front of them. In an instant, over a large area on the surface of the sea, 5 rays of light were like rainbows from the sky, running through the east, west, north, and south, closely connected. At the same time, the array flags that had been secretly arranged by Sangda also played their role. Under the control of the 5 control flags, they suddenly produced a strange resonance, emitting strange energy fluctuations. A transparent semicircular light curtain appeared out of thin air, visible to the naked eye. This huge light curtain was like an inverted bowl, covering the surface of the sea. Through this light curtain, some scenery that was different from the sea surface could be faintly seen. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately knew that Sangda was right. This was indeed the lair of a master, but it was hidden by a powerful spirit array. What Sangda had to do now was to break this spirit array and reveal this place again. As the 5 people continued to activate their source chi, the scenery inside the transparent light curtain gradually became clear. Yang Kai paid close attention and found that this was just a small island. The area was not too big, but the scenery was extremely good. The island was rugged with rocks and lush vegetation, a pleasant scene. Yang Kai did not know how Sangda's master found this place, but it was indeed a good place to live. If one could not leave the solitary void-sealed world, they could choose to live here alone and leisurely. Unfortunately, that master was blind and accepted a traitorous disciple like Sangda, causing him to not be able to rest in peace after his death. Sangda had brought people here to disturb his peace. After more than half an hour, Yang Kai and the others had exhausted a lot of their strength and were almost unable to make ends meet. The scenery of the island inside the transparent light curtain finally appeared before everyone's eyes. At that moment, Sangda seemed to have made a move. Yang Kai and the others only noticed that the array flags arranged around the island hummed in unison before a huge force burst out, directly shattering the transparent light curtain. The huge burst of power shook Yang Kai and the others, who were unprepared, and they almost suffered a loss. However, from the looks of it, the 10-colored aqua light array that covered the island and hid its tracks was also broken. Sangda had already taken the lead and landed on the island. When the others saw this, they naturally used their movement skills and did not fall behind. Not long after, the 5 people gathered on the island and stood in a corner of the island. If Sangda did not move, no one dared to move. After all, this was the lair of an Emperor Array Master, and one wrong step could lead to a fatal disaster. After pondering for a moment, Sangda said, "There are still many spirit arrays on this island. This old master will break them one by one. Will you wait for me here, or will you come with this old master?" After saying that, he added, "This old master suggests that you wait for me here." Before the others could speak, Shilan hurriedly said, "This island is so dangerous. This mistress feels safer following Grandmaster." "Are you sure?" Sangda glanced at Shilan indifferently. Shilan pursed her lips and giggled, "Since Grandmaster has brought me here, you have to be responsible for protecting me." She could still act coquettishly in front of an old man like Sangda. Who knew if it was her nature or if she was used to acting? "What about you?" Sangda turned his head to look at the others. Man Kuai scratched his head and chuckled, "I'll follow Grandmaster as well." Chen Fei furrowed his brows and glanced at Kai Yang. "I'm tired. I want to rest here. Call me when you're done." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he actually sat down cross-legged. Chen Fei said, "Then I'll stay too. I'll accompany Brother Yang." Yang Kai glanced at him with a faint smile, but Chen Fei's expression did not change. "Then the 2 of you come with this old master." Sangda sneered and called out to Shilan and Man Kuai before leading the way. The 2 of them looked at each other. They did not know if their choice was right or wrong, but since things had come to this point, they could only brace themselves and follow. After the 3 of them disappeared from sight, Chen Fei suddenly looked at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, aren't you afraid that they'll leave you behind if you don't follow them?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "If Brother Chen is afraid, just follow them yourself. There's no need to drag me into this." Chen Fei smiled and said, "Brother Yang seems to be very hostile to me. I wonder how this Chen has offended you?" Yang Kai said, "I've always been like this. If Brother Chen is not used to it, don't chat with me, or you won't be able to stand it." Chen Fei's face twitched and he forced a smile. This Chen admires proud people like Brother Yang. Brother Yang seems to be a capable person. I wonder if you would be willing to cooperate with this Chen? Cooperation? Cooperation on what? Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile. Chen Fei's expression turned serious and he said, I won't beat around the bush. Since Brother Yang was invited here by Grandmaster, he must also want to leave this solitary void-sealed world. If what Grandmaster said is true, then there is a tool here that can leave. Doesn't Brother Yang want to have that tool in his hands? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose, revealing a meaningful smile as he said, Brother Chen is overthinking things. Chen Fei said, the location of the exit is in Sangda's hands. If even the tool is in his hands, then whether he takes us out or not is up to him. Whether or not Sangda can be trusted is another matter. In any case, I don't trust him. However, if we can get that tool, the power to lead will be in our hands. Sangda will also have to act according to our wishes. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Brother Chen's words make sense. I haven't considered that. Chen Fei smiled and said, Brother Yang may not have not considered it. It's just that a gentleman's heart is open and aboveboard. He casually flattered Yang Kai, which greatly pleased him. Yang Kai asked, Then, according to Brother Chen, what should we do? Chen Fei said, Naturally, after Sangda finds that thing then, Brother Chen will rush over and slash wildly to attract their attention. I'll take the opportunity to snatch that thing away? Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish speaking and continued. Chen Fei's face darkened and his mouth opened wide. For a long time, he couldn't spit out a word. Yang Kai asked solemnly, Does Brother Chen think this proposal is inappropriate? Chen Fei's face twitched and he said, This Chen will have to think about it carefully. Those people are not easy to deal with. One moment of carelessness and we may be doomed eternally. Of course, you have to think about it carefully. Once Brother Chen has thought about it, let me know when to make a move. Yang Kai said seriously. Chen Fei nodded stiffly. Chapter 2390. Seeing Chen Fei fall silent, Yang Kai sneered in his heart and no longer spoke. This person wanted to cooperate with him. Regardless of whether it was a scam or not, just his sincerity alone needed to be considered. Otherwise, how could he have been driven away by Yang Kai with just a few words? Such a person obviously only wanted to use others and was not reliable at all. Besides, even if the two really cooperated and obtained the tool, who would control it in the end? However, Chen Fei was right about one thing. The location of the exit was in Sangda's hands. If even the tools were taken away by Sangda, it would be up to him to decide whether or not to bring them out of this place. What Chen Fei could think of, Yang Kai could naturally think of as well. Shi Lan and Man Kuai were not fools and must have thought about it. That was why they followed Sangda closely, lest he burn the bridge after crossing the river. However, Yang Kai felt that it was useless to follow Sangda now. Sangda spent 5 years gathering 5 people here. It was impossible for him to just break a 10-colored watery spirit array. He would definitely need their help later, so even if Sangda wanted to leave them, it was not time yet. Yang Kai was not afraid of anything. With his current strength and the help he had at hand, Sangda would not be able to make any waves. After finding the tool, if Sangda knew what was good for him, he could naturally cooperate with him to leave this solitary void-sealed world. If he did not, then he could only use force. He believed that with his current means, Sangda would not be able to resist. From time to time, there would be some strange movements in the depths of the island, which seemed to be caused by Sangda cracking the spirit array. From this, it could be seen that this guy was not only a powerful artifact refiner. His skill in spirit arrays was definitely not low. It was quite similar to his dead master style. An hour later, Shi Lan and Man Kuai walked back with their faces covered in dirt. They were in a sorry state and looked extremely unhappy. Chen Fei heard the movement and opened his eyes to look at them, asking in surprise, "Where's Grandmaster?" He thought that Sangda had already cast him and the others aside. Shi Lan did not answer and Man Kuai said awkwardly, "He's still cracking the spirit array." "Then why did you?" Chen Fei did not finish his question. Shi Lan and Man Zhao must have been unable to do anything by Sangda's side. Instead, they had suffered under the effects of the array, which was why they had returned. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take pleasure in their misfortune. He secretly rejoiced that he had the foresight to stay here. Otherwise, he would definitely be in the same sorry state as these two people. After Shi Lan and Man Kuai returned, they found a place to sit down and recuperate. Time flew by. Several days passed. For the past few days, none of them had moved at all. Only some strange sounds would come from the depths of the island from time to time, indicating Sangda's progress in breaking the formation. After a few days of rest, they had more or less recovered. All of them were full of energy. He secretly rubbed his palms together. He was ready to go all out. At a certain moment, Man Kuai suddenly frowned and said in surprise and bewilderment, "Everyone, has there been no movement for a long time?" Over the past few days, when Sangda was cracking the spirit array, he would make some noise every now and then, but now, after more than half a day, it was completely peaceful, which made everyone puzzled. Grandmaster couldn't have. Chen Fei's expression changed slightly as he thought of a very bad possibility. After hearing what he said, everyone's expression turned solemn. If Sangda was really accidentally destroyed by the remnants of the spirit array here, then it would be a huge mistake. At this moment, Shi Lan suddenly took out a communication bead and said in surprise, "Grandmaster is calling us over. All the spirit arrays along the way have been broken." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They stood up together and set off towards the depths of the island. Along the way, they could occasionally see some traces of power erupting. Obviously, these were the masterpieces of Sangda when he was cracking the spirit arrays. Judging from those traces and the residual power fluctuations, Sangda was indeed a top Dao Source Realm master. His strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. After walking forward for a full hour, everyone finally saw Sangda's figure. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged under a stone wall. It could be seen that the past few days of cracking the spirit arrays had consumed a lot of his energy, making him look a little haggard and tired. However, before everyone came here, he had obviously taken some pills and was rapidly recovering. Seeing that he was meditating, Yang Kai and the others did not disturb him and just looked around. Soon, everyone's eyes were attracted to a stone slab on the stone wall. This stone slab was flat and neat. At first glance, it was obvious that it was a door, blocking everyone's path to the back of the stone wall. Sangda was meditating here, obviously because he was blocked. Everyone was very curious as to why this was so, because this stone slab did not seem to have any traces of spirit arrays at all. Although the material was a little strange, it should not be a problem for Sangda, right? Everyone was an experienced cultivator. Although they were puzzled, no one touched the stone slab rashly. They just waited quietly for Sangda to wake up. No one knew what kind of pills Sangda took, but after just an hour, the old man's face was ruddy, as if he had completely recovered. He slowly opened his eyes and stood up. "Grandmaster!" Chen Fei hurriedly shouted when he saw this. "What should we do now?" Sangda glanced at the stone slab with a sullen face and said, "This is a dragon-subduing stone made of heavenly gold from a foreign territory. It costs 100,000. We must push it with brute force before we can enter. Behind it is that old man's cave mansion, and that thing is hidden there." Heavenly gold from a foreign territory. The other four seemed to have only heard these two words. Their eyes lit up when they heard this, and they stared fervently at the seemingly ordinary stone slab. Yang Kai was also very surprised. Although he felt that this stone slab was quite extraordinary before, he did not expect it to be such a precious thing. Heavenly gold from a foreign territory was an emperor-grade artifact refining material. It was the most suitable material for upgrading an emperor artifact. It was a treasure that many masters from the emperor realm wanted but could not find. Who would have thought that there would be such a large piece on this small island? And it was even used as a stone slab to seal the cave mansion. Sangda's master was really generous. If this piece of heavenly gold from a foreign territory was sold, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Countless masters from the emperor realm would fight for it. Seeing everyone's reaction, Sangda frowned and shouted in a low voice, "Man Kuai, it's up to you here." Man Kuai heard this and understood. He nodded and said, "Grandmaster, don't worry. I can't guarantee anything else, but I still have some strength." Sangda had made it very clear that the stone slab made of heavenly gold from this foreign territory could not be attacked. It could only be pushed with brute force. Among the 5 people present, Man Kuai was definitely the most suitable candidate. Perhaps, Sangda had chosen Man Kuai because of his strength. Immediately, Man Kuai walked forward with a solemn expression and circulated his energy. Nobody knew what kind of secret technique he was using, but his already tall and sturdy figure suddenly grew even larger. His bulging muscles were filled with an explosive beauty, causing Shilan's beautiful eyes to flash with a peculiar light and her heart to ripple with lust. Man Zhao shouted in a deep voice and slowly pushed his hands forward. The moment the 2 large hands came into contact with the stone slab, a muffled sound suddenly rang out. It was as if 2 large mountains had collided. It was extremely shocking, and it seemed as if the entire island had shaken. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. They were horrified by Man Kuai's astonishing strength. Even Yang Kai was stunned. He was confident that his strength was not bad, but compared to Man Kuai, there was still a gap. If it was purely a competition of strength, he might not be Man Kuai's opponent. There were indeed many capable people in this world. Each territory was unique. Good, Man Kuai. You really did not disappoint this old master. Sangda was pleasantly surprised and his calm expression finally showed a smile. After passing this level, the rest will be much simpler. Listening to the meaning behind his words, it seemed that this level was the most difficult. However, this was not surprising. With 100,000 gold object placed here, there were very few people in this world who could push it with brute force. Yang Kai estimated that on the entire Clear Sky Island, it was absolutely impossible to find a second person who met this requirement. It was very likely that Sangda had spent 5 years mainly looking for someone like Man Kuai. Grandmaster, have you been here before? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he asked. If he had never been here before, how could he know what was going on behind the scenes? How could he know so much about this place? Breaking the spirit arrays along the way was no pressure at all. It happened a long time ago. Sangda answered casually, not bothering to explain further. Squeak. A harsh grinding sound rang out. The stone slab made of heavenly gold in this strange territory was gradually pushed away by Man Kuai's great strength, and a small gap gradually appeared in the stone wall. Seeing this, Man Kuai let out a shout and pushed harder. As the gap grew bigger and bigger, Sangda stared at it with wide eyes, a look of extreme nervousness on his face. Suddenly, Man Kuai frowned and said in surprise, Grandmaster, something seems to be wrong. What's wrong? What's wrong? Sangda frowned and asked hurriedly. Man Kuai said, This stone slab seems to be emitting a suction force. Grandmaster, are you sure there's no problem in pushing it away like this? Sangda coldly snorted, What problem can there be? Hurry up and push it away. Although Man Kuai faintly felt that something was wrong, he still took advantage of his skill and boldness to increase his strength and directly widen the gap, allowing one person to pass through. Seeing this, Sangda shouted, Go in! The next moment, his figure flickered and he rushed through the gap, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai and the others, who were already prepared, naturally rushed in one after another. Just as everyone rushed in, they heard Man Kuai suddenly cry out in horror, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Immediately after, he shouted, Grandmaster, save me! What's wrong? Shilan quickly turned around and asked with a pale face. When she rushed in just now, Man Kuai was still fine and was pushing the stone slab, so how did he suddenly become like this? Chapter 2391. Man Kuai's screams caused Yang Kai and the others to pale, all of them releasing their divine senses to investigate. After seeing his current situation, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this moment, for some unknown reason, Man Kuai's hands were tightly pressed against the exotic heavenly metal slab, as if they were being sucked in. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the stone slab was actually devouring his blood essence at an unimaginable speed. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the dark red blood essence was being devoured by the stone slab. The originally unremarkable stone slab quickly turned blood red and gave off a nauseating smell. "Grandmaster, save me!" Man Kuai roared with all his might, extremely flustered. If he had known earlier that this stone slab was so strange, he would not have touched it rashly, but now that things had come to this, it was too late to say anything. In just a few breaths of time, he had already weakened by half. If this continued, wouldn't he be sucked dry? Yang Kai and the others all looked at Sangda, wanting to know what he was going to do. Sangda hurriedly said, "Don't worry, this old master is coming." Saying so, he went straight to Man Kuai. After a short while, violent fluctuations of power came from the other side. It seemed that Sangda was trying to rescue Man Kuai, but no one could see the specific situation clearly. Because of Sangda's interference, the divine senses released by Yang Kai and the others were greatly disturbed. Not long after, Man Kuai's voice gradually disappeared. Sangda slowly returned with a gloomy face, and when he arrived in front of everyone, he said with a pained expression, "Brother Man, he, unfortunately passed away." Shi Lan and Qin Fei's expressions changed slightly as they stared gloomily at Sangda. Yang Kai's face was also as pale as water. They all knew how strong Man Kuai was. They all roughly knew, but such a guy had actually died in such a short period of time. It was obvious that he had fallen into some kind of incredible restriction or trap. If it were Shi Lan and Qin Fei, they probably wouldn't have fared much better. Damn it, that dragon-subduing stone actually had a spirit-devouring array hidden inside. This old master was careless and failed to notice it, allowing Brother Man to suffer such an unexpected calamity. It's really sad and hateful. Sangda lamented for a while, his tone low and deep, as if he was grieving for Man Kuai's misfortune. He paused for a moment, then looked up and said, "I hope Brother Man's experience didn't cast any psychological shadow on you." They were all indifferent and did not say anything. He didn't know if it was Sangda's fault for not discovering the spirit-devouring great array, or if he knew about it and didn't say anything, sending Man Kuai to his death. No matter what, everyone had already come this far, and the one who died was just an outsider. Naturally, they couldn't back down here. However, after this incident, no matter who it was, no one dared to lower their guard. This was the lair of an Emperor Formation Master. Any place could be fatal. If none of you have any objections, please continue to follow this old man. Sangda swept his gaze over the crowd. Yang Kai said faintly, "Master, you prepared 5 people. Now that one is missing, is there any problem?" Sangda said, "It's not a big problem." This old master looked for Man Kuai mainly because he wanted him to push away the dragon-subduing stone. Hasn't he already completed the task? I don't need him to do anything for the rest. So that's how it is. Yang Kai grinned. "That's good. Master, please continue to lead the way." Sangda nodded. He really did lead the way. The remaining 3 looked at each other and slowly followed. However, after Yang Kai's question, the 3 of them were almost certain that Sangda definitely knew about the spirit-devouring great array hidden in the dragon-subduing stone. He also knew what would happen to Man Kuai after he pushed away the stone, but he deliberately didn't say anything. In other words, after pushing away the dragon-subduing stone, Man Kuai's value was gone. It didn't matter whether he lived or died. This old man usually looked harmless, but in fact he was full of evil tricks, so Shi Lan and Qin Fei had to be on guard against him. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. This was indeed a cave mansion left behind by a master. The interior was spacious, and the walls were inlaid with glowing stones that emitted a faint light, making the entire cave mansion less dim. Half an hour later, the group had walked more than 1,000 meters underground before they suddenly arrived at a huge stone cave. Stalactites hung upside down on the stone walls of this stone cave, and water dripped down with a crisp sound. After arriving here, everyone's eyes were immediately attracted to an object placed in the center. It was a shuttle-shaped artifact that was more than 78 meters long. Its entire body was curved and smooth, and its artifact aura flowed around it, making this artifact look extremely extraordinary. After arriving here, Sangda's eyes suddenly lit up. He stood in place and stared at the shuttle-shaped artifact, unwilling to leave for a moment. As for Kai Yang and the others, their eyes were filled with amazement. Sangda brought them here to get a tool that could allow them to leave the solitary void-sealed world. They all knew this, so when they saw this thing, they naturally made some connections. Grandmaster, could this be? Shilan couldn't help but ask. Although Chen Fei didn't speak, his eager eyes deeply betrayed him. Sangda nodded heavily. This is the Sea King shuttle refined by Old Ghost. Although it's not an Emperor artifact, it only lacks the Emperor aura. With this old master can leave this solitary void-sealed world. He had an agitated look on his face, and he was extremely excited. Chen Fei and Shilan were also ecstatic. They didn't expect this trip to be so easy. After all, when they followed Sangda this time, other than needing the 5 of them to work together to break the 10-colored watery spirit array before entering the island, they didn't encounter any other difficulties. Only Man Kuai had encountered misfortune. They had only followed Sangda here, but they saw this special tool right at their fingertips. Master, don't forget our contributions when you leave. Chen Fei hurriedly reminded him. Sangda grinned meaningfully. Naturally, I won't forget. He paused for a moment, then continued, do you still have the array flags this old master gave you before? Although they didn't know why he asked this, they still took out the array flags they had obtained before. These array flags were originally used to break the 10-colored watery spirit array. After breaking it, Sangda didn't take them back, so everyone put them away. Very good. Sangda smiled slightly. There is still a spirit array near the Sea King shuttle that needs to be broken. This old master needs to borrow your strength. Shilan hurriedly said, Grandmaster, please tell us what to do. Things had already reached this point, so she was naturally very cooperative. She had already forgotten about Man Kuai's tragic death. Come with me. Sangda waved his hand and took the lead to fly towards the Sea King shuttle. The others hurriedly followed, all of them secretly excited. Without waiting for them to reach the Sea King shuttle, Sangda suddenly stretched out his hand in midair and formed a seal. He softly uttered a word before flying forward at an extremely fast speed. The moment they heard him say that word, the expressions of Yang Kai and the others changed slightly. They felt that something was wrong. When they saw him fly away so quickly, how could they not know that this old man was up to no good? The 3 of them were shocked. Just as they were about to chase after him, an explosion suddenly came from Chen Fei's hand. The array flag in his hand suddenly exploded. Violent energy fluctuations surged and sputtered in all directions. Chen Fei was directly blown up, and his protective origin energy instantly collapsed. Before he could return to his senses, another explosion was heard. This time, it was the array flag in Shilan's hand that exploded. Immediately after that, the 3 array flags in Yang Kai's hand exploded in succession. The power was extremely terrifying. However, Chen Fei and the others were not weaklings. Although they were caught off guard, they still summoned their defensive artifacts and activated their source qi to protect themselves. Only by a hair's breadth did they avoid the misfortune of dying on the spot. Suddenly encountering such a sneak attack, especially by Sangda, Chen Fei and Shilan were naturally furious. After enduring the impact of the explosion, the first thing they wanted to do was find Sangda to settle the score. But what made their expressions change drastically was that at this moment, their bodies went limp and they could not muster up any strength. They fell heavily from midair and landed on the ground, disoriented. Kai Yang didn't seem to have fared much better, falling beside the 2 men, not moving at all. It's poisonous. Chen Fei's expression was extremely ugly. How could he not know that not only had Sangda added an explosive seal to the array flag, but the materials used to refine it were also problematic. Most likely, he had already planned this when he gave them the array flags to break the 10 colors watery grand formation. Sangda's figure slowly walked out from a corner. His pace was neither fast nor slow. His calm eyes stared coldly at the 3 people lying on the ground without the slightest pity. Grandmaster, why did you do this? Shilan could not figure it out. She had also expressed her intentions towards him. Moreover, the interior of the Sea King shuttle was huge and could hold at least 10 or 20 people. Sangda hadn't even gotten his hands on the item yet, so why did he suddenly turn hostile? There was no conflict of interest, so why did Sangda do this? Chen Fei also looked at Sangda with bitter resentment. He had long known that Sangda could not be trusted, but he did not expect this old man to turn hostile so quickly. He had thought that even if Sangda wanted to turn hostile, it would only happen after he obtained the Sea King shuttle. Please don't blame me, this old master had no choice. Sangda said indifferently, showing no intention of explaining. Instead, he quickly formed a seal with both hands. As his seals changed, a strange sound was heard. The three of them turned their heads to look and immediately felt their scalps go numb. They saw that there were many holes on the ground, and at this moment, dark red blood was gurgling out. This blood spread along some of the array patterns on the ground and gradually converged into a mysterious pattern. The smell of this blood was very fresh, and the aura it contained was also very familiar. Man Kuai's blood. Chen Fei seemed to have thought of something and his face turned pale. Chapter 2392. The blood contained an extremely rich and fresh blood essence. It was obvious that it had just been extracted not long ago, and it was the blood of a cultivator who paid great attention to the cultivation of the physical body. Apart from Man Kuai's blood, there was no other explanation. An hour ago, Man Kuai had just died, and an hour later, his blood had actually come to this place and gathered into a large array that enveloped everyone. This was obviously a scheme, but no one knew what kind of strange effect this array had. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the blood stopped gushing out and seemed to have been cleaned up. The large array on the ground was completely activated by the blood, and a strange aura lingered, making people feel a little cold. Faintly, a ghostly wail and howl could be heard. Chen Fei and the others were lying on the ground, quietly circulating their source qi to neutralize the poison in their bodies. However, they did not know what kind of poison it was, but the more they neutralized it, the weaker it became. Suddenly, Shilan's face turned pale and she cried out in alarm, "Man Kuai!" Hearing her cry, Chen Fei hurriedly looked up and his eyes widened in an instant. This was because in the center of the array, a phantom image had appeared. This phantom image looked exactly like Man Kuai, but it did not have any spirituality. It looked muddle-headed, as if it had no consciousness. Man Kuai's soul avatar. Not only did the stone slab absorb all of Man Kuai's blood essence, but it also did not let go of his soul avatar. Moreover, looking at the current state of Man Kuai's soul, it seemed to have suffered great damage. Otherwise, it would not be so sluggish. Even without a physical body, the soul of a master from the third-order Dao source realm was enough to maintain its rationality. Sangda, what are you doing? Chen Fei gritted his teeth and shouted. It seemed that he could not bear this unknown pressure. His psychological defenses showed signs of collapsing. Sangda coldly snorted and ignored his question. Instead, he fiercely stomped the ground and said in a deep voice, "Old ghost, it's time to wake up." There was someone else? Chen Fei's face paled as he hurriedly turned his head to look around. Shilan also looked around in bewilderment. She wanted to know who the old ghost Sangda was talking about was. In the next moment, both of them looked in the same direction. On the other side, an ethereal figure slowly appeared. From the appearance of this figure, it seemed to be a soul avatar, but unlike Man Kuai, this soul avatar seemed to be extremely weak and could dissipate at any moment. After this figure appeared, an aura similar to that of a malicious spirit suddenly spread out. Sangda sneered. "Old man, I brought you some delicious food, so why aren't you thanking me? I've treated you well, haven't I?" When Chen Fei heard this, his mouth immediately opened wide as he stared at the illusory figure with a dumbfounded expression. Shilan's beautiful face also paled. "This person is your master?" Sangda snorted. "You don't need to worry about that. Just lie there obediently." As he spoke, he frowned and glanced at Yang Kai. He didn't know why. He always felt that Kai Yang was a bit too calm. Although he was lying there motionless like Chen Fei and Shilan, he didn't even say a word. Could it be that he had accepted his fate? But now that things had come to this, he couldn't care less. He just wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. "What did you mean by food just now?" Chen Fei asked in surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, he knew what it meant. Sangda's master's ghost-like figure let out a sharp howl, making an extremely unpleasant sound, then pounced on Man Kuai's soul avatar like a hungry wolf, opening its bloody mouth wide. In one bite, half of Man Kuai's body was bitten off. This ghost-like existence could actually eat soul avatars. This kind of thing was simply unheard of. Chen Fei and Shi Lan stared blankly at this frightening scene, feeling a chill run down their spines. Under their watchful eyes, the illusory figure spent less than 10 breaths to eat Man Kuai's soul avatar clean. Not only was it not satisfied, but it seemed to have become even more ferocious. Its originally ethereal body became much more solid. Turning its head, it stared fiercely at Chen Fei, then with a fierce howl, it turned into a gust of cold wind and rushed towards Chen Fei. "No, get out of my way." Chen Fei was shocked and shouted in resistance. But he couldn't muster any strength now, so how could he resist? The illusory figure disappeared in a flash, rushing into his body and disappearing. Immediately after, Chen Fei's entire body began to tremble, his eyes trembling non-stop, and his expression was ferocious, as if he was undergoing the most terrible torture. Shi Lan was so scared that her face was drained of blood. Seeing that she would be the next one to meet this fate, she hurriedly begged Sangda, "Great Master, please spare me. I'll be your servant in the future and serve you to the fullest. I definitely won't disappoint you." As she spoke, she squeezed out an extremely forced smile, as if she was trying to make a final effort to use her beauty to win a chance of survival. Sangda turned a deaf ear to her and coldly snorted, "A pile of rotten meat that even wild dogs would disdain dares to show off in front of this old master." Shi Lan's beautiful eyes dimmed, knowing that this time there was really no escape. At this moment, Chen Fei suddenly breathed his last and the illusory figure rushed out of his body. After eating the soul avatars of 2 people in succession, the illusory figure had become extremely solid, and from the look in its eyes, it seemed to have regained some of its intelligence. It didn't stop and directly rushed into Shi Lan's body again, repeating the same process. Shi Lan screamed tragically, knowing that she was going to die without a doubt, constantly cursing Sangda to die a horrible death. Sangda coldly snorted and ignored her, turning to look at Yang Kai. "You don't seem to be worried at all." Yang Kai grinned, "I'm a fish on a chopping board, what's the use of worrying?" Sangda smiled faintly, "You're quite open-minded, this old master appreciates it." "Since Grandmaster appreciates it, why don't you let me go? Let's be good friends after we get out," Yang Kai asked with a smile. Sangda's face darkened, "Impossible. You are the key to this old master's deal with this old ghost. I can let go of anyone but you." "Deal?" Yang Kai keenly grasped this information and asked in surprise, "What deal? This has nothing to do with you." Yang Kai curled his lips, "Grandmaster, you must be joking. Since I'm the key to this deal, how can it have nothing to do with me? I'm going to die anyway, so just tell me, it's not like I'll lose anything." Sangda sneered, "Be good and don't resist later, you'll suffer less." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to him. Yang Kai lightly snorted and didn't want to dwell on this topic, instead looking at the Sea King shuttle and saying, "Grandmaster, you said that this is a tool to leave this sealed world, it can't just be a cover, right?" Sangda didn't change the topic this time, solemnly saying, "This Sea King shuttle took this old ghost a lifetime to refine, it was prepared to leave this place, how could it be a cover? With this, it's enough to leave this sealed world." "That's great." Yang Kai sighed, but no one knew what he was feeling. At this time, Shi Lan had also died. After the Yin's soul devoured Shi Lan's soul avatar, it had completely recovered. As its eyes turned, they were extremely lively, no longer as rigid and dull as before. "You've recovered quite well," Sangda looked at the Yin soul and sneered. The Yin soul said, "It's all thanks to this old master taking in such a good disciple." "It's only right to do this for master," Sangda snorted. The master and disciple pair exchanged a few words with a fake smile on their faces. There was no trace of a master and disciple relationship at all. Their eyes were filled with the desire to kill the other party. It was unknown how they had come to this point. The Yin soul turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "This is the body you found for this old master?" Sangda said, in order to find him, this disciple spent a lot of effort. The Yin soul frowned. Is there a problem with his soul force? He better not be unable to withstand this old master's possession. I tested it myself. Even if it's worse than mine, it's not that much worse. It'll definitely be fine to carry you. The Yin soul nodded. That's for the best. Kai Yang stared at the Yin soul with great interest, a look of sudden realization appearing on his face. You want to seize my body? The Yin soul said, why ask when you already know the answer? You're a little interesting, not afraid? Yang Kai chuckled. The one who should be afraid is not me. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't try to possess me, or you'll die a horrible death. The Yin soul was clearly stunned, then turned to look at Sangda. What do you mean by finding me a lunatic? Sangda said angrily, this kid is just talking big, can't you see that? I think you're really old and muddle-headed. A long night is fraught with dreams, hurry up and do it. The Yin soul pondered for a moment and felt that his words made sense, so he immediately turned into a gust of Yin wind and pounced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai still had a smile on his face as he said lazily, you'll really die a horrible death. The Yin soul ignored him and rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the Yin soul appeared and was about to find Yang Kai's soul avatar and devour it when suddenly, Yang Kai's soul avatar took the initiative to appear and stared at him with a mocking expression. The Yin soul was taken aback, not because he was frightened by Yang Kai's boldness, but because he was shocked by what he saw. He had never seen a person's sea of consciousness so majestic. The seawater gathered below was incomparably deep, dense, and pure. It was like a real ocean, giving people a strong visual conflict. This knowledge sea was not something a Dao source realm cultivator could possess. Compared to the knowledge seas of the two people he had devoured before, the difference was like comparing a stream to the sea. Traitorous disciple. The Yin soul instantly cursed Sangda in his heart. Sangda said that he had personally tested this person's soul force, and even if it was not as good as his, it was not far off. How could this be explained by not far off? The other party's soul force was clearly countless times better than his traitorous disciples, so Sangda's judgment was wrong. This was simply the knowledge sea of the Emperor realm. The Yin soul knew that no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to defeat Yang Kai here. Thinking so, he hurriedly retreated. He knew that if he retreated too late, he might not be able to escape. Chapter 2393. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Kai said with a chuckle, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. Instead, they were icy cold. How many years had it been since he last encountered someone who dared to possess his body? The last soul who dared to do this to him had long been blasted to pieces. A ray of light shot out from somewhere in his knowledge sea, carrying with it a monstrous killing intent as it headed straight for the Yin soul. A soul-type emperor artifact. Perceiving the terrifying power of the soul-splitting saber, the Yin soul roared in horror and no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and spat out a dark light to meet the soul-splitting saber. Yang Kai didn't know what that dark light was, but after colliding with the soul-splitting saber, it suddenly slowed down a lot. As the saber wave slashed down, the Yin soul let out a pitiful cry. Although it was seriously injured, it had at least managed to retain its life. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it tore through Yang Kai's knowledge sea defenses and rushed out. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't expect this Yin soul to have such an ability, but after taking a blow from the soul-splitting saber, he definitely didn't feel good. Even if he didn't die, he probably wouldn't live for long. Inside the cave, Yang Kai opened his eyes again and immediately heard the Yin soul's cries and howls. Obviously, he was in great pain. Looking around, Yang Kai saw the Yin soul curled up in a corner. His originally solid body was now extremely dim, flickering in and out of existence, as if he could collapse at any time. Sangda stared dumbfounded, his face full of shock. After a long time, he shouted in a low voice, "Old ghost, what's going on?" The Yin soul was seriously injured and didn't hear what he said at all. How could he have the time to answer? I kindly reminded you, but you didn't listen. You just had to suffer a loss to learn your lesson. Yang Kai sneered, patted his butt, and stood up with a look of indifference. Sangda took a few steps back, looking at Yang Kai as if he had seen a ghost, and said in shock, "You? How could you?" Yang Kai was clearly injured and poisoned, so how could he be so lively in the blink of an eye? Unforeseen events happened one after another. This made Sangda's heart gradually uneasy. Yang Kai snorted coldly, "Grandmaster, you're so calculative. You worked so hard to bring us here just to let your master devour our bodies. Your filial piety is deeper than the sea. It's so touching that I'm moved to tears." Sangda's expression flickered as he said, "You were prepared." Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "It's not just me. Chen Fei and Shilan were already prepared, but so what? They still fell into your hands. Why are you fine? How can a piece of trash like you pry into my abilities?" Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain. "You want to plot against me with your tricks?" Upon hearing this, Sangda's face turned green and then red. It was unclear whether he was angry or embarrassed, but it was useless to say anything now. Yang Kai did look fine. Not only that, even Old Ghost, who had entered his sea of consciousness to seize his body, seemed to have been severely injured. The Yin's soul roared intermittently, and the light on its body flickered, as if it was about to dissipate. The soul-splitting saber was an Emperor artifact, and a Soul Emperor artifact at that. The Yin's soul was just an soul avatar. It was lucky that it was not destroyed on the spot after taking such a blow. Upon hearing this, Sangda's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked towards the Yin's soul. But in this situation, he was obviously powerless, and an extremely pained expression appeared on his face. "Let go. Let go of your sea of consciousness defense." The Yin's soul continued to roar. Listening to his words, it seemed that he wanted Sangda to let go of his sea of consciousness defense, so that he could enter the other party's sea of consciousness to hide for a while. But how could Sangda be willing to do such a thing? He pretended not to hear anything and just stood there with a sullen face, not moving at all. "Traitor!" The Yin's soul roared unwillingly, and immediately, a dazzling light burst out from its illusory body. It collapsed with a bang, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. "The friendship between your master and disciple, Sk Tisk." Yang Kai watched the show from the side and clicked his tongue. "You killed him?" Sangda turned his face and looked at Yang Kai gloomily. "So what?" Yang Kai smiled coldly, "You and I are the only ones left here. Sangda, let's not beat around the bush. If you want to live, that's fine, but give me the location of the exit and I'll spare your life. Otherwise..." Yang Kai grinned and continued, "I'll make you wish you were dead." "You want the location of the exit from me?" A strange expression appeared on Sangda's face. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Sangda laughed hysterically. "You killed Old Ghost and now you want the location of the exit from me?" Yang Kai said, "I don't think the two of you have a good enough relationship to avenge each other. On the contrary, there seems to be a great enmity between you two. What's wrong with me killing him?" "Sangda, don't be so stubborn, cooperate with me obediently. Only Old Ghost knows the location of the exit. If you kill him, where do you expect me to get it from?" Sangda suddenly roared hysterically, blue veins popping out on his forehead. Yang Kai was stunned, and after a long time, he anxiously asked, "What do you mean?" Sangda sneered. "The Sea King shuttle is here, and with this old master's ability, he can come and take it away at any time, but why would this old master go through so much trouble to bring you here and scheme against you so that Old Ghost could possess you and be reborn? I was the one who destroyed Old Ghost's body back then, yet I went through all the trouble to save him. Do you know why?" Yang Kai suddenly remembered the deal Sangda had mentioned before and his expression changed. "Could it be?" Sangda snorted. "This old master will help him possess this body and he will give me the location of the exit. This is the deal." Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. After a long silence, he cursed, "You old dog, your mouth is full of nonsense. Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier?" If he had known about this earlier, Yang Kai would never have used the soul-splitting saber to deal with the Yin soul. But now, the Yin soul had been destroyed by the soul-splitting saber and the location of the exit had disappeared, rendering the Sea King shuttle useless. This was a big mistake from beginning to end. Who are you to this old master? Why should this old master tell you this? Sangda sneered as he looked at Yang Kai with a look of ridicule. Yang Kai said, "You said before that there were 3 people who knew the location of the exit. That wasn't nonsense, was it? Isn't it very important? Who are Ice Heart Pavilion's Pavilion Master and Clear Sky Island's Master? Do you have the guts to cooperate with them? Be careful or they'll swallow you whole." Sangda sneered again and again. After he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and said, "Since things have come to this, you and I will part ways. From now on, you will walk your own path and I will walk mine. We have nothing to do with each other." Having said that, he took a step forward and was about to walk to the side. Yang Kai snorted coldly and directly pressed down on Sangda. Sangda paused and turned his head to look at Yang Kai. "What? You want to kill this old master? You take the first, I take the 15th. It's fair. Young people these days are so arrogant. Do you think you can kill this old master?" Sangda was already full of anger. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai chattering and unwilling to let him go, he suddenly exploded. He was also a master at the peak of the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, so he didn't need to fear anyone in the Dao Source Realm. If he was really forced into a corner, he didn't mind fighting with Yang Kai to teach him a lesson. Old men these days are a little ignorant of the situation. They always think that age is an advantage and take advantage of it. How ridiculous! Yang Kai retorted. "Boy, haven't you heard that the older the ginger, the spicier it is? Do you really want to be an enemy of this old master?" Sangda's face was so dark that it was almost dripping water. Yang Kai sneered and waved his hand to release Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi. Lu Yen was still riding the Heaven's Oyster White Tiger. His small body sat on top of it, looking majestic. Come, let this old man see the vitality of us young people." Yang Kai pointed at Sangda. Hua Qingxi glared at Yang Kai, thinking, Sister Hua is not young anymore. Since when did I have anything to do with the word young? What the hell? Sangda, on the other hand, turned pale with fright. He didn't see how Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi appeared at all. It was as if Yang Kai had just waved his hand and the 2 of them had mysteriously appeared. Could it be that these 2 have been hiding their tracks and following behind? But why didn't I notice them at all? After releasing his divine sense, Sangda's heart sank. He found that whether it was the little girl who looked to be 7 or 8 years old or the beautiful woman, they both had the cultivation of the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. What's more, the white tiger that the little girl was riding exuded a strange aura that made him feel extremely dangerous. "Master, should we kill them or keep them alive?" Lu Yen suddenly asked faintly. "Kill them." Yang Kai snorted. Sangda didn't even know where the exit was, so what was the point of keeping him alive? Wait. Sangda was alarmed and hurriedly shouted. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi had already surrounded him from both sides. Seeing this, Sangda's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to stay in place. He turned around and rushed out. The white tiger opened its mouth and a pure white energy beam rushed out. It seemed to contain the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It brushed past Sangda's body and hit the air. Sangda was scared out of his wits. Although the attack just now didn't hurt him, he felt the traces of the Emperor Realm's attack. That white tiger is actually from the Emperor Realm. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to stay in the slightest. He just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. The 3 of them chased and fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai snorted coldly and turned his gaze to the Sea King shuttle. Although he didn't understand the situation and accidentally killed the Yin soul, the Sea King shuttle was indeed the key to leaving. Now that it was in front of him, Yang Kai naturally couldn't let it go. He flew up, sat cross-legged on the Sea King shuttle, and began to refine it. A few days ago, it only took Yang Kai a day to refine a ship, but it took him 7 days to refine the Sea King shuttle. The more he refined it, the more he realized how complicated it was to refine this artifact. Sangda said that his old ghost master spent his whole life refining this thing. It didn't seem to be a lie. A weapon refiner who could refine such a time-consuming artifact in their lifetime was already good enough. Chapter 2394. After Yang Kai put away the Sea King shuttle into his space ring, he stood up. Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi had been waiting for a long time, and Yang Kai didn't ask what happened to Sangda. The two of them had chased after Sangda with a heaven puppet, so it would be a huge joke if they let him escape. In fact, Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi only spent half a cup of tea's time to kill Sangda. The two women also took some time to explore the island and take away anything of value. After putting Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi back into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai left the underground and summoned his wooden boat, flying all the way to Clear Sky Island. Others wouldn't dare to do this in the solitary void-sealed world because flying like this consumed too much source chi, and it would be extremely troublesome to replenish it. So, no matter which cultivator went out to sea, they would use a ship to travel quickly and save a lot of source chi. Yang Kai wasn't worried about this. He had countless source crystals and the sealed world bead. Even if he ran out of source chi, he only needed to hide in the sealed world bead and cultivate for a while to recover. Now that he had the Sea King shuttle, he could only ask the Ice Heart Pavilion Master or the Clear Sky Island Master about the location of the exit. Yang Kai didn't want to contact the Clear Sky Island Master, but he might have a chance to meet the Ice Heart Pavilion Master. At this time, Yang Kai was a little glad that he had gone to the Ice Heart Pavilion before coming to this island and applied to be their alchemist. Now, he could be considered to be in a favorable position, but the Ice Heart Pavilion Master was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. She wasn't someone he could meet just because he wanted to. Even if he did meet her, he had to be extremely careful when cooperating with such a master. The journey was smooth, and it only took 3 days. Yang Kai had already returned to the dock of Clear Sky Island. Many cultivator on the dock saw him fly all the way back and couldn't help but be surprised. They couldn't help but look over, secretly surprised. They didn't know what Yang Kai had encountered at sea, that even his ship and his companions were gone. Yang Kai ignored those strange gazes and walked all the way into Clear Sky City. Yang Kai arrived in front of his rented abode. He took out his token and opened the restriction. Then he leisurely stepped inside. He suddenly paused, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. He raised his hand and pressed it into the void, the source chi in his body surging violently. A loud bang resounded, and the Immortal's cave shook violently for a few times. Then, the light of various restrictions flickered wildly. Yang Kai was also hit by a huge force and was sent flying like a ragged sack. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and landed heavily on the ground. The Emperor Realm. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with shock. He never thought that there would be someone from the Emperor Realm ambushing him in his own cave. Although the other party was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master and hadn't used his full strength in this attack, Yang Kai still suffered quite a bit in his haste to deal with it. He hurriedly got up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He angrily looked to the side. There, he saw a surprised look on the person's face, as if he didn't expect that his sneak attack wouldn't be able to capture Yang Kai on the spot. Instead, the latter had taken the opportunity to escape. For some reason, this person's face was a little pale. It seemed that he had suffered serious injuries. Pang Guang. After seeing this person's face clearly, Yang Kai immediately gnashed his teeth and shouted. The person who had ambushed him in his cave abode was none other than Marsh City's city lord, Pang Guang, who had followed him in. A few days ago, before Yang Kai left Heaven Connect City, he had accidentally bumped into Pang Guang on the street. However, the two of them had just brushed past each other. Neither of them had greeted the other, so he didn't expect to meet them again under such circumstances. Looking to the side, Yang Kai's face turned gloomy, and a thick murderous intent was brewing in his heart. Because at this moment, Pang Guang's hand was covering Lu Xianyun's head, and the power in his palm was hidden, as if he could take Lu Xianyun's life at any time. Yang Kai didn't know why Pang Guang was here, or how he had taken Lu Xianyun hostage, but the current situation made him very cautious. Lu Xianyun's delicate body was trembling with her life in his hands, and her pretty face was pale. Seeing Yang Kai injured, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother?" Her beautiful eyes were full of concern and uneasiness, as well as deep guilt and self-blame. When Yang Kai left Heaven Connect City a few days ago, he had asked her if she wanted to go with him, but Lu Xianyun had chosen to stay. Now, it seemed that this decision was a mistake. If she had gone with Yang Kai, she wouldn't have been taken hostage to threaten Yang Kai. She had only gone out a few days ago, and she hadn't gone far. She had only gone to the cave mansion where Ling Yinchin and the others were staying to familiarize herself with the way. She had thought that they would be neighbors in the future, so they could interact more. But on the way back, she had been targeted by Pang Guang, and as soon as she entered the cave mansion, she was subdued. "I'm fine." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Lu Xianyun. "He didn't do anything to you, right?" Lu Xianyun slowly shook her head. "No, he was just waiting for you to come back." Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. He looked at Pang Guang coldly and said in a deep voice, "City Lord Pang, isn't this a little unethical?" Pang Guang coldly snorted, and his expression was a little uncomfortable. He was a master from the Emperor realm, and he had secretly followed someone into the cave mansion and taken a woman whose cultivation was far weaker than his. This matter was not very pleasant to hear. "Boy, I won't beat around the bush with you," Pang Guang said in a deep voice. He seemed to be lacking in qi. "This king has only one purpose in coming here, and that is to give me your heavenly restoration lotus, and I'll let you go immediately." Pang Guang already knew that Yang Kai had the heavenly restoration lotus back in Marsh City. He also knew how precious the heavenly restoration lotus was, otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly followed Yang Kai and Yao Changjun. His original intention was to find an opportunity to fish in troubled waters, but he didn't expect to encounter the solitary void great maelstrom and come to this solitary void sealed world. "You want the heavenly restoration lotus?" Yang Kai raised his brow and looked Pang Guang up and down. He immediately realized something and grinned. "City Lord Pang, is the Danton damaged, or is it your soul?" The heavenly restoration lotus's effect was to repair the damaged Dantian and soul. Yao Changjun snatched it back then because his soul was damaged. Pang Guang obviously wanted the heavenly restoration lotus for the same reason. No wonder this guy looked a little short of breath, as if he was injured. He must have fought with a master and was accidentally injured. In Clear Sky City, even though he was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, it wasn't easy for him to recover from such a serious injury. There were no powerful alchemists here, nor were there any good spirit pills. Fortunately, he knew that Yang Kai had the heavenly restoration lotus, so he set his sights on Yang Kai. He thought that even if he was injured, it would be easy for him to sneak attack Yang Kai, but he didn't expect things to go the other way. Yang Kai's ability to adapt and counterattack made it impossible for him to succeed, so he could only rely on the hostage in his hands. "This has nothing to do with you. Hand over the heavenly restoration lotus, and this Pang won't make things difficult for you." Pang Guang shouted impatiently. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "City Lord Pang, it seems that you've been having a hard time recently." "That's right, someone from the Emperor Realms suddenly appeared on Clear Sky Island. I'm afraid everyone knows that you're a newcomer and have a lot of good things on you. You must have been robbed, right?" Pang Guang was different from him. He and Lu Xianyun entered Clear Sky Island quietly, and as long as they had a suitable identity token, no one would know that they were newcomers. However, Pang Guang couldn't hide it. There were only a few people from the Emperor Realm on Clear Sky Island, so if one suddenly appeared, who else could it be but a newcomer? "Cut the crap, I want the heavenly restoration lotus." Pang Guang gritted his teeth and shouted, the power in his hand becoming unstable. It seemed that he was extremely desperate. Lu Xianyun cried out in a low voice, the pain on her face unbearable. "If you dare to hurt a single hair on my junior sister, I'll make sure you come in alive and leave alive." Yang Kai roared angrily. "That depends on whether you cooperate or not." Pang Guang's forehead gradually oozed beads of sweat. At a glance, it was obvious that his injury was not light. "The heavenly restoration lotus, right?" Yang Kai's face darkened. He flipped his hand and said, "Look at what this is." Pang Guang immediately looked at the heavenly restoration lotus in Yang Kai's hand, his eyes burning with desire. It was as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. As soon as Yang Kai took it out, A faint fragrance wafted out of the cave. As soon as the fragrance entered his nose, Pang Guang's spirit was lifted, and even his injury seemed to have healed a lot. "Give it to me, give it to me," Pang Guang shouted anxiously. As long as he had the heavenly restoration lotus, his injury would heal quickly. He wouldn't have to worry about leaving behind any hidden injuries that would affect his martial arts foundation in the future. Yang Kai laughed coldly. Then, under Pang Guang's stunned gaze, he stuffed the heavenly restoration lotus into his mouth and chewed it like a cow chewing on a peony. His face revealed an expression of ecstasy, as if he was eating a peerless delicacy. Munch, munch, Pang Guang was dumbfounded. He froze on the spot as if he had been immobilized. Yang Kai laughed maniacally as he ate. "You want it? If you want it, come and take it. Let's see if I'll spit on you to taste it." Do. Pang Guang's blood rushed to his heart. He almost couldn't calm down, and his face turned pale with anger. He clearly had a hostage in his hand, but Yang Kai still dared to act so unscrupulously. Was this kid crazy? Did he really not care about his junior sister's life at all? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild and his mind trembled, Yang Kai's left eye suddenly turned into a golden vertical pupil. The golden pupil contracted, and a strange power leisurely spread out. Pang Guang was stunned. His soul suddenly became unstable, as if it had been affected. At this moment, Yang Kai had already summoned the myriad sword. His body was wrapped in sword light, and he slashed at Pang Guang with great momentum. The sword essence was awe-inspiring. Before the sword arrived, an aura of death had already rushed over. Pang Guang almost subconsciously took a step back. But in the next moment, his heart skipped a beat as he understood Yang Kai's intentions. Gritting his teeth, source chi surged out from his hand and he grabbed out fiercely. He wanted to kill Lu Xianyun first and let Yang Kai know the consequences of angering him. But what he didn't expect was that he would grab empty air. Lu Xianyun, who was originally under his control, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Only a strange power fluctuation was emitted, and Lu Xianyun's entire body moved horizontally a few meters, avoiding this fatal blow. Chapter 2395. Space Force. Pang Guang narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Kai in horror. That strange power just now was definitely the fluctuation of Space Force, and it was an extremely profound Space Force at that. This brat actually knows the Tao of space? He can even teleport people away directly? How can a Tao Source Realm cultivator achieve such a level of attainment? Before Pang Guang could figure it out, Yang Kai's myriad sword had already shot towards him. This sword attack contained all of Yang Kai's cultivation. Even a cultivator from the Emperor Realm like Pang Guang couldn't help but change his expression when he saw this. He raised his hand and summoned a jade butterfly-like defensive artifact. Kong. A loud noise rang out. The cave mansion's barrier, which was already on the verge of collapse, finally collapsed under this blow. Without the protection of the spirit array, the violent energy dissipated and Yang Kai's cave mansion was directly razed to the ground. Schwa schwa. Two figures flew out of the cave mansion one after another and looked at each other from a distance. Pang Guang's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Brat, you dare to play with me?" Kai Yang would rather eat the heavenly restoration lotus like a cow chewing on a peony than give it to him. This caused his heart to ache to the extreme. Yang Kai sneered and said disapprovingly, "So what if I played with you? Come hit me if you have the guts. This king will tear you apart." Pang Guang roared. Yang Kai flipped his hair and stood motionless in the air. He didn't care about the threat at all and said confidently, "City Lord Pang, you should consider your own situation." As soon as this was said, Pang Guang's expression changed greatly and he looked around. His mood suddenly turned bad. Before, he was hiding in Yang Kai's cave mansion. No one could find him, but now, after the conflict with Yang Kai, such a big commotion had already alarmed all the cultivator in Clear Sky City. The cultivator in the cave mansions all came out to investigate the situation, and countless cultivators gathered from all directions. Among them, there were two people whose auras made Pang Guang particularly wary. It was these two who had joined forces to injure him before. He had no choice but to hide in Yang Kai's cave mansion and wait for an opportunity to recover. At this moment, when he sensed that these two people were also coming, Pang Guang didn't have the mood to stay in place. He glared fiercely at Yang Kai, then turned around and fled out of the city. Not long after Pang Guang left, the cultivators were all pointing at him. They didn't know what happened here that caused such a big commotion. Two people suddenly descended from the sky. Both of them had dignified expressions on their faces, making it hard for anyone to look at them directly. The powerful auras they gave off showed that they were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Kai Yang was also secretly vigilant, his eyes sweeping over these two people. And the Unrestrained Society's president. These two organizations were quite powerful on the island, and the biggest reason was that they had the Emperor Realm as their backer. These two had obviously sensed Pang Guang's aura, which was why they had hurried over. Yang Kai observed their expressions and found that these two people had faint signs of internal injuries. It seemed that they didn't have a good time dealing with Pang Guang. Where is he? The pavilion master of Profound Cloud Pavilion swept his gaze and immediately fixed it on Yang Kai. He asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai hurriedly pointed in the direction Pang Guang had escaped and shouted, "He ran that way. Master, you have to help me. That thief is hiding in my cave mansion." While I wasn't paying attention. Before Yang Kai could finish his words, the two First-Order Emperor Realm Masters ran away as fast as they could. They weren't interested in helping Yang Kai. What they were interested in was the various cultivation resources Pang Guang carried with him. If not for this reason, even if the two of them joined forces, they wouldn't be willing to have such a big conflict with someone from the Emperor Realm. After the two disappeared, Yang Kai turned around and landed on the ground. He grabbed Lu Xianyun and shouted, "Let's go!" After such a big commotion and even his cave mansion was destroyed, the city lord's mansion would definitely send people to investigate. If they were questioned, there would be many things he couldn't explain. Why would someone from the Emperor Realm hide in his cave mansion? Why was he safe and sound after being ambushed by someone from the Emperor Realm? Yang Kai didn't want to explain these things, and he couldn't. So, he could only leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Sure enough, less than 30 breaths after Yang Kai left, a master from the city lord's mansion hurried over. After asking around, they couldn't find out who the owner of the destroyed cave mansion was and could only retreat helplessly. Yang Kai rushed all the way to Ice Heart Pavilion with Lu Xianyun and walked straight in. "Hey, Alchemist Yang." Fan Exine greeted Yang Kai happily as soon as she saw him and smiled, "Are you done with your business?" Thank you for your concern," Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Fan Exine was about to say something when her pretty face suddenly changed. "Alchemist Yang, how did you get injured?" Although Yang Kai was lucky enough to escape from Pang Guang's sneak attack, he was still seriously injured and looked quite pitiful at the moment. "I ran into some trouble," Yang Kai said awkwardly. "I came here to take refuge for a while." "Oh no." Fan Exine looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully and said, "The commotion in the cave mansion just now, could it be related to you, Alchemist Yang?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "An unexpected disaster." Fan Exine was stunned. She had just made a random guess and didn't expect to be right. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the inner city, there weren't many people who dared to cause trouble, let alone in the cave mansion. She didn't know what Yang Kai had encountered to be in such a sorry state. "Junior sister Fan Exine, if it's inconvenient, we can leave now." Yang Kai saw that she didn't let him in and thought she was afraid of getting into trouble, so he couldn't help but feel gloomy. Fan Exine pursed her lips and smiled. "In my Ice Heart Pavilion, any trouble is no trouble. Since you are an alchemist of Ice Heart Pavilion, where do you want to go? Come with me." Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he quickly cupped his fists. "Many thanks, Junior sister Fan Exine." After entering the Ice Heart Pavilion, Yang Kai immediately felt relieved. Although this place was small and the people who came and went weren't high class, there were masters guarding it. It could be said that this place was even safer than the cave mansion, so there was no need to worry about anything else. Fan Exine led Yang Kai inside and arranged accommodation for him and Lu Xianyun before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai's injuries seemed serious, but his physique was good, so he recovered very quickly. However, he didn't intend to deliberately heal himself. Instead, he directly took out the other black heavenly restoration lotus from the sealed world bead. The heavenly restoration lotus had 2 stalks, one black and one white. A single stalk could only repair the damaged dantian and soul of a cultivator. It wasn't very heaven-defying, but if the 2 stalks were refined into pills, they could greatly expand the cultivator's dantian and knowledge C. This effect was extraordinary for any cultivator. Even those who had reached the peak of the Third Order Emperor realm couldn't refuse such a temptation. The expansion of one's knowledge C and dantian meant an increase in one's strength. Previously, Yang Kai had no choice but to swallow one heavenly restoration lotus. Now, there was only one left, so he couldn't refine the twin heavenly restoration pill. In for a penny, in for a pound. He stuffed the black heavenly restoration lotus into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Not only that, he also took out all kinds of supplementary herbs from his space ring and ate them all. These supplementary materials were all needed to refine the twin heavenly restoration pill. Refining the twin heavenly restoration pill was impossible, so he could only rely on this method to maximize the effects of the twin heavenly restoration lotus. Using his body as the furnace and source chi as the flame, he merged with the heavens and earth in order to obtain some of the effects of the twin heavenly restoration pill. Although this was a great waste of herbs, he had no choice but to do so. The pure medicinal efficacies exploded in his stomach and turned into energy that flowed through his limbs and bones. Crackling sounds kept coming from the secret room. Yang Kai guarded his mind and focused on refining the twin heavenly restoration lotus. He could feel that his dantian and knowledge C were slowly expanding. The magical effects of the twin heavenly restoration lotus were taking effect. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. He was in high spirits and looked as if he had gained a lot. He sensed his body's condition and found that his injuries had healed. Not only that, the dantian seemed to have expanded by 1/10 compared to 3 days ago. His knowledge C had also grown tremendously. At his level of strength, any bit of improvement was not easy to come by. It required a lot of effort and great opportunities. But now, he had only consumed 2 heavenly restoration lotuses, and he had already gained so much. It was obvious how powerful the heavenly restoration lotus was. After rejoicing for a while, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed, "Pang Guang, you old bastard." If he hadn't been forced by Pang Guang, how could he have swallowed the heavenly restoration lotus? Now that he thought about it, his heart ached. The heavenly restoration lotus was not easy to come by. Moreover, he had 2 stalks on one stalk. His original plan was to find an opportunity to refine the twin heavenly restoration pill. Now, that plan was ruined. Compared to refining the twin heavenly restoration lotus, Yang Kai's consumption of the lotus didn't even bring out 1/10 of its effects. As an alchemist, Yang Kai simply couldn't tolerate such a reckless waste of God's gift. He remembered this grudge on Pang Guang. Just as he was secretly venting his anger, there was a sudden knock on the door. Kai Yang was stunned for a moment, but he quickly opened the door. Fan Exen was standing at the door, looking at him with a strange expression. "Junior sister Fan Exen, what's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. Fan Exen said, "Master wants to see you." "Master?" Yang Kai frowned. In the next moment, his eyes widened and he whispered, "Pavilion Master? I am here on Master's orders to bring you to her." Fan Exen nodded. Yang Kai suddenly felt uncomfortable. He didn't expect that the elusive Ice Heart Pavilion Master would want to see him at this time. This was a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. Although Yang Kai had long planned to meet her and even wanted to ask her about the location of the exit, things had happened so suddenly that he couldn't help but feel nervous. He didn't know why the Ice Heart Pavilion Master wanted to see him. Chapter 2396. Following behind Fan Exen, Yang Kai asked, "Junior sister Fan Exen, why does Pavilion Master want to see me?" Fan Exen smiled and said, "Disciple doesn't dare to ask too much about honored master's actions." She was only following orders, so how could she know why the Ice Heart Pavilion Master wanted to see Yang Kai? After a pause, she continued, "However, honored master rarely meets with outsiders. Even us disciples haven't seen her for a long time. Speaking of this, a sad look appeared on her face. At the same time, there was some envy, as if she envied Yang Kai, an outsider, for having the opportunity to be summoned by her honored master. When you see honored master later, don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't say what you shouldn't say. Otherwise, if you annoy honored master, no one on this island can save you, Fan Xian said worriedly, afraid that Yang Kai would be rude in front of her honored master. I'll remember, Yang Kai replied seriously. However, after hearing Fan Xian's words, he inexplicably felt a little nervous. He felt that this Ice Heart Pavilion master wasn't someone easy to get along with and was most likely an old woman with a bad temper. By the way, my junior sister has been. Yang Kai thought of Lu Xianyan again. He hadn't seen her since taking refuge in Ice Heart Pavilion, so he didn't know how she was doing these days. Fan Xian said, please rest assured about junior sister Lu. She has a gentle personality and gets along well with us sisters. She even took the initiative to help us, so I let her work as an assistant in the pavilion. That's good. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xianyun wasn't someone who liked to cause trouble, so he didn't need to worry too much about this. As the two talked, they arrived at the 6th floor of Ice Heart Pavilion. Just as Yang Kai had expected, the Ice Heart Pavilion master, who had great divine technique, lived on the 6th floor. Standing in front of the door, Fan Xian said, Alchemist Yang, you can go in by yourself. Honored master is waiting for you inside. Many thanks. Yang Kai nodded lightly and pushed the door open. After entering the 6th floor, Kai Yang didn't even have the time to take in his surroundings before the door behind him slammed shut. He didn't panic even in the face of such a situation. His expression was natural as he looked around. The 6th floor didn't occupy a large area, but the furnishings were filled with a lively spirituality. It was as if these inanimate objects had their own lives, causing people to feel inexplicably comfortable and happy. Yang Kai was secretly surprised. He walked inside and saw that the decorations were simple yet elegant. Moreover, there was a natural fragrance floating in the air, giving Yang Kai the illusion that he had walked into a young girl's boudoir. You're the new alchemist? A pleasant voice suddenly came from the side. This voice was extremely clear and melodious. It was gentle yet didn't lose a trace of tranquility, yet it didn't carry the slightest aura. It was as if it came from above the 9 heavens, and it caused others to feel as if it was misty and traceless. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound. He hadn't noticed anyone nearby at all. Suddenly, he heard a voice. It was clear that the owner of this voice had a cultivation far above his, so he couldn't detect it at all. If the owner of this voice had wanted to harm him, he would have already fallen for it. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's back was dripping with cold sweat. Looking around, Yang Kai discovered that there was a young girl in a palace dress standing there quietly. The young girl was looking at him with an indifferent expression. Just like the voice, this young girl exuded a lively aura, like a blooming white lotus. She was untainted by the slightest speck of dust. Yang Kai's first impression of her was pure like lake water without the slightest impurity. He couldn't believe that there was such a pure and flawless woman in this world. Immediately, Yang Kai felt a sense of familiarity. Not only was this young girl's pure aura familiar to him, but her appearance was also familiar. He felt as if he had seen this young girl somewhere before. A distant image flashed through his mind. He wanted to delve deeper into it, but he couldn't remember where or when he had seen this image. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her with a dazed expression, the young girl frowned slightly and raised her hand, wanting to teach Yang Kai a lesson. She knew what kind of impact her appearance would bring to a man. Since she started cultivating, she had seen this scene countless times, so she also knew what kind of dirty thoughts would appear in the hearts of these men when they looked at her. She thought that Yang Kai was the same. But soon she discovered that something was wrong, because although Yang Kai was staring at her, there was no blasphemy in his eyes, only surprise, nostalgia, and suspicion. She could understand why he was surprised, but what was with the nostalgia and suspicion? The young girl could clearly see that Yang Kai's eyes were full of confusion, as if he was puzzled about something, but at the same time, he was also thinking of someone. his expression was very gentle. She gently placed her hand back down and snorted heavily. Yang Kai quivered and suddenly woke up, his old face turning red as he realized that it was rude of him to stare at her so fiercely. Moreover, this person was most likely the Ice Heart Pavilion's master. Yang Kai's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he lowered his head and cupped his fists. Indeed, may I ask if Senior is Ice Heart Pavilion's master? He still couldn't believe that such a pure and flawless young girl was actually Ice Heart Pavilion's master. He had thought that she was just a temperamental old granny. The difference between the two was too great. This queen is... The young girl gently nodded. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. Please forgive me for my rudeness, Yang Kai hurriedly said. The young girl remained silent, but Yang Kai's attitude of immediately admitting his mistake was very good, so the young girl didn't pursue the matter. If she really wanted to blame him, she could have taught Yang Kai a lesson just now. Who were you thinking of just now? After a while, the young girl asked. Yang Kai didn't raise his head and replied, Junior was thinking of his wife. The young girl faintly asked, What? Do this queen and your wife look alike? If that wasn't the case, how could Yang Kai think of his wife when he saw her? Her tone was flat, without any emotions, but Yang Kai felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cautiously said, Their appearances aren't similar, but their auras are. Both are extremely pure and untainted and... Yang Kai grinned. She's also like Senior, as cold as ice, just like an ice doll. Speaking of Su Yen, Yang Kai's expression became much more natural, and a nostalgic smile appeared on his face as his heart filled with sweetness. Ice doll? The young girl seemed to find this description very interesting, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. Ah! Yang Kai suddenly screamed and looked up at the young girl, his eyes trembling violently as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. What's wrong? The young girl frowned, extremely dissatisfied with Yang Kai's reaction. This little brat even raised his head and stared at her so fiercely, which was a little too rude. What made the young girl even more dissatisfied was Yang Kai's expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Senior. Yang Kai gulped, looking extremely nervous. Junior has a question to ask you, but I don't know if Senior would be willing to answer. The young girl said impatiently, Ask. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, as if he was considering his words, and after a while, he grit his teeth and asked, May I ask Senior's name? Is it Bing Yun? The young girl frowned and coldly asked, How do you know? It was impossible for her disciples to tell Yang Kai her name, and the others on Clear Sky Island didn't know either, so how did Yang Kai find out her name? Yang Kai didn't answer, but instead became even more excited. He took a step forward and shouted, Was it Senior who founded Ice Heart Valley? And left behind the profound Frost Divine Sword? Bing Yun was surprised. You even know this? Are you from the Northern Territory? Northern Territory? Yang Kai frowned and slowly shook his head. Junior is from the Southern Territory and has never been to the Northern Territory. Bing Yun asked curiously, Since you have never been to the Northern Territory, how do you know this queen's name and Ice Heart Valley? At this point, the young girl's tender body suddenly trembled, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she stared at Yang Kai and said, Even if you are from the Northern Territory, have been to Ice Heart Valley, seen this queen's statue, and know this queen's name and relationship with Ice Heart Valley, it is impossible for you to know about the profound Frost Divine Sword. This queen left it there long ago. After a pause, Bing Yun tenderly shouted, Could it be that you? Yang Kai grinned foolishly, his whole body relaxing. Bing Yun also showed a rare smile and asked softly, Are you from Heng Luo Star Field? Yang Kai scratched his head and said, Heng Luo Star Field? I don't know what the Homeland Star Territory is called, but there is indeed a powerful Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce there. Is there also Sword Union, Purple Star, and Galaxy Ridge? Bing Yun asked. Yes, yes, yes. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Bing Yun couldn't help laughing. You really are from Heng Luo Star Field. I didn't expect to meet someone from my homeland here after so many years. Junior also didn't expect to meet Senior Bing Yun here. Yang Kai also had an incredulous expression on his face as he sighed. When he first saw Bing Yun, he had a feeling that she was kind to him, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember exactly where. It wasn't until he recalled every little detail of his time with Su Yen that these dusty memories suddenly resurfaced. He had indeed seen Bing Yun before, but what he saw wasn't a living person, but a statue. Back then, Su Yen was taken away by the people of Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley and cultivated in Ice Heart Valley for many years. When Yang Kai went to Ice Heart Valley to find Su Yen, he saw Bing Yun's statue in the valley. Bing Yun was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley, but no one knew whether she was alive or dead. At that time, Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master, Bing Long, told Yang Kai that ancestral founder Bing Yun had most likely left that world and went to a wider sky, leaving only the profound Frost Divine Sword that she always carried with her as the sect's most precious treasure. Later, the profound Frost Divine Sword was inherited by Su Yen. Calculating the time, it had been tens of thousands of years since Bing Yun founded Ice Heart Valley. Who would have thought that she was still alive, had come to Star Territory, and had even cultivated to the Third Order Emperor realm? Chapter 2397. Bing Long's guess at that time was correct. Ancestral founder Bing Yun did not fall, but instead left that world and went to a wider sky. Now, she was standing in front of Yang Kai. Ice Heart Valley could be considered Su Yan's sect, and Bing Yun was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley, so after understanding the other party's origins, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of closeness to Bing Yun, and he was less restrained and cautious. Although Bing Yun's expression was still cold, there was a layer of gentleness in her beautiful eyes. Even for her, meeting someone from Home Star's territory in this place was an extremely rare experience. "Sit down, this queen has a lot to ask you," Bing Yun pointed to a chair next to her. "Yes." Yang Kai cupped his fists and walked over to sit down obediently. Over the next hour, Bing Yun asked Yang Kai a lot about Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai naturally told her everything he knew, including his relationship with Su Yen and what he had encountered in Ice Heart Valley. After Bing Yun listened, she was silent for a long time. After all, she was the founder of Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star. Although she had come to the star boundary a long time ago and had not returned for tens of thousands of years, the feelings in her heart had not been cut off with time and distance. After hearing that Ice Heart Valley only had one First-Order Origin King, Bing Yun couldn't help but sigh. When she was in Ice Heart Valley was the overlord of Scarlet Wave Star. Even in the entire Hengluo star field, it was a famous existence with endless masters. Tens of thousands of years had passed. The sect had fallen to such a state. It was inevitable that she felt sad. However, she was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master after all, and her state of mind was extraordinary. She knew that there was no everlasting sect or force in this world. She had left for tens of thousands of years, but Ice Heart Valley's inheritance could still be considered the result of the efforts of the younger generation. "Senior, how did you leave Home Star's territory and come here?" Yang Kai saw her expression was a little lonely. He quickly changed the topic. Bing Yun pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "It was just a coincidence. This queen entered a mystic realm, and when I came out, I was already in the astral boundary. What about you?" Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "My friends and I borrowed the Star Emperor tokens left behind by the great emperors of the Star Field to forcefully open the passage." "Star Field's great emperors?" Bing Yun frowned slightly. She looked very pretty. When Yang Kai saw her expression, he knew that when she left, there were no great emperors of Star Field. He immediately explained. After listening, Bing Yun nodded and said, "I didn't expect that such a small place could attract a powerful person. However, I have never heard of the Yang inflammation you mentioned. I don't know where she is right now, or what her identity is." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. After he came to the astral boundary, he didn't deliberately inquire about the Yang inflammation. However, he had never heard of the great emperors of the Yang inflammation. At the very least, there weren't any of the 10 great emperors. Thinking of the Yang inflammation, Yang Kai thought of the little girl, Lin Yun. When Yang inflammation left Shadowed Star, he took Lin Yun with him. He didn't know how the little girl was doing after so many years. Back then, she was still a silly little girl. After so many years, she should have become a slender and elegant girl, right? If fate wills it, we will meet again. Bing Yun said softly. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Fate was an extremely mysterious thing. It was hard to explain. If fate didn't exist, even if one begged hard, it would be useless. If fate willed it, the world would become close. Yang Kai being able to meet Bing Yun in the solitary void-sealed world today was also a kind of fate. By the way, Senior, why did you call this Junior over today? Yang Kai was still a little nervous before he came here. He didn't know why this Ice Heart Pavilion master, whom he had never met before, called him over. But now, he was no longer worried and relaxed. It is very difficult to find a Dao Source grade alchemist on the island. You are probably the last person this queen can find. This queen just wants to ask, if you are given enough materials, when can you advance? Bing Yun said. Advance to Dao Source grade high-rank alchemist? Yang Kai raised his brow, vaguely understanding something, and asked, Senior wants me to refine some kind of spirit pill? Bing Yun said, that's right. The grade of the spirit pill this queen wants to refine isn't low. If your alchemist level is too low, I can't guarantee a success rate. What kind of pill does Senior want to refine? Yang Kai asked. 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill. Yang Kai raised his brow when he heard this. He was an Emperor-grade alchemist, so he naturally knew what the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill was. This thing was purely a spirit pill used by the masters of the Emperor realm to restore their Emperor Qi. A low-rank Emperor Yuan pill could restore about 10% of the Emperor realm strength in a short time, a mid-rank Emperor Yuan pill could restore 20%, and a high-rank Emperor Yuan pill could restore 30%. Moreover, the consumption time was very short. However, because the masters of the Emperor realm were generally very powerful, they usually didn't need this kind of spirit pill. Coupled with the fact that it wasn't easy to refine, this kind of spirit pill didn't sell well. Yang Kai didn't expect that Bing Yun wanted him to refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill. He didn't know what she wanted to do with this kind of spirit pill. Just as Yang Kai was about to tell her his alchemy skills, Bing Yun's pretty face suddenly changed. She raised her head and looked in a certain direction. In the next moment, she shouted in a low voice, "Come here." As soon as she finished speaking, she stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai. A strong suction force came from her jade hand. Yang Kai couldn't resist at all and was pulled in front of her. Immediately, she reached out and patted her seat. A small secret compartment suddenly appeared there. Without any explanation, Bing Yun stuffed Yang Kai into the secret compartment and hurriedly ordered, "Conceal your aura and hold your breath. Don't come out until this queen tells you to. Also, don't expose yourself." Yang Kai had no idea what was going on, but when he saw Bing Yun so nervous, as if she was facing a great enemy, he knew that the situation wasn't good. She was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. How could something that could make her so cautious be simple? So he didn't say anything. He curled up in the secret compartment and directly used his Nihility secret technique to conceal his aura. Ping. The secret compartment was closed again. Bing Yun sat cross-legged on the secret compartment again, motionless. She circulated her strength slightly and isolated the place where Yang Kai was. Originally, she was afraid that Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high enough and his concealment technique wasn't good enough, which would expose his aura. However, after some investigation, she found that Yang Kai had become illusory, as if he had been exiled to another space. Even her divine sense couldn't detect any trace of Yang Kai. Only then did she feel relieved, knowing that she had underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Just as she finished doing all this, a figure flashed in the loft. A person appeared there strangely with a smile on his face. He cupped his fist to Bing Yun and said politely, "Little sister Bing Yun, it's been 3 months since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. This one is very pleased." Below the secret compartment, Yang Kai's heart jumped when he heard this. He was extremely shocked. He didn't know who this person was, but this person was so arrogant that he directly called Bing Yun little sister. This wasn't something that could be described as daring. There was only one person in the entire Clear Sky Island who was qualified to call Bing Yun this way. Clear Sky Island Master, Qi Ri. When he realized that the person who spoke was actually the Clear Sky Island Master, Yang Kai's heart jumped. He also understood why Bing Yun was acting like she was facing a great enemy. But why did Qi come to Ice Heart Pavilion? What kind of grievances did these two Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters have? Why did Bing Yun immediately hide herself in the secret compartment under her seat when she sensed his arrival? Yang Kai was confused. He only knew that Bing Yun was extremely afraid of this Qi. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about this, Bing Yun's faint voice came from outside. "Qi, do you still want to try?" Qi laughed and said, "Life on this island is boring. Only little sister Bing Yun is worthy of this king's attention. Since little sister has given me a test, Qi naturally wants to complete it. The sooner I win the beauty, the better I can be with little sister." Hearing this, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but twitch. He vaguely knew what Qi wanted to do here. Listening to the meaning of his words, it seemed that he was interested in Bing Yun. However, this wasn't surprising. In the entire Clear Sky Island, only Bing Yun could stand on equal footing with Qi. Moreover, Bing Yun wasn't ugly. On the contrary, she was pure, flawless, and extremely beautiful. Even a master like Qi couldn't help but be moved. However, Bing Yun seemed to have some kind of test that Qi hadn't completed yet. He couldn't capture Bing Yun's heart. However, according to Yang Kai, even if Qi really completed the test, Bing Yun might not be willing to marry him. Bing Yun had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. During these tens of thousands of years, she must have met countless amazing men. If she really wanted to marry a man, she would have done so long ago. How could she wait for the Clear Sky Island Lord to do so? Yang Kai knew that many of Ice Heart Valley's secret arts required one to remain a virgin. They couldn't be too intimate with men. Since Bing Yun was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley, many of her secret arts must be like this. This Clear Sky Island Lord could only be said to be impulsive. Even Yang Kai could feel Bing Yun's indifference and rejection. He didn't believe that Qi couldn't feel it. Bing Yun coldly snorted and said, "Since that's the case, then come." After saying this, the outside suddenly fell into silence. Yang Kai didn't dare to use his divine sense. He didn't even dare to reveal his aura, so he didn't know what was happening outside. After a short while, the silence was suddenly broken as Kai Yang heard a series of whistling sounds. He could also feel that a powerful force was constantly colliding within a small area. Even though he was hiding in the secret compartment, he was still scared witless. He was afraid that the two people's strength would leak out and destroy the loft. If they really destroyed the pavilion, then he would have nowhere to hide. This battle didn't last long. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the intense fighting suddenly stopped. Bing Yun's cold voice sounded, "The water spilled." Qi said regretfully, "Just a little bit more and this king would have been able to drink the tea personally brewed by little sister. What a pity, what a pity. Please go back." Bing Yun unceremoniously asked him to leave. Chapter 2398. Qi didn't seem to care about Bing Yun's cold personality at all. On the contrary, he admired her very much. He felt that the more she acted this way, the more interesting it was. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Then this king won't disturb little sister's cultivation. This king will come back in a month. At that time, I will definitely not disappoint little sister." After saying that, he laughed loudly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bing Yun sat there with a cold face. Her pretty face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. After a long while, she reached out and knocked on the secret compartment below, saying, "You can come out now." Hearing this, Yang Kai quickly jumped out. Looking around, the furnishings in this pavilion were not messy at all. It seemed that the fight between the two great emperors' third-order masters had not affected this place at all. This made Yang Kai speechless because he clearly felt that extremely powerful energy fluctuations were constantly colliding in this area, but now there was no trace of it. It was obvious that whether it was Bing Yun or Qi, both of them had reached the pinnacle of control over their own strength. On the table next to them, there was a cup full of tea, but it seemed to have overflowed a lot and spilled on the table. "Senior, that Qi." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but hesitated. Bing Yun sighed and said, "You probably can see that he has some thoughts about this queen." "That old bastard is simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat," Yang Kai said angrily. Bing Yun glanced at him and knew that he was defending her. She smiled slightly and said, "Not necessarily a toad. Qi Ri is still capable. This queen is not his opponent right now." Yang Kai was surprised and said, "If it is really a life or death battle, what are senior's chances of winning?" Bing Yun frowned and thought for a while. She said, "Less than 30%. She sighed and continued, "He is the Clear Sky Island master, sitting on the cultivation resources of the entire Clear Sky Island. Although my cultivation has declined over the years, compared to him, this queen's decline is more severe. If we were both at our peak, I wouldn't be afraid of him. Of course, I'm not afraid of him. But now, there's a difference." Kai Yang revealed a look of understanding. Although the world energy in the solitary void-sealed world was extremely rich, it wasn't suitable for cultivation. After staying here for a long time, no matter how strong one was, their strength would decrease. However, Qi Ri's cultivation resources weren't comparable to Bing Yun's, so his decline was relatively slow. As a result, Bing Yun wasn't his opponent now. However, it's impossible for him to take me down. Thus, 100 years ago, I made an agreement with him. "What agreement?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Bing Yun pointed at the cup of tea on the table and said, "If he can snatch this cup of tea in front of me and drink it all without spilling a single drop, I will let him do whatever he wants with me. If he can't, then leave." Yang Kai looked at the teacup and the water splashed on the table. He finally understood why Bing Yun had said that the water had spilled. It turned out that these two experts were fighting over this cup of spirit tea. Unfortunately, Qi Ri's efforts were in vain and he failed. Bing Yun frowned slightly. "At first, he didn't bother me for several years, but he seems to have gradually lost his patience over the years. The last time he came was 3 months ago, and this time, he is even more difficult to deal with. If he comes again in a month, this queen may not be able to handle him." Speaking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. She had no choice but to make such an agreement with Qi Ri back then. Both of them were third-order Emperor Realm Masters. They couldn't really fight. If they did, the entire Clear Sky Island would be razed to the ground. She still had a few disciples in Ice Heart Pavilion. She wasn't afraid of offending Qi Ri, but what about those disciples? The agreement had been delayed for 100 years, but it wasn't a long-term solution. Qi Ri is also very stingy. If he sees you and I alone in a room, it won't do you any good. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai finally understood why Bing Yun had hidden him in the secret compartment. It turned out that this Clear Sky Island master was a jealous lover. If he saw a young man like him alone with Bing Yun, he would definitely think too much. However, before he even got his hands on her, he already regarded Bing Yun as his exclusive property. This Clear Sky Island master seemed to be a shameless person. He only cared about his own happiness and didn't care about what others thought. Then what does Senior plan to do? Yang Kai was a little nervous when he heard that she might not be able to handle him in a month. "That's why I need to find someone to help me refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill," Bing Yun said in a deep voice. "As long as I have enough 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pills, this queen can leave Clear Sky Island and even leave the solitary void-sealed world. I won't have to worry about Qi Ri anymore." Leave the solitary void-sealed world. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. Then, he realized something and asked in surprise, "Senior wants to fly all the way to the exit?" Sangda said that the exit was very far away from Clear Sky Island. Even if a third-order Emperor Realm Master knew where it was, he or she might not be able to reach it. The biggest reason for that was the lack of energy. Flying over the sea consumed too much energy. If one couldn't replenish their energy along the way, they would definitely be exhausted. However, they couldn't stay at sea for long, and they couldn't use source crystals to replenish their energy. The only way was to use spirit pills. The 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill was the best choice. Yang Kai only needed to ponder for a moment before he realized what Bing Yun wanted the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill for. It was clearly to replenish her energy at a critical moment. "You know where the exit is?" This time, it was Bing Yun's turn to be surprised. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't know. I just heard about it. Where did you hear it from? As far as this queen knows, there are no more than 3 people who know about this location. This queen is one of them, Qi Ri is one of them, and the other is missing. Yang Kai grinned and said, the other person Senior is talking about should be Sangda's master. A few days ago, Yang Kai then told her about what happened when he went out to sea with Sangda and the others. After Bing Yun heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Yang Kai in a daze and asked, You're saying that the Sea King shuttle is in your hands now? Yes. It's not convenient to take it out here, but the Sea King shuttle is indeed in my hands. Is this the will of the heavens? Bing Yun murmured. If it wasn't the will of the heavens, how could she and Yang Kai, 2 people who both came from Hing Luo Star Field, meet here? If it wasn't the will of the heavens, how could Yang Kai obtain the Sea King shuttle at such a critical moment? Originally, she was just happy to meet someone from her hometown here. Moreover, Yang Kai gave her a good impression. If he wasn't a man, Bing Yun even wanted to take him into Ice Heart Valley. But now, Yang Kai gave her an even bigger surprise. Even someone as indifferent as Bing Yun couldn't help but feel a little excited. With the Sea King shuttle, why would she need to refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill? She could take the Sea King shuttle to the exit. It was much safer than flying. Originally, she was worried about how to take her disciples away, but now, all of this was no longer a problem. Sangda's master suddenly disappeared more than 1,000 years ago. This queen and Qi Ri have inquired many times, but we haven't found any clues. We all thought that he had fallen, but we didn't expect that he was hiding outside and secretly refining the Sea King shuttle. Unfortunately, in the end he still made a wedding dress for someone else, Bing Yun sighed. She also knew why Sangda's master hid outside. Obviously, he was afraid that Qi Ri would capture him and force him to refine the Sea King shuttle. Although he did need to refine it, doing it willingly and being forced were 2 different things. The reason why Ice Heart Pavilion collected so many materials was because Bing Yun wanted to train a senior alchemist to refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill for her. Over the years, she had spent a lot of money to collect herbs, but unfortunately, none of the alchemists she recruited met her requirements. In the end, Yang Kai came. Bing Yun wanted to stake everything on Yang Kai and let him refine the spirit pill regardless of success or failure. Now, it seemed that there was no need. Yang Kai scratched his head and said, I came to Ice Heart Pavilion to ask Senior about the location of the exit, but Junior didn't dare to tell you before because of Senior's strength. Bing Yun smiled slightly and said, It's natural for you to be careful. Don't mind it. Yang Kai was from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. If he wanted to cooperate with her, he naturally had to be careful. I have the Sea King shuttle, and Senior knows the location of the exit. Now that everything is ready, we can set off at any time, Yang Kai said excitedly. He didn't expect this happiness to come so suddenly. Originally, he planned to take it slowly, but after learning about Bing Yun's true origin, he no longer had any concerns. Even so, it won't be easy to leave, Bing Yun said with a frown. Why do you say that? Yang Kai was stunned. If I leave Clear Sky Island, Qi Ri will definitely sense my presence. If I really end up falling out with him? Bing Yun's face was filled with worry. If she really fought with Qi Ri, she wasn't confident that she could escape unscathed. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, Senior, you said that the reason why you are not Qi Ri's opponent now is because your cultivation has declined more than his? That's right. If we are both at our peak, I will be on par with him. Yang Kai smiled and said, What if I have a way to restore Senior to your peak in a short time? Bing Yun was shaken when she heard this and said, What method do you have? If I want to recover, I will need to consume a lot of resources. With your ability, Senior, take a look at this, Yang Kai said as he took out an space ring and threw it to Bing Yun. Bing Yun caught it suspiciously and scanned it with her divine sense. Her pretty face suddenly changed and she cried out, Where did you get so many source crystals? There was nothing else in this space ring, only source crystals. And there were 10 million high-rank source crystals. Although Bing Yun had seen such a huge amount of source crystals before, it was enough to shock anyone on Clear Sky Island. Even Chi-Ri couldn't take out so many source crystals at once. Yang Kai grinned and said, I won't hide it from Senior. I have only been in this solitary void-sealed world for a few months. I brought these things from the outside. You have only been here for a few months. Frozen Cloud's face was filled with shock. He had only been here for a few months, but he had actually obtained the Sea King shuttle. This was something she and Chi-Ri had wanted for 1,000 years, but still hadn't been able to obtain. Chapter 2399. Yang Kai had only been here for a few months, yet he had already obtained the Sea King shuttle and given her so many source crystals, allowing her to recover her strength without any worries. Thinking about it this way, Bing Yun realized that Yang Kai seemed to have come here specifically to rescue her. It was all heaven's will. Holding the space ring, she was a little excited for a while before suddenly saying, You've given me so many source crystals, what about yourself? How about this? I'll take half of the source crystals. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai waved his hand and smiled. Senior, don't worry, I have a lot of source crystals. If it were the other third-order Dao source realm, they might not be able to take out 10 million high-rank source crystals at once. This was equivalent to 100 billion low-rank source crystals. Which Dao source realm cultivator could be so rich? But Yang Kai was different. He didn't lack source crystals. Last time, he killed Yao Changjun and obtained a lot of loot from killing Sangda. 10 million high-rank source crystals really wasn't that big of a deal for him. Hearing him say so, Bing Yun didn't refuse and nodded. Give me 5 days. We'll set off in 5 days. Also, we have to discuss how to leave this place. If she wanted to leave Clear Sky Island, she couldn't just swagger around, let alone leave with Yang Kai. Otherwise, if Chi-Ri found out, he would definitely intercept them. Okay, then I'll take advantage of this time to prepare. Yang Kai nodded and continued, Senior, how many sets of materials have you prepared for the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill? I can refine it for you first in case you need it. Bing Yun was stunned for a moment and said, You can refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill? That's an Emperor-grade spirit pill. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. He said, Senior, please don't blame me. In fact, Junior is not a Dao Source-grade mid-rank alchemist. I can barely be considered an Emperor-grade alchemist. Previously, he didn't know what kind of person the Ice Heart Pavilion Master was or why she wanted to hire an alchemist, so he didn't show his true ability. Now that he was honest with Bing Yun, he felt that there was no need to hide it. An Emperor-grade alchemist. Bing Yun's beautiful eyes lit up in surprise. You're actually an Emperor-grade alchemist? For Yang Kai to have such a cultivation at such a young age, it could be said that he was a genius. Bing Yun didn't expect him to be an alchemy master. Even in the entire star boundary, how many alchemy emperors were there? This was an existence that was even more noble and rarer than an emperor realm master. Yang Kai's identity alone was enough to make the top sects fight to the death over him. Looking at Yang Kai, Bing Yun's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of pity. What's wrong? Yang Kai observed her expression and didn't know what she was feeling regretful about. Bing Yun pursed her lips and smiled. If you were a girl, I would definitely accept you as my disciple. It's a pity. My Ice Heart Valley never accepts male disciples. Yang Kai scratched his head and said, Junior appreciates Senior's kindness. For Bing Yun to be able to confide in him like this, it was clear that she didn't treat him as an outsider. After all, the two of them came from the same star territory. This relationship was extremely rich and couldn't be cut off. The materials for the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill are not easy to find. I've only collected 10 after so many years. I'll give them all to you. Bing Yun handed some rare herbs to Yang Kai as she spoke. These herbs were her biggest hope to leave this place, but after receiving so many source crystals from Yang Kai, she didn't have to worry too much about them. Whether the refinement was successful or not, it wouldn't have much of an impact on her next plan. Yang Kai insisted on refining the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill as a precaution. After retreating from Bing Yun, Yang Kai immediately began refining the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill. He hadn't refined many Emperor-grade spirit pills before, but practice made perfect. After wasting 2 furnaces of materials, Yang Kai was already in a good mood. In 3 days, out of 10 sets of Emperor Essence pills, 8 furnaces had been formed. The first few furnaces of Emperor Essence pills were not of very good quality and could only be considered as a success. However, they were all low-grade Emperor Essence pills of the lowest grade. However, the last few furnaces produced some good Emperor Essence pills, and even a few high-grade ones. There weren't many, but it was definitely enough. There were still 2 days before the agreed time, so Yang Kai didn't stay idle. After reminding Lu Xianyun not to run around, he left Ice Heart Pavilion alone and headed to his cave mansion. In front of a certain medium-sized cave mansion, Yang Kai waited for a while before the barrier opened. Ling Yinqin revealed her face and beckoned to Yang Kai. "Come in and talk." Yang Kai nodded and followed her in. This cave mansion was almost identical to the one he had rented before, whether it was the number or size of the rooms inside. After entering, Ling Yinqin served him some fragrant tea and asked, "What happened a few days ago? There seemed to be a fight in your cave mansion. When I went to check, it was a mess. You and Lu Xianyun were nowhere to be found." When Yang Kai heard this, he realized that Ling Yinqin had actually gone to see him. His heart warmed as he felt that he had made the right choice in coming here. "Someone wanted to cause trouble for me, so I ran away." Yang Kai grinned and didn't explain too much. Ling Yinqin frowned and said, "I heard that there were masters from the Emperor Realm fighting over there. Could it be someone from the Emperor Realm looking for trouble with you?" Her expression changed slightly as she cried out, "Could it be the Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion?" She thought that the matter of her killing the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion on the sea last time had been exposed, so her face turned pale. It wasn't him, it was someone else. Yang Kai shook his head, "But it's all in the past, so Big Sister Ling doesn't have to take it to heart. I came here this time because I wanted to ask you something." Ling Yinqin asked, "What can I help you with?" She didn't ask what it was, only asking if there was anything she could help with. It was obvious that she was a warm-hearted person. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he asked, "Big Sister Ling, have you ever thought about leaving the solitary void-sealed world?" "Leaving?" Ling Yinqin was shocked when she heard this, and a trace of yearning flashed across her beautiful eyes, but she soon shook her head with a bitter smile. "There are millions of people in Clear Sky City, who doesn't want to leave? It's just that even a master like the Island Master is trapped here, so how could it be easy to leave?" "So you want to?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Ling Yinqin said, "It's just a thought." After saying this, she suddenly realized something and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. "Why are you asking me this? What do you want to do?" Yang Kai said seriously, "If I say that I can leave this place, would Big Sister Ling believe me?" Ling Yinqin was stunned and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. She was different from others. The first person Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun saw when they came to the solitary void-sealed world was her, so she knew Yang Kai very well and knew that he hadn't been here for long. A person who had just arrived here suddenly told her that he could leave this place. Even if Ling Yinqin wanted to believe it, she couldn't. If it was so easy to find a way to leave, those people wouldn't have been trapped on the island. After a while, Ling Yinqin frowned. "Did someone lie to you? There are many swindlers on this island. Some of them often trick others into going out to sea and then do all sorts of evil things. You have to be careful." Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. "No one lied to me. I'm 80% sure that I can leave this place." 80%? Ling Yinqin's tender body trembled as her beautiful eyes instantly widened. She didn't know Yang Kai very well. After all, the two of them hadn't had much contact, so even though Yang Kai's words were so convincing, she didn't dare to believe them. Yang Kai said, "Although Junior Sister and I haven't been here for long, you and Brother Jiao have given us a lot of help, so if I can leave this place, I want to take you with me." Regardless of whether the high-grade spirit purifying array Ling Yinqin gave him at the time worked or not, the fact that she was willing to lend it to him at that time was enough to show her kindness. Even if it was damaged in the end, she didn't blame Yang Kai. This woman was very good, so Yang Kai thought that if he really wanted to leave, he could take them with him. "Big Sister Ling, it's normal for you to have your own concerns and doubts. I didn't want you to believe me immediately, but if you can really trust me, I definitely won't let you down." Whether you agree or not, junior sister and I will leave here in 2 days, Yang Kai said as he stood up. He had come here to invite Ling Yinchin. As for whether she would agree or leave with him, it was up to her to decide. Yang Kai couldn't just take her away by force, could he? Even if he wanted to repay her kindness, this wasn't the way to do it. Ling Yinchin didn't even notice when Yang Kai left. After listening to Yang Kai's words, she fell into a dilemma. Her intuition told her that Yang Kai wasn't lying. He definitely knew how to leave this place and how to get out. But after all, she wasn't familiar with Yang Kai, so she didn't know where Yang Kai had heard about this method or whether it was safe. With just a few words from Yang Kai, she was willing to bet everyone's lives. Ling Yinchin was under a lot of pressure. In the end, she felt that it was necessary to listen to everyone's opinions, so she immediately took out her communication artifact and summoned her crew. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Yang Kai brought a few women to the docks. Among these women, there was Lu Xianyun, Fan Xian, and a few other disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion. Bing Yun didn't take in many disciples on Clear Sky Island, and Fan Xian and the others were pitiful people who had been bullied on the island and had nowhere to go. They were found by Bing Yun and taken in by Ice Heart Pavilion, so the cultivation of these women was uneven. Among the group, Yang Kai was the strongest. Alchemist Yang, honored master, said that you will be in charge of this trip. What should we do now? Fan Xian asked nervously. Last night, she had suddenly received a message from Bing Yun, telling her to pack up everything in Ice Heart Pavilion with her junior sisters and set out to sea today. Yang Kai would be in charge of this. Chapter 2400. Fan Xian didn't know why her honored master would give such an order because the disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion had never gone out to sea, nor did they need to go out to sea. What surprised her even more was that her honored master had put Yang Kai in charge of everything and had them listen to his orders. Yang Kai hadn't been in Ice Heart Pavilion for long, yet he had already gained her honored master's trust. She had even put her senior sisters in his care. Fan Xian really didn't know what Yang Kai had done to make her honored master trust him so wholeheartedly. However, despite her doubts, Fan Xian didn't dare to disobey her honored master's orders. Let's wait here for a while, Yang Kai said, glancing at the city gate. Oh. Fan Xian didn't ask any more questions, nodding gently before finding a place to stand quietly. Not long after, Yang Kai suddenly saw several familiar figures passing through the city gate and couldn't help but smile. Big Sister Ling? When Lu Xianyun saw Ling Yinchin, she knew what Yang Kai was waiting for and quickly went to greet her. After exchanging greetings, Ling Yinchin walked up to Yang Kai with a dignified expression and said, "Brother Yang, we'll go with you." Good. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "I won't let you down." He glanced around and found that only a small portion of Ling Yinchin's crew had gathered here. The rest of them were nowhere to be seen. It was clear that even with Ling Yinchin's prestige, she couldn't make all the crew trust Yang Kai. On the other hand, Jiahui came over with Ling Yinchin and winked at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, we're putting our lives in your hands. Don't let anything happen to you." Yang Kai said, "We'll see in the future. Let's get on the ship and set off now." The dock was crowded with people and ships, so it wasn't too conspicuous for Yang Kai's group to leave on a ship. A moment later, the group was sailing on the sea, getting further and further away from Clear Sky Island. Although the disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion had never been out to sea, they knew nothing about it. However, Ling Yinchin and her crew were all veterans, so the ship sailed in an orderly manner, braving the wind and waves. A day later, the ship was already several 100,000 li away from Clear Sky Island. Fan Xian worriedly came to the deck and found Yang Kai, asking, "Alchemist Yang, where is honored master? Why haven't I seen her yet?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Pavilion master, you don't have to worry. She needs to get rid of someone before she can join us." Get rid of someone? Fan Xian raised her eyebrows. She vaguely understood something, nodded, and left. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look to the side, only to see a flash of light rapidly approaching from the horizon. The initial position was still very far away. But in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. The rainbow light landed on the deck and dissipated, revealing Bing Yun's figure. "Who is it?" Ling Yinchin and the others turned pale with fright and shouted. It was definitely a taboo to have someone board a ship on the sea without warning them, so Ling Yinchin and the others immediately prepared for battle. However, when they scanned with their divine senses and realized that Bing Yun was unfathomable, they were shocked and didn't dare to act rashly. Although they couldn't detect Bing Yun's strength, the pressure they felt from Bing Yun's aura was very strong. However, the huge pressure he felt from Frozen Cloud's body was not fake. Just a slight inspection caused his blood and qi to churn, and his chest to feel stuffy. This was definitely an expert that he could not afford to offend. "Senior, you're here." Yang Kai cupped his fists at Bing Yun. Bing Yun gently nodded. "Master." Fan Xan and the others also hurriedly came forward and saluted. Everyone looked excited, as if they had found their backbone. "Senior." "Master." Ling Yinchin and the others were completely dumbfounded. Yang Kai was from the Third Order Dao Source realm, so the only people he could call senior were masters from the Emperor realm. Ling Yinchin also knew Fan Xen and knew that she was from Ice Heart Pavilion. Hearing Fan Xen call this girl master, how could Ling Yinchin not know her identity? This girl turned out to be the famous pavilion master of Ice Heart Pavilion. The only top master on Clear Sky Island who could stand on equal footing with the island master. After understanding this, Ling Yinchin and the others inexplicably became excited. They all looked at Bing Yun with worship and respect, and their confidence in Yang Kai increased significantly. If Ling Yinchin had chosen to leave with Yang Kai because she didn't want to stay on Clear Sky Island any longer and decided to take a gamble, then they really saw hope now. Even a powerful master like the Pavilion Master of Ice Heart Pavilion was on board, so what else could they be worried about? "Are these your friends?" Bing Yun glanced at Ling Yinchin and the others and asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, "When Junior Sister and I first came here, we received a lot of kindness from Big Sister Ling and the others, so we invited them to leave with us this time." Bing Yun nodded and said, "You know how to repay kindness. They were lucky to have met you." When Ling Yinchin saw that Bing Yun was asking about her, she hurriedly walked up in fear and trepidation. She was so nervous that the tip of her nose was oozing with sweat as she said cautiously, "Junior Ling Yinchin greets Sir Pavilion Master." Jiao Yi and the others also hurriedly bowed and looked straight ahead, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. "Since you are Yang Kai's friends, then you are on the same side. No need to be so polite," Bing Yun said lightly. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Ling Yinchin was very grateful. She was very surprised that the elusive Pavilion Master of Ice Heart Pavilion was so approachable. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't seem to feel the slightest pressure in front of her and spoke with confidence. She didn't know how he could maintain such an aloof attitude. After comparing the two, Ling Yinchin realized that she was really inferior to Yang Kai. "Senior, have you shaken off that old toad?" Yang Kai asked. In his plan with Bing Yun, he would lead everyone out to sea first before Bing Yun left Clear Sky Island. Because once she left Clear Sky Island, Chi Ri would definitely notice and chase after her. Bing Yun needed to lead Chi Ri around in circles outside, then find an opportunity to shake him off before meeting up with Yang Kai. Now that Bing Yun had appeared here, Chi Ri had undoubtedly been shaken off. Bing Yun nodded, but just as she was about to answer, her pretty face suddenly sank. She looked up in a certain direction and gritted her teeth. "You won't cry until you see the coffin." Just as she finished speaking, a deafening thunderclap suddenly exploded in the sky. Accompanied by the sound of the explosion, a fiery red light suddenly appeared in the sky like a rising sun. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. At the same time, an extremely strong pressure radiated out. The pressure was so strong that it seemed as if the sky was collapsing, making it difficult for people to breathe. Everyone on the ship paled in shock. When the light dissipated, two figures suddenly appeared there. One of them was like a deep pool with a dignified expression. No one knew what he had encountered, but at this moment, there was a faint trace of anger on his face. The other person was half a step behind this person, standing there respectfully with a smile on his face like a servant. "City Lord Master?" Ling Yinchin looked at the dignified middle-aged man and her pretty face suddenly turned pale. Although she had never seen Qi in person, she had seen a portrait of him, so she recognized at a glance that the master chasing after them was the city lord of Clear Sky City. Pang Guang. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was extremely stunned. Looking at the figure standing behind Qi, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never expected that Pang Guang would be together with Qi, and from the looks of it, he seemed to have been subdued by Qi. The last time Yang Kai saw him, this guy was seriously injured and was counting on him to get the heavenly restoration lotus to heal his injuries. Now, although he didn't seem to have fully recovered, he was undoubtedly much better than last time. It was probably because he took some pills. However, since he had been subdued by Qi, it wasn't strange for him to get some healing pills from Qi. Pang Guang's gaze swept across the crowd and stared at Yang Kai with a resentful expression. If it weren't for Yang Kai, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. Although there was a huge difference in strength between him and Qi, he was still a master from the Emperor realm and had his own dignity. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, he wouldn't have sought refuge with Qi for protection. Although the other two First-Order Emperor realm masters on Clear Sky Island were also under Qi's control, their situation was undoubtedly much better than his. At least they had their own freedom. And the culprit behind all this was Yang Kai. If he had given him the heavenly restoration lotus, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. His life and death were no longer under his control, and even his freedom was restricted. Therefore, in terms of hatred, Pang Guang's hatred for Yang Kai couldn't be washed away even with all the water in the solitary void sea. Bingyun. Qi suddenly shouted. His voice was loud and clear, spreading in all directions. As if sensing his suppressed anger, even the sea began to churn for no apparent reason. The waves rose more than 100 feet high. You're in such a hurry. Where do you want to go? Bingyun stood alone and looked up at Qi. With a wave of her hand, she dispersed his boundless pressure and said indifferently, "This queen is free to go wherever she wants. City Lord Master doesn't need to care about this." Qi's face sank and he coldly snorted, "Bingyun, do you want to leave this place? Why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Bingyun said with a cold face, as if she didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with him. "You really want to leave this place?" Although Qi had already guessed it when he saw Bingyun admit it, he couldn't help but feel angry and bitter. He felt like he was abandoned by Bingyun for no reason, and this feeling made him uncomfortable. He suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and said, "Bingyun, you and I both know that leaving this place is just wishful thinking, so why force it? This king can let bygones be bygones. As long as you are willing to come back and marry this king, you can live freely in this solitary void-sealed world from now on. Isn't that perfect?" Bingyun shook her head and said, "You know that this is just wishful thinking, so why force it? I don't want to be your enemy, and I don't want to be your enemy. Go back." Qi said angrily, "Why are you so stubborn? Aren't you afraid that this king will bury all of you in the sea?" Chapter 24:01. As soon as he said this, the faces of Ling Yiqin and the others changed drastically. Now that two of the strongest masters in the solitary void-sealed world had gathered here, and it looked like they were about to fight at any moment, how could they not be terrified? When immortals fought, mortals would suffer. If they really fought here, everyone would be involved. At that time, would Ice Heart Pavilion's pavilion master have the time to care about their lives? If they were careless, they would all be smashed to pieces. On the other side, hearing Qi threat, Bingyun said coldly, "Qi, this queen doesn't want to be your enemy, not because I'm afraid of you. If you continue to be so aggressive, don't blame this queen for being impolite." Qi narrowed his eyes, which were spewing flames of anger. He had known Bingyun for so many years, but he had never heard Bingyun speak to him in such a tone. In the past, even if she was impatient, she would not show it too obviously. Bingyun had always been extremely cold and did not show her emotions, but today, for some reason, her words were so sharp, and from her tone, it was as if she could do anything to him. This made Qi a little angry. He had always suppressed Bingyun, and although their cultivations were basically the same, because of the different cultivation resources they had, Bingyun was becoming weaker and weaker as time passed. He felt that he would eventually succeed in subduing Bing Yun and make her his exclusive property. But now, this woman, who he regarded as his exclusive property, dared to resist him. How could Qi tolerate this? It seems that you want this king to capture you, Qi said with a sullen face. He secretly made up his mind that today, even if he had to risk getting injured, he had to teach Bing Yun a lesson. He had to let her know the difference in strength between them. Yang Kai, take them away first. Bing Yun did not say anything more and quietly sent a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded and gave Bing Yun a few high-grade 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pills that he had refined a few days ago. He said in a low voice, "Junior will wait for Senior's arrival in front." He wasn't worried about Bing Yun's safety at all. With the help of his 10 million high-grade source crystals, Bing Yun must have recovered to her peak. With a few high-grade 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pills as a foundation, how could Qi compete with her? Bing Yun can't lose. After saying that, Yang Kai hurriedly signaled to Ling Yinchin and the others with his eyes. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and urged the ship forward. Qi didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai and the others, nor did he try to stop them. He just stood there in the air, quietly staring at Bing Yun. For him, as long as he could stop Bing Yun, he would be able to do anything. It didn't matter if the others were dead or alive. Above the sea, the Emperor's pressure filled the air. The thick and substantial pressure collided with each other, setting off waves. The power of principle fluctuated at the same time, causing the sky to change color. Pang Guang, who was standing behind Qi, instantly felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. His face turned pale, even though he was also from the Emperor realm. But there was still a big gap between him and Qi and Bing Yun. These two top masters hadn't even made a move yet, but Pang Guang was already showing signs of being unable to withstand their pressure. He was shocked. Only now did he realize how big the difference was between the people from the Emperor realm and him. Realizing that there was no point in continuing to stay, Pang Guang raised his head and looked in the direction Yang Kai and the others left. His figure flickered and he was about to chase after them. He definitely couldn't intervene in the battle here, so he could only set his sights on Yang Kai and find an opportunity to take revenge. But just as he moved, Frozen Cloud suddenly pointed a finger at him from afar. The finger came down. There was no trace of it, but an extremely cold concept suddenly spread out and shrouded Pang Guang. Pang Guang inexplicably felt the aura of death rushing towards him. The aura was so cold that it felt like it could even freeze his soul, making him unable to move forward or retreat for a moment. If he was at his peak, he might be able to fight back, but he was seriously injured and had yet to recover. How could he resist Bing Yun's suppression? In despair and horror, he hurriedly shouted, "City Lord Master, save me." Qi didn't intend to ignore him. Seeing Bing Yun make a move, he quickly waved his sleeve and a wave of heat swept across the sky, dispelling the bone-chilling cold. Pang Guang suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. He hurriedly urged his strength to retreat more than 10 kilometers away. Only then did he gasp for breath, a look of lingering fear on his face. In front of this king, you still have the mind to deal with others? Bing Yun, don't look down on others. Qi shouted angrily. Bing Yun's pretty face sank as she said in surprise, "You've been hiding your strength all this time." Although they only fought for a moment, Bing Yun still noticed that Qi had been hiding his strength all this time. Every time he fought with her for that cup of spirit tea, he didn't use his full strength. Only now did he reveal his true strength. While she was shocked, she couldn't help but rejoice in her heart. She was glad that she met a lucky star like Yang Kai, who gave her 10 million high-rank source crystals at once to restore her strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had a chance of winning this battle. You seem to have recovered your strength too? Qi was also surprised. Today, he had chased after Bing Yun with the intention of crushing her with absolute superiority and forcing her to submit to him. But now, it seemed that if they really fought, it would be hard to tell who would emerge victorious. Realizing this, Qi expression couldn't help but become somewhat unsightly. Although both of them were a little surprised, they were both third-order Emperor Realm Masters after all. Their mental fortitude wasn't bad, so they quickly calmed down. Bing Yun looked past Qi and at the pale-faced Pang Guang. She clenched her jade hand slightly and a snow-white sword suddenly appeared in her hand. This sword was just like her, pure and flawless, crystal clear, like the most beautiful work of art in the world, without the slightest trace of murderous intent. With the sword in hand, Bing Yun's aura erupted and she slashed down at Pang Guang from a distance, shouting, "Clear sky snowfall." As this sword slashed down, the world changed color, the universe collapsed, and the universe was turned upside down. Icy laws and concepts instantly spread out and the churning seawater above the sea froze into ice in the next moment. It was snowing in the sky. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers sprinkled down, covering the entire world in white in an instant. It was a magnificent sight. Pang Guang, who bore the brunt of the snowflakes, didn't react at all. He just stared blankly at the beautiful scenery, as if he was completely immersed in it. An intoxicated look appeared on his face, and he even stretched out his hand to catch the snowflakes floating in the air. Frost quickly formed on his exposed skin and hair, and his whole body showed signs of being frozen. Great sun like heaven! At this moment, Qi Ri shouted angrily, and a dazzling round sun suddenly rose in the world of ice and snow. This round sun brought with it an unparalleled amount of heat, scattering the snow and ice in the sky, and melting the sea in the blink of an eye. The two forces of completely different attributes collided in the sea territory within a 100-kilometer radius, and they quickly dissipated. This contest actually ended in a draw. Pang Guang finally awoke from his stupor. Recalling the beautiful scene from a moment ago, bean-sized beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead and kept dripping down. How could he not know that he had just walked through the gates of hell? If it weren't for Qi Ri's help at the critical moment, he would have been dead. Even though Pang Guang was furious that a peak master like Bing Yun had attacked him without saying a single word, Pang Guang also knew why. Bing Yun was obviously afraid that he would chase after Kai Yang and the others, so she made the first move to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. Thinking of this, he hurriedly chased in the direction Kai Yang and the others had left. He couldn't intervene in this battle at all. Just watching was enough to put his life in danger. If he really intervened, wouldn't he die quickly? The only thing he could do now was to chase after Yang Kai and the others and distract Bing Yun. He couldn't defeat Bing Yun, but how could he not defeat Yang Kai and the others? As long as he could capture those people, he could make Bing Yun hesitate and even make her surrender. When that time came, Qi Ri would be happy, and his future would be better. You want to leave? Bing Yun saw Pang Guang's movement and knew what he was planning. She gritted her teeth and pointed her sword in the air. A white ice flower suddenly shot out from the tip of her sword and rushed toward Pang Guang. The ice flower quickly bloomed halfway, as if it wanted to swallow Pang Guang whole. A figure flashed and Qi Ri suddenly appeared in front of the ice flower. He punched down, and the violent fist energy slammed into the ice flower, causing it to shatter into pieces. With this king here, you still have the mind to deal with others? Qi Ri sneered. It seems that this king is really underestimated by you. Bing Yun frowned and watched Pang Guang disappear, but she couldn't do anything. Qi Ri alone required her full attention, so she didn't have the energy to deal with Pang Guang. She took a deep breath, and her full breasts rose and fell slightly. In the next moment, her anxious and worried expression suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a cold and determined look. She knew that if she wanted to chase after Pang Guang, she had to deal with Qi Ri first. In order to deal with Qi Ri, she had to do her best and couldn't relax or be negligent. Seeing Bing Yun's change, Qi Ri praised her in his heart, but he said, "Bing Yun, that ship's people died because of you. If you know what's good for you, surrender now and this king will treat you well in the future." He sentenced Yang Kai and the others to death with one sentence. His main purpose was to disturb Bing Yun's state of mind. But Bing Yun didn't care at all. Her long sword shook, and the cold law of ice filled the air again, directly enveloping him. Qi Ri was so angry that he shouted, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He used the divine technique to fight Bing Yun. In an instant, the two figures moved back and forth above the sea. Principles collided, and the world collapsed. Above the sea, waves rolled, and the world energy within 1,000 kilometers trembled. This was a life and death battle between two Third-Order Emperor realm masters. Such a scene was rare in the entire star boundary. What was even rarer was that the two were not only equal in strength, but their divine technique also countered each other. This made the battle even more thrilling. Chapter 2402. Even Yang Kai and the others, who had already run far away, could clearly feel the aftermath of the explosion. All of them were shocked, and Fan Xian and the other Ice Heart Pavilion disciples were even more worried for their honored master's safety. They didn't know that Bing Yun had already regained her peak strength, but they knew that their honored master had always been wary of Qi Ri. Now that the two were fighting, they didn't know who would win. "Someone's chasing us." Lu Xianyun suddenly pointed behind her and shouted. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked over, frowning. "Why didn't you stop him?" He thought that with Bing Yun's current condition, she could definitely kill Pang Guang right under Qi Ri's nose. After all, Pang Guang was only a First-Order Emperor realm master, and he was seriously injured. How could he block Bing Yun's attack? But in fact, Pang Guang was fine, and he was chasing after them. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened on Bing Yun's side that caused Pang Guang to slip through the net, but it seemed that they wouldn't be able to leave so easily. If they wanted to leave, they would have to kill Pang Guang first. "It's that guy from the Emperor realm." Ling Yinqin saw Pang Guang's face and couldn't help but turn pale. She didn't know Pang Guang's name, but he came with Qi Ri just now, so they were obviously not friends. The difference between the Emperor realm and the Dao Source realm was like heaven and earth. Anyone from the Emperor realm could easily destroy the ship. Seeing Pang Guang chasing after them, everyone looked nervously at Yang Kai, wondering what he was going to do. At first glance, Ling Yinqin and the others couldn't help but be stunned because Yang Kai didn't show the slightest sign of nervousness. He just stood there with a calm expression. Not only that, instead he had a mocking expression on his face, as if he wasn't from the Emperor realm, but a piece of trash who had come to die. "You guys go first, I'll catch up in a while," Yang Kai told Ling Yinqin and the others before turning around and leaping away. "Brother!" Lu Xianyun had a worried expression on her face. She seemed to want to stay behind with Yang Kai to fight the enemy, but her strength was too low. At the same time, she was afraid that she would become a burden to Yang Kai, so her expression was very conflicted. "Brother Yang, let me help you." She had the strength of a Third-Order Dao Source realm cultivator, so if she went all out, she could exchange a few blows with a First-Order Emperor realm master. However, she didn't know what the outcome would be, but looking at the current situation, she didn't know. Except for her, who could help Yang Kai, she couldn't count on anyone else. "You don't need to come, I'll go meet him myself. He's just a trivial First-Order Emperor realm master, I don't care about him." Yang Kai turned around and flashed everyone a bright smile. Ling Yinqin and the others were dumbfounded. A powerhouse from the Emperor realm was called Amir by Yang Kai. No one knew where he got his confidence from. "Don't worry. I'll catch up in a moment." Yang Kai grinned when he saw that Ling Yinqin and the others had no intention of leaving. After saying this, he took the initiative to leave the ship and fly towards Pang Guang. Ling Yinqin stood on the deck and hesitated for a while before gritting her teeth and saying, "Let's go." "But brother, Lu Xianyun was so anxious that she started sweating. Ling Yinqin said with a sullen face, "If we stay here, we'll only distract him. Your brother is far stronger than an ordinary Dao Source realm cultivator. Since he's so confident, he'll be fine." Hearing her say that, Lu Xianyun suddenly remembered. At that time, they were chased by a Third-Order Emperor realm master outside Marsh City, and Yang Kai carried her all the way and escaped. Even a Third-Order Emperor realm master couldn't do anything to him, so how could Pang Guang, a First-Order Emperor realm master, do anything to him? Thinking of this, Lu Xianyun suddenly relaxed and looked back at Yang Kai's position, secretly praying that he would be fine. Only then did she join forces with Ling Yinqin and the others to drive the ship away. Above the sea, Pang Guang suddenly stopped about 100 meters away from Yang Kai and glared at him angrily. However, Yang Kai was in high spirits and his eyes were as bright as stars, making him look like a celestial being. This made Pang Guang extremely unhappy, and the anger in his heart surged. He couldn't help but shout angrily, "Little brat, how dare you stop and wait for me here?" Yang Kai grinned. Since City Lord Pang wants to die, this young master will naturally grant you your wish. Pang Guang couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Little brat, did you eat too much lard and lose your mind? This king is from the Emperor realm. Killing you will be as easy as breathing. So what if you're from the Emperor realm? Yang Kai curled his lips. It's not like I haven't killed someone from the Emperor realm before. Even if I lose my head, I'll still die on the spot. Pang Guang was stunned. He looked Yang Kai up and down, as if he was re-examining him. After a while, he nodded. I have to say, your courage is very big, just like your tone. Enough nonsense. Yang Kai looked impatient. This young master is in a hurry. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist and the myriad sword appeared. He raised his hand and pointed it at Pang Guang, saying in a deep voice, Do you want to come here and die, or do you want me to cut you down? It's your choice. What? Pang Guang shouted in anger. He had never seen such an arrogant Dao Source Realm cultivator before. In the past, every Dao Source Realm cultivator would be respectful to him, not even daring to breathe loudly. He had always been the one looking down on them. Today, he was actually being looked down on by a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Pang Guang was fuming with anger. He roared, If this king doesn't skin you alive today, I swear I'm not human. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared and rushed towards Yang Kai like a cannonball. His momentum was peerless, and the huge impact spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding space to explode. While in midair, he fiercely punched towards Kai Yang. In a split second, the sky was filled with fist shadows, enveloping Kai Yang's location in a nearly airtight barrier. Jing. The sound of a sword rang out, and a sword light appeared and swept over. The majestic power was like a sleeping dragon waking up, and the moment it erupted, Pang Guang's whole body trembled. Hong hong hong. A loud sound rang out, and the fist shadows that filled the sky suddenly collapsed, leaving only a single sword light that slashed towards Pang Guang. Pang Guang sucked in a breath of cold air, and his expression changed instantly. Without thinking, he hurriedly dodged to the side. The sword light brushed past him, but the rolling sword intent made his whole body ache. This little brat, how can he be so strong? Pang Guang couldn't believe what he had just seen. He had taken the initiative to attack as a cultivator from the Emperor realm, but not only did he not gain any advantage, he was almost injured by the other party. Is this still a Dao Source Realm cultivator? Pang Guang couldn't wait to gouge out his eyeballs and stick them on Yang Kai's body to see if he was hiding his cultivation from the Emperor realm to play with his feelings. Before he could finish this thought, Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost, a ferocious smile on his face, and a fist smashed towards him. Strange principal strength lingered on this fist, making Pang Guang feel great pressure. He didn't dare to take this lightly, and also punched out, mobilizing all his strength. When the two fists collided, Pang Guang's whole body shook, and he felt an extremely strong force coming from the front. The impact made his blood and chi tumble, and he couldn't stand firmly, and was directly sent flying a few thousand meters away. On the other side, Kai Yang's body was also like a rag sack, tumbling and tumbling backwards. After all, his realm was lower than Pang Guang's, and it was commendable that they could fight evenly. Both of them exerted their strength at the same time, and stopped their momentum. After they stood still, they had different expressions. Unlike Yang Kai's calm and fighting spirit, Pang Guang's aura was greatly reduced. He found that this battle was completely different from what he had imagined. Yang Kai was actually qualified to fight with him. The last time they fought in his cave mansion was not like this. At that time, although he felt that Yang Kai was different from ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivators, he didn't think that he was this strong. But in just a few days, Pang Guang found that Yang Kai's strength had increased by more than a little. Could it be the effect of the Heavenly Restoration Lotus? Pang Guang's heart shook, and he suddenly realized something. Then, anger surged. That Heavenly Restoration Lotus should have been his. If he had consumed the Heavenly Restoration Lotus back then, not only would his injuries be healed, he would even be able to advance further on the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, It was swallowed whole by this brat. Let me tell you a secret. Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang in Pang Guang's ears. Pang Guang was startled because Yang Kai was still a few thousand meters away just a moment ago. He didn't even notice that Yang Kai had moved, but in the next moment, he was right beside him. How fast is this little brat? The moment he heard Yang Kai's voice, Pang Guang summoned his emperor artifact. It was a copper gong. When he poured his source qi into it, the copper gong buzzed incessantly, making a strange sound that seemed to be able to disturb one's mind. A dark ray of light suddenly shot out from the copper gong, heading straight for Yang Kai's waist. It was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. But even such a blow failed to hit Yang Kai. Pang Guang only felt a wave of space principles before Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. The next moment, his voice came from the other side. Yao Changjun, he's dead. When he heard the name Yao Changjun, Pang Guang's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously thought that Yao Changjun was nearby. His heart tightened as he heard the second half of the sentence. He blurted out, "How did he die?" "Of course, he was killed by me." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he let out a maniacal laugh. "Bullshit." Pang Guang cursed angrily, thinking that Yang Kai was just making fun of him. He would rather believe that heaven and earth had been turned upside down and day and night could not be distinguished, than believe that Yang Kai had killed Yao Changjun. That was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even he had to retreat, so how could Yang Kai, a third-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator, kill him? You don't believe me? Take a look at this. As Yang Kai spoke, he had already retreated more than a dozen meters away. With a flick of his wrist, a five-colored spear suddenly appeared in his hand. Pang Guang's eyes widened in an instant as he stared at the five-colored spear in shock. Then, his whole body began to tremble. He had never seen this five-colored spear before, but he could feel the aura on it. This was obviously an extremely high-grade Emperor artifact. Even his copper gong was inferior to it. A person who could possess such an Emperor artifact was definitely a second-order or third-order Emperor Realm Master. More importantly, Pang Guang actually felt Yao Changjun's aura from this five-colored spear. Chapter 2403. This five-colored spear was actually Yao Changjun's Emperor artifact. Emperor artifacts were rare even in the Emperor realm. Each of them would be regarded as a treasure and would not be easily discarded. But now, Yao Changjun's Emperor artifact had actually appeared in Yang Kai's hands. What did this mean? This meant that Yao Changjun was most likely dead. No wonder he hadn't seen Yao Changjun all this time. Ever since he came to the solitary void-sealed world, he had even seen Yang Kai, but he hadn't found any trace of Yao Changjun. Now, it seemed that it wasn't that Yao Changjun had hidden himself well, but that he was no longer in this world. But how could Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm Cultivator, kill Yao Changjun? If he didn't kill him, how could this five-colored spear be in his hands? Pang Guang was confused as he stared at the five-colored spear in a daze. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried, nor did he know whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not. Just as his mind was in shock, a chill suddenly came from behind him. This chill came without warning, and by the time Pang Guang sensed it and wanted to dodge, it was already too late. A ray of light suddenly appeared, accompanied by the roar of a wild beast. Pang Guang only felt a pain in his back, and then his body was hit by a huge force, causing him to involuntarily fly forward, blood spurting out of his mouth in midair. Before he could regain his balance, Yang Kai had already flown over with a ferocious smile on his face. He punched towards him, a strong space force fluctuation lingering on his fist. Wherever the fist passed, it left a pitch-black mark, as if space itself had shattered. Pang Guang sucked in a breath of cold air and forced himself to circulate his source qi. He urged the gong in front of him to protect himself. Kong. A loud noise rang out. The gong flashed wildly, as if the spirituality of this Emperor artifact had been damaged by this blow, causing Pang Guang to feel distressed. But this was obviously not the time to feel distressed over the loss of his Emperor artifact. Pang Guang's face turned pale as he used the recoil to quickly pull away from Yang Kai. Zilla. A soft sound rang out. An extremely dangerous aura lingered in his heart, and the world suddenly brightened for a moment. Then, a thin bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from a certain direction, accurately hitting Pang Guang's body. Even though Pang Guang was an expert from the Emperor realm, after being struck by this bolt of lightning, his entire body trembled violently. His hair stood on end, and a strong burnt smell came from his body. He looked extremely miserable. His eyes widened in anger as he forced himself to look to the side. In the next moment, his eyes widened. On the other side, there was a little girl about 7 or 8 years old. She looked like she was carved from jade. However, his face was ice cold. He was riding on a white tiger, holding a light green bead in his hand, and looking at him coldly. Whether it was this little girl or the white tiger under her butt, they both appeared without warning. Pang Guang did not notice how they appeared at all, and the various sneak attacks and attacks from before were undoubtedly from this person and beast. What was most unbelievable to Pang Guang was that the light green bead in the little girl's hand was actually a Thunder Attribute Emperor artifact. He did not know if it was because the little girl's cultivation was not enough, but after activating the power of this Emperor artifact, her face turned pale. It was obvious that she had consumed too much energy. What's going on? Pang Guang's mind was a little confused, and he only felt that what he saw and heard was too unbelievable. At this moment, an angry roar rang out. Pang Guang, today, this place will be your burial place. Quickly accept your death. Pang Guang was frightened and no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. He had aggressively chased after Kai Yang, thinking that he would be able to kill him for revenge, but he hadn't thought that he would fall into a trap. The enemy hadn't done anything yet, but he had already been beaten half to death. The white tiger-like monster beast exuded the aura of a master from the Emperor realm. At first glance, it was obvious that it was not to be trifled with. He might not be able to deal with it alone, not to mention that Yang Kai was watching from the side. There was no way he could fight at all. If he had known that this place was so dangerous, he would not have come over. Wouldn't it be better to cheer for Chi-Ri over there? For a moment, infinite regret rose in Pang Guang's heart and he turned around to escape. Condense. Yang Kai knew his intention and shouted. Under the convergence of space principles, the space around Pang Guang suddenly became extremely sticky, making it difficult for him to move. This moment of delay determined Pang Guang's life and death. Under Lu Yan's command, the white tiger turned into a stream of light and suddenly appeared beside Pang Guang. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Pang Guang's neck. Pang Guang was scared out of his wits. He circulated all his strength to protect his neck so that the white tiger would not bite it off. At the same time, he struggled to get out of this predicament. Come in. Yang Kai sneered and threw the sealed world bead in his hand at Pang Guang, directly swallowing him and the white tiger Lu Yan. Then, his figure flickered and he entered the sealed world bead. Somewhere in the sealed world bead, Pang Guang used all his strength and even self-detonated his blood essence to get rid of the white tiger. But when he turned around, he was completely dumbfounded. Looking around, there was no sea here. He was surrounded by lush vegetation, birdsong, the fragrance of flowers, and rich world energy. It was like a fairyland. Am I dead? Am I in the underworld? Cold sweat dripped down Pang Guang's forehead. Fortunately, he saw Yang Kai in the next moment and felt relieved. However, after being tormented like that, coupled with the fact that he had not yet recovered from his injuries, Pang Guang no longer had the demeanor of a master from the Emperor realm. He looked like a stray dog, extremely embarrassed. Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer, as if he was looking at a dead man. Pang Guang's eyes flickered as he felt a great shock in the depths of his heart. He exclaimed, "What the hell is this place?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Of course it's your grave. Look at how good this young master is to you, choosing such a beautiful place for you to be buried. This is something that others can't even ask for. City Lord Pang, your family's ancestors have accumulated so much good karma that smoke is rising from their graves. Your ancestors' graves are emitting smoke." Pang Guang cursed in his heart. He was so angry that his stomach hurt, but he did not dare to curse out loud. He could only stubbornly say, "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability." As he spoke, he glanced at the white tiger with a face full of fear. He was actually not very afraid of Yang Kai. The only thing he was wary of was this white tiger exuding the Emperor Realm's aura. He did not know what this thing was, but although it looked like a monster beast, it did not have the slightest fluctuation of blood energy. It was like an inanimate object, but it was vivid and lifelike. Yang Kai chuckled, "Once you enter this place, your life and death are in this young master's hands. If this young master wants you to live, you will live. If this young master wants you to die, you will die. You speak as if you are the ruler of this world. Be careful not to blow your cover." Pang Guang said with disdain. Yang Kai snorted, "You're right. In this place, this young master is the ruler." As he spoke, Yang Kai reached out and slapped at Pang Guang from afar. Pang Guang did not see any signs of Yang Kai activating his strength, nor did he see him use any secret technique. However, when this palm came down, he suddenly felt a great pressure descend from the sky. The pressure was so great that his bones creaked and his straight body could not help but shrink. Pang Guang's face changed greatly as he cried out in alarm, "World Force! You can actually mobilize World Force? This is impossible. Even the 10 great emperors could not mobilize World Force. No one could do this to such an extent." But in fact, Yang Kai had really mobilized World Force and placed it on his body, making it impossible for him to even move a finger. Pang Guang's eyes trembled violently as a look of inexplicable horror appeared on his face. Under the suppression of this great force, he could not summon the slightest bit of strength and felt as if he would be crushed to pieces at any moment, causing him to panic. He wanted to resist, but he could not summon the slightest bit of strength. "Don't kill him, give this to me." A thunderous voice suddenly came from the side, causing Pang Guang's eardrums to go numb. In a daze, Pang Guang raised his head and was instantly stunned. Not far from him, there was a huge humanoid stone giant sitting cross-legged, staring at him with a pair of eyes larger than a house. The voice just now was made by this stone giant. Pang Guang's feet were cramping. It was not that he did not notice this stone giant before, but he thought it was just a small mountain, so he did not pay much attention to it. Who would have thought that this guy was actually alive and could even speak? Moreover, the way it looked at him was like a hungry wolf that had seen a piece of fat meat, glowing with a green light, making Pang Guang feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at the embodiment. "Why are you doing this? Isn't it too inhumane?" The embodiment chuckled and said, "It's only once in a while. You've killed so many people in the Emperor Realm, but I haven't seen you throw one in here. Now that I've come across one, I can't just let it go." Yang Kai thought for a while and nodded, "Then do as you wish." After saying so, he turned his head and looked at Pang Guang with a sympathetic look on his face. In the next moment, his figure flickered and he left the small sealed world. "Hey boy, where did you go? What inhumane? Explain it to me clearly." Pang Guang shouted. He did not know why, but an extremely uneasy feeling lingered in the depths of his heart. This feeling gave him an illusion that was worse than death, and he was so scared that his face turned pale. He did not know what this stone giant wanted to do to him, but judging from Yang Kai's words and the look in his eyes before he left, he knew that his encounter would not be good. Just as Pang Guang was panicking, he suddenly felt that the light above his head was blocked. He looked up and saw a huge palm coming towards him. Pang Guang immediately shouted, "Stop!" The embodiment was unmoved. He reached out and lifted Pang Guang up, then threw him in the palm of his hand and said in a muffled voice, "Close your eyes. Children should not look, it will leave a psychological shadow." Pang Guang, the embodiment's expression turned solemn and he shouted in a low voice, "Heaven-devouring great emperor. Battle law." Chapter 2404. Lu Qinyun and the rest all stood on the deck and looked up. Everyone's face was filled with deep worry. Suddenly, Ling Yinqin seemed to have noticed something and her beautiful eyes lit up. She pointed in a certain direction and said, "Someone's coming." Hearing this, Lu Xianyun, Fan Xian, and the others were also shocked and looked in that direction. Sure enough, they saw a ray of light rushing towards them. "Prepare for the worst and get ready to fight," Ling Yinqin shouted. With this order, everyone's expression turned serious and they secretly circulated their source qi. It would be best if the person coming was Yang Kai, but if it was Pang Guang, then they would have to fight to the death. After a short while, the ray of light was not far away. Lu Xianyun cried out happily, "It's brother! It's brother!" When she saw that the figure hidden in the light was Kai Yang, she felt as if a large stone had been lifted from her heart. She felt her whole body relax. When Yang Kai landed on the deck, everyone greeted him with joy and asked about his well-being, especially Lu Xianyun. She looked Yang Kai up and down, worried that he was missing an arm or a leg. But after looking around, they found that not only was Yang Kai unscathed, but he was even in high spirits. They were all at a loss for a moment. After all, Yang Kai had stayed behind to fight Pang Guang. Even if he could escape unscathed from the Emperor realm, he shouldn't be in such good condition, right? Where's that Pang Guang guy? Ling Yinqin asked suspiciously. At the same time, she looked in the direction Yang Kai had come from, afraid that Pang Guang would appear again. "He's dead, don't worry." Yang Kai grinned. "Dead?" Ling Yinchin's beautiful eyes widened. She cried out involuntarily, "How did he die?" As soon as she asked the question, she knew she was being silly. Yang Kai had stayed behind to deal with Pang Guang, and now that Yang Kai had returned, Pang Guang was dead. How else could he have died? It was obvious that Yang Kai had killed him. Realizing this, Ling Yinchin's heart was filled with shock. Although she had seen Yang Kai kill Dao Source Realm Masters as easily as chopping vegetables, she had never expected him to be able to kill even those from the Emperor realm. What kind of heaven-defying cultivation method and secret technique did he cultivate? What kind of artifact did he possess that allowed him to achieve such a feat? Yang Kai said, that guy was already seriously injured, so his strength was greatly reduced, but he still thought he was so great, so he died. Hearing his explanation, Ling Yinchin inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, so Pang Guang was injured to begin with. No wonder he was killed by Yang Kai. If even the Emperor realm at full strength isn't Yang Kai's opponent. That was too inconceivable. But even so, Ling Yinchin couldn't deny Yang Kai's strength. An injured the Emperor realm was still the Emperor realm, and as the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse, but Yang Kai was still able to kill him. He was definitely the most outstanding Dao Source Realm Master she had ever seen in her life. Alchemist Yang, where's my honored master? Fan Xian asked worriedly. Did you see the situation on her side? Yang Kai glanced at her and comforted her. You don't have to worry about Senior Bing Yun, she will definitely be fine. Let's keep going, Senior Bing Yun will catch up with us. Seeing him so confident, Fan Xian and the other Ice Heart Pavilion disciples inexplicably felt more confident, feeling that their honored master definitely wouldn't have any problems dealing with Qi. Soon, everyone entered the cabin and continued to sail forward. For the next few days, it could be said to be calm. Occasionally, they would encounter a few ignorant sea beasts that came to harass them, but under Yang Kai's leadership, they were easily repelled or killed. By now, they were already far away from Clear Sky Island. They had already reached the depths of the solitary void sea. But after a few days, Bing Yun was nowhere to be seen. This made Fan Xian and the others anxious, wondering if something had happened to their honored master. Yang Kai was also puzzled. Logically speaking, Bing Yun had already recovered to her peak condition, and she had several high-rank 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pills that he had refined. How could she possibly lose to Qi? He originally thought that Bing Yun would quickly make Qi retreat and then come back to join them, but now, it seemed that the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. Qi seemed to be more difficult to deal with than he had expected. Yang Kai had already learned the location of the exit of the sealed world from Bing Yun, so even if Bing Yun didn't come back, he had the ability to bring everyone out. But Bing Yun was Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, and she came from the same star territory as him, so there was some relationship between them. Yang Kai didn't want to abandon her here. Deep in his heart, he still hoped to see her leave this place with him and return to the star boundary. He had been staying on the deck for the past few days. First, he was guarding against the sea beasts in the sea, and second, he wanted to see Bing Yun's trace as soon as possible. For 5 days, Yang Kai didn't get what he wanted. On this day, he was looking into the distance from the deck when Fan Xen suddenly rushed out of the cabin and said anxiously, "Alchemist Yang. What's wrong?" Yang Kai was startled when he saw her expression. He didn't know what had happened to make her so anxious. Fan Xen said anxiously, "Honored Master sent a message for help. She's in trouble." While speaking, she handed the communication artifact in her hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed and he quickly took it. After checking it with his divine sense and confirming that Fan Xen was telling the truth, he quickly turned around and jumped into the sea. At the same time, he said, "I'll go pick her up." Yang Kai's figure flickered as he shuttled back and forth. Fan Xen wanted to go with Yang Kai, but before she could say anything, Yang Kai disappeared. 3,000 kilometers away from the ship, a faint light was flying over the sea. The light was flickering, as if it could disappear at any time. Wrapped in the light was the figure of a young girl. It was none other than Bing Yun. However, at this moment, Frozen Cloud looked extremely miserable. Her originally pure white clothes were dyed red with blood, and her beautiful face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The energy fluctuations in her delicate body were intermittent, and she looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. As a third-order Emperor Realm Master, she rarely encountered such a crisis. It could be said that this was the most serious injury she had ever suffered since she reached the Emperor Realm. There was no place to stop on the sea. The sea beasts below seemed to be attracted by the smell of blood and chased after her like maggots. As time passed, more and more sea beasts gathered. She struggled to fly forward, but in the end, when she couldn't hold on any longer, she sent a message to her disciple for help. The last trace of energy in her body was squeezed dry. Bing Yun looked up at the endless sea and felt a touch of desolation in her heart. She had worked so hard all the way from Hengluo Star Field to the star boundary. She had cultivated to the third-order Emperor realm, but today she was going to be eaten by fish. This way of dying was a little too shabby. However, at this moment of life and death, her expression was still cold and resolute. She didn't panic at all, as if she wasn't facing death, but a journey of life. The flickering light finally shattered. Bing Yun no longer had the strength to fly forward. Her body swayed slightly, and she fell into the sea upside down. The sea beasts that had been chasing her down below seemed to have foreseen something. They all became excited and stirred up the sea. They all opened their bloody mouths, ready to welcome the food. Just as Frozen Cloud was about to fall into a beast's mouth, a figure suddenly appeared below Frozen Cloud. He reached out and caught her. Then, with a tap of his foot, he leapt up. Yang Kai saw at a glance that Bing Yun's current situation was worrying. His hand was cold and wet. He couldn't help but frown. How did she end up like this? He didn't expect that after the battle between Bing Yun and Qi Ri, she would end up in such a miserable state. He didn't know whether Qi Ri was alive or dead, but if Bing Yun was in such a state, Qi Ri wouldn't be any better. Even if he wasn't dead, he probably wouldn't have the strength to continue chasing. Being held in Yang Kai's arms, Bing Yun opened her weak eyelids and glanced at him. She seemed to understand that she was saved by Yang Kai. She quickly cast a grateful look at him and said weakly, "I need to heal. Take me back." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Obviously, she was extremely weak. If Yang Kai wasn't close enough to her, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear what she said. "Senior, don't worry. Just focus on healing." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, he found that Bing Yun had closed her beautiful eyes and had lost consciousness. Yang Kai frowned and turned around to head back to the ship. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai returned to the ship. Fan Xen and the others had been waiting anxiously on the deck. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai carrying Bing Yun back and not knowing whether Bing Yun was dead or alive, their hearts were in chaos and their pretty faces turned pale. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Senior's life isn't in danger, she's just too weak. I gave her a few healing spirit pills. Junior Sister Fan, take Senior back to the cabin and take good care of her." But Fan Xen had no idea what to do at this moment. She did whatever Yang Kai said. After taking Bing Yun from Yang Kai, she hurriedly brought her honored master into the cabin with a few Ice Heart Pavilion disciples and carefully arranged for her. After they left, Ling Yinchin walked up and asked, "What about Qi Ri? Do you know Qi Ri's current situation?" Yang Kai shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I didn't see him, but since Senior Bing Yun is in such a state, Qi Ri's situation is likely to be grim. Don't worry, he won't chase after us." Hearing this, Ling Yinchin breathed a sigh of relief. If Qi Ri had chased after them at this time, the people on the ship wouldn't have been able to stop him. Although Yang Kai killed Pang Guang, if he really faced Qi Ri, there was no chance of survival. Qi Ri was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The ship continued to sail. Because of Bing Yun's unexpected injury, everyone's mood seemed to be a little low. The few people from Ice Heart Pavilion had disappeared for a few days, taking care of Bing Yun in the ship's cabin. Yang Kai didn't rashly disturb them. This was a critical period for Bing Yun's recovery. As a third-order Emperor Realm Master, she definitely had her own healing methods, so he didn't need to worry about her. Chapter 2405. After a full 3 days, Bing Yun woke up. The first thing she did was ask Fan Xian to call Yang Kai in for a chat. Inside the room, Yang Kai knocked on the door, pushed it open, and entered. Bing Yun was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her face still pale and her aura weak. After 3 days of recuperation, she was much better, but it would still take some time for her to fully recover. Seeing Yang Kai, she squeezed out a smile and waved, "Come here." Yang Kai walked to the bedside and asked with concern, "Senior, how are you feeling?" Bing Yun said weakly, "I'm fine, but I need to slowly recuperate. I really have to thank you this time." If Yang Kai hadn't arrived in time at the critical moment, she might have been eaten by the fish. This was definitely not the way she wanted to die. A powerhouse like her would rather die at the hands of another powerhouse than be swallowed by a sea beast. Yang Kai shook his head, "I didn't do anything. Senior was able to return safely because of her own strength." He paused for a moment and asked nervously, "Is Qi Ri dead or alive?" Bing Yun said faintly, "He's dead." Sure enough, although Yang Kai had expected that Qi Ri's fate wouldn't be any better, now that he heard Bing Yun personally confirm his death, he was relieved. Now that Qi Ri was dead, no one could stop them from leaving the solitary void-sealed world. The only danger left was the dangers hidden in this sea, and as long as they could safely cross it, they would be able to reach the exit. "We were able to win this battle thanks to the 100 revolutions Emperor Yuan Pil you refined." Bing Yun looked at Yang Kai gratefully. "Qi Ri's true strength was on par with mine. If it weren't for the 100 revolutions Emperor Yuan Pil you refined, I wouldn't have been able to kill him. I couldn't kill him at the last moment, so I really have to thank you." She opened her mouth to express her gratitude once again. Clearly, it was from the bottom of her heart. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the key to victory would be the 100 revolutions Emperor Yuan Pil that he had prepared for Bing Yun. At that time, he had only refined it as a precaution. But now, it seemed that it had been a wise decision. If Bing Yun didn't have the 100 revolutions Emperor Yuan Pil, she might not even be able to come back. Even if she could kill Qi Ri, she would probably be dragged down with her. "I won't be able to use my power for the time being. Otherwise, I might leave behind some hidden dangers. So, you'll have to be careful for the rest of the journey. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't help you," Frozen Cloud said seriously. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Senior, don't worry and recuperate. I will bring you all out." A gratified smile appeared on Bing Yun's pale face. "You are a very reliable person. Then I'll wait for the good news." Bing Yun still had to recuperate, so Yang Kai didn't stay with her for too long. After chatting for a while, he took the initiative to leave. 2 days later, when the miraculous sight of waterspouts appeared on the surface of the sea, Yang Kai summoned the Sea King shuttle and moved everyone onto it. They wanted to leave the solitary void-sealed world. The Sea King shuttle was definitely the most crucial part, because only by relying on it could they reach the exit. The Sea King shuttle had been completely refined by Yang Kai, so Yang Kai was familiar with all kinds of restrictions and spirit arrays, so it wasn't difficult for him to navigate it. Unlike the ship, the Sea King shuttle sailed under the sea. It was precisely because it sailed under the sea that it could avoid the waterspouts that were everywhere on the surface of the sea. The Sea King shuttle's speed was definitely not slow. In fact, it was even faster than Yang Kai's ship. Sangda's unknown master had put a lot of effort into refining the Sea King shuttle. He had inscribed countless practical and simple arrays on it, so even under the sea, the shuttle was still able to move. Even under the sea, the people inside the shuttle could still clearly see the scenery and wonders around them through the reflections of some of the spirit arrays. It was just that the light under the sea wasn't very good, so they couldn't see very far. The colorful schools of fish and the large and small sea beasts shuttling back and forth made the people on the ship study them with great interest for several days. Although Ling Yinchin and the others had been out at sea all year round, they had never seen the scenery under the sea. Now that they saw it, they naturally enjoyed it. There were no bumps along the way. Occasionally, some sea beasts would come looking for trouble, but they were all bombarded by the spirit stone cannons installed on the Sea King shuttle. The spirit stone cannons were very powerful, but their consumption wasn't small either. One shot cost 10,000 mid-rank source crystals. However, Yang Kai didn't lack source crystals, so Jiao Yi, who was in charge of the spirit stone cannons, was very happy to fire. Any sea beasts that dared to invade were beaten to a pulp. The weaker ones were directly blasted into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. The stronger ones could only cover their heads and flee, unable to get close to the Sea King shuttle. Everyone was in a good mood after the smooth sailing. They had been sailing under the sea for a month now, and no one knew how far they had traveled. However, they still hadn't reached the exit, so they couldn't help but feel anxious and uneasy. On this day, Yang Kai, who was correcting the course, suddenly heard a cracking sound. He was startled and immediately released his divine sense to investigate. Beside him, Ling Yinchin's beautiful face also changed and she hurriedly asked, "Brother Yang, our Sea King shuttle, did it crack? Why did I hear something?" Yang Kai said with a sullen face, "It did crack." Ling Yinchin was shocked and asked, "Then what should we do? If the Sea King shuttle is destroyed, we won't have anywhere to run." They were deep in the sea. If the Sea King shuttle was destroyed, they might not be able to fly to the surface. Even if they were lucky enough to fly to the surface, the omnipresent and powerful waterspouts would become their graves. That was a barrier that even Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters couldn't cross, so how could Dao Source Realm cultivators like them be safe? "Don't worry, we can still hold on for a while." Although Yang Kai was comforting Ling Yinchin, he wasn't confident either. After all, this Sea King shuttle wasn't made by him, so he didn't know how long it could last. "How far are we from the exit now?" Ling Yinchin asked. "I'm not sure, but we shouldn't be far." Yang Kai pointed to the spirit array around them and said, "Have you noticed? Since yesterday, there have been fewer and fewer sea beasts around here. I haven't seen a single sea beast in the past 2 hours. Also, the pressure around here is getting stronger and stronger, and there's an abnormal flow of water that seems to be gathering in a certain direction. As long as we follow the flow, we should be able to reach the exit smoothly." Ling Yinchin looked at him and asked, "Are you confident? 70%? Yang Kai said seriously. Ling Yinchin gently nodded and didn't say anything else. She knew that since they had already reached this point, there was no point in saying anything. The only thing they could do now was to pray that the Sea King shuttle wouldn't be destroyed before they reached the exit. When the others heard the conversation between the two, they also realized the seriousness of the problem. The atmosphere in the shuttle suddenly became solemn, and everyone looked nervous as they secretly prayed in their hearts. Yang Kai controlled the Sea King shuttle to turn around and follow the flow of water. Half a day later, another series of cracking sounds came from somewhere in the shuttle, causing everyone's already tense nerves to become even more uneasy. As the Sea King shuttle moved forward, the surrounding seawater flowed more and more violently, and the pressure grew stronger and stronger. The cracking sounds continued to ring out. Yang Kai's mind was still connected to the Sea King shuttle, and he noticed that it was getting more and more damaged. Seeing that it could only hold on for half a day at most, he cursed Sangda's dead master in his heart. That old man must have been too careless when refining it and actually refined a defective product. It was really a disaster. However, since they had already come this far, there was no turning back. Yang Kai could only concentrate on driving the Sea King shuttle forward at full speed. Half a day later, Yang Kai, who was paying close attention to the surrounding movements, suddenly became excited. Looking at one of the spirit array projections, he exclaimed, "We're here!" When he shouted, everyone followed his gaze and looked at the spirit array projection. Over there, in the depths of the sea, there was a huge whirlpool spinning wildly. This whirlpool was so fierce that it seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and earth. Just looking at it made people feel suffocated. If they really rushed into it, who knew if they would die without even their bones remaining? "Brother Yang, this is the exit?" Ling Yinchin's pretty face turned pale as she gulped and asked. Yang Kai didn't answer and instead turned his gaze to Bing Yun, who had rushed over after hearing the news. Bing Yun nodded and said, "This is the exit. If we rush in, we can leave the solitary void-sealed world." She made such a solemn vow, dispelling everyone's doubts. Even though they didn't know where she got the information about the exit, Bing Yun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. It was impossible for her to deceive them. "I can also feel the space force fluctuations in this whirlpool," Yang Kai added. He was proficient in the Tao of space, so he could naturally perceive more things than others. The inside of this huge whirlpool seemed to be connected to another space, making it impossible for his divine sense to detect the situation on the other side. The location of this exit is connected to a random place. When we go out later, we may arrive at any location in the star boundary. We may encounter danger, so be careful, Bing Yun exhorted. Understood, Lu Xianyun and the others nodded heavily. Kacha. At this moment, a burst of clear and crisp sounds suddenly came from all directions, densely packed and continuous. When everyone heard this, their faces changed drastically. Yang Kai even exclaimed, "Not good, the Sea King shuttle is about to collapse." Saying so, he used all his strength to control the Sea King shuttle and rush into the whirlpool. As soon as they entered the whirlpool, the Sea King shuttle was driven by a huge force and began to spin. This artifact that Master Sangda had spent his entire life refining was also shattered at this moment, breaking the connection between it and Yang Kai. Screams rang out as Fan Exen and the others turned pale with fright. They all thought that all their efforts would be in vain and that they would be buried here. At the critical moment, a powerful force suddenly radiated out, turning into an invisible force that enveloped everyone and resisted the strangling force coming from all directions. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Bing Yun with a solemn expression. She urged the Emperor Qi in her tender body to protect everyone as her figure flickered and rushed into the center of the whirlpool with everyone. Chapter 2406. Somewhere in the star boundary, above the sea, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared strangely. This whirlpool appeared without warning, but when it appeared, it stirred up the seawater within a radius of 100 kilometers. It was so powerful that the surrounding sea beasts scattered like birds. Then, from the whirlpool, a number of figures suddenly shot out and scattered in all directions. There were men and women among these people, and their cultivations were uneven. All of them looked as if they had encountered a huge disaster. Their faces were pale and filled with lingering fear. Suddenly appearing above the sea, everyone seemed to be in a daze as they looked around blankly. These people were naturally Yang Kai and the others who had escaped from the solitary void-sealed world. When the Sea King shuttle collapsed, Bing Yun used her powerful Emperor Qi to protect everyone. Only then was she able to bring everyone out at the last moment. Otherwise, no more than 3 people would have been able to escape from this group. Wah! Bing Yun opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that the forced use of her Emperor Qi just now had aggravated her previous injuries. Fan Exen and the others all turned pale and went forward to check on the situation. Yang Kai also hurried over and asked nervously, "Senior, are you okay?" Bing Yun waved her hand and said nothing. She sat cross-legged in midair and made a hand seal to circulate her secret art. Seeing that she was in an urgent position to treat her injuries, Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Everyone spread out and guard the surroundings. Don't let Senior be disturbed." Hearing this, everyone quickly spread out around Bing Yun. "Brother, have we left that place?" Lu Xianyun moved closer to Yang Kai and asked uncertainly, because this place was still the vast sea. She didn't know whether this was the star boundary or the solitary void-sealed world. If they couldn't leave, then they might have to stay in the solitary void-sealed world for the rest of their lives. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know whether this was the solitary void-sealed world or not, but soon he tried to absorb the surrounding world energy and found that there was no obstruction. Yang Kai was overjoyed and said, "This is not the solitary void-sealed world." Hearing this, Lu Xianyun's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. Yang Kai smiled. The world energy here is thinner than in the solitary void-sealed world, and the most important thing is that there is no strange disruption force. The solitary void-sealed world was filled with disruption force, making it impossible for any cultivator to absorb world energy. They could only rely on special spirit-purifying arrays. But here, Yang Kai could easily absorb the surrounding world energy, which was the best proof that he had left the solitary void-sealed world. He really left. Lu Xianyun was overjoyed. Ling Yinqin and the others heard their conversation. Their faces were also filled with disbelief. They had lived in the solitary void-sealed world for so many years, but they had never thought that they would be able to leave and return to the star boundary one day. But now, this impossible wish had actually come true. This made Ling Yinqin and the others feel like they had been reborn, and they were all so excited that they couldn't control themselves. If this isn't the solitary void-sealed world, then what is this place? Lu Xianyun asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, "There are 4 territories in the astral boundary. Aside from the Western Territory, every territory has a sea, but I'm guessing that this is the Northern Territory." Lu Xianyun looked at Yang Kai curiously, not knowing how he came to this conclusion. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Haven't you noticed that this place is abnormally cold? The Eastern Territory and the Southern Territory rarely have such an environment. Only the Northern Territory, which is covered in ice and snow all year round, would be so cold." Although it was just a guess, Yang Kai felt that it wasn't too far from the truth. He had set off from Thousand Leaves sect with the intention of going to the Eastern Territory's Netherworld sect to find Yin Lisheng and inquire about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, but he hadn't expected that he hadn't even reached the Eastern Territory yet. He had actually come to the Northern Territory. The heavens were truly unpredictable, and fate was playing with people. "Brother Yang, you're saying that this is the Northern Territory?" Fan Xen looked at Yang Kai and asked excitedly. "It's just a guess, but I don't know if it's true or not." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Our sect is in the Northern Territory." Fan Xen and the other senior sisters looked at each other and cheered. They had been accepted as disciples by Bing Yun in the solitary void-sealed world, and although they claimed to be disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion, Bing Yun had already told Fan Xen and the others about her origins. They all knew that their honored master was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory. Fan Xen and the others had an almost pious yearning for the sect they had never been to, hoping that one day they could return to live with their honored master. However, they had been trapped in the solitary void-sealed world for a long time, so this wish had never been fulfilled. Now that they had escaped and arrived in the Northern Territory, Fan Xen and the others were naturally very excited. "Someone's coming. We'll know if this is the Northern Territory after asking." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Only then did everyone realize that there was a group of people flying over from that direction. When they arrived, they saw that the group was led by an elderly man, and there were about a dozen people in total. The elderly man had white hair and a gloomy expression, and for some reason, he was looking at Yang Kai and the others with some hostility. The men and women who followed him also looked indignant, as if Yang Kai and the others had offended them. Yang Kai frowned slightly, not knowing what was going on. However, he didn't dare to be careless because the elderly man didn't hide his aura, and the energy fluctuations that leaked out showed that this person was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. The dozen people who followed him were all Dao Source Realm Masters, and there was no lack of Third-Order Masters among them. Such a force was definitely not small, and it was very likely that they were from a great sect. Yang Kai secretly shivered. He wasn't afraid of these people. If there was a conflict, he could just run away if he couldn't beat them. However, Lu Xianyun and the others wouldn't be able to escape so easily, not to mention that Bing Yun was still healing and couldn't be disturbed. Thinking so, he quickly went up to the elderly man and cupped his fists. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. How should I address Senior? His tone was very polite because he thought that this might be someone else's territory, and there was no benefit in offending them. Who knew that the elderly man wouldn't give him any face at all, and his nose was pointed to the sky. He shouted in a low voice, "This king is Immaculate Island's Vice Island Master, Jianghu. Who are you and why are you here?" It was Yang Kai's first time here, and he didn't even know if this was the Northern Territory, so how could he have heard of Immaculate Island? However, since this Immaculate Island had a Vice Island Master from the Emperor realm like Jianghu, their strength couldn't be too weak. At the very least, they should have an Island Master who was stronger than Jianghu. So, it's Island Master Jiang. This junior has been rude. We just happened to pass by this place. We didn't mean to disturb you, so please forgive us, Island Master Jiang. Yang Kai replied politely, his expression neither servile nor overbearing. You didn't mean to disturb us? Before Jianghu could say anything, a woman in a red dress standing behind him suddenly sneered. This woman was quite pretty, and her body was curvaceous. However, her face was not perfect. Her cheekbones were a little high, and she looked a little mean. It was unknown why she was so agitated, but she angrily shouted at Yang Kai, "You suddenly appeared here and scared away the blue infant beast, yet you dare say you didn't mean to disturb us? You must be blind." This red-robed woman seemed to be relying on the Emperor realm's support, so she didn't put Yang Kai and the others in her eyes at all and began to lecture them arrogantly. This caused Ling Yinchin and the others' expressions to darken. Blue infant beast? Yang Kai frowned slightly. He had heard of this blue infant beast before. It was a type of monster beast that lived in the depths of the sea. Its cry was a little like the cry of a baby, and because its entire body was ice blue, it was called the blue infant beast. The blue infant beast was a 12th order monster beast. In other words, it was equivalent to a master from the Emperor realm. Moreover, the blue infant beast was extremely rare, but its monster core was priceless. It had the effect of strengthening one's divine sense and allowing a cultivator's thoughts to flow smoothly. If it could be refined into a pill, if a cultivator consumed it while cultivating a secret technique or divine technique, it would often yield half the results with twice the effort. He didn't expect that there would be a blue infant beast here, and from what the red-robed woman said, it seemed to have been scared away by the commotion caused by their appearance. Earlier, Yang Kai had indeed noticed a lot of sea beasts wandering in all directions, but his mind wasn't on them at that time, so he didn't see if there really was a blue infant beast. That's right. Jianghu's face darkened as he coldly said, "We've worked hard for a month and spent half a month to wait for the blue infant beast to appear, but you scared it away before we could even make a move. We can't let this matter rest." The red-robed woman added, "The blue infant beast's monster core was a congratulatory gift for the Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master's big day. Now that it's gone, what do you think we should do?" Yang Kai originally felt a little guilty, because if what these people said was true, then it really was his and his group's fault. After all, they had worked so hard here for so long and had even waited half a month for the blue infant beast to appear, only for it to be scared away by them. No one would be too happy about such a thing if it happened to them. However, this pair of old and young were chattering away in an imposing manner, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. If there was a problem, they could just talk it out and come up with a solution. Why did they have to be so aggressive? Weren't they clearly trying to bully the weak? Considering all this, Yang Kai put on a serious face and said, "Then, in your opinion, what should we do?" Ling Yinchin frowned and said, "How about this? How much is the blue infant beast worth? We'll compensate you." She just wanted to keep the peace. A few days ago, she and her crew obtained a lot of good things and sold them all on Clear Sky Island, so they still had some source crystals on hand. What's more, she knew that Yang Kai was rich, so she felt that compensation was the best solution. Compensate? The red-robed woman looked at Ling Yinchin and said sarcastically, "Even if you sold all of you, you wouldn't be able to afford it. Do you think it's so easy to find a blue infant beast? There are definitely no more than 3 of them in the entire IC, and now that it's gone, you want to compensate." As she spoke, she looked like she was about to go mad with anger. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Since it's already like this, what do you want to do?" Hearing this, Jiang Zhouzi coldly glanced at Yang Kai and snorted, "What? From your tone, are you not putting our immaculate island in your eyes?" Chapter 2407. Yang Kai was speechless as he looked at Jiang Zhouzi, thinking, "When did I say that I didn't put immaculate island in my eyes? I don't know how this guy figured it out." However, when the group of Dao Source Realm Masters behind him heard this, they were filled with righteous indignation, as if they had been greatly insulted. Everyone secretly pushed their source chi and glared at Yang Kai and the others with malicious intent, as if they were ready to attack at any moment. Yang Kai calmed down and said, "That's not what I meant. I just felt that since things have already happened, there should be a solution. Island Master Jiang, why don't you lay it out? We'll accept it." Jiang Zhouzi laughed and said sarcastically, "Boy, your tone isn't small." The red-robed woman suddenly stepped forward and whispered a few words into Jiang Zhouzi's ear. As she spoke, her eyes kept glancing towards Bing Yun's direction, a hint of playfulness flashing in her eyes. Seeing this, Fan Xian and the others' faces all sank. Although they didn't know what the woman in red said to Jiang Zhouzi, they could tell that it was unfavorable to their honored master. Right now, their honored master was at a critical juncture of healing and couldn't be disturbed. What did this person want to do to their honored master? Thinking up to this point, Fan Xian and the other senior and junior sisters gave each other a look and moved to block Frozen Cloud's path. On the other side, Jiang Zhouzi coldly snorted as he looked at Yang Kai and said, "You scared away the congratulatory gift this island prepared for Seeking Passion sect. This is an unforgivable crime." He had mentioned Seeking Passion sect several times, and although Yang Kai had never heard of it, he was sure of it. This sect should have a great influence in the Northern Territory. Otherwise, these people from Immaculate Island wouldn't have gone to such lengths to prepare a congratulatory gift. Yang Kai didn't interrupt and just looked at Jiang Zhouzi quietly, waiting for him to continue. "Now that the congratulatory gift is gone, but since you are willing to compensate, it's not without discussion." Yang Kai said lightly, "What does Island Master Jiang want us to compensate?" Jiang Zhouzi coldly snorted and pointed his finger, saying, "Leave this girl here. The rest of you can scram." When he first came here, he was full of anger and didn't notice the existence of Bing Yun. However, under the reminder of the woman in red, he realized that there was a beautiful girl in the group. Jiang Zhouzi had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such a pure and flawless woman. Although Bing Yun seemed to be heavily injured and was at a critical juncture of healing, her pure and untainted temperament, as if she was a goddess from beyond the heavens, still shocked him. She was such a clean woman. There was probably no other person like him in this world. He didn't want Bing Yun for himself, but to give it to the Seeking Passion sect. Now that the blue infant beast was gone, there was no way to find a congratulatory gift. However, if it was this young girl, she might be able to win the favor of the Seeking Passion sect. Although the people of the Seeking Passion sect entered the Tao through love, it was rumored that the cultivation method they practiced was filled with emotions and righteousness. The deeper one fell in love. The higher one's cultivation was, the more beautiful the women around every Seeking Passion sect disciple, let alone the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master. If this young girl was given to the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master as a gift, the young sect master would definitely be happy. If the young sect master was happy, their immaculate island would definitely receive support. Audacious! Fan Xian and the other Ice Heart Valley disciples couldn't help but shout in anger when they saw Jiang Zhouzi pointing at their honored master and saying such words. Jiang Zhouzi's face sank and he said coldly, "What did you say? If you have the guts, say it again." Fan Xian gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to argue with him, Yang Kai waved his hand to stop her. Immediately, Yang Kai looked at Jiang Zhouzi calmly and asked with a playful smile, "Island Master Jiang, are you sure you want to keep that girl?" Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Bing Yun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and because of the secret art she cultivated, she was pure and flawless. Moreover, she looked no different from a young girl in appearance. This Jianghu is really blind. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and wants to force Bing Yun to stay. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Except for this girl, everyone else scram. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't leave now, don't even think about leaving. Jianghu glanced sideways at Yang Kai and shouted impatiently. When he spoke, his murderous intent was overflowing. Good. Let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand and led the others away. Waste. The red-robed woman from Immaculate Island shot a disdainful glance at Yang Kai, her face full of ridicule and mockery. In her opinion, Yang Kai was actually willing to abandon his companions so easily for his own safety. He was simply a coward, causing her to stare at him from the bottom of her heart. Although it was her idea to keep Bing Yun as compensation, it didn't stop her from despising Yang Kai's character. The remaining Immaculate Island cultivators didn't say anything, but they all had mocking expressions on their faces. Alchemist Yang. Fan Exen stomped her feet and looked at Yang Kai angrily with a disappointed expression. She didn't expect Yang Kai to abandon her honored master so easily. Couldn't he see that her honored master was healing? Don't worry, Yang Kai winked at her as if everything was under his control. Seeing this, Fan Exen didn't say anything more and just glanced at Bing Yun worriedly before retreating to the side with Yang Kai and the others. Jianghu, on the other hand, rushed forward and grabbed Bing Yun. It seemed that he wanted to subdue Bing Yun and take her back to Immaculate Island first. Looking at Bing Yun's calm face, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. How could there be such a pure woman in this world? Looking at her, even he, who wasn't interested in women, couldn't help but be tempted. An impulse to take her back and take good care of her grew in his heart. He seemed to have already foreseen a happy life with Frozen Cloud in the future, a beautiful scene of happiness and bliss. No, he couldn't let the seeking passion sex young sect master take advantage of such a beautiful woman. He had to keep her for himself. Greed rose in his heart, and he was extremely excited. At this moment, Bing Yun, who had been healing with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Seeing those beautiful eyes, Jianghu felt as if his heart had been hit by an invisible sledgehammer, and he could no longer look away. What a pair of pure eyes! Jianghu could even see his own dazed reflection in those eyes. Those eyes were like a clear spring, like a full moon. Anyone who saw them would never be able to forget them. They were like a brand that was carved into the depths of one's soul. Jianghu became more and more determined to keep this girl and enjoy her for himself. After so many years of cultivation, he had never felt so moved by a woman he saw for the first time. Don't move, this king won't hurt you. Jianghu tried to make his tone gentle, lest he frighten the girl in front of him. While speaking, his big hand was about to grab Bing Yun's shoulder. At this moment, Frozen Cloud suddenly raised her jade-like hand and lightly tapped Jianghu's palm. Her movements were extremely gentle, without the slightest trace of anger. Jianghu was slightly stunned, but then his expression changed dramatically. Because the instant Frozen Cloud made her move, he suddenly sensed the extremely terrifying energy fluctuations of Frozen Cloud. This girl was actually a third-order master from the Emperor realm. When he saw Yang Kai and the others before, each of their cultivations were uneven, and the strongest among them was only from the third-order Dao Source realm. Bing Yun was also healing, so he didn't pay too much attention to her. He only thought that Bing Yun's cultivation was similar to Yang Kai and the others, so he didn't pay too much attention to her. But now that he realized that Bing Yun's cultivation wasn't something he could look up to, he realized what a big mistake he had made. He was really blind. How could he think of keeping such a master? If he had known that Bing Yun's strength was so terrifying, he wouldn't have dared to be so rude. The island master of Immaculate Island was only a second-order Emperor realm master, and no one on Immaculate Island was this girl's opponent. His heart trembled and he hurriedly tried to retreat, but an invisible force bound him in place, making it impossible for him to move. Bing Yun's movements seemed slow and gentle, but in the nick of time, she pointed her finger at Jianghu's big hand. "Senior, please spare my life." Jianghu screamed in horror, his face turning pale. As soon as his voice fell, he felt a slight pain in his palm, as if he had been pricked by a needle. Then, a strange chill suddenly spread from his palm. Jianghu's eyes widened, and his heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Because in the center of his palm, a pure white ice flower suddenly bloomed. That ice flower was magnificent, as if it was carved from ice and jade, without the slightest flaw. It was like the most beautiful scenery in the world, causing people to linger and forget to leave. However, Jianghu was not in the mood to appreciate it, because when this ice flower appeared, a layer of ice suddenly formed on his arm and spread upwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wherever the ice passed, he completely lost feeling in his arm. This chill seemed to come from the depths of his soul, and it seemed to be able to freeze his soul. Seeing that the ice layer was about to spread to his chest, Jianghu bit the tip of his tongue, used his finger like a knife, and slashed at his shoulder. Pucci, blood spurted out, and one of his arms broke. Jianghu suddenly felt that the force binding him disappeared. Horrified, he hurriedly pulled back and put some distance between him and Bing Yun. After regaining his footing, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat and his face was as pale as paper. Hurriedly taking out some healing pills from his space ring and stuffing them into his mouth, he stared towards Bing Yun in fear and dread. With the powerful strength Bing Yun just showed, if she really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to resist. Now, he could only pray that Bing Yun was not a bloodthirsty person and would spare his life on account of the suffering he had suffered. On the other side, the group of Dao Source Realm Masters from Immaculate Island were dumbfounded. They only saw Jianghu rush towards Bing Yun, and then Bing Yun raise her hand. Jianghu quickly retreated and cut off one of his arms. Chapter 2408. All of this happened in a flash, and everyone was dazzled. Before the red-robed woman and the others could react, Jianghu was already severely injured. The group of people from Immaculate Island were all inexplicably shocked, their faces filled with fear. "Senior," the red-robed woman muttered suspiciously. She had just heard Jianghu call the girl Senior. Sir Jianghu is a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Someone he calls Senior. Could it be that this person is a peak Emperor Realm Master? After figuring this out, the red-robed woman's body trembled. She no longer had the arrogance and disdain she had before. "You're quite decisive." Bing Yun looked indifferently at Jianghu, who had cut off one of his arms. She had no intention of killing him. It was unknown whether it was because she was kind or because she was injured and couldn't kill him. However, Jianghu was indeed a decisive person. If he hadn't cut off one of his arms at the critical moment, he would have definitely died here. Although he looked miserable now, he had at least kept his life. "Senior." This Jiang had eyes but failed to see. "Please forgive me and spare my life, Master." Jianghu endured the piercing pain and begged for mercy. The lives of the Immaculate Island people were now in the hands of this girl. If she didn't let them go, they would definitely die. Compared to their lives, what was a mere pride? It wasn't shameful to beg for mercy from a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Bing Yun looked at Jianghu indifferently. Her expression was indifferent. Jianghu felt a little suffocated. He didn't know what kind of fate awaited him and the others. After a while, Bing Yun opened her mouth and waved her hand. He waved his hand and said, "Scram." Jianghu was overjoyed. He quickly said, "Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life." After that, he shouted to the Immaculate Island people, "Let's go." The Immaculate Island people didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly followed him and left the sea territory. They were all using all their strength, afraid that Bing Yun would go back on her words. Yang Kai had no intention of stopping him. He could see that it was not suitable for Bing Yun to continue attacking now. After all, the other party still had the Emperor realm. If they really forced the other party into a dead end, it might not be a good thing. Anyway, they did not suffer any losses this time. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After the people from Immaculate Island left, Bing Yun looked around and sighed. "I didn't expect to return to the Northern Territory directly." "Senior, is this really the Northern Territory?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Bing Yun nodded and said, "Yes, This is the Ice Sea in the Northern Territory. Immaculate Island is a force in the Ice Sea, and it's not bad. The Seeking Passion sect is also in the Northern Territory. It's one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Bing Yun was the founder of Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory. He had lived in this place for who knows how many years. Therefore, he knew the forces and terrain of this place like the back of his hand. While speaking, she turned to look at Fan Xin and the others and asked, "Do you want to go and see the sect?" Fan Xin and the others nodded their heads like chicks pecking at rice. Although they were accepted as disciples by Bing Yun, they had never been to Ice Heart Valley. They had been looking forward to the sect their honored master had founded for a long time. Now that they had suddenly come to the Northern Territory, they naturally wanted to take a look. "Then let's go, I haven't been back in a long time," Bing Yun smiled and continued, "I wonder how those little girl are doing now." The little girl she was talking about. They were probably the first batch of disciples she accepted after she founded Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai guessed that they were all masters in the Emperor realm. Only Bing Yun could call them little girl. "Senior, your injuries?" Yang Kai looked at her worriedly. "I still need to recuperate. As long as I don't fight, I'll be fine," Bing Yun replied. Although she had severely injured Jianghu with one move just now, she actually didn't use much of her strength. The reason why she was able to do so with just one move was because Jianghu had underestimated her and also because of the difference in cultivation. Bing Yun, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, could easily deal with a first-order Emperor Realm Master like Jianghu. Even if she was injured, it was just a casual move. Since Fan Xin and the others wanted to go to Ice Heart Valley to take a look, Yang Kai naturally had to follow. He thought that if Su Yen came to the star boundary in the future, she might be able to join Ice Heart Valley again. After all, her secret art and physique were of the same origin as Ice Heart Valley's. Moreover, Yang Kai wanted to settle Lu Xianyun in Ice Heart Valley. Lu Xianyun and he had some brother and sister feelings, and they had gone through thick and thin together during this time. They had supported each other, but he had his own things to do, so he couldn't take Lu Xianyun with him all the time. Ice Heart Valley was definitely the best place for Lu Xianyun. Ice Heart Valley only accepted female disciples, and Lu Xianyun had a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivation. She also came from a lower star territory, so her aptitude and tenacity were top-notch. Although her current cultivation wasn't high, that was because Lu Xianyun hadn't been able to obtain good cultivation resources. If she was nurtured by a sect, Lu Xianyun's future achievements would definitely not be bad. Any cultivator who came from a lower star territory would have a good future. Yang Kai believed that Bing Yun wouldn't refuse her. However, Yang Kai couldn't find an opportunity to ask Bing Yun for help yet. As for Ling Yinchin and the others, Yang Kai didn't know what they were planning to do. Thinking of this, Yang Kai turned to look at Ling Yinchin and asked, "Big Sister Ling, where are you going?" Ling Yinchin pondered for a moment before saying, "I want to go to the Eastern Territory." Eastern Territory? Yang Kai raised his brow, not knowing why she wanted to go to the Eastern Territory. Bing Yun said from the side, "You are Yang Kai's friend, and your cultivation is not bad. If you want to join my Ice Heart Valley, this queen can accept you." The strength of a cultivator from the third-order Dao Source realm was not bad. If she had the opportunity, she might be able to advance to the Emperor realm. Such a cultivator would be welcomed by any sect. Bing Yun said this because she was giving face to Yang Kai. She knew that Ling Yinchin had just escaped from the solitary void-sealed world and had nowhere to go for the time being. Ling Yinchin smiled and said, "This junior appreciates senior's kindness. It's just that Junior's husband was born in the Eastern Territory's Heavenly Wolf Valley. Junior wants to send his ashes back. This was his last wish." Speaking of her deceased husband, Ling Yinchin's expression dimmed a lot. She seemed to have fallen into some kind of memory. Her eyes were slightly red. Bing Yun praised, "You are an infatuated woman. The journey to the Eastern Territory will be difficult, so you must be careful. After your husband's ashes are taken care of, if you still have the heart to come to my Ice Heart Valley, just come." Ling Yinchin said gratefully, "Many thanks for senior's kindness." With Bing Yun's words, if Ling Yinchin had nowhere to go in the future, She could come to the Northern Territory and join Ice Heart Valley. It could be considered a backup plan. Let's go back to the mainland first. Bing Yun looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai nodded and summoned the ship. He then boarded the ship with a group of people and headed towards the mainland under Bing Yun's guidance. The ice sea was not like the solitary void sea. The journey was safe and did not encounter any danger. Bing Yun had been healing in the ship's cabin and did not come out. Yang Kai told Lu Xianyun about his plans and told her that he wanted her to stay in Ice Heart Valley. Lu Xianyun didn't hesitate too much and immediately agreed. She knew it was impossible for her to follow Yang Kai. After all, the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. If she followed Yang Kai, she would only be a burden. Rather than that, it was better to join Ice Heart Valley and stay in the sect to cultivate. After getting Lu Xianyun's agreement, only then did Kai Yang find an opportunity to discuss this matter with Bing Yun. Bing Yun naturally did not refuse. He agreed without hesitation. She was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley. Accepting someone into the sect was a simple matter. There was no need to ask for the permission of others. In less than 5 days, the group saw the existence of land. After Yang Kai summoned everyone to the deck, he glanced at Bing Yun and laughed dryly. Senior, wouldn't it be better for you to change your appearance? A few days ago, even someone like Jianghu was inevitably tempted by Bing Yun. Yang Kai was afraid that Bing Yun would cause trouble because of her beauty when she returned to the mainland. Fan Exen and the others heard this and pursed their lips and snickered. Although these female disciples were also beautiful, they were not inferior to Bing Yun's beauty. But when compared to Bing Yun, he immediately paled in comparison. Bing Yun's pure and flawless appearance was something that no other woman could compare to. It was extremely easy for men to develop protective and possessive feelings towards her. It's because there are so many shameless men who covet beautiful women in this world that we women are so troublesome. Bing Yun snorted unhappily. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Senior, why are you looking at me when you say this? I'm innocent. Frozen Cloud lightly snorted but didn't refute. She clearly knew that her beauty would always attract unnecessary trouble. Yang Kai took out something from his space ring and handed it to Bing Yun. I have a mask here that suits Senior. If Senior doesn't mind, please take it. This mask is well made. Where did you get it? Bing Yun glanced at the mask that was as thin as a cicada's wing and praised it. This should be refined by Sangda. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. When Sangda took him out to sea that day, he was wearing this mask. If Yang Kai did not have a preconceived notion, he would not have been able to recognize him. After Sangda was killed by Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi, this mask naturally became his spoils of war. Bing Yun's jade-like hand that had reached out suddenly retracted. She said with a look of disgust, was it made by that thing? He used it, right? He did use it. Yang Kai nodded. Bing Yun glared at Yang Kai and said, then don't take it. She didn't know what this brat was thinking. He actually gave her something that an old man had used before. Moreover, it was going to be stuck on her face. Which woman wouldn't dislike it? While speaking, Bing Yun made a hand sign and her face suddenly squirmed slightly. After a while, her face suddenly swelled up. Although she still looked beautiful, she did not have the stunning feeling she had before. Senior has done this many times. Yang Kai saw Bing Yun change her appearance so skillfully and immediately knew that she definitely knew how to do this. Bing Yun said, otherwise, how do you think I used to travel the star boundary alone? Chapter 2409. In the wilderness, Yang Kai and the others were riding a ship, flying at high speed. Only he, Lu Xianyun, and a few disciples from Ice Heart Valley were on the ship. Ling Yinqin had already separated from everyone when she returned to the mainland. According to her, she was going to take her husband's ashes back to Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory and bury them in the place where he was born. Jiao Yi and the others naturally followed Ling Yinqin. As for Yang Kai and the others, they were going to Ice Heart Valley. Fan Exen and her junior sisters had been longing to visit the sect for a long time, so now that they were in the Northern Territory, they naturally wanted to visit the sect. Ice Heart Valley was not close to the frozen sea, So even if the ship flew very fast, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to arrive. Fortunately, Bing Yun was the owner of this place and knew the terrain of the Northern Territory like the back of her hand. With her guidance, Yang Kai did not have to worry about getting lost. After flying for 3 to 5 days, Yang Kai, who was meditating and resting in the cabin, suddenly heard a commotion on the deck. He was shocked and did not know what was going on, so he hurried to the deck. At this moment, Fan Xin and the others were standing on the deck, looking in the same direction. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. "Brother Yang." Fan Xin saw Yang Kai coming and quickly pointed in the direction. "There are people fighting over there, and many of them are besieging a woman." "How shameless!" Yang Kai heard this and quickly released his divine sense. Sure enough, he found a group of people besieging a woman a dozen kilometers away. The woman's cultivation was not bad, at least in the third-order Dao source realm, and her source qi was extremely dense. The grade of the artifact in her hand was also very high. So, even if she was alone, it would not be easy to take her down. There were also 2 third-order Dao source realm cultivators among the group of people who were besieging her, but it was unknown what they were afraid of. They didn't attack the woman directly, but instead continued to besiege her. From the looks of it, they wanted to consume her strength. He would capture her alive when she was exhausted. Yang Kai only glanced at her and knew that this woman must be an elite disciple from a large sect. Her strength was not much worse than Xia Xing, Wu Chang, and the others he knew. In a life-or-death battle, they were definitely on par. The top sects in the Southern Territory had nurtured rising stars like Xia Xing and Wu Chang, so the Northern Territory naturally wouldn't be too inferior. This woman was the best example. Yang Kai guessed that the group of people besieging the woman must have recognized her, which was why they were afraid and didn't dare to kill her. He only wanted to capture the other party alive. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai said indifferently, "Walking in the star boundary, this kind of thing happens every day. Who cares about it?" Although it wasn't right for a group of people to bully a woman, this kind of thing was common in the star boundary, so Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to pay attention to it. Furthermore, he felt that with that woman's strength, if she really wanted to escape, this group of people might not be able to stop her. She was besieged right now because she hadn't hardened her heart yet. "But Brother Yang..." Fan Xin looked at Yang Kai anxiously. "That woman is using Ice Heart Valley's secret techniques and secret arts. She may be one of Ice Heart Valley's senior sister." "Ice Heart Valley?" Yang Kai raised his brow and asked with some surprise, "Are you sure?" Fan Xin hurriedly said, "Of course, we have been cultivating the secret arts and secret techniques our honored master taught us, so we can't be wrong. This senior sister is in trouble now, so we can't just sit back and watch." Yang Kai carefully observed the woman again. He found that she was using ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques, and the power of the artifact in her hand was also extremely cold. It seemed that Fan Xin was right. This woman was indeed from Ice Heart Valley. However, Ice Heart Valley was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, and few people dared to provoke its disciples when they roamed the Northern Territory. How could this woman have encountered such trouble? What kind of people were besieging her? "Brother." Lu Xianyun also looked at Yang Kai with a pleading look on her face. She was now a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, so seeing her senior sister being besieged by so many people, she naturally couldn't bear to watch, but her cultivation was too low, so she could only pin her hopes on Yang Kai and ask him to help this woman. "Good, since she is from Ice Heart Valley, we naturally can't just sit back and watch." Yang Kai nodded and formed a seal with his hand, causing the ship to immediately change direction and fly towards the battlefield. The distance of a dozen kilometers was covered in just a few breaths with the ship's speed. The two sides who were fighting down below noticed that someone was approaching and wore different expressions. The woman frowned, seemingly a little worried, and the cultivator who was besieging her also wore a displeased expression, but both sides stopped fighting and looked towards the ship. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai discovered that this Ice Heart Valley female disciple was extremely beautiful. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her eyebrows were like smoke, and her pair of beautiful eyes sparkled. Perhaps it was because she had just been fighting, but at this moment, Her breathing was slightly rapid and her jade cheeks were rosy. Her skin was also extremely fair, white and flawless, almost as if it was covered in snow. Her aura was somewhat similar to Bing Yun's. Both of them were extremely pure, and the little bit of sweat that seeped out of her delicate nose made her look even more beautiful. Sure enough, this woman is from Ice Heart Valley. Feeling that her aura was somewhat similar to Bing Yun's, Yang Kai immediately became certain. Standing on the deck, he nodded slightly to her. The woman frowned. Although she could sense Yang Kai's goodwill, she didn't know why he was willing to help her. After all, the people besieging her weren't easy to deal with. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of them. A middle-aged man from the Third Order Dao Source realm waved his hand impatiently and shouted at Yang Kai. Seeking Passion Sect is here to handle some matters. Get lost. Seeking Passion Sect? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. A few days ago, when they had just returned to the Northern Territory, they encountered a group of people from Immaculate Island. They said that they were catching blue infant beasts to prepare a congratulatory gift for the Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master's big day. Yang Kai didn't expect that this group of people would actually be from Seeking Passion Sect. Bing Yun had said that Seeking Passion Sect was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. When she left, its strength was on par with Ice Heart Valley, so its disciples were used to acting arrogantly in the Northern Territory. At this moment, Yang Kai knew that Bing Yun was telling the truth. These people from Seeking Passion Sect didn't even ask about their origins before acting so aggressively. Obviously, they didn't put them in their eyes. Perhaps in their opinion, as long as they mentioned the Seeking Passion Sect's name, everyone else should obediently scram. Originally, Yang Kai didn't have much of a good or bad impression of this Seeking Passion Sect, but after hearing the tone of this person's voice, coupled with the fact that they had ganged up on this female disciple from Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai's impression of this Seeking Passion Sect suddenly soured. Is the Seeking Passion Sect so great? Fan Xen was enraged by her senior sister's misfortune. 5 or 6 men bullying a woman. How shameless! She retorted angrily. Bitch, you court death. The middle-aged man was furious when he heard this and glared at Fan Xen with murderous intent. As he spoke, he sent out a strand of pure spiritual energy towards Fan Xen. Obviously, he was angry and wanted to teach her a lesson. In the Northern Territory, not many people dared to provoke the Seeking Passion Sect's disciples. He didn't know where the people on this ship came from, but they actually dared to meddle in other people's business. They were truly reckless. On this ship, only Yang Kai, a Third Order Dao Source Realm disciple, could enter his eyes. The rest of the people on this ship had varying cultivations, so he took it for granted that this group of people didn't have a great background and should be disciples from some mid-level force. As soon as the spiritual energy was released, a stifling feeling hit Fan Xen in the face. Fan Xen's pretty face paled, and even her breathing became slightly hurried. She felt as if a sharp sword was stabbing towards her, but she couldn't avoid it. She was so scared that her heart sank to the bottom, and her hands and feet turned cold. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly pulled her behind him, and at the same time, his spiritual energy burst out to meet the middle-aged man's attack. The collision was silent, but Yang Kai didn't move at all. On the other hand, the arrogant middle-aged man's body swayed and he was forced to take a few steps back. His face paled slightly and he coughed up blood. With just this one attack, his soul was injured. It was obvious that there was a huge gap between his spiritual energy and Yang Kai's. Deacon Dong. The Seeking Passion Sect's disciples turned pale with fright and hurriedly surrounded the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man seemed to be seriously injured, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. He just waved his hands slightly, then hurriedly took out some pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Boy, how dare you sneak attack Dongshan? The other disciple from the Third Order Dao Source Realm was furious, and as he shouted, he suddenly summoned a machete with a ghost head in his hand. Leaping forward like an eagle spreading its wings, he arrived above Yang Kai and viciously chopped down. He thought that Dongshan's injury was due to a moment of carelessness, so relying on his slightly superior strength to Dongshan's, he planned to kill Yang Kai directly to wash away the humiliation he had suffered. The power of this machete shattered the sky. Even though Fan Exin, Lu Xianyun, and the others were standing behind Yang Kai, their pretty faces paled as they felt the aura of death wash over them. Standing on the deck, Kai Yang didn't move to evade. Only when the machete was about to chop down did he suddenly launch an attack. Both of his fists fiercely punched out, and in a split second, an endless stream of fist shadows completely filled the space in front of him. The machete wave that shrouded the surrounding area suddenly collapsed like a broken mirror, unable to withstand a single blow. What? The Seeking Passion Sect's cultivator's complexion changed drastically as he sensed the terrifying power coming from the front. He quickly turned his saber around to protect himself while pushing his source chi and retreating backwards with a tap of his foot. But it was already too late. Hong hong hong. After a few muffled noises, the cultivator was sent flying backwards and landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Deacon Chao Yang. The remaining Seeking Passion Sect's cultivator turned pale with fright and hurriedly rushed to Chao Yang's side to check his injuries. Chapter 24:10. Chao Yang forced himself to stand up and looked at Yang Kai with fear and disbelief. By now, he knew that Dong Shan's injury wasn't caused by Yang Kai's sneak attack. Even if they fought fair and square, Dong Shan definitely wouldn't be this young man's opponent. When did such a monstrous young man appear in the Northern Territory? Which sect is he from? We're both cultivators in the Third Order Dao Source realm, but I can't even withstand a single blow from him. If such a person cultivates to the Emperor realm, how strong will he be? The names and appearances of the rising stars of the various sects flashed through his mind one by one, but none of them matched Yang Kai. Friend, where are you from? Please leave your name. My Seeking Passion sect will definitely pay you a visit in the future. Knowing that he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, Chao Yang had no choice but to bring up his sect's name. This way, Yang Kai wouldn't attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. If this guy really wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to escape. Fan Exin coldly snorted and said, "What happened to your imposing manner when you bullied me with numbers?" Several grown men bullying a woman. The Seeking Passion sect is really powerful. Her sarcastic words made the Seeking Passion sect's group feel a little embarrassed, each of them wearing ugly expressions. But now that their strength was inferior to hers, and their two strongest cultivators were seriously injured, they didn't have the capital to act tough. They could only feel their faces burning, and their hearts were filled with resentment. There's no harm in telling you where? Before Fan Exin could finish, Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted her. He still stood on the deck and didn't move from the beginning to the end. He looked down and said indifferently, "We're just travelers passing by." Passing by. Chao Yang gritted his bloody teeth, knowing that Yang Kai didn't want to reveal his identity. Since he was weaker, he couldn't use force. He just stared fiercely at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to remember his appearance. He cupped his fists and shouted, "Friend, this Chao has learned a lot. Since you're here today, we'll retreat. I hope you'll take care of yourselves." After saying this, he waved his hand. He waved his hand and quickly left with the Seeking Passion sect's people. Fan Exin gritted her teeth, her face full of resentment. But seeing that Yang Kai wasn't going to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, she couldn't say anything. After the group of people left, Yang Kai said lightly, "Seeking Passion sect is a top sect in the Northern Territory. With your current status, it's not appropriate for you to have a falling out with them. If he really killed that group of people, Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect would likely go to war. Once these two top sects started fighting, the entire Northern Territory would be swept into the flames of war." However, what Yang Kai could not understand was why the Seeking Passion sect's people would make things difficult for this Ice Heart Valley disciple. "Many thanks to this brother for your help. May I ask for your esteemed name? Ziyu will definitely repay you in the future." The woman cupped her fists towards Yang Kai and asked gratefully. This time, if it wasn't for Yang Kai's help, she would have been able to escape. She would have consumed a lot of energy. She had mastered a forbidden technique. Once she used it, Chao Yang and the others definitely wouldn't be able to stop her. But after using this forbidden technique, she wouldn't be able to use her strength for 3 months. At that time, she wouldn't be able to escape the Northern Territory. "Senior sister, We're all family. There's no need to be polite. Fan Xn looked at the girl named Ziyu with a smile, her face full of friendliness. Family? Ziyu frowned. She didn't understand what Fan Xin meant. Fan Xin smiled. She pointed to the women on the ship and said, "We're all from Ice Heart Valley. Senior sister, from the secret technique and secret art you just used, you should also be from Ice Heart Valley, right? So we're all family." They had just returned to the Northern Territory a few days ago, but they had actually met a senior sister from the same sect here. Moreover, her strength was quite good. Fan Xin was naturally happy and didn't plan to hide it, directly telling Ziyu who they were. However, she never expected that Ziyu's beautiful face would actually change when she heard these words, and dense vigilance arose in the depths of her beautiful eyes. At the same time, she imperceptibly took a few steps back and bit her red lips as she said, "All of you have come to capture me?" Fan Xin was stunned and asked, "Senior sister, what are you talking about?" Ziyu said, "Since we're all senior sister from the same sect, I won't take action against you. Go back and tell my honored master that Ziyu has implicated her. Ziyu is unfilial. When Ziyu's cultivation reaches a certain level, she will definitely return to Ice Heart Valley to fulfill her filial duties." After saying this, her tender body flickered and turned into a streak of light that shot off into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Leaving behind Kai Yang and the others, they all looked at each other in confusion. "Senior sister, what is she doing?" Fan Xin frowned. She and the others had saved Ziyu's life, but Ziyu didn't thank them. Instead, when she heard that they were also from Ice Heart Valley, Ziyu became so vigilant and uneasy. She even said a bunch of inexplicable words. It was really confusing. "I'm afraid something has happened to Ice Heart Valley," Yang Kai quickly said. Fan Xin was startled and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. "Brother Yang, how do you know?" Yang Kai explained, "Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect are two of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any conflicts between them. But just now, a group of Seeking Passion sect disciples besieged Ziyu. This is very unusual." Coupled with what Ziyu said before she left, Fan Xion's expression changed as she vaguely understood. Why was Ziyu besieged by Seeking Passion sect disciples? Why did she become so vigilant after hearing that they were also disciples of Ice Heart Valley? Something big must have happened to Ice Heart Valley. "Brother Yang, let's hurry to the sect," Fan Xin said anxiously. Fan Xian said anxiously. She didn't know what had happened to Ice Heart Valley, but she wanted to hurry over and take a look. Because of Bing Yun, Fan Xin still had feelings for this sect she had never visited before, so she naturally didn't want anything to happen to it. Yang Kai nodded and glanced into the cabin again. He was sure that Bing Yun had noticed what was happening outside, but he didn't understand why she didn't care at all. Shaking his head, Yang Kai regained control of the ship and flew towards Ice Heart Valley. Fan Xian kept urging him, so Yang Kai could only speed up the ship. 5 days later, a huge city appeared in front of them. That's Ice Moon City. It's only an hour away from Ice Heart Valley. Let's enter the city first. Bing Yun's voice suddenly reached Yang Kai's ears. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded and controlled the ship to land outside the city gate. After a short while, he led the group of women through the city gate and entered Ice Moon City. As soon as he stepped into the city, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and shouted, "Senior, why are there so many cultivators from the Emperor Realm in this city?" After entering the city, he felt the auras of 7 or 8 cultivators from the Emperor Realm. This was obviously abnormal. Bing Yun, who had concealed her cultivation and was hiding in the crowd, shook her head slightly and said, "I don't know. Ice Moon City is a transit point for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with the outside world. It's impossible for so many cultivators from the Emperor Realm to appear here. Perhaps something big happened here, but let's not meddle in it for now. I still need a few days to fully recover." Last time, Bing Yun rashly attacked Jianghu before she recovered, which caused her to need more time to heal. Otherwise, she would have already recovered. The next few days were critical for her recovery, so she didn't want any more accidents to happen. "Then let's find a place to stay first. When Senior recovers, we'll go to Ice Heart Valley," Yang Kai suggested. Bing Yun naturally didn't have any objections. Immediately, the group found an inn in the city to stay. Although Fan Xan was worried about her sect and wanted to see it as soon as possible, her honored master was currently recuperating, so she didn't dare to act rashly. She could only hide in the inn with her junior sisters and wait quietly. Yang Kai didn't plan to go out either. Now that his cultivation had reached the third order Dao Source realm, he was only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor realm. Naturally, he cultivated harder and harder, wanting to see the mysteries of the Emperor realm as soon as possible. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating in his room, suddenly opened his eyes with a suspicious look. He then stood up, pushed the door open and walked out. A moment later, he came to the door of another room. Before he could knock, Bing Yun's voice came from inside, "Come in." Hearing this, Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. After turning a corner, he saw Bing Yun meditating and asked, "Senior, have you recovered from your injuries?" Bing Yun shook her head, "I still need 2 to 3 days." Yang Kai was stunned. "Then why did Senior call me over?" He came over because he heard Bing Yun's call. He thought that Bing Yun had recovered, but he didn't expect that to be the case. Bing Yun frowned slightly and didn't answer directly. Instead, she pointed to the front and said, "Sit down, I'll tell you slowly." Yang Kai sat down in front of her obediently. Bing Yun pondered for a moment and said, "When I came to the star boundary from the Hengluo star field, I was only a third-order origin king. You should know that this kind of cultivation can run amok in the territory of the star boundary, but it's nothing in the star boundary." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. People like Chi Yu Aio and the others were all overlords when they were in the Hengluo star field. With a stomp of their feet, the entire territory of the star boundary would tremble. But after coming to the star boundary, it was difficult for them to even find cultivation resources. The number 1 master at that time, Wu Dao, had already fallen. Bing Yun continued, "Once, I was in danger and almost lost my life, but a master saved my life. That master even sacrificed his Yuan Qi to pull me back from the gates of hell. Later, under his careful care, I slowly recovered. He taught me a lot of things. Bing Yun, ever since I started cultivating, if there is a master, that person is the only one. Unfortunately, he only taught me for half a year before he went to travel the world." Yang Kai praised, "That master must be an open-minded person who doesn't ask for anything in return." Bing Yun smiled faintly and said, "That's right. He didn't have any ulterior motives for saving me. With my strength at that time, I was just an ant in front of him. However, he was willing to exhaust his vitality for an ant like me. It was also thanks to his teachings for half a year that my cultivation in the star boundary was able to progress smoothly." Chapter 24:11. Although he didn't know why Bing Yun suddenly brought up the past, Yang Kai felt that she must have her own deep meaning, so he didn't interrupt her and listened quietly. "Later, I succeeded in my cultivation and founded Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory. I took in some disciples, and Ice Heart Valley gradually grew to its current scale. However, I never forgot the kindness of saving my life. 3,000 years ago, I left Ice Heart Valley and swore that I would find him even if I had to search the entire star boundary to repay his kindness. At the very least, I had to thank him in person." Bing Yun smiled slightly. "As cultivators, we should repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring, not to mention the kindness of saving my life. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to investigate further before I accidentally fell into the solitary void-sealed world. I stayed there for 3,000 years until I met you and was able to escape." After hearing what she said, Yang Kai realized that Bing Yun was the flowing time great emperor who had been trapped in the solitary void-sealed world for 3,000 years. After understanding this, Yang Kai was shocked. Bing Yun couldn't improve her cultivation in the solitary void-sealed world. In other words, she was already a third-order emperor realm master 3,000 years ago. If she hadn't fallen into the solitary void-sealed world, she might have been able to peek into the level of the great emperors in these 3,000 years. "Finding that great master is my lifelong wish, so no matter where he is, I will continue to search until I find him," Bing Yun said with a determined look. Yang Kai heard this and said, "Then Ice Heart Valley?" Bing Yun smiled faintly. "Although Ice Heart Valley was founded by me, it is impossible for me to protect it forever. If the disciples have the ability to help it continue to grow, that would be for the best, but if the disciples are incompetent, then I'll leave it to you. If the disciples are incapable, they can only let it weaken. In this world, there is no sect that can last forever, and no family that can last forever. It's just like the cycle of life and death." Yang Kai agreed. Senior's words make sense. Bing Yun continued, "Back then when I left Ice Heart Valley, I was still somewhat worried, so before I left something behind in the sect. That is an artifact I refined using my secret technique. I told my disciples that if the sect was facing a great disaster and they were unable to deal with it, they could send me a message through that artifact. I would try my best to rush back as soon as possible." While speaking, Bing Yun faintly took out a jade token from his space ring and presented it in his palm. "Just now, I felt the fluctuations of that artifact." Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it. He discovered that the jade tablet was flickering with a faint brilliance, flickering in and out, like a firefly. His expression changed as he asked, "Ice Heart Valley is in danger of being wiped out?" Bing Yun shook her head and said, "I'm not sure, but it's extremely abnormal for so many people from the Emperor Realm to suddenly appear in Ice Moon City. It might be related to the sect's calamity this time." "What do you want me to do?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Bing Yun had said so much. Taking out this jade token, it was obvious that she wanted him to help. Bing Yun said, "I still need to continue recuperating for 2 to 3 days, so I can't leave here. I'd like you to go to Ice Heart Valley and see what's happening there." Yang Kai didn't even think about it and nodded. "This is no problem. Since Senior has asked, I will go. However, your sect is one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. It won't be easy to enter, right? If I accidentally trigger some kind of barrier or spirit array with this junior's current strength. If I really trigger some kind of barrier or spirit array, Yang Kai would definitely be treated like a rat on the street, and everyone would want to beat him up. Even if Ice Heart Valley lost Bing Yun, the Emperor Realm wouldn't be too small. At that time, it would be difficult for him to fight against so many and he might not be able to escape. You don't have to worry about this. Take this token, and no barrier or spirit array will be able to stop you." While speaking, Bing Yun took out another token. This token was white and flawless, as if it was carved out of the most beautiful jade in the world. There wasn't the slightest flaw. On the token, there was a large Yun character engraved on it. It should be Bing Yun's name. Yang Kai reached out and took it. Bing Yun also gave the other glowing jade token to Yang Kai and said, "Take this with you. You can use it to sense the location of the artifact I left behind. When I left back then, I placed the artifact in Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. It should still be there now." "I will remember." Yang Kai nodded seriously and stuffed the 2 jade tokens into his space ring. "Take this too." Bing Yun suddenly handed over a round bead solemnly. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he whispered, "Emperor Authority Bead." He was all too familiar with this round bead. It was clearly an Emperor Authority Bead. Previously, he had obtained an Emperor Authority Bead from the Flowing Time Great Emperor in the 4 Seasons realm. In the end, he had used it in Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world. With one move, he had used the principles of time to defeat the Third Order Emperor Realm Corpse puppet. He had even used the principles of time to advance to the level of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. The Emperor Authority Bead sealed the all-out attack of a master from the Emperor Realm. Moreover, ordinary masters from the Emperor Realm couldn't condense it. Only masters from the Second Order Emperor Realm and above could condense it after spending a lot of time and energy. This kind of thing was usually given to juniors by the masters from the Emperor Realm as a life-saving tool. Every master from the Emperor Realm wouldn't condense too many of them. The limit was 3 Emperor Realm beads in their lifetime. If they condensed too many, it would affect their foundation. Yang Kai didn't expect Bing Yun to be so generous, directly giving him an Emperor Authority bead to protect himself. Bing Yun said, "This is something I condensed when I just advanced to the Third Order Emperor Realm. It contains one of my secret techniques, so use it with caution." Yang Kai happily received it and solemnly stored it away. he stood up and said, "There's no time to lose. Then this junior will set off now. You must be very careful. If someone really finds you, just take out my token. Those little girls won't dare to touch you," Bing Yun warned. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "With senior's words, I'm relieved." After saying so, he turned and left. There were no male disciples in Ice Heart Valley. The rule set by Bing Yun was that the valley only accepted female disciples. This rule was exactly the same as Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star. When Yang Kai went to Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star back then, he didn't find any trace of a man. The sect was filled with women, and any man who came to Ice Heart Valley would probably be dazzled by the sight of so many beauties. Originally, Yang Kai shouldn't be the one to inquire about this matter. However, among Bing Yun's disciples, the strongest, Fan Xen, was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Compared to Yang Kai, her real strength was worlds apart. Therefore, Bing Yun had no choice but to ask Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai was also well aware of this. Moreover, not only did Bing Yun give him the token, but she also gave him an Emperor Authority bead. It was clear how much importance she attached to this matter. With this double protection, Yang Kai felt that even if he sneaked into Ice Heart Valley to investigate the situation, it wouldn't be too dangerous. Ice Moon City wasn't too far away from Ice Heart Valley. If he flew directly, he could reach it in an hour. After all, Ice Moon City was a transit point for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with the outside world. If it was too far away from the sect, it would lose its significance. Yang Kai didn't say goodbye to the others. He left Ice Moon City alone and flew slowly in the direction of Ice Heart Valley. It wasn't until the sky turned dark that Yang Kai arrived at the edge of Ice Heart Valley. The entire Ice Heart Valley was located in a huge mountain valley surrounded by mountains. The terrain was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, the environment was beautiful and the world energy was rich. It was obvious that Bing Yun had put a lot of thought into choosing the location of Ice Heart Valley's headquarters. There must be an excellent earth vein here. Otherwise, the world energy here wouldn't be so rich. The only way to enter Ice Heart Valley was through the 1,000-meter-long valley corridor, which was guarded by the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley on both sides and at the end, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. Naturally, Yang Kai couldn't enter through the valley entrance openly. The main reason he came here was to find the disciple who contacted Bing Yun and ask her what was going on in Ice Heart Valley. He wandered around the periphery of Ice Heart Valley to investigate before heading straight in a certain direction. After a while, Yang Kai stopped and scanned the front with his divine sense. In front of him, there was an invisible barrier blocking the way. It was obviously Ice Heart Valley's protective and alert spirit array. Once an outsider touched it, the entire Ice Heart Valley would be on alert. At that time, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Yang Kai didn't act rashly. Instead, he hid in the dark and waited for about an hour. After confirming that there were no Ice Heart Valley disciples around, he took out the token Bing Yun gave him and shook it slightly at the barrier. A beam of profound light shot out from the token, and in the next moment, a crack silently appeared in the barrier. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and entered it. Using his space force, he hid in the shadows like a ghost. At the same time, he used his Nihility secret technique to conceal his aura. Being able to break into Ice Heart Valley so easily, it seemed that the token Bing Yun gave him could indeed allow him to ignore all the barriers and spirit arrays in the valley. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a lot more relieved after this success. Taking out another jade token, Yang Kai sensed the location of the artifact and quietly walked in that direction. The deeper he went, the more auras he sensed from the cultivator. These cultivators were obviously Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Ice Heart Valley could become one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, so it must have many disciples. However, the disciples Yang Kai encountered weren't very strong. The most powerful one was only a Dao Source Realm cultivator. With his strength and concealment secret technique, he didn't need to worry about being discovered. Half an hour later, Yang Kai bypassed a building and was about to go deeper when he suddenly stopped and a strange expression appeared on his face. Because he heard the voice of a man here. The voice came from one of the buildings next to them. Moreover, there seemed to be more than one person. It was obvious that two men were communicating. How could there be a man in Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai was stunned. This was an all-female sect, and men were generally not allowed to enter. Could it be that some Ice Heart Valley disciple couldn't bear the loneliness and secretly raised a wild man here? Thinking of this, Yang Kai was shocked. If this was true, then Ice Heart Valley's reputation would be completely ruined. Chapter 24:12. Ice Heart Valley was a huge sect with tens of thousands of disciples, so it was impossible for someone to secretly keep a man here without being discovered. What's more, Ice Heart Valley did not forbid marriage. If a disciple fell in love with another man, they could marry, but they would no longer be part of Ice Heart Valley after marriage. When it came to love, Frozen Cloud didn't set too rigid a rule. She knew that everyone had 7 emotions and 6 desires. It was normal for disciples to meet a man they liked when they were out adventuring. This rule could be considered very open-minded. However, Yang Kai was still a little surprised to meet a man here, because it was impossible for him to live in Ice Heart Valley unless his identity was extraordinary. His curiosity was piqued and he wanted to secretly investigate what the two men were doing here, but when one of them inadvertently revealed a trace of power, Yang Kai immediately did not dare to act rashly. Because that person was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. He had fought against First-Order Emperor Realm cultivators before, and even killed a few, but he had never fought against a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master before, so he did not know how powerful a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master was. He had another mission to complete this time, so he naturally could not complicate matters at this time. So, Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before hurriedly fleeing into the distance. Who? A loud shout came from the loft, followed by a figure shooting out. Yang Kai was shocked, knowing that he had underestimated the vigilance of this Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. He had just passed by, but he was discovered. At this critical moment, he did not dare to hesitate. He quickly teleported away. He disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, a heroic figure appeared where he had been hiding. With a gloomy face, he released his divine sense to search around, but found nothing. The other young man immediately chased after him and stood beside the middle-aged man, frowning. "Martial Uncle Yao, what happened?" The middle-aged man said, "Someone was here just now." The young man was surprised. "Who?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "I don't know. But this person left very quickly, and there is still a trace of residual space force fluctuations here." Space force? The young man was shocked and blurted out, "What Martial Uncle means is that someone from Ice Heart Valley is proficient in the Tao of space." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "As far as I know, no one in Ice Heart Valley is proficient in this strange secret art. The residual space fluctuations here may be the result of some kind of transmission spirit array arranged here in advance." Hearing his explanation, the young man couldn't help but relax. "I thought Ice Heart Valley had some kind of genius who cultivated the Tao of space, but it turns out it was just a transmission array. I wonder what kind of person would be so bored." The middle-aged man said, You should know that many people in Ice Heart Valley oppose this marriage, right? Especially the acting sect master. She might have been the one who arranged all this." The young man smiled and said, "So what if it's her? It would be the big day in 2 days. When the time comes, I will bring Ziyu back to the sect. From now on, she has nothing to do with Ice Heart Valley." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Ziyu is the #1 disciple of Ice Heart Valley's younger generation. She is famous in the entire Northern Territory. Whether it is her cultivation or aptitude, she is not inferior to you. She is a good match for you." Hearing the name Ziyu, a touch of affection appeared on the young man's face and he said softly, "Of course. If not for this, how could she take a fancy to her?" The middle-aged man frowned and looked at the young man, reminding him, "My seeking passion supreme art requires one to enter the Tao of love. The deeper one's feelings are, the faster one's cultivation will be. But you should know that if she doesn't fall in love with you, you will suffer a huge backlash when you reach the grand accomplishment stage. Are you sure you can subdue her? Will she be loyal to you until death? Your father was almost annihilated because of this." Unfortunately, your mother was moved by his feelings at the last moment. Martial uncle doesn't want anything to happen to you. You are the future of Seeking Passion sect. The young man said confidently, Martial uncle, rest assured. As long as Ziyu returns to the sect with me, I will definitely conquer her body and mind. Or has learned the Tao of servitude from my father. It's good that you have such confidence. Go back and rest first. It will be an auspicious day in 2 days. Sect master will also come over at that time. You need to rest well. When the young man heard this, he was surprised. Father will come in person? Isn't this giving too much face to Ice Heart Valley? The middle-aged man smiled and said, although Ice Heart Valley doesn't live up to its name now, it was still one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. When Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder was still alive, it had always been on par with my Seeking Passion sect. There is no harm in giving them some face. What's more, this is a happy occasion for you. How could sect master miss it? That's great, the young man said in surprise. Yang Kai shuttled through the various barriers and spirit arrays of Ice Heart Valley. With the token given to him by Bing Yun, he didn't have to worry about triggering anything. He went all the way inside, avoiding all kinds of hidden dangers. About an hour later, he suddenly arrived at an extremely cold place. The entire Ice Heart Valley was a bone-chilling environment because the disciples of Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques, so cultivating in such an environment would yield twice the results with half the effort. However, this place was so cold that even someone as strong as Yang Kai had to circulate his source qi to feel better. Unlike the situation outside, after entering this place, Yang Kai could no longer feel the aura of a living person. This should be Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. Every sect had its own restricted area. Many of these restricted areas were places where the tablets of their ancestors were placed. Some were also places for cultivation that only a few members of the sect could set foot in. Ice Heart Valley's restricted area was a place for its outstanding disciples to cultivate and also a place for solitary confinement. If a disciple made any mistakes, they might be imprisoned here. The cold here was so severe that even Ice Heart Valley's disciples couldn't withstand it for too long. In front of him was an ice-covered corridor. Yang Kai held the token in his hand and broke through the barriers. The further in he went, the clearer the ice principles lingering around him became. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He knew that this place was extremely important to Ice Heart Valley. If Ice Heart Valley's disciples cultivated here, their cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, the premise was that they could withstand the invasion of the ice principles, otherwise, they would be frozen into ice sculptures. On both sides of the ice corridor were white mirror-like walls with many lifelike figures engraved on them. Yang Kai observed them for a while and found that these figures actually came to life right in front of his eyes. Each of them was graceful, as if they were demonstrating some extremely powerful secret technique. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little dazzled. Unfortunately, he didn't cultivate an ice attribute secret art, so even if there was such an opportunity in front of him, it wouldn't be of much use to him. He couldn't see any mysteries from these figures at all, only feeling that they were quite strange. Yang Kai sighed slightly, knowing that this wasn't an opportunity for him, so he no longer hesitated and walked straight to the end of the ice corridor. After a short while, he arrived at the end, and his field of vision suddenly opened up. As far as the eye could see, there was actually an ice lake in front of him, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. The ground here was also frozen, and the omnipresent ice laws seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. Yang Kai shivered for no reason and pushed a trace of his source qi to resist the pervasive cold. Because of the ice principles of this restricted area, the entire world was filled with white fog, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. However, when Yang Kai looked around, he vaguely saw a small island-like place in the middle of the ice lake. On this island, a figure was sitting cross-legged. Is this the Ice Heart Valley disciple who used a secret technique to summon Bing Yun? This thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind and he quietly released his divine sense to investigate. He found that the other party's cultivation was the same as his, at the level of the third-order Tao Source realm. However, what puzzled him was that for some reason, he felt that this woman's aura was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the island. Yang Kai's heart shook. He felt that something was calling out to him, and that something was on the island in the middle of the ice lake. This discovery puzzled him, as he didn't know what was calling out to him. Honored Master? On the island, a pleasant voice suddenly called out in Yang Kai's direction. Honored Master, is that you? Have you come to see you, sir? Listening to her tone, it seemed that she had mistaken him for someone else. However, after hearing this voice, Yang Kai suddenly understood why this woman's aura was somewhat familiar. He also knew who this person was. He had seen her a few days ago, and although they hadn't had much contact, Yang Kai still remembered her aura and voice. He coughed lightly and tried to make his voice sound polite so as not to frighten the other party. Sister Ziyu? On the small island, the owner of the voice was indeed frightened. She shouted, Who are you? Why are you here? This was Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. Without the permission of the sect's elders, even she couldn't enter this place. However, a man had suddenly appeared here. How could she not be shocked? A thought flashed through Ziyu's mind and she coldly snorted, Are you from Seeking Passion sect? Did Feng Shi call you here? Her tone was full of great hostility and rejection. Yang Kai didn't know how that guy named Feng Shi had offended her. Yang Kai stood in place and said, Sister Ziyu misunderstood. I don't know Feng Shi, nor am I from Seeking Passion sect. I came here because of Sister Ziyu's summoning message. Summoning message? Ziyu was stunned when she heard this, but she immediately cried out, How do you know? That's the message I sent to summon my sect's ancestral founder. Chapter 24:13. On the small island in the ice lake, Ziyu was shocked to the extreme. While being imprisoned here, she had used the method her master had taught her to communicate with the artifact left behind by the ancestral founder. She wanted to call the ancestral founder, who had been missing for thousands of years, to seek justice for her. This was because her master had told her that if there was anyone in this world who could save her, it would be the ancestral founder. However, her master had also said that ever since the ancestral founder left Ice Heart Valley 3,000 years ago, there had been no news of her. In the past 3,000 years, Ice Heart Valley had suffered several disasters. During those disasters, her master had tried to communicate with the artifact using the method left behind by the ancestral founder, but she had never received a response. Many of the sect's elders believed that the ancestral founder had fallen somewhere in the star boundary. Otherwise, why hadn't she returned? Even her master herself wasn't sure whether the ancestral founder was still alive or not. Ziyu had no choice but to communicate with the artifact and send a message to the ancestral founder. It was just her last effort. She didn't expect that someone would really receive her message and come here. What was even more unexpected was that the person who had come was a man. Wasn't the artifact left behind by the ancestral founder? Wasn't the ancestral founder a woman? What was the situation with this man? Ziyu was confused and couldn't figure it out. Just as she was puzzled and trying to guess Yang Kai's identity, Yang Kai's voice sounded again. Sister Ziyu, can I go over and talk? I'm afraid that communicating like this will alarm others. Ziyu suppressed the shock in her heart and said lightly, If you can withstand the cold here, come over. Yang Kai smiled slightly. His figure leapt and rushed towards the center of the ice lake. The next moment, he stood on the small island and looked over. A familiar face immediately appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, it's her. Yang Kai also felt strange. He had met this woman named Ziyu a few days ago. At that time, she was besieged by Seeking Passion sex people. After he saved her, she didn't thank him. Instead, after hearing Fan Xin and the others introduce her, she fled vigilantly. However, for some unknown reason, she was once again imprisoned in this forbidden area. It's you! When Violet Rain saw Yang Kai's face, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, she seemed to realize that her voice was a little too loud, so she hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Her beautiful eyes trembled as she asked, How could it be you? She naturally remembered Yang Kai. After all, the two of them had just met a few days ago, and Yang Kai had even saved her. However, what she could not figure out was that this man, who she had only met once, was able to enter Ice Heart Valley's restricted area without anyone noticing. Miss Ziyu, there's no need to be afraid. I have no ill intentions towards you. Yang Kai saw her alert expression and hurriedly took a step back. I'm here because someone asked me to. Entrusted by someone? Violet Rain asked cautiously. Yang Kai smiled and said, Look at this. While they were talking, he stretched out his hand and tossed a token to Ziyu. It was the piece that Bing Yun gave him. Ziyu caught it suspiciously and gave Yang Kai a puzzled look before carefully examining the token. In the next moment, Ziyu's tender body suddenly shook as her beautiful eyes widened with a strange light. With a look of disbelief, she excitedly said, This is Ancestral Founder's aura. Although she did not recognize what this token was, the remnant aura on it could not be faked. This aura was exactly the same as the aura of the artifact left here by the Ancestral Founder. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai in shock. She seemed to be both happy and nervous as she asked, Could it be that the person who asked you to come here is Shu? Yang Kai raised a finger and put it to his lips. He had a mysterious look on his face that could only be understood but not explained. Ziyu, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She clenched the token tightly and choked out, I knew it. Ancestral Founder is safe and sound. Master, you can finally rest assured. She didn't know why she suddenly changed the topic to her master. She also didn't know who her master was. While speaking, she directly took out a communication bead and was about to pour her divine sense into it. Yang Kai frowned and asked, What are you doing? Ziyu said, Master has always been concerned about Ancestral Founder's safety. If she knows that Ancestral Founder is safe and sound, she will definitely be happy. Yang Kai's face was covered in cold sweat as he said, Don't tell your master about this for now. Why? Yang Kai said, It's not convenient for Senior Bing Yun to show up right now. She will come here in a few days. At that time, your master will know about this. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Ziyu couldn't help but stop. After thinking for a while, she nodded and said, I was too excited. By the way, how should I address brother? Yang Kai said, Call me Yang Kai. So it's Brother Yang. Ziyu revealed a smile and her entire body seemed to have completely relaxed. This smile almost caused the heavens and earth to lose their color. Yang Kai was slightly startled by this, but he quickly recovered. Ziyu saw the change in his expression and secretly praised him in her heart. There were very few men who could not be moved by her beauty after seeing her. There were countless men who only looked at her with naked eyes. Yang Kai, however, was only stunned for a moment. To be able to remain unmoved by her beauty, he was obviously an extremely self-disciplined man. Ziyu was rude last time and didn't thank Brother Yang for saving my life. I hope Brother Yang won't take offense, Ziyu said with some embarrassment. After learning that Yang Kai was someone sent by the Ancestral Founder, she felt that the man in front of her was very close, so she didn't feel the slightest psychological burden when calling him brother, as if the two were really brother and sister. Although there were no male disciples in Ice Heart Valley, and she had never had a brother or junior brother, Yang Kai gave her an extremely reliable feeling. It's fine, Sister Ziyu should be in trouble. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Ziyu nodded sadly and said with a bitter smile, Brother Yang, you can see that I have been in some trouble recently. Did something happen to Ice Heart Valley? If Ziyu doesn't mind, you can tell me about it. Yang Kai asked. He had come here to find the Ice Heart Valley disciple who had sent the message to Bing Yun, as well as to ask what had happened to Ice Heart Valley. Brother Yang, just call me junior sister, Ziyu said softly. She had seen Yang Kai take action last time. He had casually knocked Seeking Passion Sect's Chao Yang to the ground. She knew that she couldn't do the same, so even if their cultivation was the same, Ziyu felt that she was inferior to Yang Kai. Although it's called an accident, it's actually because of me, Ziyu said with a trace of guilt on her face. As Ziyu spoke, a thick look of guilt appeared on her face. After a short pause, she raised her head and asked, Senior Brother Yang, do you know about the Seeking Passion Sect? Yang Kai nodded. Although he didn't know much about Seeking Passion Sect, He at least knew that this sect was quite powerful in the Northern Territory and had many masters. In terms of status, it was equivalent to sects like Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and Orthodoxy Temple in the Southern Territory. Seeking Passion sect has a secret art called the Seeking Passion Supreme Art, Ziyu said faintly. This secret art is very strange. A large part of the reason why Seeking Passion sect can dominate the Northern Territory for so many years is because of this secret art. It is said that this secret art was created by a master on the level of the great emperors. That great emperors called this secret art Seeking Passion. Cultivating this secret art requires one to be in love. The deeper one is in love, the faster one can cultivate. Yang Kai was surprised when he heard this and asked, "Doesn't this mean that everyone in Seeking Passion sect is infatuated with love?" Ziyu sneered and said, "Infatuated with love? Brother Yang's words are too flattering." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Isn't it said that one needs to be in love? How can one cultivate this Seeking Passion Supreme art without being in love?" Ziyu nodded and said, "It is true that one needs to be in love. When cultivating, one needs to be in love and experience unforgettable love. However, the elite disciples of Seeking Passion sect begin to come into contact with the Seeking Passion Supreme art from a young age. They search for the woman they love and fall in love with her. Because of this secret art, very few women can resist the tenderness and sweetness of Seeking Passion sect's disciples. They often fall deeply in love with them and are unable to extricate themselves. This secret art is so strange? Yang Kai was shocked. If it was only him who needed to be in love, then it would be fine. However, this Seeking Passion Supreme art could even affect the person he fell in love with. This was too strange. This was simply a supreme weapon for picking up girls. With the Seeking Passion Supreme art, which woman in the world could resist its charm? Because cultivating the Seeking Passion Supreme art not only requires one to fall in love, but also the person they fall in love with. If the woman is not moved, then the Seeking Passion sect's disciple will suffer a backlash. The deeper one falls in love, the stronger the backlash. As Ziyu spoke, a thick look of disdain appeared in her beautiful eyes. If the Seeking Passion sect's disciple can be faithful to one woman, then it's fine. At the very least, the two of them can fly together and live happily ever after. However, the key is that after the Seeking Passion sect's disciples cultivate this secret art, their progress will be extremely fast. Very few women can keep up with their cultivation speed. Often, in just a few years, the gap in strength between them will become bigger and bigger. Once the gap in cultivation is too big, the woman they fall in love with will be useless to the Seeking Passion sect's disciples. They will need to find a woman with the same cultivation as them to fall in love with. This cycle will repeat, and their cultivation will rise steadily. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a face full of envy, "Doesn't this mean that every Seeking Passion sect's disciple has 3 wives and 4 concubines? Moreover, these wives and concubines are deeply attached to them and will never leave them?" Ziyu glanced at Yang Kai and said angrily, "Brother Yang, why do you have such an envious look on your face?" Yang Kai wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and quickly waved his hand, saying, No, of course not. This secret art is simply devoid of conscience. It makes one's hair stand on end. I hate this secret art from the bottom of my heart." He didn't know whether Ziyu believed him or not, but she didn't continue to pester him on this matter. She continued, "Among the Seeking Passion sect's elite disciples who cultivate the Seeking Passion Supreme art, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is considered a small number. Some of them have captured the hearts of dozens or hundreds of women along the way, but those women are still dead set on them. I really don't know if they are fools or not." Speaking up to here, Ziyu clenched her teeth with a look of resentment on her face. Chapter 24:14. Between heaven and earth, love is the most difficult thing to understand, Yang Kai said leisurely with a look of deep understanding. Ziyu pursed her lips and smiled. "Brother Yang, are you thinking of someone?" Yang Kai said embarrassedly, "Junior sister Yu, please continue." When Ziyu heard Yang Kai call her junior sister Yu, she felt very happy and continued. Generally speaking, women who are targeted by Seeking Passion sect's disciples will never be able to stand out. Due to the influence of the seeking passion supreme art, no woman will have the heart to cultivate. Instead, they will devote all their attention to the seeking passion sex disciples and treat them as their own world. This is also the fundamental reason why the gap between the two sides' cultivations is growing. Yang Kai nodded and agreed. Compared to men, women are more likely to fall in love and be unable to extricate themselves. He paused for a moment and looked at Ziyu thoughtfully. Junior sister Yu, are you telling me this because a seeking passion sex disciple has taken a fancy to you? Hearing this, Ziyu's expression turned gloomy and she sighed. Brother Yang is right. The one who has his eyes on me is seeking passion sex young sect master, Feng Shi. Feng Shi? Yang Kai raised his brow as he remembered this name. When he came here just now, Ziyu had mentioned Feng Shi and asked Yang Kai if he was sent by Feng Shi. At that time, Yang Kai denied it, but now he knew that Feng Shi was actually seeking passion sex young sect master. My Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect are both great sects in the Northern Territory. Our disciples will occasionally meet each other. Feng Shi and I have heard of each other before, but we have never met. A few years ago, we met him during a life experience, and since then, we've never met. After that, he has been pestering me. He is extremely annoying. I have refused him several times, but it has no effect. Yang Kai sneered. This person is really thick-skinned. Ziyu said, logically speaking, Feng Shi and I can be considered a match. I even have the intention of climbing up his social ladder. Although Ice Heart Valley is still one of the top sects in the Northern Territory on the surface, everyone knows that this title is somewhat undeserved. Our true strength is no longer comparable to Seeking Passion sect. Feng Shi couldn't do anything to me. So he shamelessly asked the Seeking Passion sect to put pressure on the sect. At the same time, he promised a lot of benefits. Some of the sect's higher-ups agreed to this marriage, and Feng Shi and I were to get married in 2 days. Did Ice Heart Valley's elders compromise? Yang Kai's face sank. Violet Rain said dejectedly, it's not their fault. After all, their strength is inferior. In the past 6 months, some of the businesses of the sect have been suppressed. Many of the senior sisters and junior sisters have been injured or even died when they went out to train. In order to ensure the safety of the sect, they had no choice but to agree. Kai Yang saw the helpless expression on her face. He couldn't help but feel some sympathy in his heart. After a moment of indifference, he said, Where's your master? What position does your master hold in Ice Heart Valley? Did she agree? Ziyu smiled bitterly. Master has been in charge of Ice Heart Valley since the disappearance of ancestral founder, so she is the acting valley master. Master treats me as her own, so she naturally won't agree to this. I was able to escape last time. It was also Master's arrangement. However, Master is also unable to support the situation on her own. She is not as capable as she would like. Since you escaped, why were you captured again? When Yang Kai heard that the acting valley master didn't agree to this marriage and even helped her escape from Ice Heart Valley, he felt that Ice Heart Valley's elders were not hopeless. Ziyu said sadly, Seeking Passion sect's vice sect master, Yao Zhua, personally took action. He is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. I couldn't resist him at all. Yao Zhua. Yang Kai secretly remembered this name. He guessed that Ziyu must have met this Yao Zhua after they separated a few days ago. Then, she was captured and imprisoned in Ice Heart Valley's forbidden area. By the way, he and Feng Shi are now guests in Ice Heart Valley. Brother Yang, were you discovered when you came here? Ziyu suddenly asked worriedly. Yang Kai suddenly understood and said, so those two are Yao Zhua and Feng Shi. He did encounter 2 men on the way here, one of whom was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. He had been wondering why there were men in Ice Heart Valley, but it turned out that they were the Seeking Passion sect's Vice Sect Master and Young Sect Master. It seemed that Ziyu's escape last time had made them more vigilant. After all, the wedding was in 2 days. If they didn't see the bride by then, it would be a mistake. In order to prevent Ziyu from escaping again, Yao Zhua and Feng Shi even personally guarded Ice Heart Valley. After understanding all this, Yang Kai said, when I came here, I sensed their location, but they didn't discover me. Junior sister you can rest assured. Ziyu was shocked when she heard this. Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as hers, but he was able to detect Yao Zhuo without being discovered. How did he do it? Recalling how Yang Kai injured Chao Yang a few days ago, Ziyu immediately understood that Yang Kai was definitely not a simple Dao Source Realm cultivator. Now that Master is powerless, only Ancestral Founder can save me. Ziyu looked at Yang Kai anxiously and begged, Brother Yang, quickly tell Ancestral Founder about the situation here and ask her to save me from this abyss of suffering. Once she was brought back to the Seeking Passion sect by Yao Zhuo, Ziyu would truly become Feng Shi's exclusive property in the future. Once the Seeking Passion Supreme technique was used, there were very few women in the world who could resist it. Feng Shi had captured the hearts of countless women throughout his cultivation journey. Ziyu didn't want to become one of them. She still had a bright future and a vast sky ahead of her. How could she be willing to become another man's cultivation tool and never make any progress in her cultivation? Don't worry, Senior Bing Yun won't sit idly by. This time, I was ordered by her to come and check. She is now in Ice Moon City. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hearing this, Ziyu cried tears of joy and kept repeating, That's great, that's great. Ancestral Founder was in Ice Moon City, so she would definitely be able to save her. Suddenly, Ziyu remembered something. A few days ago, when she met Yang Kai, she met a few women who claimed to be disciples of Ice Heart Valley. At that time, she thought that the elders of the sect had sent people to capture her, so she hurriedly fled. Now that she thought about it carefully, she had never seen those disciples of Ice Heart Valley before. Their faces were extremely unfamiliar, and their cultivations were uneven. Those women were obviously not her companions who grew up with her. Could they be disciples of the Ancestral Founder? Was that why they claimed to be disciples of Ice Heart Valley? If they were on that ship, didn't that mean that the Ancestral Founder was also on that ship? Thinking of this, Ziyu was annoyed. She was so close to the Ancestral Founder but missed the opportunity to recognize her. Later, she was captured by Yao Zhuo and brought back here. Her cleverness had backfired on her, and she was filled with regret. If she had been with the Ancestral Founder at that time, she wouldn't have had so many troubles. Brother Yang, you should hurry back to Ice Moon City. If you stay here for too long, you might be discovered. Ziyu quickly put away her thoughts and tried to persuade him. Aren't you coming with me? Yang Kai asked. Ziyu smiled bitterly. This is the Ice Lake restricted area, and there are countless spirit arrays outside. How can I leave? Yang Kai chuckled. How do you think I came in? Ziyu was stunned. She suddenly looked at the command token in her hand and said, Could it be? Yang Kai nodded. This is the token given by Senior Bing Yun. It can be used to break all the spirit arrays in this valley. Since I'm here, I can't go back empty-handed. You will come with me to Ice Moon City and personally explain everything to Senior Bing Yun. Brother Yang, you can take me with you? Ziyu was pleasantly surprised. Of course, Yang Kai smiled and nodded, but wait a moment. What's wrong? Ziyu asked, puzzled. Then she watched as Yang Kai walked around her and went straight to the center of the island. At the center of the island, there was an altar-like existence, and above this altar was a water-blue bead that was exuding a chill. This bead was about the size of a longan fruit and seemed to be the source of the chill here. The closer Yang Kai got to it, the more he could feel the terrifying energy contained inside. Seeing this, Ziyu explained, This is an artifact left behind by the Ancestral Founder. We don't know what it is called, nor do we know where the Ancestral Founder obtained it. However, the Ancestral Founder stimulated some of the energy inside it and formed this Ice Lake restricted area. When disciples cultivate here, they can more clearly perceive the ice concept and principle. Master said that the origin of this bead might be extraordinary, but even the Ancestral Founder wasn't clear about the specific use of this bead. As she explained, she watched Yang Kai's movements, wondering why he was so interested in this bead. She even saw Yang Kai tremble with excitement, as if he had discovered something incredible. Brother Yang, you can't get any closer, otherwise you won't be able to bear it, Ziyu said worriedly. Ziyu reminded him worriedly, but as soon as she said those words, she realized she was being silly. If Yang Kai really couldn't bear it, he wouldn't have moved forward, but he was still moving forward, which meant he could withstand the chill of this ice bead. Ziyu was secretly shocked because even though she cultivated an ice attribute secret art, she couldn't get too close to this ice bead, but Yang Kai seemed to be even more powerful than she was. Could this brother Yang be a disciple personally taught by the ancestral founder? Otherwise, how could he be so amazing? But why would the ancestral founder accept a man as a disciple? While Ziyu was lost in thought, Yang Kai had already arrived 1 meter away from the altar. At this point, he couldn't move any further and could only feel the chill all over his body. No matter how he urged his source chi, he couldn't resist the bone-chilling cold. Frost even appeared on his hair and clothes. However, not only was he not frightened, but his eyes were also shining brightly as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Immediately after, he flipped his hand and a fiery red bead appeared in his palm. Ziyu couldn't help but become absent-minded as she watched this scene. This was because the bead Yang Kai took out was basically the same as the ice bead on the altar, except for a different color. Moreover, the instant Yang Kai took out the fiery red bead, the ice bead on the altar actually began to tremble. At the same time, the fiery red bead in Yang Kai's hand also began to emit a buzzing sound, as if the two were resonating with each other. Bead of Winter! Yang Kai suddenly cried out in surprise, his excitement reaching its peak. Bead of Winter. Chapter 24:15. Bead of Winter? What is this Bead of Winter? Ziyu looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. From Yang Kai's tone and demeanor, it was clear that he recognized this bead and even knew its specific function. Moreover, the fiery red bead in his hand should have some kind of deep connection with this Bead of Winter, otherwise, it wouldn't have produced such a resonance. I'll explain it to you later. Yang Kai gulped. The huge shock was so great that he almost couldn't control himself. How could he have the leisure to explain it to Ziyu? He never expected that he would encounter the Bead of Winter in Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. Back in the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai obtained 3 beads: the Bead of Spring, Bead of Summer, and Bead of Autumn. Each bead contained a completely different energy attribute. Yang Kai secretly guessed that there should be an ice attribute Bead of Winter as well. Only then would he be able to gather the Four Seasons power and display the flowing Time Great Emperor's reincarnation. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to see the Bead of Winter at that time, nor did he know where to find it, so he could only put this matter aside. He had kept the Spring, Summer, and Autumn beads in his space ring all this time and had not used them for a long time. But today, he actually encountered the missing Bead of Winter here. This was truly an unexpected turn of events. He had only come here under Bing Yun's instructions to see which disciple was contacting her through an artifact, but he never expected to encounter such a pleasant surprise. Yang Kai couldn't be more surprised. With the Bead of Winter here, in other words, he had gathered the 4 seasons and could display the flowing Time Great Emperor's reincarnation power. He didn't know what kind of benefits this would bring him. But how could there be a Bead of Winter in Ice Heart Valley's restricted area? Yang Kai thought about it for a while. He could only guess that Bing Yun had also gone to the Four Seasons realm when she was in the Dao Source realm. Perhaps she obtained the Bead of Winter from the Four Seasons realm and brought it to the Northern Territory. After establishing Ice Heart Valley, she left the Bead of Winter here and used the power of the Bead of Winter to transform it into Ice Force to form this Ice Lake restricted area. If that was the case, wouldn't this restricted area be ruined if he took the Bead of Winter away? Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but hesitate. He felt that if he told Bing Yun the truth, Bing Yun would not be stingy and gave him the Bead of Winter. Of course, it was of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. But if it fell into his hands, it was extremely likely that he would be able to obtain the inheritance of the flowing Time Great Emperor. That was the lifetime effort of an emperor and the foundation of his attainment in the martial Tao, and it was undoubtedly much more precious than this forbidden area. Just as Yang Kai was hesitating, wondering if he should take the Bead of Winter now, the Bead of Winter suddenly shot out a white pillar of light that soared into the sky. Not good. Ziyu's expression changed. Brother Yang, quickly put away your bead. Zizi's expression changed as she shouted. Yang Kai also realized that something was wrong. This Bead of Winter seemed to have been refined by Bing Yun, so it could erupt with some power. Unlike the other 3 beads in his hand, it was useless. Now, it suddenly erupted with a beam of light. Obviously, it was affected by the bead of summer. As soon as this beam of light appeared, the entire Ice Heart Valley would be alarmed. This was Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. It would not be long before Ice Heart Valley's masters came to investigate the situation. So, before Ziyu's voice fell, he hurriedly stuffed the bead of summer into his space ring and reached out to grab the bead of winter. Since he had already been exposed, there was no need to hesitate. He might as well grab the bead of winter. At worst, he could wait until he returned to Ice Moon City to explain to Bing Yun and ask her to give him the bead of winter. His big hand stretched forward, and the omnipresent cold directly froze his hand into a dark purple color. The back of his hand was covered in frost. At this moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had lost all feeling in his hand. He panicked and hurriedly pushed his source chi to resist. After grabbing the bead of winter with great difficulty, Yang Kai hurriedly threw it into his space ring. Only then did he feel a little better. In the next moment, he grabbed the dumbfounded Ziyu and shouted, "Let's go!" Ziyu said absent-mindedly, "Brother Yang, why are you stealing our Ice Heart Valley's treasure?" She still did not understand what was going on. If Yang Kai had not taken out the ancestral founder's token and made his intentions clear, Ziyu would have already attacked him. Stealing a treasure from Ice Heart Valley's restricted area in front of an elite disciple like her was simply the act of a bandit. Senior Bing Yun told me to take this bead away. She has a great use for it. Yang Kai could not explain clearly, so he could only make up a random excuse. Oh, Ziyu did not doubt him and did not ask any more questions. Yang Kai pulled Ziyu with one hand and held the token given by Bing Yun with the other. Soon, he broke through the barrier of the restricted area and rushed out. At this moment, the entire Ice Heart Valley was in an uproar. Countless Ice Heart Valley disciples who were resting and meditating were alarmed by the commotion in the restricted area. They rushed out of their houses, stood in place, and watched in a daze. Others rushed towards the restricted area to investigate the situation. Strong and weak auras rose and fell one after another in Ice Heart Valley, causing Yang Kai to be secretly shocked. Ice Heart Valley was indeed worthy of being one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Even without Bing Yun, there were still many masters in the valley. There were more than a dozen first and second order Emperor Realm masters. Such a force was not much inferior to Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. All that was missing was a master on par with Wen Zishan. From this, one could see how strong Ice Heart Valley's heritage was. But even such a sect couldn't withstand the pressure exerted by Seeking Passion sect and had no choice but to betroth its best disciple to Fengxi. Comparing the two, the comprehensive strength of Seeking Passion sect was definitely stronger than that of Ice Heart Valley. The chaos in the valley also made it easier for Yang Kai to escape with Ziyu. He carefully avoided the locations of the Emperor Realm and was not discovered by anyone along the way. Ziyu also felt a sense of nervousness that she had never felt before. The last time she escaped from Ice Heart Valley with the help of her master, she was not as excited as this. At that time, she only wanted to leave the Northern Territory and never be found by Seeking Passion sect. But now, there was a man who was escaping with her. It felt as if she was going to elope with this brother Yang Kai. If someone were to see this, she would not be able to clear her name no matter how hard she tried. Once she became nervous, Ziyu's heart began to beat wildly. Who's sneaking around? Suddenly, a shout came from the side, followed by a flash of light. An unparalleled sword intent descended from the sky and directly enveloped her and Yang Kai. Ziyu's face changed drastically. She realized that her emotions had fluctuated just now, which led to them being discovered. For a moment, she felt extremely guilty. Right at this moment, she suddenly felt a gentle force pushing her from the side, directly pushing her out of the range of the sword intent. Immediately after, Yang Kai's sword was like a cloud, fiercely clashing with the person who had come. A series of clanging sounds rang out as the newcomer let out a soft cry, as if surprised by something. Immediately after, the newcomer retreated, not intending to kill. Yang Kai took the opportunity to take a few breaths, his face turning slightly pale. His body shook as he forced back the icy sword intent that enveloped him. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, the newcomer was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Otherwise, he would not have been able to resist. During this time, he had fought with many First-Order Emperor Realm Masters and accumulated a lot of valuable experience. So, even if he suffered a loss in this battle, it was not a big deal. The newcomer frowned and looked at Ziyu, calling out in a low voice, "Why are you here?" Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed. Since this person called Ziyu like this, it meant that she was one of Ziyu's elders. Moreover, she should like Ziyu very much, otherwise, she would not use such an intimate name. Since she liked Ziyu, she should not make things difficult for her. It was only now that Yang Kai had the time to take a good look at the newcomer. This was a woman dressed like a young woman. She had a petite figure and held 2 cherry blossom swords in her hands. Her face was pretty, and her clothes tightly hugged her curvaceous figure. She was very pleasing to the eye. Perhaps because of her petite figure, her appearance was not much different from that of a young girl. However, any cultivator who had cultivated to the Emperor realm could not be judged by their appearance. This young woman was at least several thousand years old. 7th Martial Ant. Ziyu looked at the young woman and called out in a low voice, her face full of pleading. "You were actually able to escape from the forbidden area. Did he save you?" The young woman who was called 7th Martial Ant by Ziyu looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, her beautiful eyes sizing him up as if she wanted to peer into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Her beautiful eyes were clear and flawless, untainted by even a speck of dust. When Yang Kai looked into her eyes, he felt as if the darkness and evil hidden in his heart were melting away. This caused his heart to tremble as he realized that this young woman should have cultivated some mysterious secret art. "Yes, this is Brother Yang Kai." Ziyu quickly nodded and introduced, "Brother Yang, this is my 7th Martial Ant, Zhang Suning. She is very good to me." She deliberately added this last sentence because she was afraid that Yang Kai and this 7th Martial Ant would have a falling out. "So it is Senior Zhang Sun." Yang Kai greets Senior. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists. Zhang Suning snorted and said, "No wonder you didn't agree to this marriage. It turns out that you already have someone in mind." Zhang Sunying's thoughts were very simple. If Yang Kai and Ziyu were not in love, why would this man take such a great risk to enter Ice Heart Valley to save Ziyu? For a man to be willing to go to such an extent for a woman, the only explanation was that he had fallen in love with her. Only love was enough to make a man do so much for a woman. Ziyu's pretty face turned red as she waved her hand and said, "7th Martial Ant, you misunderstand. Brother Yang was sent by the ancestral founder." Zhang Sunying's tender body suddenly trembled, but she quickly calmed down and sighed. "Don't lie to me. Master hasn't contacted me for 3,000 years. You should go, I didn't see you." Chapter 24:16. Although Ziyu wanted to explain things to Zhang Suning, she knew that now was not the time to be long-winded. She could only make up her mind to explain things to Zhang Suning later. She said gratefully, "Thank you, 7th Martial Uncle." As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed to Yang Kai's side and grabbed his hand, saying anxiously, "Let's get out of here. We can't get away." Yang Kai suddenly smiled bitterly and looked at Zhang Suning helplessly. Zhang Suning obviously noticed something too. She frowned slightly and her pretty face turned gloomy. Intercepting Yang Kai and Ziyu here before was just her instinctive reaction. After all, she was an elder of Ice Heart Valley, so she couldn't just ignore them when she noticed someone sneaking around the valley. However, this interception and the fight just now had obviously alarmed many people, causing Yang Kai and Ziyu to lose the best opportunity to escape. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have appeared to intercept them. Asterisk schwa 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 schwa. Asterisk, a series of soft sounds rang out. Then, a large number of masters from the Emperor realm suddenly appeared around Yang Kai and the others. There were at least 7 or 8 of them, and some from the Emperor realm were rushing over. They should be here in a few breaths. There were no third-order masters among these people from the Emperor realm. There were only 2 second-order masters, and the rest were all first-order masters. For a moment, Yang Kai was surrounded by beautiful women, a dazzling sight to behold. This was truly a place where beauties were as plentiful as clouds. All kinds of different fragrances faintly assaulted him from all directions, causing him to involuntarily feel as if he had fallen into a land of warmth and tenderness. However, Yang Kai wasn't happy at all. On the contrary, his expression was solemn. He was surrounded by so many people from the Emperor realm. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Even though he was proficient in the Tao of space, he wasn't confident that he could escape safely. Ziyu, you've got guts. You actually dared to escape from the forbidden area with a man and steal its treasures. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about how to escape from here, one of the second-order Emperor Realm Masters suddenly shouted, "Hurry up and run." This woman was dressed like a beautiful woman. She was wearing a light blue dress, but her expression was extremely cold. There was an inexplicable trace of hostility lingering on her body, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, it was unknown what secret technique she had cultivated. She stood there, but her entire body was filled with sword intent. She was like an unsheathed sword, revealing its sharpness and emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Ziyu panicked. She quickly waved her hands. "No, Great Elder, you've misunderstood." "Misunderstand?" The beautiful woman snorted coldly. "Am I blind? You were the only one in the forbidden area, but the treasure is gone now. Do you dare to say that you didn't take it?" Ziyu turned her head to look at Kai Yang. It was hard to say Yang. He could only remain silent. The Elder to Heart Emperor Realm Master sneered and turned to the other second-order Emperor Realm Master. Ziyu broke the sex rules and didn't repent during her confinement. She even stole the treasures of the forbidden area. "Senior sister, please convict her." Hearing this, the second-order Emperor Realm Master sighed and looked at Ziyu with a complicated gaze. Her beautiful eyes were filled with guilt and self-blame. Her heart ached for Ziyu. After a long time, she said, "That ice bead was left behind by your ancestral founder. Why did you take it?" Obviously, she also believed that Ziyu stole the ice bead. After all, it was still in the forbidden area, but now it was gone. Ziyu opened her mouth and said, "Master, I didn't take it." She only said that she didn't steal the treasure, but she didn't intend to expose Yang Kai. Obviously, she didn't want to implicate Yang Kai. Then how did it disappear? Ziyu's master asked softly. Compared to the imposing second-order Emperor Realm Master just now, she was undoubtedly much gentler and more considerate, even speaking in a soft and gentle voice. Yang Kai suddenly asked in a low voice, "Junior sister Yu, how should I address these two?" Ziyu heard this and replied subconsciously, "One is my master, and Ruo Yun, and the other is Ice Heart Valley's great elder, Sun Yunxiu. She is also my second martial aunt. My master is ranked first among the senior sisters." When Yang Kai heard this, he understood that the woman with the gentle temperament was Ziyu's master, the acting valley master of Ice Heart Valley, and Ruo Yun. The other woman with the sword intent and imposing aura was Sun Yunxiu. The two of them had a senior sister relationship with Zhang Suning, whom Yang Kai had met before. Bing Yun has accepted a group of good disciples. All of them have grown to the level of the Emperor Realm. I wonder if it's because of the environment here or because of her guidance. However, now is obviously not the time to think about this. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets seniors. Who do you think you are? How dare you barge into Ice Heart Valley at night and kidnap my disciple?" Sun Yunxiu shouted with a cold expression. Yang Kai frowned slightly and said, "I'm afraid Elder Sun has misunderstood. I didn't kidnap Junior Sister Yu. I was asked to take her away from here." Sun Yunxiu's tone was so unfriendly that Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of her. Moreover, judging from her attitude, she didn't seem to like Ziyu very much. Presumably, she was one of the people who submitted under the pressure of Seeking Passion sect. "Boy, you dare talk back?" Sun Yunxiu's face turned cold. At that moment, two figures suddenly descended from the sky and landed nearby. Immediately after, one of them looked at Ziyu and exclaimed, "Little sister Yu, what are you doing?" He wore a pained expression as he looked at Ziyu with disappointment. But when he turned to Yang Kai, his eyes were overflowing with hatred and murderous intent. The two people who came were both men. One of them was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had a dignified expression. The one who spoke was from the third-order Dao Source Realm, handsome and extraordinary. The identities of these two were obvious. Currently, the only men who were guests in Ice Heart Valley were Seeking Passion Sect's Vice Sect Master Yao Zhua and Young Sect Master Feng Shi. The two of them were obviously disturbed by the commotion here, but as soon as they landed, Feng Shi discovered that Ziyu was actually holding Yang Kai's hand. Furthermore, she was holding his hand of her own accord. This discovery made Feng Shi's face sink. He felt as if he had been cuckolded and deeply insulted. His blood boiled as if it would explode at any moment. None of the women Feng Shi had taken a fancy to had treated him like this. Any woman who had her body and mind captured was like a slave. His words were absolute orders, and no one dared to disobey them. But when it came to Ziyu, she didn't even try to hide her feelings. If that was all there was to it, it would be fine, but at this moment, this cheap slut was actually so intimate with a strange man. Wasn't this clearly infuriating him? If such a thing were to spread out, how could he establish himself in the Northern Territory in the future? He was afraid that everyone would stare at his head when they saw him. Seeing Feng Shi's gaze fall on her hand, Ziyu instantly realized that something was wrong. Previously, she was prepared to pull Yang Kai away from here, so she didn't have too many scruples. But before she could do anything, her martial uncles had already rushed over and surrounded her and Yang Kai, making it impossible for them to advance or retreat. In her nervousness, Ziyu forgot to let go of Yang Kai's hand. Now that she had reacted, she could clearly feel the warmth and breadth of Yang Kai's hand. She couldn't help blushing and instinctively wanted to let go. However, she seemed to have thought of something, and the moment she was about to let go, she tightly grasped his hand again. This time, she used more strength than before and interlocked her fingers with Yang Kai's. Yang Kai glanced at her in astonishment, and a strange feeling lingered in his heart. Ziyu's face was slightly red, and her soft body snuggled up to Yang Kai's arm. She looked at Feng Shi provocatively and said, "Young Sect Master, please conduct yourself with dignity. Younger sister Yu isn't someone you can call. Besides, I'm free to do whatever I want. You have no right to interfere." Hearing this, Feng Shi's already ugly face turned ashen. His eyes spat fire as he glared at Yang Kai. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, you're courting death. How dare you touch my woman?" Yang Kai sneered. He naturally knew why Ziyu was being so intimate with him. Obviously, she was doing it on purpose for Feng Shi to see. Yang Kai actually didn't have much disgust with her approach. Ziyu couldn't control her future and destiny, so she could only resist like this, hoping to make Feng Shi dispel his original thoughts. However, she didn't expect that it would instead arouse Feng Shi's anger and killing intent. "Who's your woman?" "Shameless." Ziyu didn't intend to give Feng Shi any face. Seeing him threaten Yang Kai like this, she immediately scolded him. Feng Shi was so angry that his face turned pale. He couldn't scold Ziyu, so he could only vent his anger on Yang Kai. He glared at him fiercely and said, "Brat, is this all you've got? You can only let your woman stand up for you?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Young Sect Master, a melon picked by force isn't sweet. Why do you have to do this? Junior sister Yu and I have long since fallen in love with each other and have secretly pledged our lives to each other. Why don't you tell me who is stealing whose woman? This young master won't lower himself to your level, but you're a thief crying thief? What kind of logic is this?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The group of Ice Heart Valley disciples from the Emperor Realm all stared at Yang Kai and Ziyu with their mouths agape. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Ziyu was also slightly dazed. She didn't expect Yang Kai to say such words in front of so many people. What did he mean by secretly pledging their lives to each other? Wasn't this just ruining her innocence? In an instant, her face flushed red, as if it was on fire. It was as if she had really done something with Yang Kai and was ashamed to see him. Seeing her face change, the disciples from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley all had strange expressions. 7th Marshal Aunt Zhang Sun Ying looked at Yang Kai with a look of approval, as if saying that he had done a good job. This was the first time she had met Yang Kai, so she didn't have any good feelings towards him. However, Yang Kai's bold words made her feel that Ziyu had found the right person. If he wasn't sincere, how could he be so presumptuous in front of so many people from the Emperor realm? On the other side, Feng Shi's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off it. He didn't feel good at all. He never expected that the woman he had taken a fancy to, the woman he had even used the power of the sect to obtain, had already become someone else's plaything. He felt as if he had eaten a dead fly, making him feel sick and uncomfortable. He looked at Ziyu with eyes full of disgust. Chapter 24:17. Don't be fooled by them. Ziyu hasn't lost her primordial yin. She is still a virgin. Yaozh was suddenly whispered in Feng Shi's ear. Hearing this, Feng Shi's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. He swept his gaze over Ziyu and confirmed that Yaozh was right. Ziyu hadn't lost her primordial yin and was still a virgin. But even so, he couldn't let it go because at this moment, Ziyu's 5 fingers were still clasped in Yang Kai's palm, not letting go for a long time. This scene was a great insult to any man, let alone the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master. The woman the young sect master of the sect, who entered the Tao of Love, had taken a fancy to was actually so close to another man. This was no longer Feng Shi's personal problem. If word of this spread, it would be a great blow to the sect's reputation. Boy, who are you? How dare you oppose my Seeking Passion sect? Are you not afraid of death? Yaozh looked at Yang Kai coldly, murderous intent surging in his heart. He knew that if today's matter wasn't handled properly, not only would the sect's reputation be damaged, but Feng Shi would also likely develop a heart demon. The best way to deal with this was naturally to have Feng Shi kill Yang Kai, but this was Ice Heart Valley after all. Before things were clear, he couldn't overstep his authority. The group of people from the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley also looked at Yang Kai curiously. They also wanted to know who Yang Kai was. Such a man suddenly appeared in the valley and was so close to Ziyu. Even Ziyu's master, Ice Heart Valley's acting valley master and Ruo Yun couldn't understand the situation. She had never heard Ziyu mention this man in front of her. I just came to take junior sister you away. How am I an enemy of your Seeking Passion sect? Senior's words are too casual, aren't they? You should speak with a conscience, Yang Kai coldly snorted. He then continued, and this is Ice Heart Valley. What does it have to do with your Seeking Passion sect? How dare you call her junior sister you? Feng Shi was furious. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly said, what does it have to do with you? Why are you barking? Feng Shi's anger surged as he glared at Yao Zhuodao. Martial uncle, I'm going to kill him. Since he was born, he had never suffered such a grievance before. The woman he fancied had taken the initiative to hold this man's hand and tarnished his reputation. This man was actually so arrogant. If he didn't kill him, how could he vent the hatred in his heart? Yang Kai sneered, you want to kill me? There are many people who want to kill me, but they are all dead. Arrogant brat. Yaozh's expression darkened. His eyes were filled with rage, and the aura of the Emperor realm swept towards Yang Kai. Ice Heart Valley's group from the Emperor realm were also surprised. Yang Kai, a person from the Third Order Tao Source realm, dared to spout such nonsense in front of them. They were also very shocked. They didn't know if Yang Kai had cultivated too much or if he really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The ignorant had nothing to fear. Yang Kai stood in place and let out a muffled snort. He seemed to be a little suffocated by Yao Zhuo's aura. Sniffing his nose, he said, I'm sorry. I was young and didn't know how to speak. Hearing this, all the women frowned. They thought that Yang Kai also knew fear. Previously, he was so arrogant that they thought he really had a lofty character. But after being suppressed by Yao Zhuo's aura, he immediately withered away. From the looks of it, this little brat wasn't someone who could be trusted. If Kai Yang was really unyielding to the end, then perhaps he would be seen in a new light. But he had compromised so quickly. Obviously, he was a guy who bullied the weak and feared the strong. A few faint sighs came from the crowd, as if they were feeling sorry for Ziyu. They didn't know if Ziyu had been trapped by love and hadn't seen his true face. Compared to Feng Shi, This person was simply worlds apart. At the very least, Feng Shi was seeking passion sect's young sect master. His status wasn't something an ordinary person could compare with. If Ziyu married him, even if her cultivation couldn't advance in the future, she wouldn't suffer much in this lifetime. She could live a stable life and might even be happy in the future. But if she really followed a person like Yang Kai, her future would be full of troubles. Yang Kai looked at Yao Zhua and Feng Shi indifferently and sneered, "My words aren't very pleasant to hear. If I have offended you in any way just now, come and bite me." As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. The group from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley all widened their beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, as if they were doubting what they had just heard. As for Feng Shi and Yao Zhua, their faces sank as their anger soared to the heavens. Yao Zhua turned his head and looked at Sun Yunxiu, shouting in a low voice, "Great Elder, if she kills him, no one will have any objections, right?" He didn't consult Acting Valley Master in Ruo Yun and directly asked Sun Yunxiu. Obviously, he knew that Ruo Yun had a weak personality and it was useless to ask her at this time. The reason why he asked Feng Shi to take action was for his own sake. Yang Kai and Ziyu's actions had already caused a heart demon to form in Feng Shi's heart. Only by killing Yang Kai with his own hands would this heart demon be eliminated and not affect his future cultivation. Seeking passion supreme art required one to enter the Tao through emotions. When cultivating it, one needed to show their true feelings and make their target fall in love. Hearing Yao Zhua's question, Sun Yunxiu's pretty face sank and she coldly snorted, "This is my Ice Heart Valley's business. Vice Sect Master and Young Sect Master don't need to intervene." Her cold words caused Kai Yang to be extremely surprised. He had guessed that Sun Yunxiu should be a member of the Seeking Passion sect and should be the backbone of the Seeking Passion sect who agreed to let Ziyu marry into the Seeking Passion sect. Normally, such a person would only kneel down and lick the Seeking Passion sect's boots, but in reality, Sun Yunxiu didn't give Yao Zhua any face. What was going on? Although Sun Yunxiu didn't give Yao Zhua any face, she didn't have a good impression of Yang Kai either. She felt that this series of troubles was caused by Yang Kai, so when she turned her head, murderous intent lingered on her face. Just as she was about to say something, and Ruo Yun suddenly said, "Young man, you just said that you were ordered to take you away. Who ordered you to do so?" She didn't have any deep meaning in asking this question, but she knew Sun Yunxiu's character. She knew that if she didn't interrupt, her second junior sister would definitely attack Yang Kai. With her second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, if she really wanted to kill him, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't be able to resist. It didn't matter who ordered Yang Kai to elope with Ziyu, or if he really liked her, and Ruo Yun wanted to see this happen. Ziyu was her disciple, and she had been teaching her cultivation since she was a child. If she had any other choice, how could she agree to this marriage and secretly release Ziyu? Unfortunately, fate made fools of people, and Ziyu was captured in the end. Yang Kai still respected Ruo Yun. This woman was Ziyu's master and the acting valley master of Ice Heart Valley, but she seemed to be extremely gentle and weak. Such a person wasn't suitable to be in charge of a sect. A true leader needed to be impartial, ruthless, and tough. And Ruo Yun undoubtedly didn't meet these requirements. This was perhaps the biggest reason why Ice Heart Valley was bullied by the Seeking Passion sect without being able to resist. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to Senior N, this junior is here on Senior Bing Yun's orders to take junior sister Yu away from here." "What? Boy, what did you just say?" The group of Ice Heart Valley members from the Emperor Realm all became excited and cried out in alarm. More than a dozen pairs of beautiful eyes instantly fixed on Yang Kai and trembled slightly. Sun Yunxiu's tender body flickered and appeared in front of Yang Kai. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's shoulder, gritted her teeth, and said in a trembling voice, "Boy, repeat what you just said. You're hurting me." Yang Kai glanced at his shoulder and said coldly. His expression was indifferent, and he didn't seem to be in pain at all. Sun Yunxiu looked angry, as if she was about to explode, but she thought of something and forcibly suppressed her anger. Taking a deep breath, she let go of Yang Kai and took a few steps back, looking at Yang Kai expectantly and nervously. The other members of the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley were the same. Yang Kai looked around and said loudly, "I am here on Senior Bing Yun's orders to take Junior Sister Yu away from here." "Master?" And Ruo Yun finally confirmed that she hadn't heard wrong. Yang Kai really did say the words Bing Yun. These two sacred words had been lingering in her heart for 3,000 years. For the past 3,000 years, she had never stopped recalling the scene of her master teaching her cultivation. At that time, she was carefree, leaning against her master, and only needed to cultivate in peace. But time flew by, and Ice Heart Valley was still Ice Heart Valley, but there was no news of her master. Not only did the outside world speculate that her master had fallen, but even many of the senior sisters in the sect silently accepted this fact. But at this moment, she actually heard news of her master from Yang Kai. And Ruo Yun felt the blood in her chest churn as she asked bitterly, "Master? How is she now?" Pairs of beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai, full of expectation. Obviously, they all wanted to know the answer. Yang Kai sneered and said, "Senior Bing Yun knows that you want to push the sect's most outstanding disciple into a fire pit, so she is in a bad mood." Hearing this, all the women's expressions turned gloomy as guilt filled their faces. They could no longer meet Yang Kai's gaze and quickly averted their eyes. "Impossible, impossible!" Sun Yunxiu suddenly screamed like crazy, her eyes red as she stared at Yang Kai as if she wanted to eat him alive. She approached him step by step and gritted her teeth. "If Master is really still alive, why didn't she come to talk to us in person? Why did she send a man like you to Ice Heart Valley? Boy, how dare you lie? Do you really think this queen can't kill you?" Second martial aunt, it's true. Brother Yang was really sent by martial ancestor. Ziyu saw her fierce look and quickly stood in front of Yang Kai. Seeing this scene, Feng Shi's heart was broken. Chapter 24:18. Get lost. This has nothing to do with you. Sun Yunxiu waved her hand and swept Ziyu to the side. Fortunately, although she was very emotional, she knew her limits and didn't intend to hurt Ziyu. In the next moment, Sun Yunxiu appeared in front of Yang Kai again. She reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's clothes, lifting him up effortlessly. She raised her head slightly and said sternly, "You dare to use Master to tease us? I'll kill you now." She was shouting fiercely, but there wasn't the slightest murderous intent in her eyes. On the contrary, her aura was even weaker than before. She was putting on a brave front. She didn't want to kill Yang Kai. She clearly wanted to use her superior cultivation to force Yang Kai to tell the truth. Yang Kai saw through her worries at a glance and didn't resist. He let her lift him and sneered, "Do it? Why aren't you doing it?" Sun Yunxiu gritted her teeth, but she didn't show any signs of wanting to kill him. She just stared stubbornly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped her face, shouting, "Open your dog eyes and see what this is." Sun Yunxiu was caught off guard and was actually slapped hard across the face by Kai Yang, causing her to stumble backwards. All the women turned pale with fright and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Among all her senior and junior sisters, Sun Yunxiu's temper was the most fiery and cold. She was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so she was qualified to be Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder. But now, she was slapped by a third-order Dao Source Realm Junior in front of so many people, and by a man at that. How was this going to end? Everyone seemed to be able to foresee Yang Kai's miserable end at Sun Yunxiu's hands. And Ruo Yun's expression changed. She was thinking quickly about how to appease her second junior sister. She had to spare Yang Kai's life. Regardless of why Yang Kai was so bold as to attack a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and Ruo Yun couldn't allow him to be killed just because he had come to save Ziyu from the sea of bitterness. But to everyone's surprise, Sun Yunxiu didn't fly into a rage after being slapped. Instead, she touched her cheek in astonishment. There was something in her hand. It was a token that many people found familiar, a token that hadn't appeared for 3,000 years. Ancestral Master's Order. Sun Yunxiu stared blankly at the token in her hand. Looking at the huge Yun character, tears instantly blurred her vision. What? And Ruo Yun's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly rushed over. Big senior sister, the ancestral master's token. This is the ancestral master's token. Sun Yunxiu cried like a pear blossom in the rain, but a smile appeared on her face. She held the token in her hand and handed it to Ruo Yun. He shouted as if he was presenting a treasure. As for being slapped by Yang Kai, she seemed to have forgotten about it in the blink of an eye. At this moment, she no longer had the majesty of a second-order emperor realm master. She was clearly a little girl who had seen something she had been looking forward to for a long time. And Ruo Yun's tender body trembled violently as she took the token from Sun Yunxiu's hand, feeling the familiar aura and smell on it. For a moment, she couldn't help herself. Her eyes turned red. The other Ice Heart Valley disciples from the Emperor realm also gathered around and stared at the token in a daze. They were all breathing heavily, as if they had seen the most incredible thing. On the other side, Yao Zhuo immediately realized that something was wrong when he heard the words Ancestral Master's Token. The reason why Seeking Passion sect could suppress Ice Heart Valley was because Ice Heart Valley's ancestral master had been missing for 3,000 years. A top master like Bing Yun should have been known no matter where she went. But in fact, Bing Yun had been missing for 3,000 years. Many people thought that she had encountered some danger and had fallen long ago. Without Bing Yun, Ice Heart Valley was like a toothless tiger that Seeking Passion sect could bully at will. But now, Ice Heart Valley's ancestral master's tokens suddenly appeared. Did this mean that Bing Yun hadn't fallen and had been living in seclusion somewhere? If this was the case, then Ice Heart Valley's strength was comparable to Seeking Passion sect's. Whether Feng Shi and Ziyu's wedding could still be held as scheduled was up for debate. The news of the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master's big celebration 2 days later had already spread throughout the entire Northern Territory. Invitations had been sent out, and many masters had gathered in Ice Moon City, waiting to enter Ice Heart Valley in 2 days to congratulate them. If the celebration couldn't be held on time, the Seeking Passion sect would lose all face this time. The culprit of all this was undoubtedly this young man who had suddenly appeared. If he hadn't taken out the ancestral master's token, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Thinking so, Yao Zhuo couldn't care less about letting Feng Shi kill Yang Kai to get rid of his heart demon. The sooner he killed Yang Kai, the better. Then, he would let Feng Shi and Ziyu cook the rice tonight. At that time, even if Bing Yun really came back, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Thinking so, he shouted, "This little brat is spouting nonsense. Where did he find this token? How dare he pass it off as the ancestral master's token? Everyone, don't be fooled by him. If your noble sect's ancestral master was still alive, she would definitely come in person. Why would she send a Dao Source Realm brat?" As soon as he said this, all the Ice Heart Valley girls calmed down. When they saw the long-lost ancestral master's token, everyone was so excited that they lost their minds. But now, after listening to Yao Zhuo's words, they felt that it made sense. If Bing Yun was still alive, why didn't she come in person? Ice Heart Valley was founded by her, and among the dozen or so people from the Emperor realm here, 6 or 7 of them were her legacy disciples. Why couldn't she come in person? As long as she showed up here in person, there was no need for the ancestral master's token. But Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm cultivator, came here with the ancestral master's token and claimed that he was ordered by Bing Yun to take Ziyu away. How could he convince others with just the ancestral master's token? Perhaps this token was picked up by Kai Yang from somewhere. And Ruo Yun's face turned slightly pale as she looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, tell me the truth. Who gave you this token? Or where did you pick it up?" When she asked these questions, her expression was extremely uneasy, afraid that Yang Kai would give her an answer she didn't want to hear. Although there had been no news of her master for 3,000 years, there were no definite clues about her death. If this token was really picked up by Yang Kai, then her master must have fallen. She couldn't accept this result. As the acting Valley Master, she had been in charge of Ice Heart Valley for 3,000 years. Although she didn't have any great achievements, she also didn't make any big mistakes. Her only mistake was that she couldn't protect her disciple. The only thing that kept her going until now was that she believed that one day, her master would return. She hoped that when the time came, she could hand over the complete Ice Heart Valley to her master. She didn't ask for praise, just peace of mind because she had done her best to protect the foundation her master had built. If she received news from Yang Kai that her master had fallen, she would definitely collapse. If you dare to lie, I will definitely make you beg for death. Sun Yunxiu wasn't as good-tempered as Ruo Yun. As soon as she opened her mouth, she glared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, unwilling to miss the slightest change in his expression. Yang Kai said with a cold face, "If I say that Senior Bing Yun gave this to me personally, would you believe me?" And Ruo Yun immediately relaxed and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, I believe. I believe." Sun Yunxiu also seemed to have lost all her strength, her face filled with relief, her gaze towards Yang Kai not as fierce as before. Everyone else also had their clothes soaked in sweat, as if they had just experienced a fierce battle. Although they couldn't be sure whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not, at least everyone had some hope. "You women are too naive. This little brat is clearly fooling you. Wait for this king to make him spill the truth." Yao Zhuo shouted as he suddenly pushed his emperor pressure and raised his hand to press down on Yang Kai. Looking at his murderous aura, it was clear he wasn't trying to force Yang Kai to spill the truth. He was clearly trying to kill him. "Old dog, you dare to bully the weak and bully the weak? Shameless." Yang Kai's bones creaked and his eyes narrowed as he shouted out. As he spoke, he tried to break through the void to avoid this blow. But the emperor pressure of a second-order emperor realm master was unexpectedly fierce. The dense pressure directly sealed the space around him, causing him to stiffen as if he was in a quagmire whirlpool. He couldn't break free, and even after using all his strength, he was only able to move a little bit. There was no way for him to escape. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he felt the aura of death rushing towards him. At this moment, the group of people from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley were still in a state of shock. No one expected that a master like Yao Zhuo would suddenly attack Yang Kai. By the time Ruo Yun and Sun Yunxiu noticed and tried to rescue them, it was already too late. They could only watch as the palms slapped towards Yang Kai. "Stop!" Ruo Yun shouted as she flicked her sleeve, sending a long white ribbon flying towards Yao Zhuo. "If you dare hurt him, I'll make sure you die without a burial." Sun Yunxiu was even more direct. She raised the long sword in her hand, and her body was wrapped in sword light as she slashed towards Yao Zhuo. In the next moment, the rest of the people from the Emperor Realm acted together, using their secret techniques and summoning their artifacts to attack Yao Zhuo. In an instant, the scene became extremely chaotic. Icy principles and concepts spread out, making it seem as if the entire world had been frozen. Facing so many people from the Emperor Realm, Yao Zhuo didn't show any intention of stopping. Instead, his moves became even more ferocious, as if he wanted to take Yang Kai's life. Yang Kai could clearly see that the people from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley couldn't save him. Before they could, Yao Zhuo would hit him, and even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and a bead suddenly appeared in his hand. He poured his source chi into it, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's strength was almost completely absorbed by this bead. His face paled as he threw the bead at Yao Zhuo and shouted, "I'll kill you! Old bastard, take this." Chapter 24:19. You dare to make a fool of yourself with such petty tricks. Yao Zhuo sneered as he grabbed the bead in his hand and gripped it hard, his face full of mockery and ridicule. But in the next moment, his face changed drastically as an extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted from his palm. This power was so strong that even a second-order Emperor Realm Master like him couldn't keep his guard up. Emperor Authority Bead. Yao Zhuo was someone who had seen the world and immediately understood that the bead that Yang Kai threw out wasn't an ordinary bead, but an Emperor Authority Bead. A bone-chilling cold suddenly enveloped Yao Zhuo, causing him to shiver all over and his hands and feet to turn cold. Immediately after, a violent energy fluctuation appeared and a beautiful phantom suddenly appeared in front of Yao Zhuo. The moment this phantom appeared, all the masters of Ice Heart Valley were dumbfounded. Pairs of beautiful eyes stared at the phantom as their tender bodies trembled violently. "Master!" Ruo Yun's attack had already lost all strength. She could only stare blankly at the figure and face that she had missed for 3,000 years. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't suppress her excitement. Sun Yunxiu, Zheng Sining, and the others all reacted the same way, their Emperor Realm auras collapsing as they descended from the sky and stared at the illusory figure, calling out, "Honored Master," one after another. Bingyun. Yao Zhuo looked as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight as he stared at the phantom with a pale face. He had dealt with Bingyun in the past, so he naturally recognized that this was Bingyun's phantom at a glance. This meant that the Emperor Authority bead was condensed by Bingyun. A low moan suddenly sounded. Although it was soft, it spread throughout Ice Heart Valley. Everyone's mind was shaken. Ice Snow Pear Blossom Sword. Accompanied by a low chant, a pure white sword made of pure energy suddenly appeared in the phantom's hand. The long sword trembled and shot towards Yao Zhuo's vitals like a dragon. Yao Zhuo turned pale with fright and let out a low roar. A halberd had already appeared in his hand. As he brandished it, he activated all of his strength to defend himself. A series of clanging sounds rang out as the Emperor's might collided and filled the air. The Emperor's will sputtered in the void as the worldly precepts shattered. In less than 10 breaths of time, Yao Zhuo suddenly retreated, gasping for breath. Bingyun's phantom also retracted her sword and stood there. She turned her head as if she had a mind of her own and looked at Enruyun, Sun Yunxiu, and the others. Then, she suddenly collapsed and turned into specks of light before disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment. He had used the Epitome Monarch bead once before. However, when he used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Emperor Authority bead, his aura was magnificent. The power of the 4 seasons permeated the air, allowing him to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao under the principles of time, allowing him to break through to the third-order Tao source realm. Compared to the last time, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Even though Bingyun's sword aura was impressive, her sword intent was sky-piercing, and her divine ability was also extraordinary. No matter how one looked at it, it was still incomparable to the Flowing Time Emperor's Monarch Authority bead. Moreover, it only lasted for 10 breaths of time before disappearing. Was this the difference between ordinary people in the Emperor realm and great emperors? However, when they condensed the Emperor Authority bead, both of them were third-order Emperor realm masters. Logically speaking, the power of their beads should be about the same. Yang Kai looked around. Even though Yao Zhuo was in a sorry state, he didn't show any signs of injury. What was going on? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, Yao Zhuo's face suddenly paled and he let out a muffled groan. Then, pear-shaped ice flowers appeared all over his body. The pear flowers were as white as snow and decorated Yao Zhuo's shoulders, waist, arms, and between his legs. It looked as if Yao Zhuo had picked many pear flowers and inserted them into his body. It was very lifelike. When these pear flowers appeared, Yao Zhuo felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His whole body trembled violently and his lips turned purple from the cold. "Martial uncle!" Feng Shi turned pale with fright and shouted in panic. Yao Zhuo was so cold that he couldn't say a word. His entire body was surrounded by ice principles. After a long while, he suddenly let out a roar and used his Emperor Qi to shatter the ice flowers covering his body, restoring him to his normal state. However, his aura had already fallen to rock bottom and he looked extremely weak. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. Feng Shi hurried forward to support him. "Valley Master and Elder Son, is this how your Ice Heart Valley treats its guests?" Yao Zhuo forced himself to stay awake and gritted his teeth as he asked Enruo Yun and Sun Yunxiu. Enruo Yun frowned and said coldly, "If you really are a guest, my Ice Heart Valley will not neglect you." In other words, Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi were not guests of Ice Heart Valley. When Yao Zhuo heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. Gritting his teeth, he said, "In 2 days, Shi and your noble sex disciple Ziyu will be married. Our 2 families will also be married. Valley Master, and how can you be so unreasonable? Ziyu is this queen's disciple. Without this queen's permission, she will not marry anyone." And Ruo Yun coldly snorted. Yao Zhuo was stunned. He had never seen such a strong side of Enruo Yun. In his impression, this woman was docile and could even be described as weak, but today, it was as if she had become a completely different person. Yao Zhuo naturally knew why she had such a change. Obviously, it was because of Bing Yun's news. He sneered in his heart, secretly feeling shame for this woman to take such a strong attitude just because she had a backer. He sneered and said, "This matter was personally agreed to by your noble sect's great elder. We are also the great sects of Guangzhou Northern Territory. How can Valley Master and deny it? If word of this spreads, I'm afraid all the great forces will laugh at your Ice Heart Valley for going back on your word." Sun Yunxiu took a step forward and said coldly, "I did agree before, but I am now going back on my word. The marriage between Ziyu and young sect master is cancelled. This queen will bear all the responsibility." Yao Zhuo was stunned. He felt his brain buzzing. His finger pointed at Sun Yunxiu and trembled. He couldn't say anything for a long time. Obviously, he was very angry. He didn't expect that Sun Yunxiu would go back on her words. Ice Heart Valley didn't care about the loss of reputation, but Seeking Passion sect couldn't. If they couldn't get married in 2 days, they would become a laughingstock in the entire Northern Territory. Hearing this, Feng Shi's expression turned angry and he shouted, "Elder son, you can't go back on your word like this. A man's words carry enormous weight. How can you break your promise like this?" Sun Yunxiu looked at him with a strange expression and said lightly, "How can you tell that this queen is a real man? This queen is a woman." Feng Shi was speechless. Just now, he had been so angry that he didn't choose his words carefully. As soon as he said them, he knew they were wrong, but he couldn't take them back. He could only grit his teeth and say, "All right, this young master understands everyone's attitude. 2 days later, my father will come in person. I hope that everyone's explanation will satisfy him." Saying so, she shot a resentful glare towards Yang Kai before helping Yao Zhuo out of the room. Since things had turned out this way, he and Yao Zhuo didn't have the face to continue staying in Ice Heart Valley as guests, so they could only leave. When the Ice Heart Valley girls heard that Seeking Passion sect's sect master would come in person in 2 days, their faces changed. Obviously, they were extremely afraid of this sect master. Yang Kai's face was cold as he looked at Feng Shi and Yao Zhuo, murderous intent surging in his heart. If he hadn't used the Emperor Authority bead given to him by Bing Yun at the critical moment, he would have lost a layer of skin even if he didn't die. He had wasted an Emperor Authority bead just like that. How could he be willing to let these two leave safely? They had to pay a price, right? So, before the two could turn around, Yang Kai shouted, "You want to leave? You're too naive." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. The Ice Heart Valley girls didn't seem to realize how audacious Yang Kai was until this moment. Today's matter had reached this point, and it was best to end it like this. But Yang Kai didn't seem to want to let this matter go. How could he, a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, dare to challenge a second-order Emperor Realm Master like this? Could it be that he had more than one Emperor Authority bead? But even if he did, he couldn't summon it in his current state. Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi didn't know what Yang Kai was doing, so they stopped in their tracks when they heard this. Feng Shi's eyes were spewing fire as he looked like he wanted to skin Yang Kai alive. Yao Zhuo coldly snorted and said, "Today we lost. Boy, what else do you want?" Yang Kai sneered and said, "Vice Sect Master, why are you being so aggressive? Do you want to eat me alive?" Just now, Vice Sect Master shamelessly bullied the weak and attacked this young master. This young master was scared half to death. Even now, my soul still hasn't returned to its original place. I don't know where it's drifting to. In the future, I'm afraid that my 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls won't be able to complete. Vice Sect Master caused such an indelible wound to this young master. Don't you have anything to say? Walla. All the girls from Ice Heart Valley fainted as they looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions. What scared him half to death? What soul not returning? What indelible wounds? All of this was clearly nonsense. When Yao Zhuo attacked Yang Kai before, Yang Kai didn't even need to face him head-on. All he did was summon an Emperor Authority bead to resolve the crisis, so how could he have suffered any kind of injury? This little brat was lying with his eyes wide open. He didn't even know how to blush. The girls also learned something new and secretly thought that a person's face could be so thick. Feng Shi angrily said, "I can clearly see that you are fine. How could you have suffered any injuries?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Young sect master, don't lie with your eyes wide open. This young master is now dizzy and on the verge of collapsing. Can't you see it? Or is young sect master's eyes on his ass?" Feng Shi had never seen such a shameless person before. For a moment, he didn't know how to refute. The girls from Ice Heart Valley also blushed, secretly feeling that Yang Kai's words were a disgrace to their culture. Yao Zhuo pondered for a while before coming to his senses. "Boy, are you trying to extort me?" Yang Kai said, "Vice sect master, there is no need to speak so harshly. A life for a life, and a debt must be repaid. This is a matter of course. You have damaged this young master's foundation, ending this young master's martial Dao path. This young master won't lower himself to your level. Taking out something as compensation is acceptable, right? Aren't you trying to extort me?" Yao Zhuo was furious. Yang Kai frowned, rubbed his chin, and pondered for a moment before sighing, "Fine, I am trying to extort you. Vice sect master, what do you want? Bite me." Chapter 24:20. Little brat, you're really courting death. Yao Zhuo was furious, his blood boiling. He was seriously injured, but he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai, a third-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator, was blatantly extorting him. How could he tolerate this? Yao Zhuo was so angry that he couldn't wait to go up and slap Yang Kai. He didn't believe that Yang Kai still had another Emperor Authority bead. Emperor Authority beads were too rare, and ordinary people would be lucky to have one. How could they have a second one? You still dare to threaten this young master? Do you believe I won't make you die here? Yang Kai's expression turned ruthless. You. Yao Zhuo sneered, his face full of sarcasm and mockery. Yang Kai turned to look at Sun Yunxiu and stretched out his hand. "Give me back my token." Sun Yunxiu didn't know what he wanted, but this token was indeed brought by Yang Kai. Moreover, Yang Kai had used Bing Yun's Emperor Authority bead before, so it was obvious that Yang Kai had a deep relationship with her master. Therefore, Sun Yunxiu didn't hesitate and quickly returned the Ancestral Founder's token to Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised the token high, looked around and shouted, "Ice Heart Valley's sect rules. Seeing the Ancestral Founder's token is the same as seeing the Ancestral Founder herself." And Ruo Yun, Sun Yunxiu, and the others were all stunned when they heard this, but they soon reacted. There was indeed such a rule in the valley, so they quickly knelt on the ground and said in unison, "Disciples greet Ancestral Founder." Yang Kai looked at Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi coldly and shouted, "This young master orders you in the name of Senior Bing Yun. Kill these two." *Z. Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi's faces changed drastically. They turned pale with fright. They both retreated a few steps, extremely vigilant. A trivial Yang Kai was indeed nothing in their eyes, but Ice Heart Valley was different. There were more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm here, and 2 of them were second-order emperors. Yao Zhuo was seriously injured, so he was no match for them. Once the women obeyed, then this day next year would really be his death anniversary. The Ice Heart Valley girls were also dumbfounded when they heard this, but soon, Sun Yunxiu flew out and stood behind Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi, blocking their way. When the other women saw this, although they felt it was inappropriate, they still spread out and surrounded the 2 Seeking Passion sect cultivators while summoning their artifacts. He looked like he was ready to attack at any moment. Yao Zhuo's face turned pale in an instant. Feng Shi's body trembled as he nervously swallowed his saliva. As the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master, he had been pampered since he was a child. When had he ever encountered such a life-and-death situation? Only then did he know what fear was. Yang Kai laughed strangely at the side. He continued to play with the Ancestral Master's token with an expression of a villain intoxicated by success. "This young master." And Ruo Yun looked at Yang Kai and said softly, "Do you really want to kill him?" She didn't want to kill Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi here. After all, their status was extraordinary. If they really died at the hands of Ice Heart Valley, Seeking Passion sect would definitely not let them off. When the two great sects went to war, the entire northern territory would be plunged into misery and suffering. Even if her master returned, the sect would suffer heavy casualties. As the acting Valley Master, it was impossible for her not to consider this. She was afraid that Yang Kai would really order them to kill Yao Zhua and Feng Shi to vent his anger. If that were the case, she would rather defy the ancestral master's token than take action. She believed that even if her master knew, he wouldn't blame her. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Then let's see if these two know what's good for them." And Ruo Yun heard this and felt relieved. This young man isn't a simple-minded guy. He ordered us to do this because he wanted to get some benefits from Yao Zhua. Otherwise, he would have urged us to take action long ago. Why would he say something like this? As long as no one dies, everything is fine. Thinking so, and Ruo Yun didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she was curious about how much trouble Yang Kai could cause. Valley Master and Elder Son, as masters of the Emperor realm, are you willing to be ordered around by a little brat of unknown origin? You are people of status. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you don't go? Yao Zhua couldn't get through to Yang Kai, so he could only turn his attention to Ruo Yun and Sun Yun Xiu, hoping that the two of them would care about their status and not act so recklessly. Sun Yun Xiu said indifferently, "With the ancestral master's token here, we can't do anything about it. If Vice Sect Master has any objections, you can go and reason with my honored master." Yao Zhuo was speechless. Bing Yun's Emperor Authority bead almost took his life. If he really saw her in person, how could he dare to reason with her? Yao Zhuo's mood was extremely complicated. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never suffered such shame and humiliation. He was threatened by a young man whose cultivation was far inferior to his own. But now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head. After a moment of silence, he could only swallow his anger and ask in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Vice Sect Master, don't be so nervous. Everything in this world can be discussed. Just give me some compensation and this young master can pretend that nothing happened." "What do you want?" Yao Zhua asked. Yang Kai raised a finger and said indifferently, "This young master only wants one thing." "Let's hear it." Yao Zhua couldn't help but relax when he heard that Yang Kai only wanted one thing. If that was the case, then this matter was indeed negotiable. "Hand over your space ring and scram." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the space ring on Yao Zhua's hand. "What?" Yao Zhua's eyes immediately spat fire as he said resolutely, "Impossible." Previously, when Yang Kai said that he only wanted one thing, Yao Zhua thought that Yang Kai just wanted to regain some face. But now, it seemed that Yang Kai wasn't trying to regain face at all. He was clearly looting a burning house. Yang Kai was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so he had a lot of good things in his space ring. He had come here to prepare for Feng Shi and Ziyu's wedding in 2 days, so the betrothal gifts were all in the space ring. If Seeking Passion sect was a big sect, then naturally, they wouldn't be stingy with their young sect master's wedding. The amount of betrothal gifts was enough to match the income of a medium-sized sect for 10 years, not to mention the countless precious treasures. Yang Kai's face sank as he said coldly, "Kill him. Kill the young one first. Don't kill him with a single strike. Slowly cut off his limbs and cripple his dantian. I want him to taste all the torture in the world before he dies." As soon as his voice fell, Sun Yun Xiu's long sword shook and slashed at Feng Shi. Feng Shi was so scared that his face turned pale. His whole body trembled as he shouted, "No!" Sun Yun Xiu didn't move at all. This woman had an extremely hot temper. Previously, she didn't care about Yang Kai, and now, as soon as she heard Yang Kai's order, she really attacked. "Wait!" Yang Kai raised his hand again. Sun Yun Xiu's long sword immediately came to a halt, stopping right above Feng Shi's arm. A cold sensation spread through his body and Feng Shi collapsed to the ground. Turning his head, he saw a line of blood appear on his arm. If Yang Kai had shouted a little slower just now, his arm would have been cut off. Yang Kai looked at Feng Shi with a smile and said with a harmless look on his face, Young sect master seems to have something to say. Yes, yes, yes. Feng Shi heard this and nodded repeatedly. Then say it. No one is blocking your mouth. Feng Shi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while, he turned his head to Yao Zhua and said, Martial uncle, just give him the ring. Why lower yourself to his level? Bullshit. Yao Zhua shouted angrily. My seeking passion sex people would rather live standing than die kneeling. What's the difference between wanting this king's ring and slapping this king's face? Don't be afraid. This boy is just trying to scare you. He won't dare to take your life. If he really dares to do so, when sect master arrives in 2 days, he will definitely flatten Ice Heart Valley. Take my life. Feng Shi murmured, his face turning pale as a strong fear surged in his heart. He had always been the one killing others. When had he ever been the one being killed? For a moment he no longer cared about his image and shouted, No, I don't want to die. If I die, what's the point of father and master flattening Ice Heart Valley? If I die, what will happen to the 69 wives of the sect? Martial uncle, hurry up and give him the ring. I am the young sect master of Seeking Passion sect. In the future, I will be in charge of Seeking Passion sect and become the overlord of the Northern Territory. How can I die in such a place? Yao Zhua didn't expect Feng Shi to be so spineless. He was scared out of his wits just by being threatened. Yao Zhua didn't know Feng Shi was such a timid person. Feng Shi was already injured, so at this moment, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Obviously, he was disappointed that Feng Shi didn't live up to his expectations. The Ice Heart Valley women also seemed to be meeting Feng Shi for the first time as they all showed looks of disdain. Although it was a matter of life and death, Feng Shi's behavior was really despicable. Which cultivator didn't have their head on their belt? They had already seen through life and death. However, Feng Shi was undoubtedly too protected, so he lost his composure in the face of danger. As the young sect master of Seeking Passion sect, he had lost all face for Seeking Passion sect. The disdainful gazes made Feng Shi feel even more ashamed, but compared to his own life, what was face? He kept begging Yao Zhua to take off his space ring. 69 wives, young sect master really has good luck with women. How enviable! Yang Kai said coldly, but there wasn't the slightest envy in his eyes. Instead, there was only thick mockery. Young sect master, rest assured. If you die here, I will take good care of your 69 wives. This young master's physical strength is very good, so he won't leave them to guard an empty room. And Ruo Yun's face turned red as she spat. This young master doesn't know what to say. Ziyu also glared at Yang Kai with a strange expression, the whites of her eyes rolling back. Upon hearing that Yang Kai had set his sights on his 69 wives, Feng Shi's eyes turned red. He stretched out his hand towards Yao Zhua and tore off his space ring. Yao Zhua didn't know if he was disheartened by Feng Shi's performance, but he didn't resist and let Feng Shi easily take off his space ring.